Welcome on in, Riftbound players. We are here for day 2 of the Utrecht Riftbound Regional Qualifier. And as they say, today is Championship Sunday. Will one of the many familiar faces rise to the top once more? Or will a new name be etched into the Riftbound history books? As always, I'm Plus. I'll be your host. And with me today is incredible caster and a great friend, Alguito Swiftly. How are we feeling about today, Alguito?
Feeling fresh. We've got the 9 undefeated people going into this day today. Multiple Dianas, multiple Wuju Masters, and the odd sprinkling of the one-ofs Set, Rek'Sai, and Azir, which is pretty good to see those decks are still floating around.
You're so right. You know, I believe the statistics were put out sometime last night, your morning, depending on where you guys live. But it was 5 undefeated legends in total. So as Aguito alluded to, it was Master Yi, Diana. There was an undefeated Rek'Sai, undefeated Azir, and then the one player, Colin Kaiser, which is notorious for his set, as it is undefeated as well. So a good little field. And quite diverse has kind of been the tail to take for set 3. But we're looking here at the most played decks for day 2. So we get the nice little deck distribution. Rengar making a bit of an increase from that day 1. But other than that, it looks exactly the same as day 1, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's got a great conversion rate. 56% is insane. Even decks that are, Master Yi, for instance, that had nearly 200 players, they're only just pipping that out. So it just shows you Rengar's not as soft kitting around as he used to. But I don't know if you saw with the challenge a lot. 3 of those challenges have already gone to day 2, having the best of as they're already prizing.
I saw they kill it each and every event. As well, we could go ahead and shout out the Rift Lab boys as well. Those guys, I think, locked in the Jin best of metal card, the one we got fortunate enough to see on the stream. Shout out to Jibs. I think he's all but locked in. He went for a fantastic run in day 1, 7-1. Like what? 7-1 record with Jin. Unbelievable. I'd never expected that, but of course, leave it to Jibs to do it. As well, we saw some awesome teams do well. The team that I keep going back to is the Spanish team. That is the team where the Azir champion from Lille resides at. And I think the name is Massillon. I hope I'm saying that right. So Massillon, I believe 7 of their players made it into day 2. So a lot of great teams to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, so it's quite a few good teams. There's at least 5 teams that I know of that generally do have a few people floating around in each sort of day 2. Obviously, Challenge a lot are probably the ones that people know the most. Then it's the Secret Source, TSS. Also have a lot of people going through. I don't know if there's many here this weekend because I think they're more America-centric. But there might be a couple sort of like floating around today. But I know a lot of people looking forward to Hartford next weekend, which will also be a fantastic event.
You know, going back to those caster predictions these guys made, Bandit doesn't seem all that crazy anymore. We just talked about how Set is still in the contention for our top 8 seat because it is in the hands of Colin Kaiser. And funny enough, Leo was onto something as well with this Rek'Sai build. That is one of the more undefeated players. I think the only one that kind of fell short was Shy there. Pyke, not too fortunate in this day 1. But he did okay-ish. I believe the best Pyke is X2, so I think he's still a little bit out of reach for top 8. But probably still looking good. At least that one player for the best of metal card. And Diana, she's always in the mix. You know, Aguito, since we had these caster predictions here, might as well make a little predictions of our own. Let's not put it up to one legend, though. Let's put it for the finals. What, in your opinion, will be the grand finals in Utrecht?
I'm going to go with Azir versus Diana.
Love it. Love it. I'm right there with you, Aguita. I was thinking the same thing. Azir, because it is the Lille Regional champion, right? He's just running so hot, and he operates at a little bit different wavelength. I love to see him play. And as I say, I love to see things. I love to see the community. I believe this is a similar interview they did yesterday, just showcasing how excited people are about this game, how excited the community over there is. And I hope it's contagious. I hope we see this energy every single RQ going forward, because Salvin, he's like a figurehead over there, I want to say, right? He's like one of the leaders. I think he is like the leader of the Polish community.
I said he was like the leader of the Polish mafia yesterday. He was just like the big boss, just the kingpin.
He feels like that, right?
But he's got an electric personality, to be fair, so I can see why a lot of people rally around him. And Bandit did say they did this interview at the start of the day yesterday, so if he was excited at 8 a.m. yesterday and he's still excited yesterday at like 6 p.m., it just shows he's got the goal.
Yeah, he has tons of energy. Envy him. But funny enough, I think he's pretty well known from League of Legends. I don't know. I think it's somewhere along the lines he was a caster for League of Legends. Because if you guys know him from Twitter, he has like 20 something thousand followers, or maybe even a little bit more. So I think he definitely was involved with Riot community from the past. So it was only natural for him to kind of go in all in on Riftbound. And hey, he has a nice little friend to help him out and get better and better in the hands of Alan ZQ. Speaking of, I think that looks to be the finals in my eyes, Agito. You said Azir Diana. Is it going to be as crazy as two regional champions in those grand finals? We have Pedro, aka Squirtle, maybe going ahead against Alan ZQ and his Diana. That would be like the picture perfect grand finals, wouldn't it?
I see it, two-time champion versus an upcoming two-time champion, and the best of Azir from Sydney is also in day 2 as well. So there's a few good Azirs running around as well. So don't just leave them all on the rack.
Right. Are you talking about Rocco, or was there another one from Sydney?
Rocco is the... Did he win it all? I know he was the best of.
Oh, wait. You said who won it all, or the best of Azir?
Best of Azir. So I don't think he won Sydney, because that was the chap from Edge with the Diana, with the Irelia. But the best of that day, I think, was like top 8. He's also here today as well. I think he's got multiple best of Azirs. So he's probably one of the better Azirs in the day. But yes, we've got Squirtle as well, who we saw earlier yesterday. So again,
right. A lot of people will consider him as the Azir player. And hey, Federo, best of Rocco winner of RQ with Azir Squirtle. Wait, so best of Rocco winner of RQ with Azir Squirtle? Wait, Constantino, what are you saying? You're saying for this RQ? Right now, Squirtle is looking like the best of winner, right? Or did you mean for Sydney? Yeah, I agree. If you're saying Squirtle's gonna win the best of Metal Legend for Azir, I 100% agree. In the meantime, since we're not hopping into the game just yet, let me pull this up to the side and let's take a look at all the players that are still undefeated by their names, right? So let's go ahead and hit a nice little refresh. And guys, for anyone just joining us, if you do want to go ahead and keep track of the standings, we do have that command ! bracket just to pull up exactly what I'm seeing here. So coming in at the number 1 seed and number 2, exactly where we're thinking the same, Alguito. It is Diana and Azir. Squirtle still looking really awesome. And then I'm not too familiar with this player, but he seems to be on a team as well. TCR George. Heard of him before, Alguito, or are you the same boat as me?
Same as you, not too sure. But the Isekai lover down south, number 6, also a TCR player. So maybe it's a European group that just shows up every now and again.
I can see that, definitely. And I love in his name, Isekai Lover. Okay, we were seeing 3 Dianas within that top 8, which is truly impressive. And kind of goes to show you why it has been finding so much success in Riftbound Unleashed. But looking down at that 4th place spot, the Rek'Sai player that completely dismantled LeBlanc in the game we were fortunate enough to witness in that last round. Speaking of the last round, did you notice when we were talking about how they didn't do a backup match? They recorded it, but it got a little bit too late of a stream that they didn't show us. Did you see what? You see what I wrote? That what was the recording of it?
Has it released the files? Yeah.
Yeah, no, they didn't. But it was supposed to be an Ivern backup match.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, it was supposed to be Ivern, and ooh, I think we're getting into the game just now, and it might just be Alan one more time. Let's go ahead and tune back in. And it is time, guys. Round number 9 of day 2 out in Utrecht is among us. And it looks like we should go ahead and bounce right into the feature match table again. Alan ZQ, you know you love to see him, and so does the Riot production team, because every chance they get, they're going to go ahead and throw him on the stream. I hope we don't get a little bit of a mirror match. Hopefully we get a fun opponent, but these are the top tables.
Is it who I think it's going to be? Is it really going to be Alan versus Colin?
It looks to be the case. Please don't bait us into this, because this is going to be the epic showdown. Undefeated versus undefeated players. You can't get any better than this to start off today's day 2 show. I'm excited, Aguito. Let's see what these guys have in store for us.
Oh, it's time to pull out the showstoppers. Let's go, everyone.
Now let's try to break down this matchup. So, you know, on paper, Set has a good time in terms of defensive capabilities, but one thing Diana has going for her is that notorious Fizz Starcross combo. Because when we're talking about Set Kingpin, if he's able to stick and he's able to go ahead and reinforce these battlefields, it is truly an impenetrable wall that nothing can break through. But if you just simply bounce them back to hand, then it makes it so much more easier for players like Diana. The only thing I could say for Colin Kaiser, of course, we did see the counterplay potential in the riposte last time. So that is something to keep in mind as well for Alan.
So right now, it's very hard. I do believe they're only playing the one of it in the main deck. Maybe they're playing the other two in the sides, hopefully. Fingers crossed he has a better matchup than the average player will into the fated Starcrossed. Overall, though, there is already one in the hand. We do also have a stacked deck to go through another one. And a Gust, which won't really be too impressive against that giant set, but we are bringing down the stunning Vex very early on. But to be fair, early game, both players just setting up the board, and we've got much more to do, much more to go.
Oh yeah, so much more Riftbound left to be played. Gus isn't necessarily the worst, because keep in mind the Set Kingpin does benefit from additional buff units on these battlefields. So at the minimum, you're able to go ahead and bounce back the Sentry back to hand. That way you kind of bring the Set's might down as well. So it does work in that way. So let's see. Set does have some potential, like a Sabotage, just to try to take care of early Moonfalls. That way they don't kind of get steam rolling in that direction. We're also seeing things like Set or a Showstopper, which doesn't make too much sense now. But you do want to go ahead and utilize that before Vex gets on a battlefield, or else it's kind of useless. But I believe he doesn't have too much to do. We do see the Irresistible Faithful, which leads to an interesting line. You could do Faithful into a Showstopper to try to kind of move in that Vex Hypothetic into the Kingpin. It might be interesting if he goes for that kind of line this early on.
I think it'd be a bit too early to do that right now, especially since we can see Alan's hand is very controlling. Colin can't, but I feel like Colin doesn't really want to start using his runes up too early on, especially if there is a lot of back and forwards with those Starcross. Overall, though, looks like we're going to get the first point to the side of Colin, but it will be much more of a harder fight to sort of force back once we get this game going.
Definitely. Let's see. So Alan still has a single rune at the ready, so has the potential for the last little bit of a Gus play. And okay, did they shuffle the deck or something? I guess the stack deck, just making sure everything was situated. Because why did they hand over the deck to the judge? It felt like.
I think they're just making sure the last two cards are the last two cards. They sort of do that now more often than not, just trying to make sure that everything is a-okay. So I don't know if you noticed that Colin has got his super duper cool challenges notepad out there. I think they said that on the first day they had them, they gave away like 200 of them.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it's one of the better ways to kind of keep track of the game. Some people go ahead and just write it on a simple notepad, but keeping things organized is a very good way of kind of going back to it and kind of following through on your notes and seeing what you can improve on, of course. And I like the way Colin is playing, right? Get in, get out. Don't leave your things too exposed on these battlefields. But you know, Diana's just a tricksy kind of deck that has an easy way of bringing those units from the back line over into these battlefields to just go on one-on-one combat. But I feel like he might be a little too scared for something like a Set Kingpin. But we're seeing the card on screen that they're probably discussing on the cast, something like a Kha'Zix coming in at ambush potential. is never a bad option because it's just a single unit, so you will benefit from that +2 might and the 2 XP. Granted, I don't think we're using too much XP in Diana, are we?
These days, but that is the card on top of the deck currently, as it was revealed during the vision of Diana's moving to the battlefield. So overall, nothing too spicy, but we could be seeing that Kha'Zix coming up in the following turn.
I'm actually a huge fan of this Kha'Zix card. It helps where it's almost like the surprise factor. Whenever we're talking about things like ambush, your opponent can't really always keep things on, they can't always expect it because Diana has a lot of runes to leave up at a lot of times. So it's very similar to how Mastery leaves up runes for Rain Guard. You just don't know when it's coming, right? You either have runes for Discipline, On Guard, Punch first. In this situation, you have runes for like Gust, Moonfall, Flash, or Starcross, or of course the Kha'Zix ambush champion that we're discussing here. But it looks like Alan trying to go ahead and prepare for the double battlefield control for the time being. Feels like he has enough combat tricks in hand.
Perfect.
But I'll get there. We're going to go ahead and see if he does have enough combat tricks in hand. This sabotage is going to expose everything.
Is he going to Starcross now? He is. Set goes to hand. But fades away. Flashing everything out. Okay, no, that helps Colin. And so now we just have probably just units in hand, right? 2 gusts and then 2 tiebreakers. So there goes the gust. A early Starcrossed is probably better for Colin than it would have been for Alan, but at least he's used it up. They are tapped out, which means you can put your smaller units now into both battlefields. So you can go to 3 points this turn. But you won't be staying there, so you do have to be very careful. We do have the surprise Rengar for next turn, maybe. But again, careful with that little cheeky Vex there.
Definitely, after revealing the hand, he identified that Alan doesn't necessarily have too much gas in hand. A Gust and 2 Titaners aren't really too impactful for the time being. I would imagine if he wants to be a little bit more aggressive and go on his traditional hold these battlefield game plan, I think it will be paying dividends because a Titaner, a Gust, as I said, isn't going to be all that impactful. If you go ahead and set up the set Kingpin, you're all but certain at least holding one of these battlefields where that Kingpin resides. And I like the position Colin currently has. It all depends on these next couple cards though, because of course Diana has some availability of drawing some more cards with that Diana Lunari on the base right now. So we'll see. It's not all set in stone. As you said earlier, it's still very early game, just 2 apiece so far in terms of points. But so far, the hand and Colin's side feels a whole lot more advantageous than Alan's.
That's it. We've got gameplay backups. We've got the showstopper to drag something in. We've got Set just being a big boss body you can put down here. Getting the buff on Fura, though, is fantastic. This makes things a lot harder for Alan if he does draw into that second Starcross or a Fizz. So, yeah, that deflect's not going to be coming cheap.
Yeah, it's going to go online. The ganking as well, so it makes it super easy to go ahead and rendezvous over to the Rockfall path as well. He's almost saying, you know what, I'm inviting you to go ahead and conquer Rockfall path because I want a way of kind of clearing these creatures because with the only backline interaction being challenged traditionally in set decks, you need to kind of just force these units onto these battlefields, so it's the only effective way of kind of taking down Diana's units for the time being. So Alan does take the bait per se. It's not necessarily bait, but you're just trying to put points on the table. The question is, does he want to go ahead and push that Vex in as well? Without any combat tricks, I'm a little bit reluctant to go ahead and push in Vex because it feels a bit vulnerable there.
It does. You're not even going to be trading, to be fair. It's going to be 4 into 5 at the weakest. There's no, as we've seen before, there's no smoke screen, so that way you're not going to be cheating at any damage reduction. You're not a Ravenbloom student, so you're not going to get any pumped by any spells. So putting the Vex in does seem very harsh. Obviously, they did gust the Pit Rookie away.
And here we
But the
go, the
Kazakhs
card we were
win
just
now.
talking about, the Kazakhs mutating horror coming down, +2 might, so 6 and 4, 10 total collective might, swinging in at the Fiora with the shield, adding up to 6 defending, just not enough. If you don't have something like a Call to Glory, even at that, you're just going to go up to 9 might, so sufficient enough to take down not only the Fiora, but conquer the Monastery Harana. Luckily, Set has an awesome legend ability. You're able to save the day essentially on Fiora. You just pay a single power and just go ahead and recall, similarly how Zonya's Hourglass works, of course. So you forego the defense, but now all the units are kind of overextended on these battlefields. Can you take advantage of that? You have things like the Rengar Pride Stalker. You have the Punch First we were talking about. You even have that little crazy combo, the Kingpin into Showstopper coming in accelerated. So this can get very interesting. I think this next turn for Colin will be huge.
So right now, we're going to go to 7 runes on the side of Colin. We do have the Punch First. I think there is a bag in hand on the side of Alan, so that's a very expensive Punch First. But you can just walk in, take something away, to be fair. So it's not all and nothing overall. They took out the Cossacks with them because they had the Mighty buff. And when they were Mighty, they got the shields. There was 6 into 6. They've traded, essentially. And then it is just the Vex apathetic to deal with now. Overall, still in a fairly good position for Colin, but he does need to start taking some board presence back. We do, as you said, have the Rengar to throw down. Can't be put on the Rockfeld path because you can't play units here. But it can just jump in if we deal with something else afterwards. Can't do it while the Vex is here because you just get stunned out. So I think it might be a case of, can we pit Rookie, that's what I was thinking, into the Fiora, so he goes back up to Mighty, walk in, punch down that poor little Vex, and then show him what he's got there with the Showstopper, maybe.
I like the line, but unfortunately for now, we did see that he hid the Tide Turner, so he has some kind of knowledge, or he should have some kind of indication that it might very well be a Tide Turner, which means that Lunari might be joining in that Monastery Harana battlefield with the Vex, so you have to keep it in mind, at least to deal with, at most, I believe 7 total might. And there's 2 runes at the ready for Alan, right? So that could be a double Stupefy. Of course, only has about 2 cards in hand. Hasn't been able to draw too much this game 1. But does probably keep things in mind. I'm thinking you got to swing in with 2 units here. Maybe that first mate and the Fiora adding up to 8 as themselves, just in case the Lunari does come in. So 8 to 7 makes sense to me. Let's see if it makes sense to Colin as well.
We do know the Punch First is in hand, so worst case scenario. As you did say, though, first, no. So we're thinking, what could be the worst situation here? That would be 7 into currently 4. Click the Tide Turner. We trade it over. That's 7 into 7.
Or
then
6?
we could just Punch First the Fiora.
It would be 7 if he brings in the Diana, but currently not triggering the ability there from Tide Turner. So just saving the Lunari on the other battlefield, but just 2 runes available. I think this might be a complete board wipe for the side of Colin, which feels to be in a tremendously well-earned position, because now with the Vex gone, the Rengar Price Stalker does come online. I don't think there's anything to take down a 6-mighted kitty cat coming down. Oh, Rockfall Path. Of course, you can't actually ambush on that battlefield.
That is the problem. But we have enough might in the back there to deal with things, and we have a Showstopper to slam someone into the Rockfall Path. So, overall, it's not the worst case scenario. We also do have the challenge in hand now, if you just want to take out that Diana and not have to deal with anything else, but buff a friendly unit in the base, and then move that buff to a battlefield. So, here comes that Mighty Fiora.
Triggering the champion ability, just trying to find some more resources.
Stupefy.
Finds a pretty good one here in terms of that Stupefy. You do have to pay the deflect cost if you do want to go ahead and target the Fiora, so I don't know how worthwhile that'll be. Picks up the Stupefy nonetheless, but Alan thinking very carefully, as right now you're feeling pretty far behind. Stupefy just to simply draw a card, and I didn't see what he hit off the top, but that is a board clear as we discussed. And look at the board presence from Colin Kaiser. He is running hot in this game number 1.
There you see it as well. Going even on points now, 4 apiece. It's very simply going the way Colin wants it to go now. Mathematically correct out. 2 units in hand. Fizz can come back and play out that Starcrossed if Fizz really wants to. But overall, not the most urgent hand we've seen from Alan in these events, but again, we're not really seeing Mr. Bunn. He did recycle the one, don't worry. So yeah, unfortunately, Alan does not really have that urgent of a hand right now, but the Fizz will help clear the backboard, maybe getting rid of that Fury if you're willing to pay the cost of the deflect. It's not all she wrote, but it's not looking particularly that good either.
I couldn't agree more. Looking like a dire situation from our two-time regional champion, Alan ZQ. Looking at the hand, you have the Fizz Starcross potential, the Moonfall potential, but what good is those combat tricks when you virtually have 0 units? And he completely saw the writing on the walls and says, that is enough for me. Game number 1 going in the direction of Colin Kaiser, and not even a smidge of happiness on the face of Colin Kaiser. That is a man that is truly locked in and in it to win it. I almost want to go ahead and bet my money that he's locking in a top 8 position if he manages to get over this Alan ZQ matchup.
Respectfully to the other undefeated people, Alan is probably the guy to beat today, just to try and get into that top 8. Again, they do get I believe it's 2 chances of faltering today, so it's not the worst situation to be in. But again, Alan is probably the biggest hurdle for most players today.
Absolutely. And you know, I almost want to say Alan's deck is well prepared for a lot of the meta favorites, the Aurelias, the Masteries, the mirror matches, but perhaps wasn't too prepared. It is Alan, so he's prepared for anything, but perhaps just not too prepared to verse the sets of the world, specifically the Colin Kaiser set build. That I feel like this is the best set build he has ever brought to a regional RQ. I feel like he's figured out the proportions, the exact cards he wants to include. He wasn't going as far as triple sabotage in the past, but Sabotage doing well, forcing Alan to deploy all his reaction speed spells a little prematurely. We saw he just kind of had to play the Starcross, had to play the Flash, and was left behind with double Gust and Tide Turner. We almost knew from that point there it was almost over.
And respectfully to the great Mike Tyson, he once said, "You're never ready to get punched in the face." It's going to be punching you in the face today.
Yeah, nothing punching you in the face, saving it for a game 2 / maybe even a game number 3. But it looks like the fan favorite is the one a lot of people are voting for, has a 52% win rate, or not win rate, but win prediction for this matchup. But as someone in chat said, or maybe I won't read that one, but Colin is just locked in, loaded, ready to get things going for this game number 2. And there's a smile. You know, you have to be happy getting a game under your belt against someone as awesome as Alan ZQ. So I would be ecstatic, but it's a little bit like a poker face. You want to, you know, the job is not done. You kind of go ahead and breathe that sigh of relief after the game is over, but we're just in the beginning of day 2, aren't we? So you kind of want to stay locked in for the remaining.
That's it. You got to lock in. You got to sort of forget you got feelings for the next 6 hours. Right now, it's just getting past the biggest hurdle, Mr. Alan ZQ, and then just take it what you can. As we did see on the stat line, already a 3-time champion of the set best of, and obviously this is one of the last events where you can get that here. So it's going to be to this week, and then if they're at Hartford, can he go 5 for 5 on those sets?
It definitely looks to be the case, as it looks like Alan just goes ahead and curves out as ideal as you can. Nice little Ravenbloom student, and the Lucian Merciless. We didn't get to see him make too much of an impact in that game number 1, but I am a big fan. Very similar. You don't want to leave your units exposed / overextended on these battlefields like the same way you would play against Draven. So I like the fact that you could kind of get in, get out without any additional resources. That way you don't allow Diana to kind of get the free value on these on-battlefield effects like those gusts. Like, I know Moonfall can move you in, but it is on a battlefield, so might as well make it a little bit more complicated for them. But I like the riposte already lurking in the hand, and that's a double riposte at that, which technically counters spells like Moonfall.
Cat spells Moonfall, stops Gusts if you really want to just waste it on a Gust. It's not really a waste if you're getting points out of it. There's a Rengar in hand already. We do only have 5 body ruins. That's 4 little Vi isn't really doing anything this turn. We're just going to straight away the Gust. Do we just want to do it to get the point early on so we can keep going?
Thinking about
Just
it,
bring
I
it back
feel
to
like
full
it
turn.
just for a simple Gus, I don't want to go ahead and spend it. We are talking about tempo though, because you do
Hmm.
have that punch first in hand, you're very likely to go ahead and hold. But of course, if Allen has those little combat tricks like we've seen in the past, those eclipses, those moonfalls, it makes those punch first kind of nullified. But saying, you know what, let's go ahead and save these counter capabilities for those more impactful spells like those star crosses and the moonfalls. And I tend to agree with Colin there.
It does feel like a bit of a tempo slip because you're not really going to be doing much currently as the turn progresses out because the only play you've really got now is to play out the Lucian again. This just put Alan at a 3-0 position, so good for Alan. We did see the Fizz now, so we can always get the Gus going again if we want to do another stack deck. That ever impactful Starcrossed is also in hand because it's glued to that man's hand, unlike yesterday's game, it was always the Kazakhs in hand and 2 Moonfalls. But this one seems more fair in comparison.
Yeah, much better hand for Alan ZQ. Much better start as he goes ahead and conquers up to 3 points on the Valley of Idols, which is a nice little inclusion. We never saw that battlefield at the hands of a set, but it makes sense to me. I believe when you hold this battlefield, you could pay an energy to buff a unit, and that is the whole game plan for set. Buff your units so that you go ahead and protect your units with that set legend ability. But throwing it back over with a breath of runes, I am trembling in my seat for Colin Kaiser. I know I'm just not going to be able to crack either of these battlefields, but you have to do what you have to do and try your darnest to go ahead and get there. So testing the waters, Lucian goes over to the Valley for now. That is a showdown opening, so ability will be triggering on the chosen champion there. Does he reveal?
Second Stupefy, very good for
Very
Alan over
good.
here now. Extra draw power, that's 3 draw cards in hand now. 2 debuffs. Here comes the Vi. I remember, Vi stands for violence.
Right, one of the more impactful cards coming out to Riftbound Unleashed meta, make it a big splash in a lot of LeBlanc builds, but Set utilizing it perfection as well. Unfortunately though, doesn't have energy. Actually, he did have energy. The repose coming in at the perfect time. No hard bargain to be found for Alan ZQ. That would be exactly why he didn't repose the Gus and saving it for the more impactful spells as we were discussing. And this is a big swing here. You take down the Lunari, you slow down the draw engine for Alan.
And that's it. And that's super early on. Now he's got, I think, 3 reveals from this card. Just not the worst situation to be in. It's a pretty good average for reveals and cards to hand. But overall, you're going to be going to 4 next turn because there's no way for you to gank across here. But you do get to pull it back at that Lucian, ready for the next turn. But it's all down to does Alan just hold onto that hand and use it all for next turn, so it just goes gaining on that Ravenbloom.
Looking not too bad. Goes ahead and utilizes the Valley play as well to gain the additional buff on a Vi Peacemaker, making it just that much more complicated to conquer that battlefield. But keep in mind though, that is just a mini success for the moment because Alan still maintains point tempo as he goes ahead and holds up to 4. I think the points are a little behind on production because I remember him conquering to 3, which means that Ravenbloom was managing to hold up to 4, but just goes so good. Oh, establish the Vex Cheerless game plan. Now those punch first. If they want to go online, that's 2 energy, 3 power. That's way too much to be spending on any card, honestly.
I'd say right here, right now, you kind of wanted that challenge, right? So you could just challenge with that Vi, punch that poor little Vex or that Ravenbloom student in the back there. Rengar wouldn't be too bad, obviously, if you're going to try and defend on the following turn, which they might be doing with the Vi. Keep it in there. It's a 6-mod unit. It's not really doing anything otherwise. But I think getting that Lucian in, getting to that 3rd point and bringing it back would be probably the best way to try and keep the point score a little bit more even. But as you can see, they have now updated it. We are 4-2.
Right. So still managing to stay ahead, and that is where Alan would like to be for the remaining of the game, right? But of course, if there's one deck that doesn't have too much of an issue of kind of defending, as we talked about before, is going to be this incredible Set deck with the we backed up with the Set Kingpin. Right now, there's not too many buff units, but does pay 5. Thinking about something like that. Rain Guard pays a yellow, though. Is this going to be something like an Ash? No, it is the Set Kingpin. I thought it was 4.
It's because he's paying the 1 for the buff as well.
Oh, gotcha. Already paying 1 for the buff. Makes sense.
It's like, I know what I'm doing here, boys. I'm going to play this set here, and he's going to become really big.
Yeah, we could
or
do the
it's
math
going to
there.
be
Set Kingpin gets an additional +1 for every buff unit, including himself. So he's up at 6 plus the 2, so up at 8. And then the Vi Peacemaker bringing that all the way up to 13 total might. That's a little bit too tall for something like a Vex and a Ravenbloom. But we are talking about a Ravenbloom if there's enough spells in hand. But that battlefield is almost all but locked in. But now it makes it a little bit free to go ahead and try to take down Targon's Peak, which is why we're seeing the Vi pull back. I think he feels like he could confidently defend with something like a punch first alone with this Kingpin.
So we do see the Eclipse in hand. We do see the 2 Stupefies in hand. So it isn't exactly a free game there for the set. But again, with the punch first, it does even that out a bit more and makes it a little bit harder for the Ravenbloom and the Vex to sort of do things here. Overall, though, I can see why they've done that with the Vi, because it's when it's attacking you can stun something. So walk back into an area, stun it, and then just take it out. Overall, though, we probably would go to 6 on this side for Alan if Alan's got the right amount of leverage. And then he's going to go to 5 probably on the side of Colin if he also gets the leverage back. But we shall see right now. Are we going to go all in on this set?
That is a good question. And, a wonderful pickup for the side of Allen as he goes ahead and top 6 a Singularity. Right now, there's nothing above 6. I believe, actually, Set Brawler there, Set Kingpin is currently 5, 6, and then 1 for himself. So he is at 7, a little bit out of reach of Singularity, which is so insane. A 4 energy unit holding for 7 when you have a single buff is so truly powerful, which we're seeing why Set has remained undefeated all of yesterday and posing to put a pretty good run in this day 2 as well, because for 4 energy, that's so many stats.
Oh yeah, it's just insane. I think right now, I do agree with what you're saying about the Singularity, because you can just chuck down a Stupefy, give that to the set, they go, okay, whatever. You then put down the Singularity. Punch first is not reactionary, so they're going to lose out on that damage, and then all in for the 6 and 6, and that's it. Everyone's gone. It's just that poor Lucian trying to defend the follow-up play.
Yeah, I believe what Alan's taking into consideration here, he almost wants to go ahead and push his Vex Cheerless onto the battlefield first, and then start doing some showdown interaction. That way, everything Colin plays is an additional energy and additional power, so things like Moonfall could make things very complicated for Colin Kaiser. So looking at the Vex Cheerless and ambitiously takes on the fight head on. At least he's thinking about it, Alguito, saying, Set Brawler, you are mine any way I want it. So pushes in, Moonfalls the battlefield and saying, that's a cheap little Moonfall for me. But everything you play from here on out is going to be fighting for their dear life in terms of power. So that's, I believe, 5, bringing everything down. Gets the non-buff unit there. So Lucian with just 1, and he was at 7. So just going to be defending for 6. So 5 to 6 currently. You're still 1 might behind.
So he does have the bag in hand as well. So if he wants to, he can force all the ruins out of Colin's hand or ignore the upcoming 2-cost punch first. Is he going to go for it, though, is the question.
Oh, and there's a bit of a stinger in the hand as well. Even if he does have the punch first, there's the hard bargain waiting for him. So this looks to be in a phenomenal position for Alan ZQ. The Eclipse comes down, bringing that 7 down to, or I believe it was 6. 6 down to just 2 measly might. This Vex Cheerless is so impactful when it hits. And when it hits, it's hitting hard, as we're seeing here in this showdown. Might be the showdown that wins Alan ZQ the game, because it looks to be in a really tough spot. You can almost tell by Colin's face currently.
I don't think it's a nothing play right now. I do think we have things to do on the side of Colin. But again, having those 5 runes up on the side of Alan makes it so much harder for Colin to sort of deal with it, especially with those bags.
Definitely, let's see. Taking everything into consideration, thinking, is it a worthwhile investment for something like a punch first? Do I even get out of the woods with a punch first? Because right now I'm going down to 2. Punch first brings me back up to 7. That's technically enough, but we know what's in the hand for Alan ZQ. He has double Stupefy, technically enough to trade, but I almost want to say it's a worthwhile thing to do, because that's just a lot of resource being expended for the side of Alan. I think just Colin's being a bit careful of a second Eclipse, of maybe even another Moonfall, and saying it's just not worthwhile, but the Eclipse does resolve, it looks like.
because right now he can't do singularity. So if he can fight the battle through and he doesn't get bagged or he pays the cost for the bag, it would be a case of it goes through, you heal, and then you'd have to worry about anything else really coming through, other than this possibly very scary 5 might Ravenloom student afterwards. But we do get to save it with the buff in the back. Go to 5 on the side of Alan's ZQ, very good, and then going to 6, as I did predict before, with the Raven Bloom. Now, is it?
And man, if Alan ZQ had just one more energy, this was going to be setting up to be a phenomenal play. The Singularity able to interact with both units in the back line and set, what is the Set Legend name? That way we could call him by the Legend ability. But Set Legend in general is exhausted, so you're not able to utilize the Legend ability one more time, which means he would be able to completely board wipe that back line, but just one energy short. Either or, Alan's feeling pretty good right now.
So Set is the boss. So the boss, unfortunately, they're using his buff to keep himself safe. We are going to go, though, into this Fizz. Everyone's favourite Fizz, right? We all love Fizz. Fizz is the best. And then obviously coming down with the Moonfall makes most sense. Not Moonfall, sorry. I suppose you could use Moonfall. I thought Starcross might be a bit more sensible.
Yo, I think you just want to go ahead and take down the Set when you can. So instead of putting it back in hand, just Moonfall him in, and down he goes. As we said, Set the boss has been exhausted, so no saving the day one more time. And this looks to be a really great hand. You have the hard bargain available for any kind of interaction on Colin's turn as well. But as long as the Vi Peacemaker stays alive, Colin is not completely out of the running here in this game number 2. You do have the stun, and there's only the double Stupefy, so Vi attacks for 6 stuns, and Stupefy still doesn't do it, but it does back off your Vi. But you still have enough for a punch first, of course, so I don't think completely out of it just yet. But the point might be telling a different story as Alan goes up to 6 versus Colin Kaiser's 3 currently.
So we do also have access to that Rengar in hand still, and then we can also just punch first the Vi, make it an 11, then we can punch into whichever one you prefer, and then you can just showstopper across the other side, right?
Yeah, you want to be very mindful of going ahead. If you're going to go ahead and invest a punch first on that Vi Peacemaker, you want to go ahead and do it in base so that you don't have to pay the tax for the Vex Cheerleaders, unless, of course, you go for the Raven Bloom itself, and I think that's what he's deciding to do. Thinking very carefully about this line. Every play at this insanely high level is impactful, right? Any wrong move, any wrong turn, and it's pretty much lights out. So you want to be very intentional with each and every play you do, which is why we take their time. And in game number 2, looks to be at the tail end of game number 2, right over that 30-minute mark, which kind of has been flying by, if you ask me. I think that just goes to show you how awesome of a game it's been so far.
Oh, it's always full on entertainment with these two.
And wait a minute, Akito. He doesn't invest the punch first before the showdown. This could be costing him just ever so slightly. Gets the Stupefy. Here's the double Stupefy down to 4.
I think he's going to Rengar now, maybe? Because you can't cost more on the Rengar. Rengar's always just going to cost 5 and the 1.
I mean, keep in mind, the Vex is stunned, though. So at the minimum, we just go retreating back. But I like what you're saying, Agito. Rengar, Price Stalker coming down at that ambush reaction speed. Just 2 energy to work with. You can't bounce things back with the Starcross. So it's all but certain to get the Conquer. More importantly, you eliminate the Vex Cheerleaders. That really complicates each and every showdown. So I think it's worthwhile to do that. But now the question stands, how do you go ahead and interact with Targon's Peak? Because you almost wanted to save Rengar to do that, but the double Stupefy kind of having to pivot his game plan going forward, and does exactly as you say. Here he comes. Trophy Hunter pounces down onto this battlefield, so you get the Conquer, but at what cost? And wait a second, Moonfall for 2 because it's still in the showdown. Moonfall bringing the Price Stalker over to the Targon's Peak, -2. Raven Bloom goes up. Unbelievable. I completely forgot the free energy reduction from Cheerleaders. This is impactful, but we do have the answer with a repose since it is a unit at the battlefield.
So I was hoping, he says, I was hoping that he's going to get a chance to do the showstopper him across. But unfortunately, that's not going to be this time. Going to 7 on the side of MZQ it is going to be kind of all or nothing now. We still have that singularity in hand, and to be fair, you
It's
got it.
over.
No,
It's over. Singularity forcing to recall back these units back to base. Fizz can just simply go in and conquer for the final point. Well done, Alan Q tying things up. And here we go for this first round of day 2. We find ourselves in that awesome game number 3 situation. We could not have started the day any bit better, setting the bar quite high.
yeah, one apiece so far going to game 3. It's what you want to see, the first match of the day. All out adrenaline, 3-4 games by 2 very established players. Overall, who do you think is going to get this right now? Because Colin's been playing pretty well, but it does seem that if we get the extra couple of draws in for Alan, he does kind of pip it in a little bit more.
Yeah, it seems to me the big difference maker there was that singularity, and I think it's going to be a big of a difference maker in game number 3 as well, because the threshold / the breakpoints from Colin are generally right at 6, even below 6, right? So I think it's going to be a huge card to pull up, and hopefully he sees it sooner than later. But as that said, you do have the counter potential, not for necessarily the singularity, but as we saw, he countered out a Star Cross, he countered out a Moonfall. So I think a good card for Colin Kaiser as well will be the card we saw in that game number 2. Granted, he didn't win game number 2, but I still think if he didn't have that card, it would have been much more of a worse position for Colin. But keep in mind, guys, he is going to be on the play, and Set kind of works really, really well on the play, because once you get onto these battlefields, that's where he kind of shines similarly to Master Yi, because you do have that defense potential. You have some good combat tricks in the way of a punch first. What else does he have? He has Call to Glory as well. As we look at the deck list here, okay.
This is like the buffing version, I presume so more. Rengar's there still. You still got the one Vi, which, you know, I feel like came in quite well. Did a couple of plays,
so,
which is pretty good for the Vi. Overall, though, I think it is just if you can keep Alan off the draws, or at least a little bit less on the draws, it's not so bad. And as you know from, I think it was Houston, if they go off screen now, they go for a quick 10 push-ups, right?
Yeah, probably a little push-up break / bathroom break. This has been a heater, so kind of feeling the heat of the moment and saying, okay, let me go ahead and take a slight breather. But something to me is just he forgot to run to the bathroom before this matchup, and just going to go ahead and do so as they have plentiful time to go ahead and take care of this game number 3. I don't see where will they go into overtime, but this, if there was any time to kind of slow things down and really take your time with each and every play, not early game, but more mid to late game, it will be right now in this decisive game number 3. It's almost, as we were talking about before, whoever wins this match, I want to say is all but locked into, at the minimum, a top 8 position, because these are the GOATs right now. Or I don't want to go as far as saying GOATs for both players, but these are some of the top players in the game, as we all know. So I think this is the matchup of the tournament currently.
It is. Unfortunately for those who aren't aware, Abandon Hall is probably like the best card in this, best battlefield in this deck, in my opinion, just because it makes any of your 2-drop Ravenbloom students absolutely insane. If you thought Aurelia was good, well, this makes her on steroids.
Yeah, it definitely does. And a lot of utilization for the Sire Diana with things like the Ravenbloom student to kind of double dip the same way the Aurelia Fervents do as well. But with that said, on the other side of the battlefield, or the other side of the board rather, a Grove of the Godwillow, the potential to have a tremendous impact in this game number 3. If Colin gets onto the battlefield first and then defends it for at the minimum 1 to 2, even 3 turns, things just kind of spiral out of control. We're talking about an impressive 3 card draws, 2 every single turn, so 6 cards seen from your deck. You can't get too much better than that, because Set has answers. He just needs to get to those answers in the deck.
Well, he just put back a Rengar and then drew into his second challenge, so hopefully challenging things early will come through. So we do have, I believe, the Pit Rookie as a 2-drop. So he drew into his first. Oh, he got 2 Fioras now. Oh, okay.
Not too bad. Fiora making it a doing a good little performance in that game number 1, but at least you do have that 2-drop. So something has a nice little curve out, Pit Rookie into the Kingpin or the Fiora, just to be a little bit more conservative on not letting go of the Kingpin just yet. Because Oh, foregoes a turn one play despite having the turn one play. That is a very patient play, a very patient man. A lot of players wouldn't make that play, especially when we're talking about a Grove with the God Willow.
I think right now it's a case of Fiora Mighty is better than Fiora and Pit Rookie. So it makes sense. He needs to basically make it the worst decision for Alan. If you want to look at my cards, you got to start paying those deflect costs. So probably for the best.
I like it. You know, I think he's thinking 1-2 steps ahead because right now with the Fiora Victorious developed on the board, Pit Rookie plus a challenge is quite a great play that he has in mind. And right now there is a hard bargain, but he might have enough runes exactly to go ahead and pay for the hard bargain as he goes up 6 energy. But forget about it, completely tapping out for the Hui here. I think things are going in a really good position here. At the minimum, you should be able to take care of the Lunari. But then you got problem number 2. And that's the way there. Do you go crazy, punch first the Fiora, and then challenge just to take down that single pesky unit? Do you think it's worthwhile?
I don't hate it. I think it's probably worth getting him off the board as quick as possible. Alan's got no recourse for it, so Hawaii can become a massive threat very quickly in this game. I don't know what to do here, so he's going to go for Pit Rookie and the boss. Okay.
Yeah, I tend to agree with what chat said. 3 powers is a little bit too much of an investment to kill a single unit, so goes for a different line, plays out the Kingpin, but Aguito, he's completely exhausted out of runes, which feels a bit exposed, especially with the insane top deck of the Moonfall. Every time Alan needs the answer, seemingly finds it as soon as the, almost on cue, because now Hui pushes in and then a Moonfall could be pretty impactful here. Granted, we do always have a bit of that safety net from the legend ability, unless you go for something like the Fiora just to get the value of killing a unit.
So currently we're on Abandoned Hall, which means even though it's currently a 5 because he got rid of a spell, every time you play a spell, like Moonfall, you're going to increase your might, right? So you can drag in the Fiora for free right now with Moonfall. She doesn't get mighty. She's not deflecting anything. She's not buffed, so she can't be saved by set. Gets rid of one of your problems. I would have thought the play would have been to play the Pit Rookie, buff Fiora, move Fiora into God Willow or Abandoned Hall, and then use First Mate to bring her back out, so you get 1 point in, 1 point out.
Okay.
But she also has ganking, so she could have moved to the other side and then just took 2 points to try and lead the head. Okay, all right. Getting some draw power going. This is what we said earlier on. If Alan gets a chance to just draw, that's when you get stuck.
Yeah, Hui might just be just one of the more instrumental cards in these Diana builds. Once it gets rolling, it is so hard to stop that steamroll train from coming down and crashing in and making things so problematic for the remaining of this game, which is why we were discussing, do you go crazy? I know it was expensive, but taking down the Hui is a big priority to do so. But it looks like Colin, I mean, I can never doubt what line he has in mind, because usually they are very well devised and always has some idea of what he's doing for not just right now, but rather for like the future turns, 2 to even 3 turns ahead. That's what kind of separates these high level players. They're not just thinking for the immediate future. They have a game plan. It just doesn't come to fruition for a couple turns.
So it's 3 to 3 right now. You do need to get that punch first kind of going early on, just to keep yourself getting mighty. And then if they want to start deflecting more things at you, you're already mighty enough to be able to do that. Make it harder for Alan to play the game he wants to play. We're just going to trade it out. Okay, then.
Interesting. 3 to 3. Didn't want to go ahead and invest anything else. Granted, I think the only thing he had was a challenge and a punch first. He didn't want to go ahead and play out the Vi Peacemaker. Probably going to go ahead and play out a secondary Fiora Victorious, but now has some options to consider. Is it time to go ahead for the challenge play we discussed before? If Set Brawler or Set Kingpin gets on battlefield, he goes up to 7 might, as we talked about before. That's perfectly enough to take down the Hui. So trying to go over the Grove with the God Willow, double conquer play up to 3. Is it time, Aguito? Do you just go ahead and send this challenge? even in the light of something like a hard bargain or a stupefy to bring the challenge down, actually, it might be a bit risky, right? We can think about something like an eclipse. So challenge might just be effectively working backwards. I see why he's being a bit hesitant on that challenge.
I think if you're going to challenge, I think you do have to double dip and go 3-on-3 just to be able to punch through something and be like, look, I need to make sure that they survive. That works too, keeping the battlefields free. Going 2 on the side of Colin, though, having that nice little residual in the back, and then just 2 on the side of Alan. So Alan should be going to 3 this turn, and I presume a Moonfall is in somebody's wheelhouse very soon.
It looks to be the ideal play. The only caveat being is the Hui stays alive to see another day, which means at the minimum 1 to 2 more cards being drawn on top of the Lunari. So man, if Alan didn't have the answers, he's very likely to go ahead and draw into those answers on this turn alone, which poses a big threat to the potential future game plan Colin has been thinking about all this time long. But I think, to me, he wants to go ahead and make sure he has units to keep that point tempo, keep that advantage, since he does have a bit more advantage in terms of raw might power currently. But things can change at the blink of an eye with any kind of Diana combat tricks, especially when we're talking about the abandoned hall at that.
Yeah, also very reserved of Alan just to sort of keep the flow going, keep those runes up, just in case of a mishap in the near future. But again, it is more urgent to get rid of these cards off the field, it seems like now, just because we're not having much of a to-do anymore.
Yeah, this is going to be a very pivotal turn for both players. If Alan ZQ is able to defend, he kind of remains with that point tempo, or not remains, but kind of turns the tide to favor the point tempo in his direction. Now, if Colin Kaiser is able to break through this abandoned hall, he can remain with the point tempo as discussed before. So trying to see what he can go ahead and devise on this turn. Thinking about sending 2 units over to the abandoned hall. He has a bit of the backup with the punch first in hand, has plenty of runes to work with in terms of paying costs for a hard bargain, even repeated. So here we go, Aguito. Currently as it stands, 5 to 6. Make that 7 to 6. You get 1 for the abandoned hall stack deck. You get 1 for the Raven Blue Conservatory. So Raven Blue up to 4 potentially. So things like that just start getting a little bit out of reach, especially because Diana has a bit more tricks up her sleeve versus Set.
There we go. Stun it out.
Love it.
So there we go. So now it is 11 into 7. We're just going to flash instead. Unfortunately, there's no real counter spells for your opponents in orange and yellow currently, so it's a little bit of a, well, I guess we get the point for it. But we should go to 4, I think. Maybe you could sacrifice that Pit Rookie. It's not really doing too much now other than being a body. So, you can always just try and keep it going. Try and get yourself ahead. I don't really see much happening on the Abandoned Hall the coming turn. So I think it probably would be good to try and bait out that God Willow. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is his play saying, you don't have enough might to deal with both these battlefields, and at the worst, I'm able to go ahead and save the Kingpin with that legend ability. I think from now, you almost want to go ahead and play something else, but you want to have some rooms to work with on defense, right? So you want to go ahead and save that punch first at the minimum, because he has some good cards, but a punch first is an impressive spell. +5 might, +6 might if we go ahead and deploy on the abandoned hall is nothing to underestimate. But now Alan ZQ has a bit of a tall task, but I don't think it's an impossible task. I say that, but look at the current battlefield state of Colin Kaiser. It's a little bit scary.
Yeah, that's kind of how you used to see Set play, right? You just get a little bit of a board presence, then just build a massive wall essentially on both battlefields. Play can go to 8, so it's not as though it's all or nothing. Again, we do have access to the, I believe there is 1 repulse in hand as well as the punch. Sorry, there's multiple punch first in hand, so we can always just go, go, go. So it's really down to Alan. He does have a bag in hands that could kind of ruin the fun.
You know, the one downside that I feel like is holding Colin Kaiser back is just a simple fact that he doesn't have the counter spell in hand. He doesn't have the repulse that he did in game number 2. Because right now, there's just seemingly way too many combat tricks. We're seeing the smoke screen. We're seeing the fizz double up potential. We're seeing, I mean, as you mentioned, the hard bargain. If there's not enough runes, you pay for a punch first, repeated hard bargain completely nullifies the punch first. So just so many things to keep in mind, that even though Colin Kaiser has an impressive board state on both of these battlefields, I think currently Allen might have the tools in the toolbox to get over these battlefields. If not this turn, definitely in the long run.
So right now, it is a case of, do I just try and fight on my turn when there's a moonfall, so you can drag something across? Like you said, there's a smoke screen, so something's getting dipped out. So there we go. So get the +2 again on the student. Who we dragging across? I'm presumably going to drag across the pit rookie to make it a little bit simpler.
It does come in at 0 might. Can't go wrong with that. But at the minimum, this is a huge moonfall. We're talking about -246 total might on a single battlefield. So what was defending for 11 total might down to just 5 little might. I mean, still impressive, but going in on double units, I think he's going to be able to go ahead and conquer. Keep in mind, though, guys, we did talk about the punch first in hand. Unfortunately for Colin, he do have the hard bargain in hands we discussed, and has plenty runes for the repeated hard bargain cost again. So this is getting rather tricky. One upside I will say, Kingpin looking okay against a Hui. If you save the set brawler, and okay, some challenge capabilities able to be deployed out here. Interesting.
Yeah, just set and punch the Raven Bloom off, right?
I like the Zagito. If you waste a hard bargain, because I believe we only saw one hard bargain in the hand for Allen. If you go ahead and kind of bait the hard bargain out here, both of the punch first you have currently in hand will be able to resolve. So this challenge kind of feels bad, but at the same time, I feel like Colin Kaiser expected this in a strange way.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we did see him get rid of the other hard bargain earlier, so that way, this is the only one. I believe Allen only runs the 2. So yeah, if you've used your hard bargain in my challenge, which could have been the trap in the first place, you now have access to all of your punch first in hand, which is at least 2 of them.
Yeah, and punch first is simply enough to go ahead and get the benefit of this battlefield there. So up at 5, does go up to 6, back up to 11. So pretty much mitigating the exact downfall of that moonfall, or the exact decrease from that moonfall. But okay, hard bargain does resolve, so a little bit of a tick up on that Raven Blue student. Still, punch first is simply enough. But, you know, Colin Kaiser thinking about what other things are lurking in the hand for Allen. We do see Smoke Screen and a Stupefy at the minimum. But here we go. You have to defend where you can, right? You have to go ahead and spend the punch first, and it will resolve. But the question is it enough for this win, showdown win?
Make it 6. So yeah, make it 6. I mean, +4, right? Because you want to get the bonus, because that's for everyone when you're battling.
And it looks like someone in chat's a little bit behind. I was saying repeat hard bargain if the punch first went first, because Colin Kaiser had 4 runes. Punch first will leave him with 3 runes, so he would have to repeat the hard bargain to counter the punch first. But now that he played challenge, of course, the repeat cost unnecessary to do so. But put the punch first on the Vibe Peacemaker. What is the math here? Up to 11, as we discussed before, versus the 9. You do have the Eclipse, or actually it was the Smoke Screen, right? So you could go ahead and bring that Vibe Peacemaker all the way back down. You don't even have to do so. You could offer up the trade, because it will be -1 down to 10, +2 up to 11. So effectively, just with a single card, turning the tide of that showdown. And this is a heck of a showdown. Might be the deciding game showdown here.
It's basically all or nothing now. You got to put all your eggs in that basket. You got to start throwing fists as much as you can. Look at those giant mechanical fists. It is. Oh, I don't like that.
Oh, yeah. Allen just drawing everything he needs. Now that the Star Cross is there, that Grove of the God Willow looking ever so juicy. Once you're able to go ahead and deal with this Abandoned Hall battlefield, not only do you clear the entire board of that battlefield, but you're also able to go ahead and get the way to conquer Grove of the God Willow, and that is just going to be truly disastrous. What a turn for Allen. We were discussing, does he have the tools to get over both of these battlefields on this turn? I wasn't so certain, but the more this turn goes on, I'm feeling like he definitely does.
I think you got to give that to one of the first mates now, just so it's going to be a 7, just so you can at least take something with it on the way out, because something's going. with that Starcross in a second. Oh no. Oh no. It's going.
It's going back of the punch first goes, so 16 total might, but keep in mind the smoke screen, you go up to 12 yourself, abandoned hull, you actually go up to 13, and then you go down to 12 for the side of Colin. Not a bit of a good situation, just a single card. Once again, this battlefield making the difference in the favor of Alan ZQ. This is why a lot of people do consider abandoned hull to be such a crucial card, especially for these spell heavy decks like of course Aurelia, but more importantly here in this matchup, Diana, because every card reads +1 might, right? It's such a
Pretty
difference
much.
maker, especially when it's such a crucial point in the game. Because if this goes in the way of Alan, I think it's unfortunately GG for Colin.
Right now, I think it puts you at a disadvantage. I'm going to say that. I don't think you're out of the running fully, because you're going to go to 5 points next turn. Or you can trade with the Holotron. I think Set would be 7, that's 9. Hawaii can only really go to 8. So you still hold the battlefield if they put the Hawaii in. So it's not nothing, but it's not looking good.
You know, of course, Alan always has a great play. I can never doubt him, but I feel like the Starcross on the unit that the Set, the boss, is able to save from his legend ability might have been a little bit better. But of course, what do I know? He definitely has a game plan in mind, because you could have smoke screened that battlefield. We did the math. It was just 1 might over to guarantee the showdown now that Colin Kaiser's completely tapped out. And then Starcross over on this battlefield, but working it a little bit of the other way around. Smokescreen and Set Brawler does trigger the ability, and now just 2 little runes to work with. The rune economy has been dismantled, but Set is generally no stranger to low runes, so I don't know if he's completely out of it, because the one thing going for him is for the first time in this series, Diana is tapped out.
Yeah, it taps out. You've got that big Set right there. I believe that was just a pit rookie drawn, so that's now going to be a 7. So I thought it was a pit rookie, but no, we're going to trade. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like he doesn't have the pit rookie, but actually, I think I saw it. He might have fanned his card. A pit rookie would have been pretty good there, but man, having to make some tough decisions, sacking your more
Moonfall in hand.
essential units for his essential units, so I can't blame him. More importantly, you're denying him some card draw from the Go Over the God Willow, but Fizz doing the nasty things he does, bringing back one of the spells from the battlefield. So Starcrossing the Fiora back to hand, effectively slowing down every single bit of tempo Set Brawler had, and now it is looking very favor of Alan for the time being. That's a hold. Oof. Vex Apathetic guaranteeing that you can't come in with any kind of first mate / showstopper shenanigans. Is that the little bit of a final nail in the coffin, Alquito?
I don't think it's all or nothing. We do get to have the flex now online with the Fiora, so if you do want to target it with Moonfall or any reduction spell, you are having to pay the deflect cost on that first one. It's going to be hard, but we did see that the third punch first is in hand, so if we do get to sort of make it through this game, well, sorry, this last round really, which kind of sets it all up for Colin or Alan to go through as the 9-0 winner. It kind of is an all or nothing though. There is a Kha'Zix in hand, so keeping those 4 runes would be pretty good. I think there's at least a Stupefying hand as well as the stacked deck, so we can dig a little bit deeper if we have to.
Yeah, it almost feels to me you don't necessarily have to do too much more, and that he doesn't. Just goes and spend 2 energy on the Raven Balloon student that we saw how good that is on that abandoned hull, of course, getting that additional +1 might on top of the one you get for the battlefield. And a bit of a dead card there. Showstopper, generally a fantastic pickup, but now with the Vex Apathetic on the battlefield, not going to be able to get too much use, as well as the Vi Peacemaker. Vi Apathetic, for time and time again, has shown why it is the most played card here in Utrecht. Sends it in the direction anyways. Wait a minute, I hope Colin remembers that Vex stuns any kind of ambush, because I don't think he had any counterplay. And what counterplay, I mean combat tricks in hand, unless that was that final punch first.
If it's a 5 punch first in hand, Stupefy to deflect. We are playing the deflect cost, okay? Go down to 4.
You know what this could be about? Not simply getting the conquer, but you want to go ahead and eliminate the Vex at the minimum. Nothing has tank in there, so at the worst, you're able to go ahead and save your Fior with the set legend ability, and then, but actually, you want to go ahead and deny him the hold because Alan is at 7. You have to do what you can to go ahead and take these battlefields over and get them back under your control. So Punch first invested an extraordinary punch 6 or +6, I should say. Is that enough? Because we know what is in the hand. There's a Kha'Zix remaining, and that's a 6 increase of might on that battlefield alone.
So yeah, unfortunately, that's a pretty big mama right now. She's standing there proudly at 11 with that shield. No, with the deflect and the ganking. Give them -1, so you're back to 10. Good. I was say I don't think it was +6 in terms of the overall might disadvantages. If Vi comes in, does she stun first and then get stunned herself from the apathetic? I'm just trying to think, like, what is the worst play here? We do know there's a Kha'Zix in hand if they want to throw it down. Stack deck if you really want to just pump again.
You know, you got to go ahead and keep in mind that you are at 7. So if you can't defend this battlefield, you could invest all your resources defending Grove of the God Willow, but make it a little bit harder for Colin, saying, you know what, I'm not going to let you have any of these battlefields for free. So does go ahead and deploy out the Kha'Zix mutating horror to make it just that much more complicated. That was it. No more combat tricks. A showstopper, a Vi Peacemaker, last remaining cards for Set. One of them coming in stun something of their own, as you pointed out, but the other one, nothing to do in this showdown. I think Alan and the Q all but locked it in because there's nothing left to defend, or I should say to push into the Grove of the Gobbler. That's a hold up to 7 alone, and I think there's even a nice little cheeky stack deck to pick up something like a Stupefy to use that last little remaining energy. And he's going for it, just adding some additional might increases from Abandoned Hall and for these Raven Blue students, and looks for the final spell able to utilize on this turn. This is the game deciding turn, and unfortunately or fortunately, depending on who you're rooting for, it looks to be in the favor of Alan. Looks to be remaining undefeated to start the day off the best you can. Talk about an incredible matchup, 9-0 in a regional run.
I have an idea.
Okay.
Because Alan's also kind of low on cards, right? And Alan's down to 1 ruin. So really anything you can do now is Stupefy. You go and kill the Vex and the Raven Blue.
Yeah.
You then move in. No, give it to the Kha'Zix, that's the issue. I say, so what you do is you put that in there, you kill the Vex, so that way you can bring something in brackets readied or accelerated. Kill the student, that way they're off the board. You then push in the Pit Rookie, and then you play the Vi.
Okay.
If they survive that fight, you can then showstopper into the other area.
I see what you're getting at, right? So Vi Peacemaker trying to go ahead and eliminate the Abandoned Hall, and then you have that showstopper left with the floated energy remaining to do the remaining of the heavy lifting here. Is there a line? Is there a world where Colin gets that perfect sequencing? Because I see exactly what you mean. Now that the Vex apathetic, the door is wide open for getting these units onto these battlefields with things like showstopper. And keep in mind, all the might increases that they invested in terms of the punch first sticks around just like they would from Zonya's Hourglass. So that Fiora is very up there in terms of the might department, up to 11 currently.
With a friendly unit, move it in.
You know, Agita, one thing we haven't taken into consideration is the hidden card. Might be something as simple as a Tide Turner, so not the most impactful play here. But that is it. Alan is out of any kind of interaction for the remaining of these showdowns. A Singularity, a Traveling Merchant, and a Fizz, and a single energy. If Colin can go ahead and put the pieces together, I think he might have found his only out. Tide Turner bringing in Ravenbloom because Kha'Zix got an additional +2, so up at 9. And ouch, now they trade 1 for 1. Vi Peacemaker coming in, and wait a minute, is there a world? I mean, he cleared the immediate threat. But now we do know Fizz is right around the corner, but he can kind of hold on for another turn. Is that what he needs? Is that the little bit of breathing room he needed? And oh man, singularity of course. That might have been the final straw that broke the camel's back, because that's just way too much pressure / tempo loss for Colin.
We got a hidden blade in hand. It's not the worst situation to be in, but you kind of need a unit. That was giving it to him. You got to ride the wind. Nope, drew a ride the wind off the top. That was it, everyone.
GG, an incredible way to start off day 2 of the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. Undefeated, both of these players, but only one walking away saying they are still 9-0, and that is our 2-time regional champion, Alan ZQ. Looking good. How confident are we that he might be making his 4th or 5th ever top 8 appearance?
Oh, I wouldn't say it's locked in currently. I think you need to go 11-0 to kind of get there, but he's got 4 rounds to sort of play through still. I'd say 95% chances going into top 8.
I like it, Chad. What do you guys think? What is the likelihood that we see a top 8 from Alan? You know, Set doesn't feel all that bad. He's pretty much all but locked into that best of Set, so you're never walking away empty-handed, of course. So I don't feel like you could ever be truly upset. But Colin is such a competitive player that he wanted this win. I mean, who wouldn't? To say you were able to take down Alan ZQ, not only in general, but to do it on the feature match, it doesn't get too much better than that, of course. But Alan posing to be a big threat and looking prime, as Aguito said, locking in that top 8 position. Let's go ahead and try to refresh the bracket. But actually, Aguito, let me run to the restroom real quick. I was kind of shaking here. I was like, man, I got to go, but I don't want to miss any of the action. Do you need a little bit of a break before this backup match, or you want to chill with chat for a second?
I'm good. I'll chill with chat. We can have a chin wag. What's going on, everyone? Are you looking forward to set 4? We've only got one more big event of this.
I'll be right back.
Set now. It's gonna be real good times. Anyone in here going to Hartford? You know a lot of the chat is American. Yeah, really did. But unfortunately, nothing they could do about the hidden blade. Although the draw 2 would have been pretty good if they could have just got singularity and you hidden blade it and you just get yourself the 2 draws. So yeah, there's some plays. But to be fair, that hidden Ride the Wind was on that last play. That came in essentially to be the difference maker as well. Overall, I'm pretty happy with that. It was a pretty good game, I'd say, overall. Anyone disagree? Was anyone not entertained by Colin and Alan? Good. All right, very good. So, who here is ready for Hartford, or who here has had enough of this set? You've got no more skirmishes, and now it's all into the end of July where we get into set 4.
Oh, I made it right in time for an Alan ZQ interview. So let's listen in. I know we heard from him yesterday, but let's see what kind of mentality he's bringing into day 2 here. So let's go ahead and put this up.
Off your day 2. But it's got to feel pretty good probably locking in that win against Colin specifically, because he has to continue out with today. And of course, with 4 more rounds, how are you feeling?
Amazing, thank you for having me again here, Barrett. The game 1, game 2 was pretty much one-sided. Game 1 for the Colin, I drew too much bounces and I missed my Diana trigger, so I just didn't have enough value to play the game. Had to try to tempo, and that just was catastrophic when he could draw multiple cards, so it was just scoop. Game 2, I pretty much happened to me exactly what happened to him last game, and then game 3 was the one that was very exciting to play, and a lot of math with the abandon hole. I did misplay heavily with Fizz. I forgot, I meant to do Moonfall, but when I announced Starcrossed instead of Moonfall, he already said, okay, I cannot take it back. So it's on Fiora, post this big combat where I can clear Fiora and I can't lose from there. I Starcrossed Moonfall, which was just like pretty much like I was thinking about the next turn Starcross, and I wanted to Moonfall this turn, and bamboozled myself. But overall, a great last game. I think that the last one is worth highlighting, because game 1, game 2 was pretty much just like very one-sided.
No, and even still, I'm glad we can have those highlights for those game 3s, because the fact that, I'm waiting here on turn 4 for each of you, and no one's got a victory point yet. I'm watching you both, set up yourself, but remove each other's stuff. And then, you get the Hue set up early, get all that card draw. We're getting rid of these spells early on to just get the extra card advantage. Like you said, when game 1 and 2 was that sort of key to success for each of the respective players. But then in game 3, finding a way back in as Colin, Claus removes each of these units, makes the strategic plays. That is to me the peak Riftbound, and players like you and Colin are so excellently showcased that. So, I mean, you got 4 more rounds to go, Alan. You're currently still undefeated. There was only a couple of y'all coming into today. Is there maybe someone? I mean, I'm excited to potentially, hopefully, see maybe you have to go against, Pedro or Squirtle, one of our reigning European other regional qualifier champion. That's something that's on my radar that I would love to see. So, but going in for the rest of the tournament, obviously, I can't really ask you if you're afraid of anything, because I feel like you're not really
he doesn't know the
fearing
word
any sort of
afraid.
matchup. But is there a player maybe that you're still trying to look out for that you don't want to go against?
I mean, not so much of a player, but like I was feeling a bit heavy on the stomach going into the early rounds. It was more due to what I ate yesterday, but once I started playing, it completely go. It's crazy and wonderful how mind can just shut down any issues with the body and just focus on the gameplay, where it's actually, you just cure yourself, you just heal meanwhile playing, and you just forget about the issue that there was before the game. But going forward, I'm looking forward to just playing. There's so many strong players coming from the other regionals, and I consider Europe being the strongest region, given that not everybody travel across the sea like I do, and from competing across all the regions, I feel like Europe definitely has the strongest foot.
Yeah, take that.
I have heard from multiple people that this may be the most rigorous regional qualifier yet, and I feel it in this room as well, as I think everyone is leveling each other up in Riftbound. Alan, thank you so much, and congrats again on your win. Moving on, still X&O, but we've got a round 10.
Great interview. We get a little insight. He has a little bit of stubborn problem, but we couldn't tell. But as he said, that game number 3 was incredible watch there. I think the game was decided on that one showdown where Colin kind of set up both battlefields. He had double first mate plus a pit rookie, and then it was the set kingpin and another unit there. Or it was for double first mate. Ooh. And oh, wait a minute. I always get caught up. I want to go ahead and discuss and break down the matchup, but they throw us right into a backup feature match. Alguito, let's go ahead and join these players. We have another Challenger TCG member, 7-1 with his Volley Bear Aurora strategy versus one of Gonker's teammates with a Draven that's also 7-1. This is going to be a fun one.
I wasn't expecting to see any Dravens, but Draven's here again. I mean, he didn't really get worse during the set changeover. Obviously, he's worse off since the bannings, but overall, it's still a very strong deck. Sabotage that hand away. Let's have a look what you got. We have Rebuke or Starcross. Choose your poison, sir.
I'm looking more so at that reaction speed, because if you have things like that Elder Dragon lurking in the deck, and we see it lurking in the hand currently, Starcross is one of the most efficient ways, if not the only way, of kind of dealing with that kind of ability that comes down. So Starcross recycled to the bottom of the deck, but looking at the current board state, Volibear might be making a bit of an impact here in day number 2, as he looks very likely continuing on this winning streak of 8-1, and he's doing it with a deck that's a little bit untraditional compared to a lot of the meta favorites like Diana, Aurelia, Master Yi. Volibear, are people sleeping on this legend?
Well, by the looks of it, he's playing the Aurora version, but also with big bad things in hand, and he's just about to go throw that Elder Dragon away to get rid of that Draven, I believe.
I backtrack, Alguito. I didn't realize that battlefield was under Draven's control, and that Draven will actually find himself at 7 points. But if there's one too many units on this battlefield, you do have the Elder Dragon go ahead and take that down, and then you have an abundance of units in the back line. Actually, they're on the paper tree, so it's a little bit confusing, because some people put their units at this small table. You can't tell sometimes if it's at the base of the battlefield, but they're at the battlefield because they're not being pushed into Targon's Peak, which means to me, we're going into game 3, it looks like, unless there's some more challenges in hand to deal with 2 more units in hand.
There's another challenge in hand. There's Fallen Star in hand as well.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuff to deal with this here. If you really wanted to, you could just Fallen Star, get rid of the Hopeful, challenge the Overzealous, and then, yeah, just take it away. I'd say I do like this version of Volibear. I've not been seeing people playing the Rengar Forerunner version, but it makes sense because obviously every time you play a mighty unit, you ramp. He's cooking.
Yeah,
Billionaire's
what
cooking.
was an impressively big battlefield, bringing it down to 0 units, completely decimated it, and now it looks like the long trek back into this winning position is underway. The Gem Dragon coming down, untapping 2. It is the end of the turn, so not going to make too use of that just now, but you do have some rooms to work with on defensive cores. And now the game plan stands. Can you hold on to these battlefields for the remaining of the time? We have no idea what's in the hand for Draven. But I will say, I don't think there's enough to deal with a Cadrigan, a Ferris, Forerunner, a Gem Dragon, and double Pride Stalker. That's just too many tall units.
Going fast. We do know there is the Rebuke in hand as well, so that could be coming out in a second, just to try and remove something from the field. They've said it's gone to 8 points, but obviously for us over here, it's actually just a draw.
Yeah, it's just a draw. They're getting a little ahead of themselves.
So that's off the top as well, so doing pretty well here. And then we're going to hide a card. So this could probably be a switcheroo. I think, what did we see in the hand before? We saw the Rek'Sai, we saw the Rebuke, we saw the Starcross, and there was another card as well. So is this just a drawn into a additional card on the turn? Is it a switcheroo? Is it an Edge of Night?
Switcheroo would probably be the more ideal play here because these guys are a little bit too out of reach, so you have to rely on something like that. Now, you do channel the extra room for the paper trace, so having enough rooms to work with for this turn, we do see double Cadrigan to go ahead and draw an impressive amount of cards, but that is not what he's trying to do right now. He's going to go ahead and try to guarantee that you conquer this battlefield. As you mentioned, has to be very careful of the Rebuke. He already knows that's in hand. So he has to take that into consideration. One potentially unknown card, unless it is the card you discussed before, but risking it all. He's saying, let's go ahead and see what's behind that hidden zone, and let's see, can I go ahead and get the straightforward conquer? Because if I deal with this battlefield and manage to keep at least one of these units here, I should be able to hold on. But Pride Stalker is just 6 might. You currently have 7 as it stands. You have to invest something like another Trophy Hunter coming down, and this is huge.
So I'm just wondering, what was the hidden card then? Because I feel like it's just even a trade. If it is a switcheroo, so you just go 4 into 6, and then it's just 6 and 4 into 6 and 4, or 6 and 3 rather. Yeah, what was the hidden card?
Right. What was the hidden card? I guess we'll never find out. As let's go ahead and head back to the commentary booth. And chat, you know, the one thing I love about the Challenger TCG family over there is that they are true specialists, right? Colin Kaiser with his set, why can't I say his name? I know it's like Villain Millionaire. How is it, Augito? Billionaire. Right. Why can't I say that? Billionaire with his Volibear. Both of those players have gotten back-to-back best of metal cards. Not a lot of players can say they've done that. The only player that comes to mind is people like Rocco that have done it with Azir.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is really interesting to see that Challenger TCG seems to be like the one-trick pony gang, where everyone's just got like, we've got one deck that we're going to play basically till it rotates out, and then we're going to have a new deck for 3 sets, and then we'll rotate out, and then we'll have another deck for 3 sets, and that will rotate out. So let's see what everyone's bringing, I suppose, in set 4 once they do that. But no, they're all very good in their own rights. They've all done fantastic. I think from Challengers, they had 7 people going through today, and then 3 of them already had their best of. I'm pretty sure Zillionaire already had his best of Volibear.
He did.
And then obviously best of Set as well. And then I think it might have been best of...
Got in the same position in Sydney.
Real quick, Dogito, let's tune in and see what Villimer has to say about his Volibear. Are people counting him out just off the legend?
Wasn't great, but I mean, I locked my bear at that event, so that was cool. But you know, it's definitely been like in the back of my mind of like, yeah, I could be the first bear to ever make top cut. I'm pretty sure it's never made top cut in a China event, definitely never in an NA or Western event. So yeah, I mean, it's exciting. I would really love to. I need to win the next 3 and draw my last round, and I could do it.
You definitely could, and it's so exciting to think about that because I just always continue to bring up these storylines of these people that become so specialized with the deck. I mean, I'm literally backstage talking with my people, and in game one, you know, I don't know if we get to see it on stream, but in game one, it's like the point values go all the way to your opponent, and you come back because that's just what the deck does. You know the limitations. You have been playing this deck now for months and months and months. You know, you already have your championship invite from back when you played Master Yi, of course, in Las Vegas. So, like, you're very much like aiming for these best ofs, and with Hartford coming up, you know, I would assume you're still going to probably play the bear there to try and maybe steal that last one as well.
Yeah, that's going to be the last event where we can get set 1 best ofs, from my current understanding at least. So I would like to just get the last bear, do the 5 for 5. That would be really awesome. But yeah, more than anything, it would mean the world to me to make top cut with the bear.
My last question is, because I have to ask you as a herald of, you know, the Stormbringer.
Yes.
How many people like look up to you or message you and ask for advice? Because I think of these legends from Origins that are maybe like not seeing as much play anymore, but the deck is still powerful. You know, Aurora is obviously very strong, but it's not the only way to play the game. And there must be people out there that are probably like looking and messaging you and asking you like, how do I do such a thing? So is there any advice that you could give to the players out there that want to just play their favorite deck and then can be just like you, making day 2, taking home multiple best ofs? Like, what do you think is the best piece of advice you would give?
Yeah, I think like actually specializing is really important in this game. We have currently, in the current format, we have 40 legends. That's only going to keep expanding. So like and because of the best of system, like it is a jungle meta. Like you just do not know what you're going to play against, so you need to just know the ins and outs of your deck. And if you're picking a deck like Volibear, or say, for instance, my teammate Colin on set, a big advantage is also just that people haven't really played against these decks. So when you're playing these off-meta picks, you know what you're doing, you know what your game plan is, but your opponents often do not. So if you just put the time in and you really understand your deck, I think that you could take it really far. I would say, like you mentioned earlier, I got a Master Yi to the first question. I did get a Master Yi in Vegas. That was my very first best of. And I was playing Aurora Yi, which was like not very common back then. And I did get a little bit of attention for that. I mean, people loved the Sand Soldier tech and stuff, but I would definitely say when I started performing on Volibear, I got way more attention. I mean, you know, this legend was very underrepresented. And honestly, the list, when I started seeing the original best ofs, no offense to the people out there, but I thought I could optimize these lists way better. I really understand Aurora. I've been playing it since set 1. My teammate Daniel, who got all the way to the finals, was on my Aurora Yi list that I put him on in the very first regional at Houston. And so I've just been playing Aurora decks for a really long time, but I don't really like the Aurora decks like Sivir, where like you're all in on Aurora. If you don't see the Aurora, your deck just dies. Volibear and Yi were really good at playing without it. You don't even need to see it. Volibear, I'd say, is even way better at playing without it. If you just curve like Rengar into Forerunner into Kadrigan, draw 3 cards, ramping every single time you're playing these guys, like that's just a really strong curve. Not a lot of decks can deal with that much might, and Forerunner's still a monster even with Starcross running around. So yeah, I would say just lock in on your favorite guy and really just understand what your game plan is into the rest of the field, but just know that like you're not always just going to play meta. You could play against anything, so just specialize on your thing.
Specialization is key, and practice makes perfect, just as you have perfected the art of the bear. And Volibear, I think, is not going anywhere, at least when I think of you specifically, Billionaire. So thank you so much. Congratulations on your win here, and good luck with the rest of the...
He's wrong in the matter of 40 legends. It's only going to get bigger than that, because really most people only really care for the best ofs. Maybe on the side event you'll see people playing like whatever they fancy. But as of next set, we do lose like 16 legends.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the case, as you point out. I mean, some of them, like Prismatism, is finding a way to just make any work in every single set, despite not having it, you know, the chance of getting best of meta card. It might still be a good chance of top 8ing, so it depends on what these players are going to be prioritizing. But I agree with you, Agito. I think just the simple fact that you lose that incentive that can be upwards of $15,000 USD up to like 2025 sometimes, that's a big thing. That's a big motivator for a lot of these players that are going in like right now. There's a lot of players, not a lot I should say, but there's a handful of players that are fully committed in terms of going full in and full time on Riftbound, and they need that little bit of a payout every single regional to kind of keep those things rolling. And let's go, Sana. Best lucks. Oh, Ray, I saw you bring up a good point. Aguito, there was still an X1 Lux The combo is
Yes.
alive. Hopefully we get it here on the feature match.
So hopefully we can see the infinite looks, infinite energy, forever solar power looks. That'd be very cool to see in over here, I suppose, because we obviously haven't seen one on stage that did the combo, I believe.
Agito, if you could
last
keep me updated when they show the match, I'm gonna go ahead and put full screen on the standings, so I don't have the screen
Could be
pulled
right
up.
now.
Oh, they're doing it now. All right, chat. We'll check the standings in a little bit because I want to see where the Lux was standing in going into round number 9. Actually,
If
round
you
number
look,
10.
I'll tell you. Don't worry. Yeah, get rid of me soon. But yeah, if you want to have a quick look, I'll let you know when they actually are starting the round. We can jump back in together.
All right, chat, let's take a quick gander at the top standings. Is Squirtle still undefeated with his impeccable Azir? Let's go ahead and find out momentarily while we go ahead and get things started. And yes, Squirtle is the number 1 seed, currently 9-0. Unbelievable. That dream of Azir versus Allen, or I should say Squirtle versus Allen, is coming closer and closer to becoming a reality. Rek'Sai continuing on the tear that they showcased in the very last round of day 1. Remaining undefeated. Of course, we did get the chance to see Alan ZQ, Diana, Master Yi, and Wujek. If you guys remember Wutek, he was the top 8 competitor from Lille. He was the one that kissed the camera when he charmed in the player. That's him. So awesome player. And that's it. Diana, Azir, Rek'Sai, and Master Yi are the only undefeated players currently. Taking a look if we can see the Lux real quick.
Not on the first page, maybe the second page.
Yeah, Lily is still X1. Darius is still X1. So let's get a little Lily action. Victor remaining X1 as well. So a lot of these players still in the contention position for a top 8 finish. Kha'Zix X1. Give us a little bit of Kha'Zix on the feature table. Gonkra, she's doing great. And it's starting now. Thank you, Agito.
I mean, it's 2 Kha'Zix that are at 8-1, so that's not so bad. Colin's obviously 8-1 now, but again, probably one of the best 5 players in the tournament today, so can't really say too much for that, can you?
All right, chat, let's go ahead and get things started. Round number 10 of the Utrecht Regional Qualifier starts now. Hopefully we don't get... Ooh, I recognize the player. Shout out to the Rift Lab TCG fam out in the UK. He is on Master Yi, if memory serves me right, as I saw him on Twitter. So doing a phenomenal job. Let's see who his opponent is for this event, or for this matchup.
Sento Kairi? Ray? Sento Kairi?
We go with Sento. I see a nice little tech piece there, the Fiora. Fiora Fearless is not a card we see often. It does get double the stats if you're attacking / defending alone. Or I believe if your opponent is attacking with only a single unit, it doubles its might.
Yeah, so this was played a lot at the start of Spirit Forge when it came out. And then instantly died because everyone was like, yeah, you just walk in with 2 units. And like, oh, yeah, that stops it. But she is 5 on your opponent's turn. She's defending. So having 10 might for just having a unit there is pretty darn good. But again, only if you're walking with 1 unit. So as long as your opponent can play a plethora of units, you'll be fine. Will this go against, say, it doesn't look like the Rek'Sai player from yesterday. So who are we going to see here? Maybe a 9-0 into an 8-1. Maybe we'll see a Irelia, so it's a green versus green matchup. Maybe we'll see something else.
Yeah, a little bit of calm on calm violence. Can never go wrong. We are talking about the highest table, so it's only natural to see those higher top tier builds / decks in the current Unleashed meta. And Kid Nasty saying Fiora has to be 1-on-1. Thank you, Kid Nasty. Thanks for the clarification. So it has to be 1-on-1, like Agito said. If you're swinging with 2, it completely kind of... you can't activate that ability, but keeping it in there just in case for the mirror matches. Master Yi tends to have just a single unit on these battlefields, and Fiora could very well be that one of difference maker in those decks. Something I do want to point out from that deck list as well, going a bit further in on the houses are big strategy, he went with 1 punch first out in Vancouver, but it looks like this guy is going with the doubling up on primal strength, saying that is such a crucial card to have in any matchup. I want more of them. Anytime I get free, I say free, but 4 energy, 1 power, 7 might increase for 1 card. You can't go too wrong. Yes, it's defiable. Yes, it's expensive, but when it resolves, it's a game defending type play. So I don't blame him. But you know, this player on the right looks a little familiar. I think this might be the Victor player, if I remember.
Could be. I do kind of recognize the face as well, but hopefully we'll see shortly what their deck list is. Probably just have a quick deck check, just make sure everything's still in order. No forgotten cards from the sideboard from the last game. Overall, though, as you were saying, though, the issue I find with Primal is if you are going against a green deck or a purple deck, Primal does feel a bit rough sometimes if you need to use it, get that extra might in, and then you just get defied as it is defiable, unlike Punch First, which isn't defiable.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's holding that primal strength back, because if it wasn't defiable, we would see 3-ofs in every single mastery deck. But these guys are just getting things situated as they get into this round 10 preparations. Nice little shuffle up from your opponents. And Aguito, side note, as we kind of get things started here, are you more so shuffling your opponent's deck? Are you kind of one of those players, or you just let them do it and just you do the cut alone?
So in friendlies, so like skirmishes, local stuff, like lower tier events, I'll just do what I call a gentleman's cut, which is you shuffle it, I'll cut it in half, and then we just call that.
Okay.
When it comes to a big tournament play, I'll probably do what I call the quarters cut. So I'll put into 4, and then you just shuffle them back in. So you can put the bottom one in the middle, top one towards the bottom, and then you just put the 2 middle pieces sort of opposite each other. So that way, the deck is fully basically randomized.
Yeah, a nice little extra cut just in case. I've never been an opponent shuffler myself, but I feel like you can never go wrong, especially at the top tables. Not that they're trying to pull a fast one on you, but it's just good to get in the habit of it. But man, I am dying to find out who his opponent is. We haven't seen the deck list. We haven't seen the image of the legend just yet. They are keeping us on our toes. The suspense is building. Mastery versus question mark is on everyone's mind. Who are we going to get the advantage, or who are we going to get the pleasure of spectating in this round number 10? I want to know, but I'll go ahead and hold back. I'll be patient. It looks like it's going to be a good game nonetheless. And interesting that they're not showing us the deck list. I think they want to give everyone a bit of a surprise.
Just a Dave currently in there. So far, we've seen Diana, which was LNZQ, versus Colin on his famous set. We know that the player on the left is playing Yi, but so far the player on the right is apparently playing Brom. Like, we don't know he's playing at all now, so he's brought a mystery.
He's playing a set 4 legend from Vendetta, it looks like. But no jokes aside, it looks like these guys getting their mulligans underway, and we're about to find out very soon who is going to be, and it is the Lux Infinite combo, more than likely. We don't know for sure, but is the one remaining X1 Lux. I am thoroughly excited, Aguito.
So, same here. Hopefully we get to see the combo again. I'm sure everyone still enjoys the video from the other week, but nonetheless, it's good to see something happening here with the Lux still in prime position for a top 8 cut. We've got the drop there from... Oh, okay, never mind. We didn't get the drop there from the Yi. It's gone forever. And now we're going straight into turn 2, though, on the Yi here. Do we have a follow-up play after that abysmal call of the week coming in there? It's ruining your day.
Right, luckily it was a Lonely Portal, so you get an additional draw for your troubles, but it is 100% confirmed the Infinite Loop Lux combo that we saw for the very first time, making his debut in the Tianjin Regional in that final round 7 of day number 1, blowing everyone's mind. You guys most likely have seen it on YouTube. Maybe you guys caught it live like me and Aguito were spectating, but we see the echo, we see the sacrifices. Now we see some new inclusions into the deck. It looks like after a week of practice, the deck has been slightly optimized because Card Shop wasn't in the deck list of the original Lux Loop.
As far as I thought there was a one of in the deck, and then you just slide it out generally for like more removal or more draw power. But I don't hate an extra gold. Does the opponent want extra gold? I wouldn't say no to 2 gold. You don't want one? Fine, fair enough. Overall, though, having a unit early on is pretty good, especially because they're probably not going to stack up on one battlefield. They're probably going to try and get 2 points early on, as they kind of know what this deck does. You've got to go fast. So Card Sharp will kind of have to deal with the weaker unit here, unless you do get access to something more powerful in the deck. I believe there was a progress day in hand, so next turn we're going to progress day, draw 5, and then we're going to go.
Right, and for anyone at home that isn't too familiar with this deck, Aguito, can you do your best to kind of, in simple terms, break down what's essentially the Lux Loop, the infinite combo everyone has discussing? Do you think you could break it down for us? Or we could work on it together as well?
So, the shortest version is essentially you get your deck down to about 3 cards, and then you loop with sabotage. No, sorry, you loop with sacrifices, forge, and echo until you have roughly infinite amount of resources on your side.
Mm-hmm.
You then play out your beloved Renata. You then, before that, you play Rally of the Troops, so she's buffed to 5. There should be a Fury in the deck still, which then lets you ready it every single time. You then use the effect of Renata to make a point. You then retreat it back to hand, and then you just loop that as much as you can over the course of the next 50 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's surprisingly consistent as we're seeing here. This player is an impressive 8-0 run or 8-1 run. So let's see if he's able to pull off the combo one more time. But Alguito, you said it perfectly. It all resides on the back of that Renata retreat combo. But first things first is the Echo sacrifice to build an infinite amount of energy. I wonder if they're going to go ahead and just, after 3 rotations of the infinite loop, say, okay, we've seen enough. But sometimes they kind of mess up the sequencing, so I almost want to be one of those players to force him to win. But you know, at one point you just clearly know that you've won. But the defy on the Shadows Call is huge, because if we know one thing about Lux, as you said, Alguito, you need to get down to those final 3 to 4 cards in hand, so that when you do Shadow Call, you know exactly what you're picking up off the top. So Define is just making it that much more difficult, as we do see the Lux champion getting deployed out just to generate those extra energy. I don't think he could go ahead and get anything off this very next turn. So I think Master Yi is doing a phenomenal job of slowing this Lux deck enough. Things like Sabotage, things like Defy might be the path to victory for this Master Yi.
I will say that I feel like green decks are probably one of the worst decks to go into for the Lux, especially early on when you haven't got the high power. But Master Yi also has access to Sabotage, which you saw earlier, which took that progress date out of hand, which definitely does hinder your play very early on. There's still a good chance to get down to that third or first progress date once again. But obviously the issue is, if you can't draw, as we've seen so far, 7 draws been removed from this player's hand in the first 3 turns, it's going to be more of a slow progress. But with the Lux here, being able to channel spells that are 5 or more, you can use for 2 less cost. So overall, pretty darn good having the extra resources here going forwards. We do know the Echo is in hand, so if they really want to, they can accelerate that, just start beating down. Or, I do like the Spirit Burst here, as you get the extra draw for playing it.
You do get the extra burst, but you need a little bit more card draw than that. But trying to go ahead and put some pressure on this board just to get some points on the table as well, making it just that much more easily to pull off the combo. I wonder if there's a secondary win condition, because right now I thought he did have the progress day in hand, but unfortunately that was Sabotage, of course. So it just doesn't have enough card draw. Like we saw when we were watching that round 7 out in Tianjin, he played 3 progress day. By the time he had generally right around this energy, like this would be his turn where he played his second progress day. Right now for our Lux player, he has played 0, which I think is a huge difference maker. As you said, you draw 4, you draw an additional draw because it's a 5 spell or a 5 energy spell or more from our Lux legend ability. So you're missing out on like 10 cards, as we've seen traditionally this deck kind of play out. So it's a bit of a different strategy here, and I wonder if he's pivoting, as he did play the Sprite Burst. But I feel like there's only one true way of kind of winning in this kind of loop deck. But I'm curious to find out if he does have an alternate win condition.
So Maps is pretty good, obviously, because they're holding on the other battlefield, which means to get a draw for the point. And now it's them saying, if you want to take this battlefield from me, you have to fight for it. And if you do, I'll still get a draw from it, as well as a channeled ruin. So currently, I think he's 4, 2, so there's 9 there. Battlefield currently has 10. So you have to expend some resources to take that battlefield away. And again, if you do take it, I'll get a free draw.
Yeah, there's a good amount of might on that battlefield. 3, 6, 9, 10 total might. So it's going to take a bit more than just the units currently at hand. You have 3 plus the 5 plus the 4 is only 9. So forcing a couple resources out of the hand currently. So backs the Lonely Pour Up. Could rely on something like a first mate from hand, but trying to just go ahead and dwindle down the Zon Warrens with the 2 units you currently have. and then something like a discipline slash on guard to do the remaining additional might you need to go ahead and conquer. Because if you stay on that even point threshold, if you manage to go up to 6, that is exactly where you want to be. Because I don't think Lux is anywhere near the position to deploy out this infinite loop combo on the very next turn, and you might very well be in the position to go ahead and close things out from 6 to 7 to 8 point on your very next turn. Mastery is looking pretty good.
Yeah, right now, currently you're going 4 into the 10, so you can take the bird, and if you want to, that way they can't hold on the following turn, so you get your free ramp, which is pretty good on the side of Lux, just in case they do start drawing into those more heavy spells. 3 into 3, that will take then one of these, that's fine, and then you put in your Master Yi, correct? Yes, you get the points, that means you get the draw. So not the worst place to be in for Senen right now. So I do see the sacrifice in hand. There is a charm in hand, so that could be a case of dragging over the Lux now, getting rid of that body. So no more free spells or reduced cost spells.
I like the line. I like the play. Charm, just to go ahead and make it just that much more difficult. To make matters worse, you know, Aguito, this is just some little extra salt on the wound. Take these sacrifices out. I'm taking rather the troops out, as we saw.
I'd say rather the troops out too.
Yeah, sacrifices isn't going to be all that much. Granted, you do get the Echo combo, but there's 2 sacrifices. I think rally the troops, there's usually only a single one of in the deck. There's no Forge of the Future to be found, so Rally the Troops is the card to go all the way to the bottom of the deck, and that is a healthy deck size. I say that because you want the deck on in your hand virtually, rather than currently in the main deck as it is right now. So far away from the Invent combo, and to make matters worse, as we said, the Charm, the Sabotage. Mastery looks like he came well prepared for dealing with this kind of deck.
And that's it. Mastery has a fantastic matchup into this just because it has Defies, it has the Not So Fast, it has the Wind Balls if you don't want to play Wind Balls, Sabotage for early hand clear. If you keep them off the draw, they ain't playing the game.
And it looks to be the case right here, right now. He picks up a Ruination, good enough to kind of delay the inevitable, slow things down. And sometimes you just have to do what you have to do. It looks like he's tapping enough runes for that Ruination to just kind of reset button. But we are still talking about, you don't have the deck size you need. You haven't gone through the cards that you're looking for. You need those progress days. The Echo comes out. I guess he's trying to go ahead and do it right here, right now. You could go ahead and top deck into Progress Day. We are looking at the next 2 cards in hand. So sacrifice, here we go, chat. This is it. He's going for it. Doesn't have any other option. Can he see the cards he needs off the top? Because right now he's going to be floating 6 energy before untapping them with Echo. So back up to, he has the full set of runes plus the 6, so 18 total runes to work with. Floats 1 just because he was channeling, right? Okay, that makes sense. So it gets a power and an additional energy. So this is where things get a little bit interesting. I'm curious to find out how deep he can take the combo this turn.
So we do have a Stupefying Hand, so we can start looking at it in a little bit more draw power going through. The best. Tool of the week. Okay, not bad. Just clear some stuff if we can. Obviously, there's a power in the back as well, so it's not nothing on the side of. I'm going to say Pent. Call him Pent. Pent's currently here, looking still pretty good. Obviously, next turn is the turn to win. If you can't basically pull off the combo now, or a combo right here. Ruination will help with that, though.
Yeah, Ruination is definitely a step in the right direction. You're definitely slowing down that tempo because you desperately need to deal with the units at hand, as he is at 6 points, threatening lethal the very next turn. Of course, things like First Mate make things interesting, but it's tough to do 2 conquerors on that single turn with not too many cards in hand. And now the Echo, nowhere to be found, as you aren't able to pick it up. And I misspoke. Of course, the Echo in hand sacrifice we saw was also in hand. So doing it one more time, can he pick up things like Progress Day? Because one of the puzzle pieces is currently in hand. He does have Forge of the Future. I wonder if he pulls it off from this position. I would be crazily impressed because I thought it was impossible.
He's got another Progress Day in hand now, so we just go do the loop again. Forge first, okay, get yourself the Recruit. So you can start putting things at the bottom of the deck you want to put at the bottom of the deck, which is obviously the Echoes. What else can we do here? So we've got the Echoes, got the Sacrifices.
Looks like he's going to be triggering the Forge of the Future, picking up 3 cards or up to 4 cards from your trash pile, recycling them to the bottom of the deck. Looks to just look through the current trash. So picking a sacrifice, double sacrifice. I would imagine an additional Forge of the Future and the Shadows Call. Those are exactly the glue that sticks every piece of this infinite loop combo together. Shuffle things up, putting at the bottom, and then I don't think you draw here. Is he out of drawing potential? Or you said he did have the progress day, didn't he?
He drew into a progress day and a singularity, so he should be progress staying now for the extra 4. Master Yi doesn't really have access to enough ruins to get to conquers this turn, so we are still got a turn in on the side of Senin, but no, he's going to pass there. Maybe just trying to weaken the battlefield, try and get rid of some units, as Master Yi isn't known for running hundreds of units, but generally a good 12 or so. I think we've seen about 6 so far, so maybe if we can just keep them off the units for an extra turn or 2, it's not so bad. Going in with the Sprite Burst, get the extra draw.
A big indication that Master Yi's hand was not too good, to say the least. Picks up a card and passes. Wait, Aguito, does Master Yi just have a single card in hand? Because that's the rune deck to the left. It's confusing because most players have different sleeves for their rune deck and for their main deck, but Pristag has blue and blue. I've never seen that before. I feel like that would definitely get a little bit confusing, but giving the breathing room that Lux needs to kind of get back in this game, and you can never count him out, especially when you do have those Shadows Calls, as we just saw him deploying out, and you do have the potential of drawing a little bit more, but further he doesn't go, and actually forgoes a double conquer, interesting enough.
Yeah, I don't know if it's concerning because you don't want to really trade a trash with the Zorns. I would have probably gone for the free, so that way it's less of a push on the Renata coming up.
I think, honestly, thinking about it a little bit more, that's him playing around the trophy hunters of the world. He's saying, you know what, if I leave one of my units exposed here, that allows him to go ahead and utilize that legend ability, or utilize the trophy hunter ability to get onto this battlefield. So let's go ahead, and even though I just lose these sprite tokens, at the worst, I got 1 draw from my legend ability, right? So just playing it for the draw rather than for the impact of increasing your point total. I like the way he's playing. And this is just a bit of a feels bad situation. Off to a stellar start, up to 6 point, and then it completely ran into a brick wall as it stands and isn't able to progress his board state any further. But the same cannot be said about our Lex player. She is churning and churning the wheels and heading into that infinite loop direction as he picks up an additional progress day, has the backup plan of another ruination, the Echo sacrifice combo. Things are going up and up for our infinite loop player.
Yeah, right now this is kind of where you want to be. This is how we saw it originally. And this is basically how it works out. You know, it's very slow, like a lot of those Aurora decks where your opponent's generally getting the tempo for the first 5 or 6 turns, and then all of a sudden it's just, if you can't stop me, you know, you're just going to go all for it then.
If you can't stop me, nothing will stop me is the game plan here. Progress day number 2, maybe even number 3. I can't even remember at this point, but progress day doing exactly what it needs to do. An impressive +5 cards heading in the hand right here from the deck, and I can't think of any better card to kind of dwindle down the total cards in main deck like that progress day. I don't think he's there quite yet. 1 more turn, and I believe he will be able to pull up the infinite loop combo.
Yeah, I am just pondering. I think he has said pass, so that is fine currently. Like we said before, it's kind of hard to just get the 2 points you need on the side of Master Yi right now. Once you kind of get those cards down to like 2 or 3 cards on the bottom, we would essentially just be going, yeah, get an extra draw.
Wait, how did he play the Stupefy in reaction to what?
Draw? I don't know. That's a great one, to be fair.
You can't, there's
So
no chain that open from the Scuttle Crab. Oh, Scuttle Draw. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Of course, the ability being triggered on the chain. Sorry, chat. Of course. Price Stalker was in hand and does have the ability to go ahead and surprising him onto one of these battlefields. So conquers up to 7, knocking on the door of victory for this game number 1. He's saying, Lux, do your worst. If you can't get the loop off on this very next turn, I am winning. I say that with the Ruination currently in the hand of Lux, so maybe it's not as straightforward as that. There could be a little bit more grace.
Yeah, that is going to be a Zonya's underneath the Rengar, most definitely. I believe there is a Colour of the Week in hand. Currently going through the trash quite quickly. What do we have here? So yeah, we need to get the Forge the Future out now. Try and get those sacrifices and everything back in the bottom. Just start doing the loop more efficiently. In hand, we do have the bursts. We got a retreat. We got some birds.
Yeah, I mean, he has the answers. Just like Chad said, he does have the singularity at the worst to try to impact both of these units on Mastery's side. I don't even think you have to go ahead and invest this Ruination just yet. But he's lacking the echoes, he's lacking the sacrifices, and those are kind of the big important pieces that pretty much start off the engine of that infinite loop combo. Shadow Call is a step in the right direction. Drawing 2, can he pick up the echoes? Because I believe all echoes or at the bottom of the deck currently, desperately looking for a Future of the Forge, or Forge of the Future.
So we do have to get rid of this Rengar right now. So as you said, it would be a case of use that the singularity as quick as we can, just so that way they can't hold to 8. What must be done right now.
You know, Aguito, something to note, he just picked up the Rally the Troops that was recycled from the initial Sabotage. So he finally has gone through a full rotation of his deck. So if he's keeping track of things, he understands that and sees that and knows that the echoes are right around the corner. But a singularity being met by the Zonya's Hourglass. Unfortunately for a Master Yi player, he does have access to an additional Cult of the Week, I believe. But that is defiable.
I think he's out of cards. So I think the Master Yi is currently handless. So unfortunately, it's a case of if you've got it, you've got it.
Oh, you're so right. That was it. All he cards. He doesn't have any access to Define. But looking at the trash for the time being, he's saying, what do you have to put back from something like a Forge of the Future? Oh, no. He's looking at the hand currently. Or no. It just looks like the hand. Wait, is he playing more Rally the Troops?
Oh, Scuttle Crab.
Oh, of course. That is the hand. It looked like the trash. It looked like the deck. But I was going to say, that was the Rally the Troops we were just talking about that he picked up from the deck.
So yeah, so we do have the 2 left here for the... There you go, Rengar's gone. Again, they're handless again. Currently, it's a bit of a situation for Pen. Pen is now kind of in that top deck mode and hoping for the best here. The best may not be coming, unfortunately. And again, we only have 7 cards in deck now. So yeah, passing back because there's nothing you can do.
I think the time is now, Aguito. Infinite loop coming. That's the echo that we described was right around their corner, as he does know a full rotation has begun. Here is step 1, Rally the Troops. Everything you play comes with an additional buff. That's going to be echo number 2. Actually, is the Future of the Fluff. So now, or Forge of the Future. There's so many things with Forge in there. But I think everything is set. The stage has been set. Echo, Sacrifice, Forge of the Future incoming on this turn. Will he be able to pull it off? And is there anything that Pristak can do to kind of stop Lux in their tracks? A double Rally the Troops. So you come in with 2 buffs, draw an additional 1. There's the sacrifice. So you're more than capable of developing out this combo on this turn. I think it's as good as over. There was just too many turns that passed, giving him so much window of opportunity to get this play off. I think the fact that Ruination cleared the whole board, that's where everything went for the took a turn for the worse against our Master Yi player.
So I haven't seen Renata in the hand. So I'm just wondering, do they have a Renata? Is this going to be a case of where they just wipe out your opponent's board continuously and then just walk accelerated units in?
You know, as we just said, they did go through a full rotation in the main deck, and you're absolutely right. We've seen 0 blue Renatas. Wait a second, what is their win condition here? So they do have the capabilities of going infinite in terms of energy / resources for runes, right? But with the lack of Renata, are we seeing any alternate win? Maybe Sprite Burst to conquer, but that doesn't make sense because you can only do that once per turn. I didn't see the Renatas at all. It didn't get banished. There was nothing from Mastery that does it. What is he having in mind? Chat, let us know. Arguito, if you could think of anything as well, because I thought Renata was the one thing that kind of solidified your ability to go from 1 to 8 in a single turn.
I haven't seen Fioras either.
Wow.
So I don't know what this version looks like. It's still infinite, so they're still doing a version of the infinite combo. I just don't know what their version of the combo is. Uh-oh.
Yeah, very, very
There we go.
interesting.
Oh, so scared for a second. I was like, oh god, we're gonna deck out and give the guy a point.
Yeah, the burnout counts. That counts as going from 7 to 8, giving your opponent a victory. But now, looking to do Forge of the Future stuff so that you don't deck out and burn out, giving your opponent a point as you just talked about. But this could be more of a full-on control / infinite resource game plan. So at any turn, you have enough resources to do things like Ruination. I mean, honestly, what else do you want to do on top of that? Because I can understand where you just go ahead and get infinite recruit tokens that come in as 3/3 bodies because of the double rallied troops. Sprite burst coming in for 7, or not 7, but for 5 might units. But it's such a much different and slower approach than we've seen from the Lux loops of the Lux loop decks of the past. Because you're still only able to do double conquer per turn, right? I feel like that's way slower.
Yeah, you can only double conquer per turn unless you have something that is an additional win con, which would be the Renata. Unless the Fiora and the Renata are in the hand and we just haven't seen them, then that could be the case. But so far, I think it is just a slow grind, get the infinite combo going, get this infinite amount of points on your side. And again, I'm hoping it's just a case of it's in the hand and we just didn't recognize it when it was shown from the Scuttle Crab. But currently, I'm not sure what this version is doing.
Neither do I, because I'm pretty sure that had to be... Those are like instrumental cards for this Lux loop, right? You need the Renatas, you need the Fiora Worthies. But hey, let's go ahead and just sit back and pay attention to what he has, because keep in mind, guys, he is virtually undefeated, just a single loss out of all the day 1, and then starting day 2 off pretty well as well. So does get the Forge Future, doing very similar things, but the end game is looking rather different. You know, we'd had the Scuttle Crab proc a little bit ago. We didn't see the Worthy, we didn't see the Renata, and we've seen the entire deck so far, so they're nowhere to be seen. So I guess I gotta rely on the units at hand, the Yordles, the Recruit, the Sprite Bursts, to do the points every turn from here on out. So we're talking about 2, 4, 3 turns until you're able to close things out. I feel like that's just way too long right now.
Just feel way too long. And again, like you said, there's no like additional win con. Slowly chipping away at your opponents, hoping they don't have any more units, I guess would be the game plan now. Like you get them so defunct on units that there's nothing they can do. Unless it is a case of, I will accelerate Echo, I'll put him in, I'll then kill the Echo, I'll then bring him back, and I'll do it again. And then you get your 2 points for the turn. You've got all your ruins back again. You've got your Ruination ready for next turn.
We just saw a nice little pleasant smile saying, oh Lord, are you done with your turn yet? Churning away 30 minutes into game number 1. This is the result of these infinite loops. Your opponent playing the game, you not so much for the time being. So man, as fun as it is to witness this kind of deck, for your opponent playing at the feature table, not the most interactive or fun, I will say.
1 million
well,
energy.
here we go. 1 million energy. What a hilarious take to do on stream.
Yeah, this loop takes about 12 hours. Do you want to shortcut it? No? Okay, all right. You're going to win then because you're more than 2 points ahead. All right, retreat.
Yeah, so per the core rules, once you go ahead and establish that infinite resource loop 3 times, you can just go ahead and shortcut to infinity, and that's what they shortcutted to, 1 million energy. When have you ever seen that much stats, or not that much stats, but that much resources stats? I don't think it gets any better than this, but the only thing we keep going back to is the potential to close things out with nowhere to be seen, the Renata or the Fiora Worthy. He's going to pass back the turn, and he's going to pass back the turn several times before he gets up to 8. So Sprite Burst, Shadow's Call. I'm trying to really think and break down exactly what he has in mind, but the only thing we keep going back to is he has to double conquer every turn from here on out is the only win condition, it feels like.
So it's not like he's got multiple time warps in hand. So it's not as though it's like I've got infinite energy and I'm just going to get to 3 and I'm going to time warp to 5, time warp to 7, time warp to 8. It's this is yeah, I'm wondering what the game plan here is. It just my opponent passes and they kind of realize that I don't have Renata in hand?
I mean, he knows by now. He's kind of revealed the main deck, so he's not even flipping the main deck down. He's kind of just showing these are the last 3 cards I have in hand. As long as I don't draw an additional 1, you won't be getting that burnout point. But, oh, man. What is he getting at? 1,000,000 power. You float 1 power, so you have infinite resources. We're gonna get our answer so shortly. At least I hope so anyways. You have a tremendous amount of energy, a tremendous amount of power. We've never seen anything like this in any regional qualifier in the past. Our history is being made as we speak. Unchecked power looking to do something well, but you know, it goes back to what you said, Aguito. Time Warp is a way of doing that. But that's another card we haven't seen anything of. Time Warp, Renata, Fiora Worthy. Where are these key cards to what we know as the Lux Loop? It looks like he's going a different route, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to have variations of a loop, especially if there is multiple variations of a loop. So that way it's not as scripted every single time. But again, it's all right having this 1,000,000 energy and 1,000,000 power, but if you can't use it, then it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, there's no win condition in Riftbound that having more energy results in winning the game, of course. So think about this. If you can't score to 8 on this turn, you pass the turn and all that 1,000,000 energy, all that 1,000,000 power resets to 0. So man, this is the most interesting match we've seen thus far out in Utrecht, but it could be all amounting to nothing. I don't want to be as negative as that, but I'm just not seeing. I know a couple of people in chat can agree with us. They're not seeing the win condition as it stands because we've seen the whole deck. But as I said, we're going to go ahead and sit back. There is a reason he only has a single loss on the game. You can make as much sprite tokens as you want, but they do have temporary, so that they're not going to be sticking around for forever, of course.
That's kind of thing. You know, we're going to make these 2 tokens here. We're going to make 1,000,000 of them. I guess they can then walk in. That's the thing. If they had Renata, it makes sense because you walk them all in first, and that way Rengar can't come and do his thing. And then you then move the Renata in. And then you just go, okay, now it's time for infinite loop. But again, we didn't see the Renata, we didn't see the Fiora. We haven't really seen time warps to make it make sense to just continue looping turns. But yeah, I'm very confused.
I think chat's onto something. He's going for the game plan of making, you know, he has 1,000,000 energy, he has 1,000,000 power. Now he's going for the game plan of developing 1,000,000 sprites, spreading the difference, putting 500,000 on one battlefield, 500,000 on the other battlefield, saying conquer if you can, and then repeat an entire eternity again. Get the infinite power, get the infinite energy, get the infinite sprites, rinse and repeat. A much slower, but in his opinion, a bit more consistent. It's just a whole lot more sequencing work to do to kind of get into this kind of win condition we're witnessing here.
Yeah, even with 1,000,000 sprites, how do you win still? They just disappear on your following turn. We need to see the payoff here because currently your opponent's falling asleep.
Yeah. And as interesting as this is,
we're going in.
talking about a game 1 going into the deep round of half of the turn timer already taken into account. So sprite number 1 pushes in. That's a conquer. Sprite number 2 pushes in, going up to 3. Let's see, do they have another card called Infinite Sprite? Or I guess in this situation, it's going to be 1,000,000 sprite, dividing it by 2. Okay, I mean, just play out all your units as well, but that's not going to be enough, is it? I guess technically, if you play out every unit you have in the deck, it should be as good as having, like, infinite sprites in this situation.
Yeah, I guess. It just seems very, very weird.
Very weird. And Dio saying, you know what, let's go ahead and fortify this one battlefield, because right now, being at 7 points, we're forcing you to double conquer. Yes, Rengar Trophy Hunter could take down one, but that's just going to be netting you a draw. You have the Ruin Runner, you have the Pit Rookie.
There we go.
That's
That's
just
what
not
it
going to
is.
be enough. Passes the turn. Oh, not yet. Not yet. Master Yi still has something to do.
So there you go. Yeah, so it's the million recruits. And I think this is what we said about last time. Was I think you just build so many recruits up and you put them on the battlefield and you just can't take them off the battlefield.
Ah, of course. We were thinking with the sprite tokens, but of course, with the Forge of Fluff, or the Forge of the Future getting played out every single time you do the loop, you effectively get a million recruits, and those aren't temporary. So split the difference: 500,000 might on one battlefield, 500,000 might on the other battlefield, and then Master Yi, do your worst. I think this is a different approach, but I don't hate it. It does take an incredibly long time, as I keep going back to this. Game 1 has been taking an incredible long 33 minutes into this round. But at the end of the day, if your opponent doesn't have a spell like Ruination, they can't do anything about it.
They do have Divine Judgment in that color.
Oh,
which is just
true.
2 gears, 2 gears, 2 ruins, and then you just go, all right, get off.
I love these
Everything
little
looks like
shortcuts, Aguito. Let's go. You know, I have a million recruits, but let's just put 10K on one. When have we ever seen these numbers in the history of Riftbound? Just visualize it for anyone at home. 10,000 recruit tokens reinforcing these battlefields, saying, I mean, we're used to talking about single digits numbers. There's not a lot of units in Riftbound that have double digits. We're talking about 10K. What did we just witness? Unbelievable, incredible stuff. A little bit of a twist on our traditional infinite Lux loop, but it was an interesting one at that. What do we feel about that, Aguito?
So I think this is what I was going on about the last time we saw the loop. And I was like, I think you're just going to build an army of recruits. And it was just like, well, how do you get there and actually deal with the situation? In this situation, you just build 1 million points, and you just build 1 million units, and you just build 1 million energy and 1 million power, and then you walk everything you have into a zone, and then you take that zone, and then you stops your opponent from going to 8 on that turn by the looks of it. So infinite energy looks might be the game plan, but I prefer the Renata one because it's about 20 minutes shorter.
Right, you know, I think it goes to show his adaptation by people figuring out those key crucial cards, right? The key pieces, as we discussed before, were Worthy and Renata. But if they get, let's say, Mind Splittered, I guess Mind Splitter just goes back to the bottom of the deck. But I guess in those circumstances where things like Smite come into play, where you banish the card, or I believe there's things... Remind me if I'm wrong, there's a card in orange called Disposable Orders. Your reaction speed able to take care of some cards in the graveyard. I believe they may or may not go to the banish zone. If they do, this is a way of kind of working around, kind of singly targeting those cards like the Renata, like the Fiora Worthy, because that's how everyone prepared. They're like, okay, if I deal with Renata, if I kind of reaction speed lower their might so that they can't ready, then their combo completely goes offline. So this is a kind of workaround, and it's a heck of a workaround, but still finding success nonetheless.
I just think the price of Divine Judgment's about to spike and skyrocket to the moon.
Yeah, I believe so. Divine Judgment, guys, hold them on, because this loop is looking crazy. Especially, you bring up a good point. If this Lux loop manages to get all the way into top 8, Lux in general is going to go ahead and skyrocket. Thankfully, though, I think there's some decks that are a little bit speedier than Master Yi, because yes, he did manage to get up to 7 points, but he wasn't really off to the races from the beginning. A little bit of a slower trek to start things off. So any deck that can go ahead and double conquer a little bit earlier than what we saw Pristag do in this game number 1, I think is going to be posing a bit more of a problem, because he didn't get off until a very long time. I feel like there were so many turns that passed by before Lux actually committed to the Lux loop.
I'd say they did get quite a few of their draw spells stopped early on. So the sacrifice was stopped, I think, early on. They couldn't do... they got sabotaged. Their progress day got put to the bottom. So, the extra 7 cards does slow down the game plan a little bit, but obviously we got there in the end. But what a match.
What a match, right?
I think
we
something like
had to
Rengar would
do
be
it,
good.
right? They had to give us the Lux combo, at least for the last round. We're casting it together. Very similar to how it was in the Chinese region to close out day number 1. So a little deja vu a bit, but this one's a little bit more interesting. Or maybe not interesting, depending on how you like this Lux combo deck.
It's interesting that someone's figured out a different version, but it's not the best version of the Lux loop, in my opinion.
Right. If you're adding extra steps in what was already an extensively long combo to pull off. But I mean, we are making history here. When have we ever seen 10,000 recruit tokens defending a battlefield, right? This is just crazy. You know, what would seem like nonsense if you go to locals and tell, yeah, I had 10k might on this battlefield defending, everyone will be like, okay, what game are you playing, right? You're not
Don't
playing a
forget, they're all buffed as
Riftbound.
well. Yeah,
Well,
with the rally the troops, well, that's 20k damage on the field.
definitely. That was
all
20k
buffed.
damage or 20k might, defensive potential, offensive potential, unbelievable potential from this Lux combo deck. And I like it. I respect the player that plays it, understands that a lot of people are going to be caught off guard. And not only are you looking to go ahead and take home the best of Lux from winning, you know, you're probably already set at getting the best of Lux, but you're actually not too far off. Just like they were telling Millionaire that all he has to do is win 3 more rounds and he's locking in that top 8 position with an intentional draw at that last round.
Yeah, right now with the 8-1, Lux possibly going to go into 9-1. Obviously, if they can play out a full second game, that is kind of the decision maker right here. Double progress day in hand though. Ooh, I like that. But sabotage in hand is also going to be a big stopper there, I think.
Yeah, it
With
is.
the
It
double in
did,
hand
just,
early
it
on.
did slow her down just so much so, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day, right? But Sabotage has to be a key card. As you mentioned, double progress day picks up the Echo, missing the sacrifice, but things are heading in the right direction for our Lux player. And he's locked in. He's like, wait a second, I just showcased to the world. Well, you know, I say this on the most friendly way, the more toxic deck we've ever seen in Riftbound history.
Yeah, so what's the plan? It's to be very sad and hope that I can get to 8 points on the board before my opponent can loot me with 8 million armies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
right
the
now,
game plan has been revealed. Can you stop it is another question.
Yeah, so you're going to stupefy, right? Yeah, stupefy on the Lux. Just get the draw. Very good. So, yeah, a slower game, more equally paced. I do believe there's a challenge in hand, so if they really wanted to, they could bring out the first mate in a second and then just punch the Lux.
You know, I think one thing about this game number 2 is the Star Spring Battlefield essentially able to get a bit of a pseudo ganking potential, especially with this first mate. You ready the Lonely Portal, retreated back from the Star Spring, and then gank on over. Just in a way, you head back to base and find yourself to that other battlefield. Going up to 2, now threatening a double hold each and every turn. I like the play you were describing, though. A challenge couldn't be all that bad as Lux is tapped out, so challenge does get invested. Lux going down. And right now, if you don't have a singularity in hand, that might be exactly what Master Yi needs to go into that midway point sooner than later, because the hold up to 4 might just develop out to a hold up to 6, and then you're so close to closing things out in this game too.
It's like things that are going to annoy me. To be fair, is Colour of the Week more important to you than your opponent drawing 5 cards this turn? Or 6 cards with Stupefy?
I almost want to say for the immediate future, it has to be, right? Because we're talking about holding. You want to put points on the table every single chance you can. If you let the progress days live in the hand, they have to tap out virtually to do so. So they're not going to have enough runes to go ahead and play one of those kill spells. Or let me make sure that I'm saying that correct. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Singularity costs 6. Progress day costs 6. So yeah, single energy would be the only thing that remains. But no, he does put back the progress day. He's saying, you know what? I'll just go ahead and sacrifice the Lonely Portal, getting me a nice little draw. Because I have the Star Spring Battlefield, it's really easy for me to find myself in getting double points every turn. So actually, I do like that progress day banished instead.
Yeah, it does slow him down, although having the extra in hand so early on doesn't normally matter too much here. Giving -1 to the first mate, we're getting the extra draw off. Card sharp there, pretty cool. But again, I think progress day is the way to go here, getting that 5 draws off on the turn.
Can never go wrong with a nice little 5 draws off the top. Let's go ahead and see what those 5 cards are, which means no call of the week. That is a double hold, but we saw how close, yet so far, Master Yi managed to get in that game number 1. Went all the way up to 7 points, and that is nowhere near where he's at currently. So feeling good in a lot of position, or feeling good in the current position for Lugs, as they have a whole lot more cards in hand than they did in game number 1, surprising enough.
Yeah, I mean, right now, though, we are pretty good. There's nothing on the field, so Charm's not going to do anything here. It might just be a pass, to be fair. It's a pass, to be fair. Now, the draw is going to start slowing down as we do just draw into the third progress state. Now, we've got the birds. All these birds are available. We do have the Shadow's Calls as well. We could use on the birds just to get the extra runes going next turn, as well as the 2 draws. But we do have the third progress days out there in the hand.
I wouldn't blame him, but looks to be going a different direction, perhaps into a little Yordle / card shop to go ahead and get something on the board. And it will be a card shop just to get that go development / a unit to slow down the tempo of Master Yi, because right now he is threatening up to 6 points. One more turn and he might just very well be able to get that double conquer, especially we keep going back to that Star Spring is instrumental in this game, because right now, as long as you have 1 unit on that battlefield, you're able to kind of rendezvous over the other side very easily. So I think that's going to be a big difference. Granted, they only have 16 minutes left in this game, in the series, I should say.
I'd say if they can't get a loop off on the following turn, I do believe it will just be a case of Master Yi's holding to 8. Right now, there is at least 1 charm in hand, so they can just charm one of the card shops into... What's the plan? Bring them both back. Okay. I'm keeping you there. Okay.
You have to be very mindful of the card that kind of slowed down your tempo in that game number 1, the Ruination. So save your units. You have enough units to do all the work to conquer, double conquer, I should say, up to 8. You don't want to overextend. You have a disarming rank to take out that little disposable, or what's the Scornwort map, I believe it's called?
Some work max, yeah. So it's already used all its abilities right now, so you got the 2 draws out of it, so it's just dead on the field.
It's temporary, right?
Overall, it's temporary, yeah. So you've got the 2 draws out already, so Disarming Ray doesn't really help right now. But we are passing back here, holding to 7, then going to 8. I think the idea is here is you're going to move both of these in, take out the poor little Lonely Pyro, but we know that there's a very angry cat waiting in the wings just to jump in.
Definitely, and I think that was the play of just leaving these runes open. You could bait out the kitty cat though and then go for something like a Singularity, though I don't see the kill spell in hand. We do see the Ruination, but that's a bit of an investment to go ahead and just go on 2 units currently. You want to save it to something more impactful like we saw in that game number 1. So thinking about conquering, which is something that Lux tends to not do until the very end of their game plan. So does go for Star Spring, and the Trophy Hunter coming down. I think that was a little bait and switch, saying give me more units for this Ruination value.
That's it. Now Ruination obviously is a card that will be going off now, as you did say. But yeah, I mean, you're at 7. If you can accelerate a unit out the following turn, oh sorry, you have to do 2. Or would you have to try? What do you have to do? You'd have to. You need a minimum of 7. No, 8 runes up. So you could do 2 first mates, 1 of a 2-cost card, get it in, drop it down on top of the Star Spring, and then bring it back and then move it into the treasure hoard to go for points. But again, you get the extra draw if you move things in. Not impossible, just very unlikely.
Right, and a bit of a heads up play, getting rid of his own card sharp, because there is those lines of play we've seen in the past, charming in your opponent just so that they're at a battlefield, so those Rain Guard Trophy Hunters can get onto a battlefield. And then if you do that on the Star Spring, a first mate onto the battlefield, ready the Trophy Hunter, retract it from the battlefield ability, and then being able to conquer to your 8th point. Of course, everything has to go right. You have to have the perfect combination of cards in hand that he doesn't currently have. So just establishing some board presence for the time being. Bring out your champ, bring out that pit rookie, but that's just leaving the window open for something like a simple singularity without any not so fast to be seen in hand. I think this Lux loop is going to have enough room to get off another infinite loop. I wonder how fast our Rift Labs players will concede after seeing what he's getting up to.
So there is 3 Shadow's Calls in hands. That's 6 more cards you can draw into. I think right now he's just going, I just need to get as many units as I can possibly on the board, just to be able to push those 2 out next turn if they don't get a chance to do the combo. Which might be quite unlikely right now, because I don't say there's 6 draw power is pretty good, but again, you do have to spend your runes into it. There is a Echo in hand, but again, it is, can you kind of push through that whole thing in this one turn? And good morning, Alchemy.
Good morning, good morning. And oh, Aguito, look what's in the hand 4 cards down. The Fiora Worthy has found the way into the main board. Perhaps he goes for a different approach in the Infinite Loop combo win condition for game number 1, and then goes back to the more traditional method we saw debut last weekend with the Fiora Worthy and Renata. Because if you put in the Worthy into the deck, I believe the Renata doesn't have to be too far behind as well, because that's a Worthy, right? Take a look. 5 cards in. 1,
2, 3. That does look like a Fiora Worthy. It's a free cost unit in yellow, so that does make sense.
Interesting. So switching it up for this game too, which it does make it a little bit easier. Maybe saying, you know, my opponent's going to go ahead and side things out that could have interacted. But in Body and Calm, I don't think there's any true way of stopping things like Renata or Worthy from ever resolving in general.
Just removing it, and that's it. If you get a chance to just retreat it back to hand, it's not really the be-all, end-all then. I think what's next? Again, we do have the Echo in hand. We do have more draw spells as well. I don't think we have a kill spell. That's the only issue.
That is the big issue at hand, right? I'm not seeing a singularity. I'm not seeing an additional ruination. This is it. Can Master Yi hang on to 2 of his units? Because that is all he needs. Double conquer. And we're hurting ourselves into a game 3 with only 10 minutes remaining. But a Shadow's Call could have another thing in mind. There's the Renata. Yeah, he has the combo. The traditional combo, I should say.
You made us sit through that first game like this?
Right, shame on you, sir. But honestly, I don't hate it, right? We saw something we never saw before. Those infinite recruit tokens were a blast to see. A blast for us, maybe not so much for our Master Yi player. But now he does have access to the quote-unquote traditional combo loop. Will he get it off right here? Because now, digging through 2, he needs to hit a singularity from these next 2 cards. If he doesn't, he might be out of the contention, at least for the time being in this game number 2. 1, 2, hits the Sprite Burst, but doesn't hit the kill spell. Does he have another way of drawing cards is the question. And will he have enough runes to go ahead and play the card he draws from those card draws?
Let's see what we got there. We got 2 Shadow's Calls, I believe, in the back still. So we can do the 4 draws. Do the Sprite Call, that'll be an extra draw, so that's 5 draws, and then we do the other Sprite Call. There's a Progress Day in hand as well.
There's a Progress Day at 6, so he has 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 total energy, so leaving him with just 3, so a minimum Progress Day into Call of the Week as Master Yi is completely exhausted out on his opponent's turn will be the way of kind of slowing things down, unless there is a First Mate in hand. I'm not seeing it. There's Double Charm, Double Action currently in hand, I believe. So no First Mate, because a First Mate is a win as long as a single unit remains alive on Master Yi's battlefield. But Lux taking their time and does commit to Progress Day. Let's take a look what the next 5 cards are. I would imagine if he was looking for the kill spell, he's definitely going to be picking up now, as he does pick up everything we were talking about before, the Ruination and that Singularity.
But we are at 5 cards, unfortunately, so that Singularity can't go through currently. And no, it's going to game 3. It is with that 8.5 minutes left on the timer. Can we see a good game, or will it be a case of that the Yi player will be running down those 6 points early on, with the opponent unfortunately unable to get those last few points in?
Right, and let's head back momentarily to the commentary booth for a little bit of chat interaction. He was looking for the removal. Kid Nasty found the removal, but he just didn't have the runes to utilize that removal, right? So GG scooped things up. With 10 minutes remaining, do we feel that favors Master Yi, Alguito? Because all you have to do is be 2 points ahead of your opponent. And we saw in that game 1, even though Master Yi player lost, he was 7-1 at one point. If we find ourselves in a similar situation, I think this could be favoring Master Yi in this game 3.
If the average sideboarding takes 3 to 5 minutes, let's say game 3 starts with 3 minutes left on the clock, he chooses to go first. He gets a unit down. The opponent then goes turn 0, presumably. Then he goes back to Master Yi. Master Yi can then go to 1 point, and then they'll go 3 points, and then that's it. They'll be winning by 2 because, generally speaking, Lux isn't really playing units early enough to be able to get those points in. Although this game will be the game we want to start getting those birds down early.
Oh yeah, you definitely want to do. And Radu, if you're confused on how he's recycling Echo, Echo has a text in that card that says recycle me instead of putting me in trash. So that's where the combo comes from, because you sacrifice the Echo, which normally puts the Echo in trash, but Echo says you don't die, you go back to the bottom of the deck, right? So that's what's going on there. If anyone's confused, go ahead and axe away. But for the time being, let's go ahead and join these players in what will be the final game of this round number 10. Can Riftbound player here take him down? All you have to do is put those points on the table turn after turn. I think 10 minutes is a little bit too far of reach for this Lux to pull off her combo, because how long did it take in game 1, Aguito? Wasn't it 30 plus minutes before the combo went off?
Like 34 minutes, yeah. It was a lot slower than what I'd say is the traditional version of the Infinite build.
Yeah.
But it's good to see there are versions, but not necessarily for your patience or your soul.
Yeah, not too healthy. And you know, that kind of poses a good question. Chat, let us know, are you team yes, I like the Lux combo, or are you team no, this is not good for the game? Let us know yes or no's in the chat. I want to see how you guys are feeling about this Lux Infinite loop.
I will say that I like additional win cons, but not if it's going to be a 45-minute watching my opponent shuffle 3 cards through their deck of Hagen.
Right. I could totally understand that as well. I think everyone can agree with you. I'm team. Okay, we're seeing a couple no's. It is interesting. I think that game 1 was something we've never seen before, and I'm a fan of seeing those MBDs, right, if you will, those never before dones. After we see those never before dones multiple times, then it gets a little overwhelming. But for the time being, it has been enjoyable. It has been a fun cast as we get ourselves into this game number 3. Lux will be on the play. Doesn't have anything to do early on, but trying to put some points. And interesting enough, unlike a lot of Master Yi players we've seen this weekend, doesn't have access to Arena's Greatest, which definitely would have been pretty helpful here.
It is against the Aspirants Climb though, so it just puts you back at 8. It's not too crazy, but again, you only have to be 2 points ahead when time is called. So get some points early where you can. I'm not saying slow play, but I'm saying think about your next move.
Definitely. I mean, we are counting the clock. 5 more minutes remaining in this game, and we're just at the very beginning steps. You have that trophy hunter just in case they decide to swing in with one of their units down the line. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and do a similar play, but this time without the Star Spring, you don't have any way but the a charm just to go ahead and slow down that energy generation. And he's found the charm every single time he needs it against his Lux. It hasn't stuck around for too long.
To be fair, it was his opening hand, and he was questioning, did he want to get rid of the charm for the discipline? And he chose right. He chose the charm.
Looks like a good position to me. Going up to 2 points on the hold, a potential 3 points on the conqueror. And as the time keeps ticking down, that's something we got to be very considerate of, because it's just 3 turns in overtime. I mean, the timer or the overtime timer is non-existent. So technically, there's a world where Lux can go ahead and make full use of that overtime timer, or I should say lack of timer, the overtime turns, and just take 20 minutes a turn to pull off the combo on their very last turn. So it's not impossible, but unlikely. So let's go ahead and see. Retreats back the first mate for the moment. and just passes things saying, if you're going to go ahead and get on these battlefields, I do have a little bit of a trophy hunter to surprise attack you. Other than that, I don't have too much to do. It looks like a disarming rake in hand, which could be okay. I guess for this time, it is okay because you get rid of the Future of the Flood before he recycles.
I think it works out again because you're going to score simply 2, get 2 more draws in on the turn. You do kind of want to keep yourself a little bit forwards if you can. That's it. Returning it back to hand, obviously it's token doesn't go to hand, so you just get the free rune economy afterwards. So yeah, just ramp. Pretty good.
Pretty good. As you mentioned, get the retreat, get the free channel value, but now things are just getting a little bit out of reach. I mean, we just pointed out overtime is on time, but at one point, if you can't pull the combo, we saw it at those situations. Game number 1, there was a couple turns where he like got things started with the combo, but had to pass anyways. If he passes 2 times after the timer hits 0, that's it. No more turns to be played. Sabotage, taking a look at the book in hand after those 5 draw progress days, has double call of the week. Looking to be one of those promising future. Look at the top 5 cards. Pick one for each of your opponents. Double stupefy. Well. I'm kind of leaning towards that future, Forge of the Future there.
It's a very awkward one because right now it's not like the combo is here, but you know, do you want to get rid of one of the Call of the Weeks? That way you've still got 2 units to follow up. Do you want to get rid of the Forge? Just that way they haven't got the recycle ability. Do you want to get rid of the Sprites? That way they can't just start taking points because they need to do that this turn. Really, just get some points going and get the extra draw in. So overall, what feels safest for you to get rid of? It's either going to be the Sprite's cool for me or probably one of the Call of the Weeks just because you need to keep some presence in your game state.
Yeah, I tend to agree there. The Sprite Burst is not too bad, right? I mean, it is 3 Might tokens heading into you, but luckily you are Master Yi, so both of your units, just on the Legend ability alone, are a little bit out of reach, and Lux doesn't have any Stupefy. They do have Stupefies, but would have to invest a little bit more than just a single Stupefy that's currently not in hand, with just the potential of drawing 2 cards the very next turn for playing the Sprite Burst. So thinking carefully between the more 2 crucial cards in the hand, Shadow's Call and Sprite Burst. I think Shadow's Call draw 2 has to be the decision, and our Mastery player does agree. So down to the bottom of the deck it goes. Just slowing down how fast you look through the entire deck is pretty much a good idea.
So these you've got now, you've got 2 Stupefiers in hand, which then puts down the might of that first mate, pushing in the tokens. You either take over the battlefield or you just crash into them. And then you also have the Lonely Pyro there. Kick your poison, I feel like it is, because you do have the 2 for the weeks in hand then, so you can just kill everything off otherwise.
Unbelievable, Agito. The pickup right off the top after the Sabotage is going to be Ruination, and he does go ahead and immediately slams it down. There is no counter capabilities unless you had a wind wall, which a lot of Mastery players don't run that currently, saying, wait a second. No, there's no interaction here. Everything dies. Lonely Pyro will net you the +1 draw. But more importantly, Lux will be active turn player 0. Actually passes it right on time. Yeah. He has the eye on the clock. I'm impressed. Turn 0 will be Master Yi.
Okay, so the plan is Sabotage. I think.
Does indeed have it in hand.
So I wouldn't say there's an issue here because you are so many points ahead now that your opponent can't really point you out unless it is with just the Renata. So it is a case of what is the most annoying thing you had now. You know they got 2 Call of the Week, so you can either get rid of 1 Call of the Week and then just have to keep 2 units on the field. They could get rid of the Sprite Burst, that way they can't have 2 accelerated units come in, just take 2 points, that way it's only 3-point difference.
Exactly. I was leaning towards that, right? He's kind of thinking about he's denying any further card draw because that's where Lux wants to be. The closer you get down to those final 2 to 3 cards in the deck, that is where you're able to go ahead and deploy out this infinite loop combo. But deciding on the Call of the Week for now is a little bit curious, but of course he has a game plan because I believe there was 2 Call of the Weeks anyways in hand, right?
There's one more in hand. He obviously has the Rengar in hand, so if they want to push out a Sprite token, here comes Kitty Kitty. So they want to put you to 6, so you're so much far ahead again than your opponent. So if they do want to do it, it's fine. pit rookie in the back though, so if they do want to call the week on the Rengar, then they can just get rid of the pit rookie. So not a terrible position to be in for Pent, but again, it is a case of this is now turn 1, so you've only got one more play to do before your opponent either just loops you to death or you take home the prize of going 9-on-1.
Right, right. And it looks to be the case, favoring Master Yi player, remaining just at X1 and still contending for that top 8 position, but just doing what Lux needs to do, just digging further on the deck, picks up the sacrifice, but doesn't have an Echo to go ahead and utilize that sacrifice this turn, draws a card sharp, so still missing a little bit of Echo, or was that the Echo? No, it was the card sharp there.
Not quite the Echo, but again, we still have a turn to sort of play another round of this. See what we can get into it. Again, I guess you could just do the Sprite Burst. You're probably presuming that he's got a Rengar in hand, so you don't really want the Sprite Burst just in case. But it would get you the extra draw if you are sort of short on draw power right now. Because you need to get to that Echo, you need to get your combo kind of kicking off.
Sooner than later, right? This is your second to last turn for the remaining of this round number 10. It has to be very intentional with everything going out from here on out. So gets a nice little gold generation, puts a unit on the board, and then more than likely will be passing the turn. Doesn't want to go ahead and expose himself to that Rengar Trophy Hunter you keep bringing up. So I think this is a correct play. Doesn't even have enough energy to go ahead and play out the Sprite Burst this turn. So I think he's smelling. He's saying, you know what? That's way too much energy. You definitely have the Trophy Hunter in hand. I'm not going to bite. Let's just go ahead and play out some units now. But eventually, the Trophy Hunter should be coming down, netting him a free point, it feels like.
I mean, right now you just go to 6, and then you keep the Trophy Hunter in just in case they do want to do the Renata loop. And then you just put it on top of the Renata and go, bye-bye.
Right, bye indeed. But throwing it back over to a Master Yi player doesn't get any hold points, but has the potential to go up to 6, and 6 should technically be enough, because as it stands, unless we see the Renata, unless we see the Fiora that we do know it's in hand, there's no way of closing this margin in just a single turn. And next turn will be Lux's very last turn. In your opinion, Aguito, can Lux do it on the very next turn?
They have to essentially draw into that Echo just to be able to get the combo off and keep up 6 cards available. So they go to 12, I think, next turn, so it's not nothing. There's Shadow Calls in hand still. There is the draw itself. There is the Sprite Burst if they want to go all in and just try and get the extra point while they can. But we are on turn 2 of the 3 turns available for the overtime. So there will not be a game 2. We've had that now. There's no B match now.
There's no backup match, you're saying?
I doubt it at this point if we're in overtime.
You know, sometimes they give us like one game in a backup match only because there's like 30 minutes for the next round preparation sometimes, as people are going deep into Actually, this is deep into overtime. You're totally right. We're more than likely not going to get a backup match. So throwing it over to Lux player, you know, the little UI indicator down below, I think this is saying the final turn. They haven't shown it just yet, but they had 2 little lights on for Master Yi players on. So I think this is definitely the very last turn of this round 10. Can Lux do what seemingly seems like the impossible from this situation, or from this position, I should say? Was it a top deck Echo? I actually didn't get to see.
Progress Day.
Progress Day, okay. Progress
that's
Day
enough.
could draw
if
you.
Get the Echo. Oh, Promising Future. Okay. I mean, that also works. It's top 5 as well, so you get to see the Echo.
Play out the Echo from Promised Future. Every player reveals top 5 of the main deck. Choose one, recycle the rest. Starting with the next player, each player plays those cards. So Promising Future is actually no. For some reason I thought it was off the deck, but looking at the top 5, he needs the Echo to hang on in there. Does he see it?
Sees 2.
Sees 2. And Promising Future just plays it, right? You don't have to actually spend the energy for it.
Yeah, it says energy's free, so don't pay the energy costs. Just to throw it down. Do you go for the Ruin Runner? Just so that way they can't cull it? Oh, no, sorry, you can cull it still. I'm trying to think what you can't do to it. Can't stupefy it, you can't... That's the only really interaction, isn't it? Stupefy and supposed Singularity.
Yeah, Ruin Runner not too impactful as it's been in other matches, right? Because Ruination doesn't target, Call of the Week doesn't target, Either way, free little bit of value for both these players, as Pentastag last turn was last turn, so doesn't have anything to work with, praying that Lux isn't able to get off the ground running right here on their very last moments in this round 10. They found the Echo. Echo looks to be on the board. They reveal first, so opponent reveal first, picks up the Lonely Portal for an additional future draw, and then it is the Echo. Here we go, loop number 1. And is Promising Future, you do it again? Okay, gets the additional draw from the spell. I see what they were doing there. That's what the holdup was. And here we go, the sacrifice, just like we've seen in the past. So sacrifice, down the Echo goes, back to the bottom of the deck. Channel 1, draw 2. Can he keep going? Because Echo went down to the bottom. Since you said he did see 2 of them, you have to recycle them again.
Yep, so as a cost, you have to kill the things, you get the runes back anyway. You can also just defy that, then so they don't get the draws. But they still get the runes back.
Oh my goodness, hit the third Echo. I mean, there were nobody to be seen in this game number 3, so likely right around at the top of the deck. So Echo number 3 makes his way over to Lux's hand, so has plenty of energy to work with. Can they do the loop at least 3 times to kind of shortcut things over to the same situation in game 1, where they just kind of put the little marker 1 million energy? And remind me again, Agito, how did he get to the position of 1 million power? I think we're seeing it here. It was something with the channeling of Yordle to float a power, channel the energy once you're at 12.
I think it was the case of he did the interaction 3 times, so he had the million energy. Then he did the interaction again 3 more times to say that I'm going to convert the energy into power. And then he just had the 1 million up of both. So that's all it really is just popping everything that is now free energy. But yeah, we're going for that loop now. We are sort of at the bottom of the deck. We will be seeing the Echo coming out shortly again. So it is just time to make these ruins float forever.
And our Master Yi player can't believe what's going on in front of him. He's saying, like, there is just no world you were able to do it off this early. But doesn't have, is doing it a different way that they did in game number 1 because of the Renata, because of the Fiora Worthy, right? Just a bit more complicated, I feel like, since he's not used to it happening in the main board. But he's been working with it all weekend long. So I feel like he has the line. It's just a matter of sequencing and actually executing the line. That's where it's a little bit complicated, because if it was me there piloting this deck, I'll be a little bit lost, I'm being honest there. Like, yes, I know the key, the key win condition and the cards you need to go ahead and play out, but to do it all in the right order is where it gets things a bit tricky, I feel like.
So right now, I don't think we've got the Renata in hand, and we know there's a Furious in hand, so the Furious there's no Renata. So we're not got to the bottom of the deck yet, so we need to get into the Renata still. Do that version, if this is that version, because obviously this is the last turn, so if you don't have Renata, you just lose because they're 6-0.
Right. So we get a good question in chat. Is the loop online? So it depends how much cards are left in the deck. Once he gets down to just those 3 to 4 cards left in the deck, then the loop 100% comes online. If he's not able to go ahead and draw enough cards to get down to that bottom of the deck, then it's still a matter of fact of getting that card draw, getting those cards in hand. So it's like halfway there, I want to say, maybe even 3/4 of the way of the loop, but it's not 100% online in this current moment.
Indeed, there we go. Throwing down some more draws, which 5 more draws. Was that the Renata in hand then? That's Bright's Burst there. I say it has to be the Renata version right now because you're in turn 3 of overtime. There's Renata and there's the Fiora. So if we can just continually cycle the Echoes, we will be okay.
I would imagine he has the future of the Forge of the Future as well. I'm actually not seeing it in hand, so most likely at the bottom of the deck / the trash, but needs one to go ahead and recycle those pieces as well. So Shadow's Call come out, draw an additional 2. I think there's only about 5 more cards remaining. I mean, that deck size is quite small, but I can't make out exactly how many cards remaining. But the fact that he's continuing makes me think that this is it, Aguito. I believe the loop is online, if not 90% of the way there.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we just need to kind of get it going. He does need to keep up a Forge of the future, just in case they do Rengar the Renata, so they can get it back into the deck if they didn't have the extra retreat. I'm just trying to think now, what's the kind of optimal play here? 'Cause it's going to be a little bit unoptimal. About another 25 minutes of game time.
Yeah, hopefully
So
not another 25 minutes. Everyone is just waiting on this one game, and it happens to be the feature match. You're like, man, this has been the longest. You know, if there's a reason for the longer breaks in between rounds, this is the reason. Lux has been doing it. Oh, wasn't able to go ahead and execute the full combo. So close, yet so far. So Rift Labs TCG player Pentastag will remain at X1, posing a good threat of contending into that top 8 position. Well done, well earned, and everyone can rejoice. I think at this point, Lux has almost made an enemy of herself this series.
Yeah, it went from being the underdog last time to being the please stop. We've had enough. He's already dead.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun to watch that. Guys, that was okay. That was okay. Man, that was a long one to say the least, though. I think that was somewhere approaching on the 90-minute mark. Maybe not as far as that, but it definitely felt that way as one player just had so much interactions to do on their turn. It's exhausting. I'm impressed that he was able to go X1, because playing a deck like that all weekend long in a best-of-3 environment against the best of the best players, I feel like my brain would be a little bit mushy at the end of the day, but he's hanging in there, so very impressive stuff. Falls down to X2, so I believe his shot at top 8 has completely vanished, unless it's a little bit different, because traditionally it's just X1s that make it into top 8.
So X2 has like a 1 place chance, but it does depend on how many people are drawing in that last round.
It does. And what we've seen from the previous regional qualifiers is pretty much the top 8 players, they all intentionally draw, so that everyone that makes it is just X1-1, so 1 loss at most, and then 1 tie at the most as well. At least that's what we've seen in the previous RQs. It could be like a single X2 makes it in, probably. But yeah, Magnus saying hooray for the Yi. I'm a fan of Rift Labs chat, so I'm happy for them. Hopefully Jibs and his Jin is doing well as well. But you know, that is it for round number 10. Only 3 more rounds of Swiss remains until we narrow it down to those final 8 players. You know, after taking a look at this Master Yi player, do we feel pretty good that he might be one of those remaining top 8 players, Aguito?
I can see him going through. Obviously, you know, the matchups right now is a lot of magic shenanigans, a lot of control. So it could be just, do you draw into the Defiers when you need them? Do you get a chance to get your Sabotage off just in time? Is your next opponent going to be Alan ZQ? You know, all the questions the universe can't currently answer. But he's got a chance. He's a very good deck still. And again, rotates out next. So you need to get your best ofs right here, right now. Unless you're going to Hartford and you get 1 more chance at them.
Right, and we may or may not see them in Hartford, as they tend to travel a lot, but they are from the other side of the world, being UK. But chat, that is a wrap on round number 10. I am excited. So we got the check, you know, we checked off the bucket list. We got to see the Infinite Lux combo in an RQ. So I think we hit our Lux quota. No more Lux for the remaining of the event. But now, what do we have to see? Because the Rek'Sai most likely still undefeated. Squirtle most likely undefeated. I guess I could find out if I refresh the page. But before we do so, I think that game went so long that round number 11 might just creep up on us. So before we do have another set of fantastic casters joining us here shortly. Oh, but we can't miss the interview, right? So let's get this interview and then we'll do our little farewells.
We have to talk about this Lux deck, but that's not what we're here to say. Congratulations to it's Rift Labs Pentastag. Congratulations on your win with your Master Yi deck. So and not only just that, moving on and still keeping your top 8 contention alive here with 3 more rounds to go. How does it feel taking down what I think, as we've said, a lot of people talking about this deck, a Titan that people are thinking about. How does it feel having getting that win?
It's terrifying. When I sat down, I was doom and gloom, but it feels amazing, especially when you consider statistics. I usually lose more than I win against that Lux Infinite combo, and I don't have a lot of practice against it. I know the basics, and I know somewhat, but I don't even know how it actually goes infinite, which is why I had to pay close attention. So it feels amazing that I was able to adapt on the fly, and honestly, watching it happen was, I thought I would be a lot sadder losing, but 1 million energy, 1 million power, do what you want.
That's how we feel.
Yeah, pretty fun.
No, it was so fun to watch, and I feel more educated as well. Like, just being more informed into what that deck does, but also figuring out the keys to unlock the win of it. And this even specific adaptation from Sinan, huge shout outs to him, because, I think the version that we've seen going into this tournament is not necessarily what he's playing in the main board, and then brings it out for these other games.
Yeah.
And that just has to be even more difficult to you when you have to address how to get this win.
So one thing I paid close attention to game one was what cards were being iterated and what was happening, especially paying close attention to, are they playing Renata? Because you can win from, nothing. So I was kind of curious as to if that was happening, but then game two, luckily my Sabotage saw the Fiora and there would be no other reason to run it other than that. So I was prepared for Renata to happen. I had some very niche plays. I had some really, really niche lines going in my head that I was like, I hope I can pull that off and maybe that'll be good. But at the end of the day, I think I just play as best as I can. And there was a couple misplays. For example, I really probably shouldn't be holding to play around Sunken Map. But, taking the win, it feels good.
Good, and you should feel good, because I can't imagine being even a pilot of that Lux deck, let alone playing against it, like you said, and having to understand what's going on and having to assess what tools in my own deck or in your own deck that you can use to even try and slow it down.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what your notebook has for notes now. We saw you grab it a ton during that match, but I don't want to hold you. That was a slobber knocker of a match. I want to give you a break, but we're going to go ahead and send it back because we've got another round of the Regional Qualifier in Utrecht coming soon.
Right, and it looks to be coming soon, rather sooner than later. So that was an epic showdown between that Infinite Loops that a lot of people were itching to see versus Master Yi, the #1 represented not only day one, but as well as day two. But Aguito, how do we feel about those two awesome rounds we casted together?
First round was basically a finals to me. That was a fantastic game to watch. Alan versus Colin. Probably the best player currently in the world versus the best one-trick pony of Set. So all in all, pretty darn good. The second game, it was a game. It was very long. It was a bit of a slog, as you said, slog-a-nugger. But yeah, it was okay. You got your Lux. We got Rex at the end of yesterday, so we had some good games overall the last 4 rounds. But no, I thought it was pretty good. And he has one strong southern accent, that man does.
Definitely. I like those accents. But for now, guys, we're going to go ahead and bring on our next caster because the round number 11 shouldn't be too far from us right now. But Aguito, as always, it is so much fun to cast alongside you. And I hope you kind of feel the same way because it is RQ. We don't get to see these RQs every time. Look, funny enough, they sometimes do line up where it's back-to-back weekends where Hartford is right next weekend, which is interesting. We'll see if we do a little bit of something for next weekend. But I'm so happy because usually I know you're working very, very busy, man, on the weekends. So I'm really happy you were able to get out and commentate a little bit of the Utrecht Regional this weekend.
So luckily I am free next weekend. My rotations have gone over the weekend, so I get Father's Day off. We get Riftbound all next weekend too. So if you do need me, I'm here. But chat, thank you for being here as well. We appreciate it. If you aren't subscribed, please do. As since I've been here, the channel's just shot up incredibly. Not because of me, obviously, but it's nice to see the growth.
You've been part of it
every single week. And to be fair, I love casting. It's just a great fun. Being with your pals, enjoying yourselves, getting to watch some interesting matches, even if they are a bit slow. Getting to see some of these not so represented decks coming in and showing a LeBlanc how it's done. So
Definitely.
yeah, enjoy the next rounds, everyone. I'll be in the background somewhere, so if I am needed, I am here. But as of now, signing off. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of Europe has to offer. So see you guys next week, hopefully.
There we go.
Get out of
Say
here.
peace out to Aguito. We'll see him in the future, of course. But for now, I will say goodbye, and I'll keep in touch as always, Aguito. Take care.
See you guys soon. Ciao.
Ciao, ciao. All right, chat. Give me 1 second. For some reason, I don't know if it was that longer game. I got to go to the bathroom one more time. So, chat, bear with me. Let me go ahead and run to the restroom real quick. And then I'm going to go ahead and bring in our next caster. He's going to actually be making his Runes and Rift stream debut. He's definitely had some great experience casting in the past, but his name is Ego. So, let me go ahead and bring him on in here. But before I do so, 2 seconds, chat. I'll be right back. 2 seconds, 2 seconds.
You?
I'll go on first. All right, chat. We are back and looking to get this round number 11 party started. As I said, we're bringing in our next caster, and his name is Ego. Let's go ahead and bring him in here. So let me go and mute this, and I believe your camera should be live. There you are, Ego. How are you doing? I know this is your first time on the stream, but bright and early morning for you, no?
Dude, it is extremely early. That being said, not early enough, dude. I was restless. I'm excited to see who's going to be putting on in this tourney to try to get into the top 8 cut. I'm also a little excited to see if I got what it takes to cast alongside some of the absolute legends you guys have been rocking with.
No, you definitely have what it takes. I am excited. We did a little bit of a practice cast, so I love what I saw, and I am ready as well for this round number 11. You know, Ego, I don't believe I got to ask you, what legend have you been working with in Riftbound? Because I know you have a little bit of a different background, but for the meantime, as you've been getting into Riftbound, what have you been kind of gravitating towards?
There is no prize to perfection, only the end of pursuit. Dude, I am a tried and true victor.
There we go.
Every single set, man. I'm running the best iteration that I can come up with. Off the back of Spirit Fortune Set 2, I was running that really heavy in spells, kind of spellcaster control victor list. I've kind of pivoted back to the leader that's a little more token-centric with the Sprite Fountain in order to try to get in there early with a couple points, but now I'm in victor till the day I die.
There we go. You heard it here. And I know we have a couple Victor fans in chat as well. I think Victor's not doing all that bad this weekend because last time I saw we had one Victor within that top 16 and was still remaining X1. In the meantime, I actually thought we would get into this round 11 sooner than later. We might be able to pull up the standings. But before we do, Ego, if you want to go ahead and let the folks at home know a little bit about yourself, your background, what got you into Riftbound, whatever things like that before we get into it, I think is a nice little thing just so they get to know you, I guess.
Yeah, man, for sure. Yo, guys, my name's Ego. Full thing is Ego from esports. I'm primarily a MOBA caster. I've cast Deadlock, some stuff like Death Slam, as well as Predecessor. I'm a big PCC caster for Omega Studios. Looking to just kind of expand the places I cast. I recently got into Riftbound. I say recently, I've been into Riftbound since the release. Arcane was like my boat, right? It was my Odyssey taking me from the sanity of my island and onto an adventure of like League of Legends lore. So when the card game dropped, I got really into it. Favorite characters, LeBlanc, of course, Victor. I'm also a big Echo fan, surprise, surprise. But yeah, man, it's been it's been an exciting ride, and more than anything else, I'm really hoping to kind of develop my knowledge on the game. I do play some comp, but I mean, this is the best of the best, right, dude? So you can't get better than this.
Yeah, this is day 2 and coming down to the wire of these final rounds. Just 3 more rounds remaining before it all comes down to those final 8 remaining players. And just like they've been showing us on stream, we're generally going to be spectating on either undefeated players or these X1 players. So let me go ahead and see. Actually, they're actually going to do us the honors of showing us who's still undefeated. An impressive showing from a previous regional champion, Azir, being piloted by Squirtle, aka Pedro, still remaining undefeated, and the only 2 undefeated players is Diana, which means Alan ZQ has finally met a defeat. I wonder who it was, but Prismaticism still in contention for top 8. Our Rek'Sai player still in contention. So many great. I even see a Darius. Victor and Darius kind of similar in terms of gameplay, but we got to see one Darius. I believe it was Diamond Hat yesterday, so that is him as well. I don't mind watching a little bit of Darius action. We didn't see a Victor in that list, though, did we?
No, dude, it is a great loss for us. Like everyone in chat, both on the Rift and Rune side as well within the actual Riftbound Regional, has lost something small whenever Victor doesn't get through. That being said, a compensatory, order deck that I'm really excited to see again is going to be that Rek'Sai, as you briefly mentioned, being able to go undefeated in. I think the biggest point of contention for me is going undefeated very, very convincingly within that day 1. I'm kind of excited to see if they make that cut into the top 8.
Oh, and man, Ego, we are in for a treat. It is pretty much almost a finals level caliber matchup. These are the last 2 undefeated players in the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. Undefeated Azir versus undefeated Aurelia. Ego, if you're ready, let's go ahead and jump into the feature table of this round number 11. Azir, Diana, how are we feeling about this matchup?
I'm so excited to be able to see how this matchup is played, not just from the Azir, right? Because he's, of course, going to be a little bit of a dark horse coming into this tournament, running the 3-piece Arise Death Grip, Soul Sword, something I wasn't really anticipating seeing Scuttle Crab a 1-off, as well as a Vi, a little good tempo for maybe some of these all-ins we do see out of the Diana, and some good info. And then onto the other side, Diana, a little bit of more I kind of... not to say I'm unimpressed, but what we come to expect, right? The Vex, 3 of the Moonfalls on this side of the table.
Yeah, something to point out there. I only saw a single acceptable losses. Last time we saw Diana Liz do so well, they had at least 2 acceptable losses in the main board. So it doesn't have as much gear interaction as we've seen in the past, which might pose a bit of a problem. Of course, we've seen in the past if Squirtle is able to be on the play and able to take advantage of things like Hold the Legend, it becomes increasingly difficult for Diana to just kind of control the overall board state. Granted, they do have tools, like you mentioned before, those Moonfalls, those Gusses, the Ride the Wind to get the Hui value. So it's not impossible, but it's just so tough to deal with because Azir's a type of deck that once you get rid of the first problem, you have to worry about additional problems turn after turn, generating those free Sand Soldier value so easily, it feels like. And we see again why he's doing so well. And Ego, if you don't know, that is a former regional champion in the hands of Azir.
And I'm going to be interested to see how we kind of pivot away from just the, hand control. No, well, not necessarily hand control, but the hand advantage that we're used to seeing some of the Dianas play with some of the support they're getting out of those blue as well as chaos colors. But Azir, I mean, he got field control kind of down packed, right? We can't see 2 starting equipment, sub 2, a double tie turn is going to be able to open up Diana for a turn 1 play, though. So not going to immediately lose that board presence. But I mean, I am so interested in seeing kind of how we are going to see this Azir play into what they do have to hand. So it's going to be a Doran Shield into an immediate Sand Soldier. Not something too spicy for these opening turns.
Yeah, just curving out as you can for the early game. Something I will take into account going forward in this game number 1 is I feel Azir has access to a couple tools that could complicate things for Diana. Those tools being reaction speed spells, things like Death Grip. I believe we even saw things like a Sacrifice in there, but more importantly, we all know the kill spell, or not the kill spell, but the spell in general that kind of puts a wrench into Diana's game plan is Defy. Save those Defies for those key cards like the Moonfalls, like the Star Crosses. That way you get as best value as you can, because that's the only counter spell you have as a seer. So you want to make sure you're not using those kind of Defies nilly-willy on things like Gus. But of course, he's undefeated. He knows that way better than I as he goes on establishing board presence game plan. And it might be an additional Sand Soldier thanks to that Hall of Legend coming online.
Yeah, and I was actually going to ask you about that, man. How do you think we're going to see Squirtle leveraging this Hall of Legends, right? Being able to get the untap to increase his presence on board. Do we maybe suppose he's going to just be building in a base, or do you think we might see him starting to stack these points a little bit more quickly?
Yeah, I don't blame him. Go ahead into the base. That way you have another unit / 2 units to go into that Ravenbloom Conservatory the next turn. I think has enough of a defensive front at minimum for something like a Tie Turner or the Diana Lunari sitting pretty in the back line for our Diana player. Because right now, defending for 4 might. Those are 2 Doran Shields if I remember correctly. So has to invest something else from hand, which currently I don't see any might interactions. Those stupefies, actually, I retract. There is an Eclipse in hand, so it makes it super straightforward if you do want to go ahead and take down Sand Soldiers. But the crazy thing about Sand Tokens is they almost feel sacrificial in a way where you don't mind them going down because you can just easily generate them turn after turn, it seems like.
Yeah, man, and as a general token enjoyer myself, right, it does allow you to kind of leverage a kind of sort of pressure onto the opponent, right? Because Diana is going to have to deal with some of these T tokens whenever they do kind of get built up, because the ability to swing in to Ravenbloom Conservator, yes, on the defense, you're going to be able to kind of search for a spell, build out that hand, but you win the game by scoring points. That said, point lead 2-1 Squirtle into a draw here. Didn't quite see what he picked up, but we do know he has a couple more key pieces of equipment if he does want to continue potentially building out this board.
Right, and one of those key pieces being that BF sword that he's dropping down right in this very moment. So +3 on anything, adding it so that you have sufficient of might to get over this Tide Turner. Azir's game plan is staying ahead. As long as he is able to maintain the point tempo for the remainder of this game number 1, I will always favor him. But Diana is just one of those decks that could kind of break parity. And if you're able to hold / defend off with all the combat tricks, that's where things get a little bit tricky. But for the time being, so far so good. Double battlefield control under the presence of Azir and doing exactly what he does turn after turn. Another Sand Soldier under his belt. That's 4 right there. And 3 gears, as we saw, the signature spell is online / in the hand. So Arise could come out at any moment this next couple turns.
I mean, that Arise value is something that we've seen just win out in some tournaments, just excluding my kind of local experience. When it comes to playing against the best of the best, Arise can, most no pun intended, be a Tide Turner. That being said, we do have a little bit of interaction with the bag, the hard bargain in the hands of Great here. Potentially might be holding up for going into this next turn, anticipating Squirtle curving out onto an Arise. But I mean, as it sits, you do need to continue to develop this board. You do have the way, so you'll get some solid movement triggers to be able to develop the hand, potentially Ravenbloom Conservatory does pay off as a battlefield. I am curious to see how much we do commit into clearing off some of these points.
Let's see. First things first. So Hui triggering first, and then that Raven Bloom battlefield should trigger. There's a good amount of spells in the Azir deck, but there's more so gears, and that Raven Bloom Conservatory only going to be picking up spells from that deck, and actually does hit a spell in the guard. So a little bit of a free draw on your opponent's battlefield. Doesn't feel too bad to get the free value back down to the base that BF Sword goes. So that's just able to go ahead and get attached for the next couple of turns if he goes ahead and sees the opportunity to do so. I do like what you brought up though, Ego, leaving some runes available for something like the hard bargain, as he does have it in hand. Because if we remember from yesterday's day one experience, Squirtle likes to let go of those arises a whole lot sooner than most Azirs, even in this mid game, just to continue generating more Sand Soldiers before things like acceptable losses come down, before things like turn to dust come down. And he might very well do it on this very next turn, but could be caught off surprise by that hard bargain, of course.
Moonfall is going to start hitting out at the base. Diana going to be able to drag in a Sand Soldier Unguard in response, precast, to be able to get the proc for that additional power in order to kind of leverage a little bit of a lead into this fight, maybe force some more combat tricks out of this Diana for a little bit of a more even trade. Haven't quite done the quick maths. -2 comes out, so I mean that's just a body at this point. Nothing going to be left up though for Squirtle, and kind of capitalizing on what you said, right? Like enhancing that point a little bit further too. He doesn't even have to leave open the full 4, curving out. Squirtle's only going to be on 7 runes going to his next turn, so it doesn't necessitate a empowered effect for that additional 2 on the repeat. So a little bit of dangerous territory here, as we do see Squirtle is going to lose some of the bodies that has allowed him to score some of these early points and kind of be threatening on board. Diana, Stupefy, I mean, she's just doing what this deck generally does, and another hard bargain is going to hit the hand off the draw.
That's right, and Stupefy was the perfect card to go ahead and bring this Might into even playing field, because the reaction speed on guard before he was occupied on that battlefield, you get the benefit of on guard being the only unit there. So you had +2, but now going down into the negative territory. This is not going to go the direction of Azir's way. Diana will be able to conquer and finally tying things up. More importantly, down to a single Sand Soldier, but we know in just a blink of an eye with that signature spell, now that Diana's completely tapped out, he will be able to make good use of that signature spell. I think now has to be the opportunity with it in mind that he does play hard bargain 2 in the main board. I do know this is a closed deckless environment, so it doesn't know for sure, but it's Diana. They have to play at least one hard bargain, right?
Yeah, but I can't believe that they're over here closing the deck list. I'm trying to win a couple local games. And I am not afraid of a little bit of a net deck, but potentially a turn to rip that Arise, knowing that that interaction's going to be down. Yes, Diana does have a hidden card on the hull. That being said, you got to build back up the base. We do know he has another 3 gear pieces in hand. So I am interested to see if maybe he kind of holds on to an Arise potentially for a more splashy attempt at casting through the card, curving out into the Legends. Or if we see him kind of resolve it now, get a couple bodies down, get them ready, and see if maybe you can kind of push into this way while the shields are down.
I think, right, you said it perfectly. The shields are indeed now. You have the energy to do so. So I believe he might be going for that approach. Does attach flow to power, flow to energy for the very moment. Taches just to get over the Lunari. I think he wants to see what that hidden card is. Something is telling me that it might very well be something like a Tide Turner to generate the wave value for moving on top of adding some additional might pressure onto that opposing battlefield. So taking his time, but does commit to a line and saying head on onto Hui. Isn't that just 5-5 though currently?
Yeah, we're going to just be matched 5-5. The BFs are going to be able to buff down the Sand Soldier, but the revealed card will be the Tide Turner, going to be able to bolster that hull while also kind of, you know, duping out the Sand Soldier in exchange for the Tide Turner. Definitely not one of those priority targets that you really wanted onto the side of Squirtle, but I mean, points are points. Maybe potentially looking to leverage a lead with the Sand Soldier, hit 4 and then start playing a little bit reserved until you can surge forward for a potential 6, kind of threatening a double conquer win. But we're still far off. A lot of Riftbound to be played as this Tide Turtle does go down. really interested to see how Squirtle plays this, right? That's a lot of might now that has been pivoted over onto that Hall.
Right, making the difficult decision of pitching the Hui in hand. Usually want to go ahead and save it. You know, what's better than single Hui is two Huis on the battlefield slash board state in general, but just having to do what you have to do to increase the might total. So defending 8 plus 3 up to 11 total might currently. Is that enough? We'll try to break down the math. If a Arise comes down, only 2 of them in readied, so one of them could attach BF Sword is 5, the other one Doran's Shield is 3, so only able to take down the Hui. It might be a worthwhile investment either way to just take care of that nuisance of a card. But oh, of course, the Chosen Champion is always available, and he does come in at accelerated speed, so 4 plus the 5 does have access to a couple Doran Shields as well to keep that Chosen Champion a little bit healthy in terms of the shield coming on, or the tank, I should say, from the Doran Shield.
Oh, he is going to come in accelerated. I was kind of wondering about the Chosen Champion. You're right. I didn't anticipate it actually coming down this turn, but I mean, with the might that you do have on that Sand Soldier, and now being able to get the equip as well, creating another potential Sand Soldier onto the body, having that recruit instead. We're going to pivot back towards that Doran Shield accelerated. We're going to see this Azir move in. I think he does outmatch him on the power now for a bit of a pseudo field wipe.
Oh yeah, it seems to be the case, bringing in all his Togers alongside him. He should definitely have more than enough. 11 might is what he has to do, and currently swinging in with 13 total might. And of course, the shield will be protecting the Azir Sovereign from any kind of damage. So beautiful execution in this play. As you mentioned, effective board wipe on this turn. Granted, we did see a ride the win in hand, but the fact that he had to pitch the Hui means he doesn't really have too many good units left in hand, as we're seeing a boatload of spells, no units to play out this turn. That is huge for an Azir player.
You know, up to this point, we've been talking about how much value this Ravenloom Conservatory has been able to get, right? It's gotten a hit on spell both ways every single time. However, Diana kind of running into that standard problem. No hits for a body. Instead, it's going to be a smoke screen, a star crossed going in the hand. Doesn't feel quite as good here. But where's your bodies at, Diana, right? You have all the combat and the tricks in the world, but you have nothing to leverage you into a combat. So we're going to whip out the shovel and start digging. That's a good hit. Treasure chest. It's going to be the Vex.
And he had the potential to do something like a Wages of Pain, taking advantage that Squirtle was tapped out as well. That way you don't return the accelerated unit back to hand. Rather, you eliminate the threat at hand. But interesting decision. I think he was trying to be conservative on runes just for the simple fact that he wanted to get a unit established, and that he did. But now Arise coming down. 2 Sand Soldiers able to double conquer up to 7 and threatening lethal on the very next turn. Can Vex Apathetic off the back of a potential ride the win double conquer away these Sand Soldiers from Azir? But things get rather complicated because those are just the ones on the battlefield. Has more to work with in the back line as well. So Azir looking to be in an advantageous position for the time being. And I think he's just getting a little bit too far ahead from our Diana player.
I have to agree with you there completely, Matt. It does feel like that Arise was perfectly timed. We were wondering if he was going to be ripping it the turn before, but being able to leverage the Sovereign to run down the board, a crucial weak point in these Diana decks. If you get their units gone, I mean, the ratio of creatures versus the spells, it does lead one way a little bit more specifically. That being said, Fizz does get hidden off the top of the deck. Potentially a Gust here, maybe onto this recruit in order to try to leverage some power. Moonfall in hand, it doesn't look like it. So this is going to be a tough task for the Diana.
I mean, an interesting turn nonetheless. As you point out, the Fizz is in hand, so Moonfall isn't necessarily in hand, but it technically is because it's in the trash, so has the potential to bring it out and play it from the Fizz. So I like what he's doing here, but I was almost thinking of going the other way around, but of course, he is undefeated and knows exactly what he wants to accomplish. I think this was more so of saying, reveal the hidden card to me, and then let me go ahead and make a decision, because you can't do anything further, but I definitely can. So cards comes online, seeing if he wants to go ahead and hard bargain. It is a spell. It does deny a good amount of might on that battlefield, because you are threatening not only a 2 body, but it could go ahead and apply its Weapon Master to steal one of those equipments from the other Sand Soldiers. So yeah, forcing the hand, having a hard bargain there.
Yeah, going to be able to negate a good amount of might, makes this an easy cleanup. Fizz, as you said, is going to, kind of pseudo have that Moonfall into hand. Seeing another 2 equipment pieces. One's going to be a BF sword. Sally Squirtle, he's a little bit of a stacker. Not going to be able to give us a clear view here, but it does feel like all of the pressure is going to be on Great, making a good attempt. The Fizz does go down as we predicted. Moonfall coming out, the exact sequencing to bring over this Sand Warrior. Tapped out. We're just going to be watching this guy go.
Yeah, and that he is. Picks up the Raven Lucasauri trigger, gets the stack deck, so plenty of combat tricks to work with, / potential to see those with things like stack deck, but we're seeing the Wages of Pain able to go ahead and hide it on that battlefield, Stupefy, Ride the Wind, and an additional bit of a insurance with that hard bargain as well. We do know there is the accelerated potential from the champion that got bounced back to hand. So I think there's a world where Azir could very well close things out. You got the runes to work with. You have the power to go ahead and attach these gears as well. Let's try to go ahead and break down a little bit of the math. Right now, both these Sand Soldiers swinging in for 3 as they have +1 from each door and shield. We see the hand now. It's a Vi Peacemaker alongside that Chosen Champion being the only current units in hand. Let's try to think what can close things out. I'm wondering if you test the waters and bait out something like a Wages of Pain with a straightforward conquer onto Hall of Legends, and then accelerate Azir Sovereign and send everything over to the Vex Apathetic. Actually, I retract. It's Vex Apathetic. You can't accelerate anything. You can't move. So first things first, you have to take care of the Vex.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of force the bar, right? This card has been prominent, to say at the very least, within the meta of Unleashed, and for reasons just like this, is because Vex demands attention. Now it's going to be a swing in response to it. How are we going to answer into this? We see a ton of combat tricks. We do have that 3 damage that can be deployed from the Wages of Pain, a Stupefy, looks like a Ride to the Wind as well. Now, hard bargain, not going to have any application here, but you do have to protect this Vex onto the side of Great, because it is solely what is keeping you in this game thus far.
I almost like that Ride the Wind play. That way you maintain Vex on one of these battlefields, because right now there's no clean way of kind of making that BF sword move on way over to the other Sand Soldier. But first things, let's see what we can dig up in terms of a draw, because the Starcross wouldn't be all that bad here. Effective removal against tokens, but picks up that Ravenbloom student for now. Has access to stack deck, plenty of runes still left to work with. So stack deck, let's see what are the top 3 cards. Something along the lines of a Starcross Boroko. A little acceptable losses, not the best, because it is more of a call of the week for gears. So your opponent chooses, and he could easily just choose that Ire of the Herald in the back line, but still chooses it, it looks like.
I mean, the options available, being able to kind of remove some of the skill, hoping that you do make it throughout this turn. But as we anticipate, it's just going to be another gear piece from base. Not going to be able to help threaten this board and such. Right, the Wind does come out, going to be looking to push back this Vex onto the other side of the map. Yeah, that is going to be a conquer and a draw that goes the way of Squirtle. But
GG.
The most important thing, right, is who, yeah, they're giving it up.
They are giving it up. We saw the key card in hand. There was a Death Grip, so he got the Conquer up to 7. Death Grip the one on the board, or I should say on the battlefield. Give all those stats to the back line and then swing into the Vex, as Diana was completely out of options, completely out of workable runes, and that is Azir locking in game number 1, despite going second, which you know Azir loves to go first, but he just got off to the races so early on and never let go of the gas. Very impressive stuff. I think Squirtle is primed to be the sole undefeated player in this weekend's regional.
I love these regionals, man, because there's so much unexpected kind of emergence that we can see out of some of these decks like the Azir. If you would have asked me who was going undefeated on this later stages of the Swiss trying to get into the top 8 cut, if you would have told me it was Azir, maybe I would have believed you, but more than likely not. That being said, man, Diana going to be looking to sideboard in a couple key pieces. More than likely going to be taking that play yet again. What do you think this Diana has to do, man, in order to kind of pivot and give herself the advantage against this Azir, who came out so incredibly aggressive?
I believe it's exactly what we were talking about before. He just has a single gear interaction in the main board, right? He has single acceptable losses. Yes, he saw it, but he saw it in a point in the game where it didn't really make too much of a difference. If you see those acceptables early on, you're able to go ahead and pick off the more valuable targets like those BF swords. So I think additional acceptable losses and then turn to dust is another fantastic tool to work against gear destruction. Because let's look again. Yeah, no turn to dust in the main board. I think Starcross is definitely a bit underutilized here in this matchup because Starcross, like we said before, you're bouncing back tokens. Tokens cannot go back to hand, so it's a nice little way of interacting with them that it kind of slows down the tempo very much so. That said, we saw a card in hand, things like reaction speed, death grip, that kind of make that card all but useless, but it is like shoulda, woulda, coulda. Do they have those cards in hand? Do they have it? Is a big question indeed. So I like this matchup for Diana, but it looks like Azir is just playing so cleanly currently.
It's something we talked about within game one, right? That I kind of want to leverage both ways of that shoulda, coulda, woulda, wish. Is that we didn't see a single defy actually coming out of the Azir, man. It was just all gas, no breaks, no need for some hard tempo plays, right? It was just sovereign into the horizon, into the dirt, onto the side of this Diana deck. It's going to have to be a bit of a hard pivot, but I have to agree, man. That Starcross, it's pseudo removal, but it also can be a little bit of a pseudo retreat for some of those lost points. Game two, though, see the battlefields here. It's going to be Seed of Power in the Targon's Peak.
Yeah, not too bad. Able to generate some more card draws for Seed of Power because we know one of these are more consistently double conquering. That's going to be on the side of Azir, so does benefit him a bit more than his opponent. But Targon's Peak on the other side of the board definitely benefits that Diana player, always having what can be up to 3 runes available thanks to that Diana legend ability as well. But I guess to the point you brought up, Targon's Peak could be kind of utilized on Azir's side to keep things up like a Death Grip, like a Hidden Blade, like a Defy, which should be pretty impactful. But there's only 3 in the deck. Sometimes you don't see them when you need them. But it looks like in game one, didn't necessarily need them. So as we get ourselves into this game number 2, how are we going to see it play out? Can Squirtle remain undefeated in a 2-0 fashion? Or can we get into that impressive game number 3 that we often see at the highest level? And this is indeed the table number 1. It doesn't get much better than this. I am excited to jump into this game, Ego. Let's see. I believe Diana should be on the play once again.
Yeah, Diana going to be on the play here. I'm not seeing a 2-drop in hand, though. Same could potentially be said here. Vide into double on guard. Where is the gear, Azir?
Luckily, it is pre-mulligan, so not the most ideal cards, but able to put back 2 cards. And you're right, you're desperately looking for a nice little early drop to kind of put those points on the board sooner than later versus what your opponent can do. But you said, where were the gears? At worst, we see at least a Brutalizer, and going second, you're able to go ahead and play Brutalizer on top of tapping the energy for your legend to get that sand token.
Yeah, going to come out with some relatively good power. Raven Bloom is going to be the find off the mulligan. Great card into this Diana list, right? Being able to scale off of these combat tricks to confront maybe some of these bigger sand soldiers. And that's exactly what you predicted, right? Brutalizer into that sand soldier. Going to pick up, get a bit bigger, and maybe start off kind of like what we saw within the last game, right? Just threatening some of these points and forcing the Diana to answer.
Yeah, nice little early game for both of these players. Not too bad. Let's go ahead and see what they can do for that 4 energy play, but goes ahead and plays for the points. Sometimes we see these players play a little bit more patiently, knowing that the Brutalizer has enough might to get over these over the might most likely than Raven Blue Student. But luckily, because of Targon's Peak, you have a bit of a fallback plan. You have those Stupefies in hand, so he's almost inviting in this Sand Soldier, saying, you know what, do your worst, I dare you to come in. And he's taking the gamble. He's saying, I have a calculated risk here, all my runes are available, I like my chances, especially with a double arm guard up to back up my actions.
I mean, did we miss the trigger for the Targon's Peak to untap on 2?
Oh, no way.
Like, it looks like we did. He's not going to have those available resources in order to potentially combat trick the combat trigger within this game. Brutalizer as well as an on guard to push in. No resources to be able to play. Stupefy does get deployed. Card draw comes through, but you don't have as many tools as you potentially could. On guard, man, it's just going to eviscerate the student.
Oh yeah, so the bet gamble paying off, it looks like. So does get the conquer. More importantly, take down the Raven Blue student. And now it looks a bit premature than we're used to seeing that chosen champion come down. But again, now our opponent is remembering the Targon's Peak, has a bit of that fallback plan with the on guard. And I think I saw, actually no, I might just be the on guard, but now having to defend against the Diana Lunari, it's a little bit of a tall task, but at the hand currently, not too many combat tricks. We see a hard bargain, and then a little bit contrary to what we saw in game one, a whole lot of units, not a whole lot of spells this time around.
Yeah, it's literally the inverse of what that game one looked like. Maybe a little potential changes coming out of the sideboard, but it looked pretty similar. So it seems like luck is just favoring a more aggressive strategy as such. It's going to be Wei getting resolved, and then just a quick pass over. Score to go up to 2. I'm interested to see if we do bring this Sand Soldier back, right? And start establishing the base a little bit more for a big potential swing in around this Azir.
I think it does make good sense to me. The question at hand is, does it want to go ahead and overextend your champ? Because usually you don't mind pushing in a Sand Soldier into that seat of power just to generate the additional +1 draw. But now you're having to do that with a very important piece for that end game. As we saw, Azir was pretty crucial to closing out that game number 1. Do you want to go ahead and leave it available on the battlefield for something like Hui to go ahead and clean things up? But Brutalizer coming down, Guards has the potential to have an accelerated Sand Soldier too. Does he go ahead and deploy it? So Guards, the key thing here is if he pays the power, no, he's playing a little bit more of a patient game. As you mentioned, goes for the more of the approach of establishing a good, strong back line, and then saying, okay, do what you did in that opening conquer. Leave your units on this battlefield. I will find a way of knocking them down when my turn comes around.
I really like the Charlotte play, man, because it limits the capacity of what we can see what we can see the Diana Lunari do on her turn, right? Because you have to leave things up to be able to combat trick. Getting the conquer here with Targon is going to, like, oh, I mean, if he remembers the trigger, is going to leverage that a little bit more in your favor so you can establish more of a board. But, I mean, having this much might, you kind of have to stand back and do a little bit of prep time, as we do see it's actually going to be the Raven Bloom that gets discarded. Diana going to be able to take up that seat and now get a double draw here potentially off of it. Gust now going to go to hand. I'm interested to see not just how she kind of preps for what inevitably is going to be a big swing in behind the Sovereign, but also, like, what do you do for this turn to establish yourself in future turns?
Yeah, it's very difficult. I think he was really hoping for something like that signature spell Moonfall off the top. Unfortunately, he does pick up a double Gust. Technically okay, but sometimes when you have to deal with the Brutalizer, especially when they're attached on that very same turn, they are just out of reach of the Gust's range. But for now, I think this was a good play if he ended up hitting the Moonfall, but unfortunately was a little bit short of seeing that card, of course, because Hui having that +8 would have been a perfect opportunity to take care of the Azir Sovereign in that back line. But more importantly, it looks like he's putting on quite a defensive front, because double hitting cards. We saw Tide Turner. I'm trying to think back. There might not be too many other hitting cards. Can you think of any other, Ego?
Ah, man, nothing that's coming ahead immediately. It's going to be able to leverage, a lot more might onto one side, maybe potentially even offensively, depending on how we see Squirtle swing into this. We do see that he has access to the Arise as well as the Vi in hand, some counter tempo, but hard bargain, only going to be able to hit one of those. Arise, I'm wondering to see if he goes for the resolution of it in order to get these counter spells out, or if he's going to wait to see if maybe Diana taps herself out on one of these turns and gives somebody easy key in. I think the safer play ultimately, though, would maybe be just swinging in with these Vi's, threatening this way. Might be exactly that. The Sand Soldier, he's going towards the peak.
That he is, and I believe he's swinging in for a total of 6 might, so just right over the top of the Hui, forcing his hand to reveal these hidden cards. Though, with that said, there's just so many runes available that I like how Squirtle's approaching this turn. He's saying, you know what, let's just try to bait out as much information as we can. So Tide Turner number 1 coming down, Hui trigger number 1 on his opponent's turn will be triggering. I'm wondering, does he pitch a unit like we saw in the past and pitch in the Hui doesn't hesitate pitching one of the better units in these Diana decks, and a little bit of switching things around. Hui bouncing over to the other battlefield, now back to where he started. He has the potential to of an increase of 6 might currently if he pitches another unit. That is a way, because Diana traditionally doesn't have a way of increasing their might, but with a double tie turner, it definitely feels like it is, or she does have access to that.
I mean, at this point, both the hidden cards reveal double tide turn are going to be able to buff up the way, but we do know Vi is going to be in hand. Vi going to be 5 + 2, so 4. That is going to be a 9 potential overreach if the Vi does resolve, but we do have to assume that they're going to have something more to say. Instead, it's going to be the on guard that's going to be pivoted to Squirtle. I'm going to increase the might of this a bit more, and maybe just looking to potentially leverage some of his combat tricks to just at least knock down this way, even if he doesn't get the conquer.
You're exactly right. His whole intention is just to get rid of that one unit. Unfortunately for him, there is another combat trick in hand for the side of Diana. Plenty of runes to work with. That one getting deployed out being the smoke screen, down by 4. Do we have a Defy to stop that in his tracks? It looks like the answer might just be no, with the face he's making right now saying, interesting. I think this is not going to go his way. The double move from Hui, finding the pieces he needed in a smoke screen. I can't remember if he had it in hand, but did draw a good amount, probably picked it up from the Hui moving around the board, and now has a bit of a tall task at hand. That guy has fallen from what was +4 might down to just 4 little might. Can't get rid of the Hui, can take the tie turner, but that really wasn't the target number 1.
Now it's going to be like, how do you play these last 3 cards, right? This is one of those kind of impudent moments where it feels like the Diana is just in full control, right? You're on 3 cards. None of them are high quality interaction. If I looked, it was a BF and a Rise, as well as maybe a smaller piece of gear, not quite recalling that third piece. But Diana, I mean, she has everything she needs in hand, right? If you want to play into the Rise to maybe bolster your backline, oh yeah, we got the hard bargain for you here. Do you want to potentially, get a little bit active in the combat? They don't have the runes for it, but falling into the next turn, that is going to have access to the Moonfall, another smoke screen, as well as a Gust in hand. But it looks like it's just going to be another swing in, try to knock down this way potentially.
Yeah, trying to place him on having no more further combat / showdown interaction. He's saying you had so many that previous turn, double hitting card plus the smoke screen. How much more do you realistically have? And on top of that, you are running out of runes on my turn. I love the way Azir is playing, right? You want to go ahead and take a bit of a double dip approach where you're cascading these equipment, generating might essentially on the board rather than from hand, so as free resources. The only caveat being as the resources from your rune pool, which is kind of tough for Azir to deal with, but lacking the resources in hand to save the Hui. I think that's a little mini success in itself that he took that down.
Oh, 100%, right? Azir is most definitely going to have an easier time rebuilding than Diana is. That being said, there's some very prominent pieces already on board, chilling at home, getting a little bit cozy. That Vex apathetic, as the name says, a little bit carefree here potentially as this Targon's Peak does get cleared. I do wonder if we are going to see a Sand Soldier maybe get victimized by Gust in hopes to get a Targon's Peak, but we know there's not a lot of interaction, so potentially this is just a BF sword once again into another Sand Soldier to try to bolster that backline yet again.
Yeah, seems to be a proper play to me. As you brought up to our attention, no longer has any calm runes to attach these brutalizers, so that was the one downside of that cascade effect, but it was paying decent dividends. As he mentioned, he did take down the Hui, but BF sword comes online, most likely will be followed up by that Sand Soldier to attach. You want to leave these brutalizers alone, but if you don't attach them now, you have to pay those raw power costs to do so. I don't think it's bad, it's just very expensive, so trying to do a bit of the remaining of the work. You have a Lunari, you have a tie turner, and then we don't know what's left, but I feel like there's a tell to be said here. He knows he couldn't have the cards to save the Hui, so what are the chances he has the cards to save the tie turner and the Lunari on the other battlefield? So I like this this kind of bet he's placing here.
Going to be able to get that Conquer onto Targon end of round. Although he doesn't have the removal, he's going to be able to threaten something Well, never mind. He's not going to be able to threaten the Defy. He doesn't have any of those calm runes up. As such, though, it is going to be the Sovereign. Swing it in. You hit it right on the head, right? You didn't have what it took to save the white. You got what it takes to save this Diana, to save this Tide Turner, especially with them having a bit of a lower power count. Gust is available. We can see in hand. Moonfall is going to be there, but not enough runes to actually play around it.
And sending everything into that Seat of Power, it does cost him the additional +1 draw, but he's more prioritizing eliminating the remaining threats and leaving behind the Soul Vex in the back line, because you don't get the draw, but he does have a clean answer with Moonfall. Ooh. Slamming down -2 on every single unit on that battlefield. A devastating attack. Completely caught him off guard. I didn't see that Moonfall ahead, Nigo. I had no idea, so that was a pleasant surprise to me as well.
I saw the Moonfall, but I was looking at the runes and I had only counted 2. A miscount on my part. That being said, still extremely clean, and what makes it more of a trade instead of being a pseudo field wipe onto your side. Going to be able to leverage knocking down that Azir Sovereign, so you can't get any more of these massive swings. That said, coming into your turn, what, 5 runes and apathetic? You're gonna have to care a lot if you want to get this win, and as such, we're starting to stack the deck here. Fizz hit off the top. I mean, is that not what you take 9 out of 10 times?
It feels to be the case. We just saw a Moonfall go straight to the trash on the previous turn, so Vex push up, Fizz come down, Moonfall the other Sand Soldier. Sand Soldier is currently holding the BF Sword and a Brutalizer, so up to 3+3, so 6 might, down by 2, down to 4. And no, turn to dust. I think he's going to be a little bit patient with the Fizz. Doesn't want to go ahead and end up killing his Fizz, or not killing his Fizz, but killing the Vex for no reason. Back over to Squirtle's turn, holding up to 5. Doesn't actually have the energy for something as straightforward as an Arise, which kind of being the pitfalls that he realizing now. You know, it was successful on the attacks he did previous turn, but there was a hefty cost, and the cost was the rune economy he paid for. But it looks like you're still slightly ahead on point tempo, as you're just going up to 5 for your opponent. And that's it. You just have the Vex, as you has a little bit more board presence currently.
This is so extremely painful onto the side of the Azir, right? Squirtle, I mean, he's just starting to run out of gas. We do have Fizz in hand on the side of Diana, so, you know, we don't have Moonfall in hand, but we have Moonfall in hand, if you get my meaning here. Now, how do we potentially leverage this lead? Fizz, of course, is going to come down immediately. Let's take a look into the grave and see if we have anything to just shut this out. That thing is going to be the thing too. Casting of Moonfall. Come on over here. Going to be able to knock her down and bring this lead further into his side as great. I mean, he's having a great game too.
And interesting enough, oh no, you go down to 3, but wait. He was swinging for 5. Wasn't he able to at least take out the Fizz?
I do think so. I'm not seeing anything on board that would really relegate this Fizz to stand up, but potentially just a missed calculation on our part. I'm not seeing the line in which that Fizz lives. Looking at board, taking a look at hand. Maybe a little overlook here. I would assume the judge would have to step up, so maybe something we're missing on our end here.
Yeah, the only thing would be if the Vex was still stunned from the previous turn game played out, but I think that only goes for Dazzling Aurora decks. But chat, let us know if we're missing something. It's rare. I mean, we miss things here and there, but Fizz only had 3. Moonfall lowers the Vi down to 3 as well. So at the minimum, there wasn't no tank or anything on Vex apathetic, but hey, we'll go ahead and move on forward, as that's what the Azir player is doing. So goes and conquers the Seat of Power. And okay, I was reading to see if chat said anything about it, but no. Seat of Power does go up to 6, so playing what could be the hold versus hold game, and we do know one of these players will be reaching that final 8th victory point before the opponent, and that is still favoring Azir as of now. But something's telling me is he's running a little bit dry in terms of hand currently, as it looks to me that he only has 2 to 3 cards left in that hand.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty evident what they are, but dude, having another Fizz kind of getting drawn off to this turn rotation, yeah, it does look like this could just be a bit of a blowout win onto the side of this. Diana running out of gas and not hitting a singular defy to try to tempo out some of these combat tricks that Diana has been able to resolve. I mean, not to say easily, right? Both these guys are trying their hardest, but Diana just has had it every time she's needed it thus far within this game too. Fizz hitting, going to resolve a Stupefy. -1 does get applied here, and a Star-Crossed as well. I mean, that's just pseudo removal onto the token.
Mm-hmm. And doesn't even need it this time around. Simple Gus is clean enough, and now you are feeling like you have begun to step into that driving position for the remaining of this game. Coming down to the wire, though, 6-6. It could get any better in this game number 2, but leaving plenty of energy to work with for the spell you just mentioned. Starcross is an excellent tool to work with against these Sand Soldiers, especially when we take into account the lack of defies we've seen all series long.
Yeah, it's one of those feel bad moments. If I recall, Squirtle's running a 3 of full set in order to try to tempo, but they just haven't shown up when he needs them. And this is something that we kind of ran into last game with Diana on her creature side, right? She resolved a couple of her bangers, the way, the Fizz, as well as I think one apathetic within that set one. But then after those got resolved, you know, there wasn't much else you had in the hand, and Azir was more than happy to answer. The Sovereign, though, I mean, got a little bit of an uprising in the kingdom in the form of a double Fizz and an apathetic to field. So those big plays around Arise, you can't even play into it right now because everything is stunned.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you have to go ahead and do the similar approach we saw in game 1. You have to deal with the Vex Apathetic first, floating a couple runes. Double Brutalizers is more than enough to go ahead and take down this Vex Apathetic, but we know what's right on their corner, and there it is. He actually does have the Defy for something like the Starcross. This could be a big turn. It could be the game-deciding turn. If it goes the way of Azir, that's going to be very heavily in his favor. Now, if Diana is able to hold on to this Vex, and might just very well be holding on to the game, it feels like. Swinging in, here we go, 8-4, Starcross. Oh, interesting. Goes for the different line, has the potential for a Defy, but might just be met by their own counter potential in the form of a hard bargain.
I mean, this is just the strength of like the chaos color, right? It's the Usain Bolt of Riftbound. No one moves quite like a chaos deck does, allowing you to leverage some of these plays like, hey, I'm just going to send it over onto the other side, forcing the Defy in response. Now, what's the play? We do see that hard bargain is in hand, can be played, full 4 is open, but do you do it in order to just kind of force down some of these potential resources, ensuring they can't play anything else? Or it's just going to be a give of the Vex here. I mean, you do have a board. It's going to be double Fizz at home, but there's not much like the apathetic.
Wait a minute. He lets go of the Vex Apathetic, and now with 2 floating runes, you have exactly enough for something like an Arise. 2 of those units in already. Arise gets deployed. Is there any interaction? You can't. Oh, of course. I just said it before. For some reason, I just missed it because I was so excited to see these Sand Soldiers get developed out. But we're seeing brilliant patience and brilliant execution, holding the hard bargain for the perfect opportunity. Say, I had the potential for Defy, but the only way I lose in this game is if he has the Arise, and that he did. So place his bets in the right bucket and paying dividends. Now, can he close things out? 2 conquers away. Conquer number 1, conquer number 2, and Diana bringing us to that decisive game number 3. What an epic conclusion of that game 2.
Dude, what a fantastic. I'm not gonna lie, man, I'm feeling a little bit of spoiled. My first Riftbound set on cast.
Right.
And we essentially get like one of the most contentious Azir players in the entirety of the tournament, showing up against one of the most prolific legends in this Diana, and they're putting on a hell of a show going into this game 3, dude. It's exciting to watch.
It is exciting. Now, I'm trying to recall back. He had Hall the Legends. He has Seed of Power. If memory serves me right, the last battlefield for our Azir player is the one that gives +1 on everything. Triferian Warcamp. Triferian Warcamp,
yes, sir,
might be pretty good here because it kind of mixes up those breakpoints of how you can go ahead and do things like Gus, how Moonfall interacts, because it kind of makes it just -1 across that battlefield versus that traditional -2. Of course, it does benefit both sides, but we'll see. I think Triferian Warcamp, not a bad battlefield. it should be pretty good. But as we saw before, both of these players know exactly what they want to accomplish in these games. And as you mentioned, this is a whirlwind of a game in the best way possible. Two undefeated players. Who will pull out ahead? Let's throw it over to chat. What are we feeling, chat? Is Diana going to remain undefeated, or are we rooting for Squirtle, our regional previous champion? Who are you thinking, Ego?
On YT, man. Who am I thinking? Who do I want? Who am I thinking is Diana? And I do think like there's this pressure point of what's going to determine it is who hits their tempo, right? We saw lacking those defies on what the first 7 turn rotations was almost crippling for Squirt. I mean, there were so many opportunities where a defy, I mean, even like with the way play onto the Diana on the double swing over onto left side, a defy there completely changes the outcome of the game. So I do think it's so tempo centric. Who my heart wants is the Azir, right? But who I think it comes out because they have so many more tempo pieces outside of just the defy. I think Diana just has the advantage post game 1.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too wrong to go ahead and place your bets on Diana, but I feel like Squirtle might just be operating on a different hemisphere, and we've seen it time before. We've seen it previously in some other regional qualifiers. Can we see it here in the Utrecht Regional Qualifier? Side note, quick little shout out to Challenger TCG in chat. Hope you guys are killing out there. I don't think you're undefeated, but hope you're still X1 if you're calling the chat. If you're Billy Mayer, I'm proud that all you guys got your best of metal cards. But bouncing back to the start of this game, number 3, it is the War Camp. It is the Abandoned Hall, which is the best battlefield, it feels like, for these Diana players. But of course, to have some combat tricks, right? Guards is a spell. You benefit from the +1 there. You have those on guards like we saw in game number 2. You have the kill potential from those death grips and nice early acceptable losses. We mentioned that's kind of a really good step in the right direction for these Diana players.
I mean, we talked about it moments ago, right? Who hits the tempo pieces first, acceptable losses. I mean, it's so incredibly brutal. Seeing that get resolved is going to be able to start tempoing down Squirtle within turn 1. Diana resolved to the back line. As you said, Abandoned Hall is literally the best for last for this Diana deck, and they have a grip full of not just interaction, but also some of their best cards. Is that an Apathetic as well as a Raven Bloom? Looking to see if they maybe look to develop one of these. Star-Crossed to hand on the swing in. Soldier just gets knocked down more than likely. No one guard for what we saw for Squirtle to maybe turn this trade. But even if he did, there's plenty of key combat tricks in the hand of Great.
It looks to be the case, and he's thinking very carefully, and he does indeed have that on guard. So saying, let's get some more resources out of the hand of Diana. You're forcing my hand. Let's go ahead and force your hand. Unfortunately for Azir, you do definitely have a little bit more to work with. Things like Stupefy will be bringing things back to even territory, as it's currently 5-4 on that Terraforming War Camp. But let's see if we can get something a little bit more efficient. Stupefy number 2 wouldn't be all that bad. You actually save your Lunari, but that's for the immediate future. How are you going to save her from an oncoming Sand Soldier the very next turn might be a bigger question.
I mean, we do see that they do have the flash in hand. Does feel bad to only be utilizing onto one character, but if you're going to save one, having, you know, it be your Diana seems like a pretty good play. That being said, it's going to be the double Stupefy, essentially cycling the 2 cards to get 2 more in hand. As now the Sand Soldier falls, Conquer Point does go over to Great. How is Azir going to be able to play into this on the next turn? Do you just swing in and continue to force the hand out? We do see there is a Gust present.
There is the Gust, and as you point out, there's the Flash as well, but that's just 2 runes, and we do know they do have access to things like the Defy, but forget about keeping runes up. No Flash, no problem. It looks like he's saying, take my Lunari. She did a little bit of work early game. I got a couple good draws. I got the Star-Crossed and the Stupefy from that stack deck, but I don't really necessarily need it all that much, which is a bit surprising to me. But maybe having to do what you can for the time being. The Lunari hitting the trash very fast. There's nothing to go ahead and interact with. These guys are just playing a bit of backwards and forwards. I conquer, you conquer game plan. Let's see who's going to be making the difference going forward into this game 3. Sand Soldier number 2 making an appearance. And if he doesn't have any additional gears to work with this turn, he might have hit a bit of a halt. Plays out this Chosen Champion, but that means he's tapped out. It feels like a familiar story where Diana felt they were at the previous turn. Now is a tapped out Azir, which feels a little bit of an overextension on this war camp. But Azir, as long as you keep the point tempo, I will always have to root for him.
I do have to agree. Right now, swing into that abandoned hog to be able to capitalize on the home court. You know, the battlefield that they're looking to bring in. Now, potentially a stacked deck, or maybe we run into a star-crossed after resolving an apathetic, but the counter swing in coming from Squirtle on the next turn would easily be able to overtake that without really impending too many losses. So what's going to be the play? Is it just going to be the apathetic and then potentially holding up that star-crossed that we can see in hand?
Yeah, that does make good sense to me. Starcross as well as the Gust from the Legend ability as well. So access to 4 runes during a showdown, which might be exactly what they need. Because straightforward, you do have the ability to go ahead and swing everything in, move all these tokens to that battlefield. And since they weren't played this turn, none of them are stunned. All of them have access to move from any of these positions. And I believe he's saying, do your worst. Look what's in the hand, Ego. That is a double defy. Defy the Starcross. Heck, even the Gust if you dare to do so. I don't think it's too necessary because right now, swinging in for 8. And the worst you can get done is something like the Moonfall if he's playing around it, or the Starcross that we discussed before.
It's the double defy and handle. Listen, dude, I love TV. I love television. Recently watching The Boys, I think there's a quote for this that fits perfectly. That's diabolical, man. Any interaction you have right now, it's not getting through. I think that maybe Great does get a little bit of whiff of that. And as such, he's going to play the stack deck first, see if he can develop more options. Are we defying the ability to look? It looks like potentially Squirtle weighing his options here. Do you want to allow this Diana to continue to dig the hand? As we know, already loaded with a surplus of combat tricks. Do you want to just make this a smooth take of this apathetic early?
That is something to take into consideration. Keep in mind, these guys are fighting for control at Abandoned Hall, but on one side of the board, being Diana's side, you are kind of doubling up on these Abandoned Hall triggers. You get the +1 from the battlefield, +1 from the Raven Bloom, which is what we're seeing right here in this very moment, thanks to the single spell being played from the stack deck, 2 might evening the playing field at 8-8, but I saw a very impactful set of cards in the side of Squirtle's hand. We saw the Hidden Blade on top of the additional defy. I don't see any other way of favoring Azir during this showdown. Still plenty of energy to work with, being the 3 energy threatening the Starcross / the Moonfall he actually managed to pick up there. Let's see what they decide to deploy out, because it almost seems like they want to hit a little bit of a reset button, go back to base with the flash, but might be caught off guard with that defy we keep going back to.
Yeah, that's going to be a no. That's going to be an astounding, I don't think I will, as the Defy comes down. Listen, man, you're going to put your foot in this tire. We're going to square up. It's time for us to fight. Looking to knock down this apathetic, which has been such an immense pain. Gust coming down in response. Another Defy in hand. I doubt we do see it come down. Would be maybe a little bit of a biblical degree of greed here if it did. More than likely, he's just going to have this Raven Bloom escape. Oh my God, he is going to defy it. No, yet again, defying this defiant retaliation coming out of the Diana. This is going to just be a combat no matter what. You're tapped out and we're all in.
Yeah, that he is. Double Defy getting invested on this turn, and we said that alone was looking rather up and away for our side of Squirtle. Now, he was actually utilizing that Gust onto his own unit, but saying, I don't think I want any additional units in the hand, because currently, if we look at the remaining cards for Diana, there's just a single traveling merchant left. Not the most ideal card to have. Ideally, he would want something like the Hui, but to increase and add a little extra salt on the wound at this Abandoned Hall, the Vi, the Peacemaker coming down, making sure every single one of your units survive. That is a huge swing for our Azir player. What a heck of a turn, and an impactful, almost the most pivotal turn we've had in this series so far.
I'm going to just go out and maybe make a little bit of a broad and dynamic statement. That was the most pivotal turn I think we've seen out of this set, right? The no No, thank you. Please continue to put your hands up. In order to not only get the conquer, knock down 2 units, but also almost certainly maintain a hold here to push yourself up to 5. Single Sand Soldier next turn puts you at that keystone of 6, so you can just threaten a double conquer while both your runes and your backline develops. I think we know he has an Arise in hand as well. So 2 turn cycles from here, while we see Diana have to take a little bit of time potentially with this Fizz to rebuild, that Arise can just blow out this Diana deck and potentially take this game 3.
That's right. The only downside being he's a little bit out of reach in terms of rune economy to get that Arise sooner than later, as he did invest the Double Defy and the Vi Peacemaker. That was 2 runes getting recycled down to the rune deck. So having to only work with 4 runes for the immediate next turn. So 2 turns away from the Arise. But honestly, he's not feeling all that bad because all your units survive, which means you could go ahead and safely retreat those units. And you're going up to, I believe, was that a hold to 5 or a hold to 6?
I think that is going to be a hold to 6 here. I have to assume it's going to, well, no, it's a hold to 5, and this Sand Soldier can push in for a conquer up to 6 to threaten the double. Going to be able to throw a little bit of power behind it, so it's not as easy to remove in response, considering that Diana has things up. But I mean, right now, look at the score, 6-2. You're going to be able to just play comfortably here back into the base as you redevelop. If this Sovereign does kind of pull back the rest, we could see a potential big swing in, but instead, there's going to be presence on both here. Going to force this Diana to use some of these combat tricks as we see the Moonfall Man gets drawn up.
That's right. So could use it this turn, but a little bit of a tricky turn. And because he already had a hidden card on the Bandit Hall, doesn't want to go ahead and retreat and lose that hidden card, so forcing himself to kind of stay put at that battlefield. He does have a single card left in hand. Granted, that's 1 card that can generate himself into 2 cards. If you know that Sand Soldier is just going to go ahead and fall anyways, just get a little couple draws for your troubles regardless, as well as you do have the potential of killing a unit that's incoming, because all you need to do is hold 2 times, or honestly hold 1 and then double conquer / just single conquer on your very next turn. But Moonfall could be changing the complete course of this remaining of the game. Where are we going? He's trying to get this hidden information there. It's a Hidden Blade reaction speed. Draw 2 is exactly what he needed in this circumstance, as he's just running so low right now on hand size.
Yeah, you know, at a glance you would think, well, okay, that's just Rifarian, but that Moonfall card, not even a minimum of 1, -2 to everything. Absolutely insidious coming out of the Chaos colors. Is going to be able to leverage this to a potential just knockdown in order to remove Squirtle from this secondary point in the Rifarian war camp. The draw 2, I mean, it was honestly the best that you could get. You're going to be sitting comfortably still at 6. You can rebuild. Discipline, though, comes out. Cards are going to replace the card in hand, but that +2 could help knock down this Fizz.
You know, I don't actually hate this play, because I was going to say there is that 1 Starcross left in the hand of Diana, but a Starcross utilized now is a Starcross you can't make use of later. So Vi Peacemaker will be easily able to conquer that. That Azir Sovereign in the back line may very well be able to conquer as well, because all that's left after the fact is a Hui and I believe a Stupefy. I just don't think those are the tools of somebody that wants to go ahead and solidify themselves as the winner of this best of 3 and remain undefeated. But of course, time will tell, because you are bouncing back the Fizz, which means you could go ahead and replay the Fizz one more time.
Yeah, to be able to get another pseudo Moonfall in hand, getting access to the Gratitude Fizz. This card is so incredible, especially lying within these Chaos colors. Getting access to all of these key pieces of utility and making them recur as well. It can feel pretty dominant at times, but dominant definitely not the word I would be using to describe the Diana as it currently sits. All the pressure in the world, despite the rune differential, is definitely going to be going over to Squirtle. He got cards. He's going to have more runes. No hard bargain in hand, at least from what I'm able to see here. But I'm a little bit blind, man. I'm sure you would correct me.
No, just these cards in hand, no hard bargain.
Yeah, no hard bargain here. It's going to be Stupefy, a Fizz, and no longer Hawaii. Ravenloom Student going to be able to supplement that on the rotation of the Merchant. I mean, is this potentially just an Arise turn on 6, get more bodies and look for a blowout onto the next turn?
It honestly feels they have multitude of outs this very next turn. Even if you go ahead and fizz, star-cross the back line, or I guess you go ahead and do the one in the battlefield. That way they don't hold and force them to go ahead and conquer 2 on their turn. You still have, as you mentioned, the Arise. You can go ahead and Azir add accelerated. You could go ahead and play an accelerated Azir as well. But I think going for a different approach, so forgetting about the Starcross for now, Moonfall, it's another way of kind of getting some better value. You get the Abandoned Hall, so the Traveling Merchant goes up to 3. Moonfall brings the Sand Soldier, I believe, to 3 as well. But that's just a net trade. But oh my goodness, of course, they were still the in-hand Hidden Blade, and that should be GG, as all we have is a Stupefy to interact with the final closing conquer on the very next turn. A Fizz pickup won't be enough. The hand is extended, and that is Pedro, aka Squirtle, remaining undefeated, looking prime, locking in his second top 8 appearance out here in Utrecht.
Dude, the name reads Squirtle. We know him as Pedro. Right now, his opponent knows him as the Victor. Amazing play coming out of the Azir there in order to bring this home in 3. And I'm going to give ourselves a couple pats on the backs. We called it. This really was a fight of the well-placed tempo pieces, right? Being able to utilize that double defy of the turn. I mean, we said it then, I'll say it now. It was absolutely crippling for the side of this Diana deck.
Yeah, it really was. And it was just a cinema of a performance displayed at hand from Squirtle. Honestly, the way he was just sequencing, holding the cards at the perfect time, the game-winning play, I want to say at least for that game number 3, the double defy coming in clutch. We were talking about in that whole series, where are the defies at? We didn't see a defy game 1, maybe a single defy game 2. They were being saved for the final game 3, which ended up being an awesome one to witness. That was a really good matchup. I don't think it could have gone any better. That might have been the best match of the weekend. What do you guys think, chat? And how'd you like that game, Ego?
Oh, dude, that game was thrilling. I do like seeing like the best of the best compete, right? I'm a big manga fan. I'm a big Blue Lock enjoyer. It's where I get my name. And there's a term that is used or a phrase that's used in it that only the best of the best gets to look down others from the top of the summit. And Azir, I mean, he's looking like the sovereign from what we've both seen in the future matches, but also from what we have seen in these games, man. When he needs it, he has it. And when he doesn't have it, he's still leveraging every minute advantage he can to bring out some of these wins.
It really feels that way. And as we said before, all but locking in his spot into day 2 with just 2 more rounds remaining, he could intentional draw into intentional draw, and he will still lock his spot into top 8. So we know for certainty a Nazir is again locking the spot into top 8. The question at hand is, are they gonna make it further than that? Because top 8, that's not what a championship level mentality is what he has in mind, right? He doesn't want to just go ahead and top 8. Just last weekend, or was it last weekend or 2 weekends ago? I think it was 2 weekends ago now. We had our first ever 2-time regional champion. That, of course, being Alan ZQ. Can just in the span of 2 weeks, we have another one. Is that realistically, or you think it's realistic or not too crazy? Or a little bit too crazy,
I think it's very realistic. I think it's very realistic. At the standard of play that we've been seeing out of these players, I mean, we can kind of get bundled out as like, okay, final stage is a Swiss looking to make cut into top 8. These guys, even if they don't make top 8, can't have it taken away from them that they are some of the best players in the world, man. And as such, I don't think it's surprising to see the best of the best do what the best do, right? And that's win, win, win. We could very much be seeing another double champion get crowned off of this regional.
I would love to see it. You know, if we kind of break it down at its essence, is Azir looking so good? Because right now we saw how the Diana matchup was, and the majority of the top players currently, they're on Diana. If we're talking about Aurelia, Azir doesn't have all that tough of a matchup against Aurelia. I will say it's probably an easier matchup versus Aurelia than it is versus Diana. But you know, Ego, it looks like a winning interview from the only undefeated player remaining in Utrecht. Let's go ahead and listen in on him.
Feel right now at the end of round 11 to be the only undefeated player in the room?
I mean, it feels right? We are still doing it. We are maintaining the streak. So that's nice. You told me It's a new record, kind of.
You have a new record right now. Just a small thing that we're keeping track backstage. You had to go against Alan ZQ in Swiss the round before this one.
Yes.
You won.
He was Alan's
You
loss.
have proved that you are also here to
that's
compete
impressive.
in the European regional qualifiers, that you have a real name to stand for, and you beat our only two-time regional qualifier champion, making your own way to try and become a two-time regional qualifier champion. And now, with only a couple more rounds to go, yes, you have the current longest win streak for regional qualifiers of that you attend, of course.
Yeah.
Now, he's going to so many more. That's fine, of course, but that kind of that just shows how much the amount of work that you've put in with this deck, the extra tools that you've acquired from Unleashed, you know, the Vise, you know, being a little bit of extra pressure. But other than that, the deck hasn't changed too much, but the new tools are so powerful to help you in these decks like Diana.
Exactly.
You've now had to beat 2 in a row now. How many have you gone against all weekend?
3, actually.
3 total. So how it's not just about how you're feeling, but what's the game plan for next round? The same stuff? How do you reset every single time fighting against these titans of the game?
Well, I'm pretty chill right now. But as long as you, like in this case, for example, it wasn't my best games. So that's gets more and more tilted than losing or winning. So sometimes you play well and you lose, and it's okay. You still did your job. Sometimes you play bad and you win. That's nice. But if you play bad and you lose, that's something you need to work about, because it's your fault, not variance or whatever.
I think players just like yourself are your biggest critics, and when you do have those misplays, that's the biggest thing you have to consider all the time, but you have to keep going.
Yes.
And it pays off, because here you are, essentially, I can't imagine we don't see you in our top 8 already
yes,
in this feeling, of course, you know. And so I'm going to give you some time here to relax, reset as well, because I can't wait to see more of you played later today, and I can't wait to see what our casters have in store for us. Thank you so much, Squirrel.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Yeah, neither can I. It's going to be great stuff. And he could have said, like, I'm not even going to play these next 2 rounds. I don't think they
and
could.
I'm still making it.
Yeah, usually what we see once you're undefeated going into round 12 is just an ID into ID. But since we have a little bit of time, let's go ahead and see if we could take a look at the bracket. Ego, I know you have it on your side. And oops, I clicked the wrong button. I'm opening up Steam. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, we actually have a 4-minute backup match. Chat, are we tuning into this? I guess we'll casually cast this one then. If you're down, Ego.
Oh, I'm down, man. I'm down. We got, tried and true versus something a little bit more unfamiliar, but very much so welcome. Rek'Sai Irelia here. 5-2 split. Rek'Sai looks like he's doing the Rek'Sai things. And I'm seeing a notable lack of fervent Irelia here. Maybe already a victim of a falling star?
It looks to be the case, but something I would want to note is I think these guys are still in contention for top 8, as I don't see a loss. I believe the one in the middle is the loss, and then the one all the way on the right is a tie, right? Is that how you usually see it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. These guys both going to be in contention here for the top 8, looking to survive the cut. That being said, I mean, Rek'Sai resolving the Rengar onto far point is just looking incredibly comfortable here on this push in.
And something to note as well, they're on the same team as the undefeated player. I think it's a Spanish team, Team Massillon. I know I'm probably butchering that as I do often, but I think they have so much good teammates that they get some excellent practice. And a couple of them are running Rek'Sai this weekend, this one being one of the more successful ones. Can they keep another Massillon teammate alive for top number 8? Because that's going to be really impressive. You don't see it all the time where members of the same team make it as far as top 8 together. But if there's a time, it might be in this weekend's regional course. But it looks like Aurelia already with 1 game under their belt, as well as the Rek'Sai. So it's the all-deciding final minutes of the game with a huge tempo advantage in terms of points currently in the favor for Rek'Sai, it looks like.
I mean, tempo, power. We do see the signature spell for this Irelia as well as a charm in hand, but I mean, it's the same thing that we kind of broke down and we talked about very briefly in that the Azir game versus Diana, right? All of these combat tricks, they can only really mean so much in the face of what is an oppressive field state, something that it looks like this Irelia is potentially struggling into. Having that Blade Dancer come down is going to be able to help it, leveraging what is going to be a pretty thick Tide Turner into maybe a pseudo field wipe here.
Yeah, you know, something I'm not seeing is the lack of a chosen champion on side of Irelia, so was able to go ahead and effectively remove it earlier in this game. Wasn't able to tune in, but a Blood Rush getting deployed out +2, unless he repeated, it might be an additional +4, but the Gush trying to return one of these units before the Blood Rush resolves. Let's see what the target is going to be, because as you mentioned, that is a beefy boy, beefy little Tide Turner trying to defend and hang on to the only little glimmer of hope they have in this game, because they have a lot of catch up to do currently.
Very, very beefy Tide Turner, and everyone whose name isn't that looking awfully vegan. They want absolutely nothing to do with this. Tide Turner going to get a blowout onto 3. Some key utility does get used onto the backside of them in order to secure it. What is going to be the draw? Is that potentially another charm? I saw getting picked up for card 3. Noxus Hopeful pulled home, so there's not going to be a threat of hold. But I mean, with this charm and another Tide Turner in hand, this could just be another knockdown onto that back line.
It looks to be the case. Tide Turner just so that you're able to go ahead and conquer both these battlefields on this turn, or not conquer but score on both of these. It wasn't a charm, it looks like, but a Ride the Wind and a charm remaining in the hand for Irelia. Not the best hand, not the worst. The more important thing that went down on that previous showdown is that you kept Rek'Sai off that even tempo, because he was threatening lethal in a single turn if he got the conquer. But now working with 2 turns, and as long as Irelia has a couple more turns left to play, they're feeling like they can still hang in there. Under Titan, Rek'Sai legend ability, or signature spell I should say, as well as a Hidden Blade, the last remaining cards. But under Titan, you don't see it all the time get raw casted, but a +2 little mini Grand Stratagem coming down. So 6 might incoming into the Tide Turner, trying to get good use of the Sunken Temple as well, which I would imagine he's going to get use here.
Oh, most definitely. Let's go ahead and put a couple of these cards in my hand. That Noxus Hopeful, I mean, he's a believer in this very moment. Card draw could be picked up here. Looks like we are going to see Mice debating it first and foremost. But, I mean, at the best card right now that this Irelia has access to on Arc 7 is going to be the Prestige of the deck, the imaginary cards of what could it be, you know, coming out of these last couple cards in hand. Because they don't really do much here. This does feel maybe like a bit of a foregone conclusion that Mice, I mean, it feels like he's going to take this game unless it is an absolutely gas pull for the 3rd card into the hand of Arc 7.
Yeah, we just see there's that worst, something like a Hidden Blade, even if Irelia had some pumps left in that hand, which we know he doesn't. It's just Ride the Wind and Charm. Definitely relying on the top of the deck. Can they go ahead and draw something to get him out of the situation? Because right now, as you mentioned, Rek'Sai is definitely in the driving seat and inching his way closer and closer to that final victory score of 8. And I think they're going to get there, at least for the time being, unless there's an insane top deck, which I can't even imagine. Maybe an Irelia Fervent number 2 in the main deck, and to Ride the Wind to try to clear one of these battlefields could be something like an out.
Potentially. I mean, it doesn't feel like the most likely out, sadly. Right. Much to the begrudgment of Arc 7 here. That being said, I mean, Noxus, easy enough pick up here. Not by any means a slow play, but clock has hit 0. We are going to be going into turns. What is going to be the push here, potentially? Are we not looking to maybe push into this Tide Turn? I guess he doesn't have the information that we do, not wanting to give him cards by being forced to use that Hidden Blade. It is actually going to be a proc of the Hidden Temple, as well as the Rek'Sai Legend ability to start kind of digging deep for some additional cards. We're going to hit 2 bodies, resolving 1. I mean, this just seems like a good rollout for Mice thus far to potentially wrap up this game.
Yeah, and doesn't have any reason to not go ahead and swing in with the carry on, because even if it dies, you get a nice little bird token to say if you go down. But in this situation, you currently have one more might than your opponent, and we know there is just no combat tricks or ride the win. I guess you can go back to base so that you're able to go ahead and have a unit to work with the next turn, but that's almost just like delaying the inevitable, right? You know there's a double unit conquer, and foregoing it, and I don't think things are looking too good. Up to 7.1 more hold away, and Rek'Sai still in contention for top 8. I want to see a Rek'Sai in top 8. I don't know about you, but I would love that.
I want to see anything in top 8 that's new, different, or a little bit aggressive, man. Listen, I'm a Victor player, but I'm also a Rek'Sai enjoyer, I will say, and I'm very much so enjoying some of these lists that we've been seeing roll out at the regionals, kind of playing not just a mid-range, but a very aggressive Rek'Sai as well, and winning with it. Scuttle is actually going to be a body, my apologies, that does get resolved here, but I mean, it might categorically be the worst body you could resolve. Ty Turner going to be in hand, but I mean, can you get a double conquer with the cards you have available? I don't really see a line for such.
No. I'm right there with you. There's no sequence of cards currently. Charm, push one of these units back, ride the wind, get a conquer, go up to 5. But what are you realistic doing? You have a Undertime in the back line, another carry on, and I believe there's even a hidden blade. So even if you approach that battlefield, you're just going to get caught slacking. Ride the wind, invested either way, trying to do anything you can to try to hang on in there. Of course, Carrion is just a single might, so does get a conqueror, but how are we taking down Noxus Hopeful? We're at 7. You're threatening lethal on a single hold. I think this should have been concession, but I guess... Oh, I see what he's doing. Charm over here. Wait a second. I thought it's 2 to 4, no?
I apologize. Okay, cool. I mean, for love of the game, it was a charm for the sake of having a charm beginning to this match. It is going to be the Rek'Sai who does take it home. The hidden blade to give him a little bit more card advantage. Too much hand, too many runes to establish the field here, as Mice is going to continue his pursuit of being within that top cut.
That's right. Let's go ahead and head on back to the commentary booth, as I believe with that backup match, it should be moments away from getting things started with the second to last round of the Swiss for day number 2. Ego, awesome stuff, but real quick, if you need a short little bathroom break or water break, let me know before this round 2 starts, because I know you got one more round in store, because I'll go ahead and bring Sasuke in here, your commentator for this next upcoming round. So any little bit of break, I think now will be perfect before this round 2 starts, or round 12 starts. Unless you're chilling, we could chill.
Yeah. Yes, sir, Rima. Well, I am gonna go take a brief little sip of water here. I'll be right back, dude. It's been a pleasure getting to cast with you.
For sure. I'll hide the camera for now. Hit me up on Discord when you're back.
Yes, sir.
All right. And man, Ego is such an awesome caster. Let's go ahead and bring in another awesome caster, being Mr. Sasuke. We just can't get enough of him. So Sasuke, let me go ahead and bring in your camera, and then I'll tell you when you're on, as I believe you're already on the voice chat. So let's go ahead and click this. 1, 2, click. And man, day 2 has not disappointed. And granted, does it ever disappoint? I believe, Sasuke, you are live. Can you hear me, Sasuke?
Yes, sir. Yeah. And to answer your question about whether or not it could disappoint, I think so far it has not disappointed.
Yeah, so. Definitely not. Did you catch that one previous round? It was the 2 undefeated players. That one was insane. Oh, and I think we lost you, Sasuke.
The tail end of that right there, the game 3 Rek'Sai. Uh-oh. Hello.
No, you're good. You're good now.
Oh, okay. yeah. The game 3 versus the Rek'Sai versus the Aurelia. It really does seem like the Rek'Sai, especially on the play, has just such an impossible task for Aurelia to handle. I mean, the deck is just so hyper aggressive or offensive, and it's just so good at conquering that you give it that tiny little edge that it needs in that it gets to go first, and it's pretty much impossible to stop.
Yeah, sometimes it does feel that way, especially against an Aurelia, which is why we've seen a little bit of that decline that we discussed about yesterday, where Aurelia was the queen of that set 3 meta, thanks to Scuttle Crab, those Star Cross, even a little cheeky one of I believe Fizz sometimes in these Aurelia decks, but they aren't shining as bright as they have in the past. But real quick, Crayon in chat saying that Squirtle, or no, that the Rek'Sai player was on the same team as the Squirtle. Crayon Sons, I have you in here real quick. Am I saying the team name right? Because I've been wondering this whole time. You probably have a good idea of it. Is a Massaleon? Because I know it's a Spanish team, so Massaleon. Am I saying it right? Or we could just go with Mice.
I thought it was Mice Lion.
Mice Lion? Well, it's a Spanish team, so I guess technically it is Mice Lion, but think about it from a Spanish perspective. I think it's like Massaleon maybe. But Crayon, let me know if we're anywhere in the right direction. We could just go ahead and say Mice to be short. But yeah, they're putting on quite a performance out here in Utrecht. They're saying, what are the better teams? It looks like they are making a name for themselves because a lot of people know them. But now people are really starting to understand at what kind of caliber of players they're working with and have registered on them. Sounds like Massaleon. Okay, Crayon, I think I'm somewhere in the neighborhood. But you know, Sasuke, since we have you here, there's just a single undefeated player remaining. Do you want to know who it is, or do you already know?
I want to guess. I haven't actually looked up because I literally just woke up. I took my dog on a walk, came back, sat down with some coffee, and here I am. Is it Alan?
Close, very close. But it's actually the other regional champion, Squirtle.
Yeah, okay. It is the Azir player.
It is, yeah, running hot. He hasn't dropped a single game since the last time he was at a regional qualifier out in Lille. He went completely undefeated for the entire tournament, winning the championship. And again, in Utrecht, hasn't dropped a game. How insane is that, Sasuke? I've never heard of anything of the sort.
That's incredible. I mean, actually for a while I was saying that I think Azir is probably the best deck in the meta. It's just also the most difficult deck to play by far. And I guess Squirtle agrees because he's putting on, one hell of a performance to be able to do that.
Yeah, definitely. And it almost feels to me he just understands every single matchup, and almost so much so that he feels favored into everything. Are we going to say, I posed this question over Ego that was here earlier. I asked him, is there a realistic potential of seeing the second two-time champion within just a 2-week span, that being Squirtle? Do you think it's possible?
I not only think it's possible, I actually, at this point, I think it's probable. Look, I think Azir is honestly very well poised into the meta. I mean, that deck is just so dizzying. There's so many different things to consider. I know a lot of players have thought that the deck list is relatively straightforward, but you can't go fully undefeated. What is it? We're 11 rounds in. That means he's gotten 22 wins and 0 losses so far, especially into what I have to assume is some very, very difficult opponents as well. So very, very well navigated by Squirtle. I really do hope that we get a little bit more of him here in these final rounds before what I have to assume is going to be the finals. Because, I mean, if you guys want to learn how to play Azir, that right there, that's a masterclass to watch.
100%. And it was actually Alan ZQ's only loss on the day so far, so they actually already battled it out. But it looks like Ego is back from a little bit of a mini break. Ego, can you hear me?
Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree. How we doing, guys? How we doing?
How we going? And Sasuke, and I guess vice versa, have you guys met before?
No, sir.
No, sirree, man. We're going in first cast. I can already feel it, though. Like a spiritual connection, if you will. It's going to be great.
There we go. Love it. Love it. So yeah, Sasuke, this is Ego. Ego, this is Sasuke. You guys are here for this very next round, which looks to be pretty soon coming online. We don't have too many more players that of course are undefeated, but a lot of players are still in the contention. While we wait, Ego and Sasuke, you guys have the stream pulled up, right?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and go full screen mode on the standings. So let me know exactly when the game starts. That way I could go ahead and log back in. But let's hit a quick refresh button. If you guys have the standings maybe on your side monitor, let us know. For anyone at home, exclamation point bracket, you guys can pull up exactly what I'm seeing here on the screen. So as we were talking about before this round, Squirtle and Diana were the only undefeated players, but we actually saw that on the feature match. So Squirtle remains, and I guess it hasn't been updated to round 11 just yet, but I guess we still get some kind of indication. Any prismaticism, we haven't seen them at all in day number 2. I am down for some prismat shenanigans. I think that's my best bet. Lilia, though, we haven't seen her at all this weekend.
Whoa.
How do you guys feel about Lilia currently in the meta?
I want to like it, man. I have the Lilia deck. I pulled the over number and I was like, well, I need to. But it feels like the aggression, unlike Rek'Sai, where it can be kind of maintained and kept up throughout the game. I've ran into a lot of Lilia kind of burning out, tampering down. You do have the reliable 4/4 sprite, but when people develop an actual field, it feels like Lilia kind of struggles to keep up. But it's nice kind of seeing her in here fighting for that top 8.
So I'm looking at the brackets alongside with you, and I got to say, there's a couple of spicy things going on. One, Challenger TCG Billionaire on the Volley Bear, his like signature deck, actually took down Alan ZQ in a 2-0 fashion.
No way. Let me see. Where is that one at? What table was that? Oh, table 4. Unbelievable.
And Squirtle finally got his first loss. Game loss, not match loss. So
it looks like
2-1.
Another Zero teammate, Master Leon, has lost here against Master Yu, the Wuju Bladesmith, but it looks like a table 5 is still fighting it out. I'm actually surprised by that, because the game we were just watching, Ego, didn't it go into time? Or how many time was left in that Azir Diana matchup? I can't recall.
I think in the Azir Diana, there was maybe like 6 minutes left, so they're most definitely going to be in turns.
Okay.
It hasn't been a little bit since it, though, so I'm wondering if maybe potentially there's been some judge interaction that's caused it to be extended, because this is a bit of a longer one for sure.
Yeah. And it looks to be the Silver Aurora matchup versus the Wally, the Houston Regional Champion. So this top of the tables is so stacked, and it looks to be the case every single regional qualifier. I'm wondering Hartford is going to be exactly the same. I wouldn't put it past it. It's just whenever you're in the room of so many successful players, it's almost intimidating in a sense, but at the same time is inspiring, right? These guys were able to achieve success. What is holding you back? And I feel like it really elevates everyone and try to go ahead and try their best each and every regional. And I love it. I love champions like the Wally, because he was the first one to ever do it. So he's like literally written down in the history books, almost like immortalized as the first ever Riftbound Regional Champion, right? That's something a lot of people will remember. At least I will.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, being the first of anything, right, gets you a place in history. And in this game with so many legends, I assume it's going to have a very, very, very long lifespan. So getting to say you did it before anyone else did, it's historic.
It is. You know, going down
it's
these
not like
tables.
he had an easy task either, right? I mean, he had to beat Alan ZQ on the way there. I think it was in the top 8. That was his first matchup. So, you know, Diwali had a tough road. Even though it was the first regional, he still beat some very, very high profile players that we now know of on his road there.
Yeah, and of course it's infamous now that Alan got a little bit of vengeance there on that Diana Mare match, I believe in Vancouver. But let's go ahead and head down the table. It looks like Colin Kaiser remaining X1. He did lose the initial game in round number 9 to Alan ZQ, but ever since then has begun on his victory run. So we might very well see something like a set, the very second set ever to make a top 8. It could be at the hands of Colin Kaiser. Looking a little bit further down, Wutek, which is a previous top 8. I know I'm completely missaying that one, but Wutek, Woo with a J in there. He's a previous top 8 competitor, still finding success after round 11. Same goes for Prismat, but the one I do want to point out is another Master Leon member, Diamond Hat. He's working with Darius, only X1 of the day. Is it crazy to say we might have the most diverse top 8 we've ever seen? A Rek'Sai, a Darius, a Nazir, a Diana, a Master Yi. That alone is more diversity than we've seen in the past.
Dude, there's like a meme, right, of like Vince Carter, like he's like crying and stuff. Like we used to pray for times like these during set 1 and set 2. Like a extremely diverse top 8 like this is what I was hoping for when I was getting slammed in set 1 by the Kaisas, in set 2 when it was mono Draven beat down. This is, I mean, if this is the future of Riftbound, man, I think this is fantastic. It shows that multiple of these legends, even if they are a little bit more unorthodox, are very viable in a competitive sense.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And, to even add to that, there is still a Lilia that only got her first loss actually at table 2 in round 11 here. Oh, no, it looks like their second loss. Oh,
right.
no. Yeah, 9-2 now. So I think they're out of contention, but I do believe that there's even another Azir that's at the top tables here. Dr. Mateo, I don't know how he's doing in this round, but that would be another Azir at the top tables, also one of those Mycelian members. So I'm just gonna say Mice. I'm gonna butcher it otherwise. But yeah, no, I'm really excited to see how this top 8 turns out. A ton of Master Yi's at these top tables, a ton of Dianas at these top tables, but it still feels as I've spoken to Alan quite a few times. I would argue a friend of mine, but he calls it the jungle meta, right? When you're in those early rounds and there's 40 different legends, but it still feels even now at round 11 like it's a bit of a jungle meta, even at these top tables with decks like Azir, Volibear, Annie, Darius. I mean the list goes on with just how diverse this meta is here at Utrecht. So I'm excited to see how this top 8 turns out.
Right? It just goes to show how diverse and healthy the current Unleashed meta is. I'm hoping it stays that way coming into set 4, as we're just about a month and away from release, and actually just about 2.5 weeks away from the first Vendetta reveals. We'll touch on that a little bit more in a little bit if we have some time. But last thing I want to point out, and I know Ego, you might be extra excited about this one, Red Naxel is still X1 on Victor. Before this round 11, he was 9-1, and he got the dub versus Rainguard, which I don't recognize Simon, but did manage to take him down in a 2-0 swing. So there is still contention for a Victor to lock in a top spot for top 8. There's just 2 more rounds remaining. It's not impossible. Are we rooting for him, Ego?
Plus, man, listen, I'm gonna need you to use some of these Runes and Rift connections to make sure that that's the game we're casting.
Right,
you
right.
Want
That'll be
insights
sweet.
into the game, dude. If Victor breaks into the top 8, I'm gonna have to lay a couple candles on the Herald playmat, set up a couple prayers. It would be something that would genuinely bring me a large spot of joy.
Oh man, let's manifest it, chat. Pray with us here on the commentary booth. Can we manifest a Victor on the feature table? We honestly have only seen a single Victor, which was in the middle of day number 1, but it's X1. There's only X1s remaining, and those are the only ones that will go ahead and still be fighting for their tournament live here in Utrecht. Can we get it done? Can we get it on the future table? Either or, if we have the Victor or not, we're only left with the best of the best. I'm just praying. The only thing I don't want to say, because I like watching all these games, but the only thing that I feel like is not the most entertaining is a mirror match. How do you guys feel about that? Are you a fan of mirror matches or not too much?
Oh, I hate mirror matches.
I have to agree, man. Like I see a mirror match and like the light in my eyes like dims slightly. It's like one of those like living room sliders. It just gets a little bit darker. They can be entertaining, I guess, depending on the legend mirror, but I got enough of that during the Draven meta. You know what I mean? I'm here for a more diverse matchup from now on.
Right, especially considering with how much diversity we currently have at those top tables, like we've been discussing so far. give us a little bit of extra spice. Granted, mirror matches has like the most amount of skill expressed throughout those games because they generally have a similar game plan. They understand each other very well because you're working with the exact same deck, pretty much very similar deck style / deck build. So there can be entertaining, but let's go ahead and knock on wood and pray for something else. Crayon saying, I hate watching them and playing them. Okay, Crayon, you agree. Oh, and Chopper saying the worst thing that could come into this feature match for round 12 is an Aurora mirror match. Chopper, luckily for you, I believe we only saw like a single Aurora roaming around the top. And if they lose to Lawali, that might be all the Auroras, which brings up a good point. Are we going to see even a single Aurora in top 8? Because it doesn't feel that way this time around.
The Sever versus Diwali tied.
Tie? Interesting.
So I think they both. Yeah, I think that both are out then. Yeah.
Are they X2-1 or X1-1?
X1-1.
That's still making it as long as you win out from here. So you can't intentionally draw anymore because you just have to play your games and win. So Diwali not out of the running just yet. But having to play these last 2 games are nerve-wracking to say the least. What's been the most high-level situation you've been in, Ego, in terms of like a competitive environment?
Specifically for Riftbound,
or in general, I mean, wherever experience you have, it kind of correlates to just competitive experiences in general.
All right, I played a little bit of college football.
Oh, nice.
Emporia. I mean, even then we weren't the best at school, so it wasn't super competitive. I would say the most competitive environment I've been in is 2 a.m. looking in my fridge, not looking for a sweet treat. It's the competition between my discipline and the snacks I buy to sabotage myself.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I guess I've been to a couple like locals. I went to the LCQ to try to win one of the mats and whatnot. Those were pretty fun. Pretty competitive.
Nice. And Sasuke, I know you have competed in several regionals now. Did you make it a little further in your previous TCG that you played before, or has Riftbound been where you've kind of been the most competitive? Because I know your background goes very, very far.
I mean, I've had some pretty competitive ladder placements. You know, hitting top 1 world a couple of times.
Nice.
But, appreciate it. Yeah. But only been able to compete in that one actual main event for the Riftbound RQs in Vancouver. Ended up scrubbing out super hard. The competition is getting more and more fierce, and just to continue to see these players continue to be at these top tables really showcases just how good they are and how much they really understand about the game. So, guys, if you don't realize it yet, but players like Squirtle, players like Prismat, Alan, Diwali, these players are incredibly talented, and we're going to continue to see their faces show up, maybe even probably close to the top 4 right there at the Worlds event. I mean, they are insanely talented. So
yeah, before we get too far ahead of ourselves for Worlds, we do know they've been released, I believe, a month ago now, 3 regional championships, which is what these players, at least the top 64 players, are striving for. They want to go ahead and lock in their qualification seat and make sure they qualify / are able to compete in that championship. I'm wondering though, since they didn't give us too much details, or maybe you guys read it and seen it. I don't know if both of you guys have seen it. Did they give us how many players they're inviting / how, like a cap, or did they not say just yet? I can't remember.
I don't remember, to be honest, but I know it's the top 64 of each of the RQs that get an invite. So what? There's like 20 of them, so about 1,200 players.
Okay, and divide that generally by 3 since China splits, EU splits, and then NA splits. But guys, it looks like it should be coming online rather soon. We get an indication of who are the last top remaining players. Darius, being number 3 seed, is not on anyone's bingo card, which is awesome to see. And look at the follow-up following that. Annie, Rek'Sai, Set a little bit further down, and then last but not least, number 10, Victor at X1. What an awesome top 10 currently. I would love to see Prismaticism personally, but just for you, Ego, let's get that red Naxel game going.
Dude, I listen. I'm leaning on you pretty hard for someone you've casted with a singular time. I need you to call up Riot. I know you got the phone number. Tell them we either need to see the Victor game, or I would settle to see Mice Diamond Hat on this Darius list just so I can screenshot it right before and kind of build it to kind of play at some of my locals, dude. It feels like this Darius is the dark horse of this tournament thus far.
Plus, Ego, I have to say, there is a world, there's a very realistic world right now where we get to both see Prismaticism and the Victor duke it out for the top 8, and I think that would be the most hype match, personally.
Plus is going to put me off to the stream because now we're at odds. He of course, you know, caster, we got to keep it professional. Of course, I would never have any real biases. Please, Victor, win. But you know, it would just also be an interesting match, right? Like, how many times have we in a high competitive sense seen a Victor lining up against an Annie?
Right, we haven't seen that pretty much since the Origins meta, as those are two set 1 / proven ground legends, which is awesome to see how much success they're finding. Of course, it is at the hands of Prismaticism, no stranger to the top, managing to get all the way to the tippity top out in Atlanta, being crowned champion. So in that top 8, I believe Prismat and Squirtle were the last remaining top 10 regional champions, as Alan did lose to Billionaire, so I think he's out of top 8 contention, unfortunately. So no 3-time champion this weekend. Maybe a little bit down the road, of course. You can never count Alan out. I don't think Sam is in this weekend. Diwali tied, as we talked about before, so looking to get the last 2 rounds under his belt as well. But this is exciting. We have a great top 10. Something I believe Chad just brought to our attention. Chopper Con saying 3 Master Yi's out of those top 10s, and oh my goodness, Iga,
yes!
Take a look at your screen. You kind of manifested it. We'll say I did end up calling right. I'll take the credit for it.
There it goes.
Yeah.
Right. Just kidding, of course. But Blue Jack, as we said before, that's a previous top 8 competitor. The only way I remember him, if you guys saw that feature match, he's the one that blew the kiss to the camera. But hey, we don't have to wait any longer. Chat, Ego, Sasuke, if everyone is ready, round number 12 of the Utrecht Regional Qualifier has begun. I'm going to throw you guys over to the feature table and take it away from here, guys.
Okay, I have to start this off immediately. Washtec he has the 5 cost Yi from the Proving Grounds.
No, he
doesn't.
No.
Oh, okay, all right,
Okay.
I'm a liar. I made myself a liar immediately.
I was almost a little too excited. That being said, I am going to be taking a look here at the list. 3 Rengar Trophy Hunters, a little bit of hand exposure with the Scuttle, I think 2 of. And also, we're going to see 2 Sabotages in the main board. This guy has a pretty solid amount of hand disruption, or at least knowledge gathering within the main board. That being said, look at it. Glorious perfection. Victor's list rolling out. Anything jumping out to you, man?
No, honestly, a lot of these cards make a lot of sense. I'm actually really happy to see Card Shark make it into the list here. Another interesting card that I think a lot of players aren't going to be playing around very well is this Chakram Dancer as a 1-of, because you see it once, then you're going to have to play around the second and potentially third one for the rest of the series. Obviously, come the top 8, they're going to have knowledge that it's just 1. But for here in this series, if he sees it in game 1, this Master Yi player, with just how many tokens Victor's able to put out, this Chakra Dancer is going to be a card that the Yi player is going to have to play around deeply for the rest of the series. So I'm excited to see how that card plays out, and if he does get to have it in game 1. But again, this card sharp, I think, going to play a huge role in this Victor's success. I think it's a very undervalued card, and I'm really happy to see it as a 2-of in this Victor list.
I'm at a loss of words, and my whole job is being able to talk, but the excitement is getting to me. We're going to be getting into the roll-off here. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, give you maybe a little bit of that Dalmatian treatment. Pre-game, making a call for which one of these decks you want to win versus which one you think has the game 1 advantage. Saucier than Linguini, Sasuke, man. Which way are you pivoting?
I'm going to be biased here. Look, I love Master Yi, but I do want to see this does Victor take it? I'd love to see a Victor into the top 8. I think it's a great deck. I think it's very well poised into the meta. It has very good matchups. However, that said, I will say it is pretty heavily favored for the Master Yi. Just the fact that you have ambush units, so cards like Hidden Blade and Facebreaker really don't have as much value as you'd like it to. Not to mention, Yi is incredibly good on the defense. It has access to Defy. It just feels like such an uphill battle. Not to mention, it also has cards like Ruin Runner to really just shut off a lot of what Victor's trying to do. So we'll have to see exactly how this Victor manages to navigate this game here, or this series rather. But Carry Dredger, definitely a great start.
This is exactly what you're looking for. We can see into hand as well. We got a Stupefy, Face Breaker, that Sprite Fountain as well to be able to kind of push out some early pressure, hopefully before, you know, we do get some of this mounting defense, that whole potential that we normally do see out of the Yi. Pit Rookie comes in first. The draw is actually going to be a Bellows Breath. We know that can be extremely potent if he does draw into this Imperial Decree. But now my question becomes, what do we do here? Is it just going to be a take it to Sprite Fountain into a token potentially in order to kind of set that early advantage that we're so accustomed to seeing out of the Victor? Or are we looking to maybe just establish a base or play some early removal as we hold up 3?
Yeah, I mean, I like this a lot more. Just, you know, continue to play defensively. You have access to the Facebreaker or the Stupefy if you so choose. And then if you go for that Stupefy line, you get to trade with that Pit Rookie. I'll have to see what Wojtek decides to do. I mean, he does have access to quite a few different tools, but it looks like he's just going to go ahead and play defensively for now. Go on to that Forbidding Wastes. Just kind of push Victor off of that waste for the time being. Force cards like this Eclipse to be used or the Stupefy just to go for the trade even. And for now, these Pit Rookies going to prove to be a little bit difficult to deal with as this buff does come down, which means I think that's an actual Riot buff. So kind of a flex there. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, this guy is not like the rest of us. I'm using whatever I can get from the few packs I get at the locals. That being said, double channel coming out here. Another Sprite Fountain does hit the hand. That's 4 with the 2 recycle for a potential 6 power here. Rolling into just this turn. We want to go next as well. That's a cumulative 12. I mean, that is pretty aggressive. Just kind of depends on how we want to play it. We could see the double Sprite Fountain into that potential tap 1 Victor in order to get a prolonged hold past the Sprites. But you know, what do we want to leverage here? The Sprite Fountain on 1 does look like it's going to be the play.
Yeah, I like the Sprite Fountain here a lot. It makes the push just that much easier. You can go ahead and push in this Sprite by itself, see what this Master Yi is going to do. You still have access to Eclipse, you still have access to Stupefy. So a lot of your aggressive tools are still available here, and this discipline is going to come down from Wojtek to try and kind of push this Sprite off for the time being, make Red exhaust a couple of more resources before he's able to overtake this battlefield for the time being. And now with this Eclipse coming down, Victor's going to be able to look at the top card of his deck, decide whether or not he wants to keep it. Unfortunately, we don't get to see what it is, as it is going to go down to that bottom part of the deck. Does not want to see it, and now this card is going to get drawn. And I don't know with what Wojtek has in hand that he even wants to keep this this Pit Rookie.
Yeah, now, you know, focus having been passed over here. Eclipse resolves. We do get a little bit of pseudo scry with the vision 1 up. Fearless though on the threat of what could have been a potential defy here. I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, we saw 2 within the main board. This Pit Rookie having a lot of prominence being put on it here relatively early in this Victor matchup versus the Master Yi. You said he does have, you know, a distinct advantage within this game 1, and it's because of some of the tools they were able to see here, right? Discipline, and now the punch first potentially getting utilized here. A lot of runes do get used for it, but it keeps this Pit Rookie upright. And into this Victor list, you just can't allow yourself to be tempoed.
Yeah, I mean, I could have said it better myself. Look, this is one of the things that Victor does so good at. Once it gets ahead, it stays ahead. And it's incredibly difficult for any deck, including Master Yi, to come back here. But cards like Punch First, cards like Discipline, make it very difficult for, you know, Victor to really find that purchase, to get that lead early on. And we see it here in this second turn of the game. Now Master Yi, or now Victor kind of has to put his tail between his legs, come back to base here, and figure out what he wants to do in this second turn. Because right now, this put rookie is going to go right into that Star Spring to come back. And, oh, looks like he's considering putting that recruit into that Star Spring to force Wojtek to exhaust a few more resources. And he's going to continue to bolster that front line. And hide. Wow, okay, so he wants to hold on to this battlefield for the time being.
I'm not the biggest fan of this. I mean, okay, like looking at it logistically, right? We've seen you use 2 buff spells in order to protect this pit rookie. How many can you reasonably have? More than likely, you're not going to have that secondary punch first due to the fact that you burned it, as well as the runes in order to play it on this defense. So being able to walk into the space, even if you do kill, at least making it a trade, reducing some of the field presence that they do have, can be good. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, Sasuke. It feels a little bit unorthodox for Victor play, right? We normally like to step back, compound, get quick grabs, but after utilizing some removal, losing a body in that sprite, which sure is expendable, we're now seeing all-in commit with what does ultimately amount to only like 3 power onto this left field. It just feels a little bit odd from what we expect from the normal Victor play lines.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point here. I'm a bit surprised to see him go for this Master Yi line. I would have liked to potentially have seen him just bring back this pit rookie, utilize that first mate, and then instead he's just going to go ahead and take himself a turn off. Understands that this Victor has to develop a unit that isn't a token into that Star Spring to be able to utilize it. Victor, not known for having a ton of units, while it is an aggressive deck, it really does rely heavily on that legend ability to be able to push into these battlefields here. So Cold Week going to be the draw for this Victor player, and I have to imagine that something is going to be done about it here. Stupefy going to be put down, and now this Sprite token able to push into this pit rookie fairly easily here, and no punch first available for Wojtek for the time being, as there is only 1 body rune available, which means that this Forbidding Waste is going to get taken over, and now this Master Yi has to push into the Star Spring, but that said, he cannot do anything about it here. Wow, okay, even further going to utilize this second Sprite Fountain, just really wants this Forbidding Wastes.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Very, very much so interested in making sure that this thing stays dead. That buff getting, relegated to an exile in a way. It's still going to be shining onto the side of the screen, but now extending that lead on the points up to 4. There's a potential possibility of a double conquer, but we know he has the Facebreaker in hand, as well as Shadow's Call. And do we maybe see it get utilized? The answer is going to be yes. Getting him temporary, maybe a drawback of the recruits for later, but most importantly, getting these cards in hand and establishing some type of advantage over, body, calm, very strong, very potent, doesn't have unlimited card draw like some of these others more chaos-oriented matchups.
I think Shadow's Call is just such a very powerful tool that Order needed access to, and I think this is really a great way to utilize it here onto that Carrion Dredger. So onto this Master Yi, though, 2 more punch first find their way into the hand, which means that right now Wojtek has all of the combat tricks he could ever possibly want. That said, it is very, very costly, and it looks like it's going to go ahead and start off with a challenge. So he's going to go ahead and challenge one of these Sprite tokens for the time being, push off this Forbidding Waste, and allow this put rookie kind of the reprieve that it needs to push onto this battlefield. But we do see on the side of this Victor here that ever so deadly, if you will, Imperial Decree plus Bellows Breath. So I can't imagine that this unit is going, or either of these units are going to survive after this turn here. So Sprite token going to get taken away, which means Master Yi is going to be able to find himself a third point rather in this game, and needs to find a way onto this battlefield here. 3 damage going to be marked onto this Master Yi, which means that it is going to be a trade. However, this Facebreaker going to prove to be very annoying.
mean, we saw it come through. All of the punch-ups in the world don't matter when you're not actually applying any degree of the damage. Now, this is layered in so many ways that are so good, right? Because it is going to be able to knock back the mastery, but now this doesn't have to be the turn where you do Imperial Decree as well as lock in a potential play around the Bellows Breath and coupling those to get a pseudo field wipe. Now you can just really force the other player in Wojciech to walk the plank, if you will, with some of the removal. And the name of the card actually slipping my mind at the moment. It's just a shame as an actual Victor player. And just walk into these points, establish 6, and then just start building up to try to get a double conquer a couple turn cycles down the road. Wojtek, I mean, he's just struggling with so many tempo pieces right now that are coming out of this Victor, who's just been able to kind of cruise his way to this early lead.
To set it better myself. So this carry treasure is going to come down or get taken out here. The spur token is going to get made. A new sprite is going to be developed here. And now Red Naxel, it's going to be at 5 points. Has access to that Imperial Decree. That Cold Week will be potentially a card to follow. There is that Chakram Dancer, and I have to imagine Red is going to be able to take game number 1 here. Really, that hold onto the Star Spring was just way more effective than I think either of us could have imagined here, and it looks like he is considering this Imperial Decree line. He has exactly 7 if he wants it, and now he has to decide whether or not that is going to be the line. It does cost him 4 runes to do so, but I feel like it has to be a winning line.
I do agree with you there. And I think you encapsulated in the perfect 2 words. It is a winning line, right? Being able to pseudo field wipe out Wojtek here. Master Yi, very good at holding. You can't really hold much if all your stuff is dead. And this is kind of the struggle of the matchup. More than likely looking for those defies, maybe even potentially siding in some not so fast under the sideboard into the match. But I mean, game 1, especially when you get the play over on the Victor, this is a dream scenario now. It just comes down to a matter of execution. You do have 2 in base, so you can resolve a shot and maybe just, accelerate him out to get a potential trade or further reinforce the sprite field over into the left side. So, Sasuke, what do you think is the correct line to take here?
Personally, I mean, with what we know Wojtek has in hand, obviously Red Naxel right now is playing around that Defy, so he's a little bit afraid to fire off this Imperial Decree, but we know that he doesn't have it, so I think not knowing what your opponent has in hand, it's probably safer to go for something like this Xin Zhao line, hold up this Imperial Decree for the following turn, and it looks like that is going to be the line that he goes for. It is going to cost 3 runes. Unfortunately, means that he doesn't have that 5th rune to go for the Decree on defense. But this does mean that this Xin Zhao plus this Sprite token get to push in onto this Forbidding Waste. And now both of these units get to get taken away. And you get a chance here to scout and see if your opponent does actually have a Defy for that Cold Week. So we'll have to see if that's what he decides to do. And it's like that's exactly what he decides to do.
Cold the week, man. Just to turn this into a no game, getting rid of the sprite and being able to carry on to the hold a potential conquer or double conquer now more so with the recruits being drawn back while still having that Imperial in hand. Any defense that maybe could get accelerated out here by Wojtek, they're going to be knocked down by the Decree, maybe in combination with the Bellow's Breath if you want it to be extra safe. But your backline is just so potent with this Decree in hand that you really can't play into red right now. This game feels like it's going to be over on the next turn.
Yep. Wojtek looks like he's just going ahead and scooping it up here. Understands that this game is all but over here. This is a losing battle here, right? Victor's already at 6 points. He has 3-4 units in that base. Still a plethora of cards that he has access to as, and he has access to as well. So game number 1 in very swift fashion going to that Victor.
This was the optimal Victor game, man. You roll out early, establish a lead, and then you tempo the Yi all but out of this game. He very much so aware of it. All the punch-ups in the world are not going to be able to salvage that much of a point differential. Sasuke, man, what going into this game too, what are you think the most necessary changes we're going to need to see for the, whether it's going to be play patterns, substitutions, for them to potentially push us into a game 3?
I think the first card to come out is those auctions. It's really there just to kind of shore up the matchup against Sivir. Master Yi's very famously worst matchup here, and then also these primal strengths aren't going to be doing much either. So really like this this choice here. And then I think probably if you have access to that third sabotage, you might want to just take that out. But instead, he's actually considering bringing back these auctions. They are relatively bigger units, so and they don't cost any power. So maybe that's his consideration there. But you don't have access to cards like Trinity Force to kind of force this Victor to play the whole game with you, or I guess force Victor to come into you, where the, you know, because right now they can play that whole game. And I'm surprised to see that he has access to Alpha Strike in the sideboard. I think that's a card that a lot of players aren't really sure that they want to be on. It's a card that you see every so often in the sideboard. It's for matchups, it's very specifically like Victor here, where they have a bunch of small units, and just being able to get 3 units for one can be very, very deadly.
Now, I didn't see this within the initial main, potentially a couple over into the side. I would actually, you know, kind of counter to the Yi, like to see a couple safety inspectors and maybe put in Cole the Weak. I don't think you'll disagree with me here. It's an extremely potent card. And as such, you know, you can never have too much in it, especially with a deck that not struggles necessarily to get units down, but struggles to kind of keep them around whenever they get knocked out, or the other team resolves these large spells like Imperial Degree. In some cases, that Cold, the Weak, Inspector, maybe a little bit more removal. I do like seeing Victor sub out a couple of these Thousand Tails. No, you're not going to really be able to contest the Yi beef with beef. You got to take a little bit more of the vegan route, a little bit more of a pacifist route, or the opposite. You just kill their guys. And then you walk in, establish a lead, and maybe tempo your way to a quick little 2-0. I'm excited to see how these guys play it.
I will say, I think that, you know, being able to establish units onto the battlefield early on is going to force this Victor to kind of break parity here, right? Because the Master Yi will be that half step ahead early on. We'll have to see exactly if this Victor does find his cold weeks on these safeties inspectors, because I will say this is exactly what you want. And as a Victor player, having this Arena's Greatest, I feel like actually surprisingly benefits him more than this Master Yi player, which is one of the very few cases where that is the scenario. And now with no 2-drop in Wojtek's hand, he has to decide what he needs to get rid of, and it looks like it's going to be both a disarming rake and an auction. Unfortunately, doesn't find any 2-drop, so this is going to be a tough start here for Wojtek. Arena's Greatest going to trigger, and we'll see if he finds the 2-drop that he needs off the top.
Oof, no 2-drop. Does get a Defy, though. Onto the other side, Red not having a 2-drop initially as well from what I saw. I didn't quite see the mulligans, but yeah, looks like he is going to have a card sharp that does get resolved, get himself a little bit of gold. Would you like to make one, sir? I think he's going to take that decline. Curve going to 2 more for Wojtek, 4 to play. Oh man, the 2-drop comes just a turn too late. It's going to be a pit rookie that hits the hand as Yi hits the field.
A bit unfortunate indeed. I mean, it will mean that this card sharp is going to get overtaken by this Master Yi. And for Red Axel, he doesn't have a safety inspector, nor does he have access to a Cold the Weak. So for now, he does.
He does.
And there goes that Master Yi. And with this Rockfall path, this card sharp is protected from this Rengar, which means that this point disparity is going to grow. And Red Axel feeling very happy about his place in this game.
This is the Victor Prominence, man. Turn 2, gonna call your weak-looking Yi. Establish not only a 1-point lead, but also establish that you have nothing on board but a potential pit rookie. Sabotage comes out. what do you even hit here, man? Like, all of these cards are horrendous for you. But not only that, seeing that they do have the safety inspector in hand, you're like, okay, cool, I have my defy, but he has a cold the week that I just can't counter.
This is definitely going to be tough here. I mean, the safety inspector is definitely the card that you need to worry about, and definitely the one that you wish you could hit with the sabotage. But unfortunately for Wojtek, he won't. And I mean, this is quickly looking like it's going to be a 2-0 game here. Pit Rookie gonna come down, but the safety inspector going to provide just that little bit extra reprieve as well. Red Naxel going to go all the way up to 7 runes on top of that, which means that this token can get generated, which means that the safety inspector can follow, and then this continued dominance here from this Victor player will be made, and it looks like that is the line he's leaning towards, and I have to say, this feels correct. Pit Rookie not going to be doing much, and this Rengar going to continue to sit in Wojtek's hand.
Yeah, this is hell on earth, if I'm to be honest, man. This is, I mean, okay, no T1 play coming out of your own arena's greatest into an established card sharp that gives not only a body but also a curve onto the victor, immediately into a coal, immediately into a potential coal part 2. The calling returns. This is like this is the sleep paralysis demon of a Yi. That being said, it does look like we are just going to resolve ourselves a recruit and then hold up some of this removal that we have at hand. Defy waiting here, maybe a little bit more greedy, but he only has the one.
So, surprisingly enough, Red Naxel passes with 6 up here. Wants to be able to hold up that Eclipse. Wants to continue to hold. Now, this Punch First is going to be the card that comes down, which means that it is going to be 7 might on this Pit Rookie. Has the potential to deal with everything that Red Naxel has going on here. 1 floating, Pit Rookie coming in. Now, Red Naxel needs to figure out what he wants to do. He does have a Wages of Pain. He has quite a bit of tools. He's got the Eclipse. He's got the Wages. He's got almost everything that he could ask for here. So it looks like it's just going to be the Facebreaker line instead. But this Defy is soon to follow, which means that this Eclipse very likely will have to be the card that he plays just to take the trade. And unfortunately for Red, he has that second Defy available. And now Wojtek has to decide whether or not he wants to do this. I feel like he's already committed so heavily to this that he has to. And this is very unfortunate, as Wojtek will be down to 3 runes. And this is an I mean, you said it earlier. This is hell on earth. I mean, this is the ultimate nightmare scenario here, and Wojtek almost doesn't even want to defy this here because he wants to hold this for something more important. He knows that there's a safety inspector as well.
Oh my God.
This is tough.
The D ramp as well. I mean, just taking a moment to look at the ramp situation now. You do have another body, curve it out to 3, that could potentially force you into a tap out to resolve it. But I mean, you know, he has the inspector in hand. He's going to get a play into it. Dropping the body though. It's going to be able to drop, ready, pull the Pit Rookie home. I likely would in this situation. Okay, bring the Pit Rookie home. So now at least when this inspector does get resolved, you have the opportunity, I presume, at this point, to make it a little less feels bad. But I mean, dude, you're on 3 runes, 2 bodies, soon to be 1 point lead going in favor of Victor, hand size going in favor of Victor. This game, I mean, just let's say it blatantly, dude, it's going Victor's way. That initial hand, those initial calls, it might be too much to come back from, but Wojtek, he's doing everything he can to try to close this gap.
This is definitely a difficult hill to climb here. The fact that, you know, Victor can go ahead and just strip away one of these units here if he decides that he wants to, and then still get to hold up this Wages of Pain after the fact feels very, very nightmarish here. So this Rockfall path is going to be able to get that point here for Red Naxel. We'll have to see if he decides to just play this safety inspector, sack the recruit at the battlefield, and then just make a new one in base. And then he can hold up this Wages of Pain. But the problem is, he can't play at this rockfall path, so the safety inspector cannot bolster that front line at all. And honestly, doesn't feel terrible here if that is the case. To see what Red Naxel decides to do, because I mean, you and I have been singing his praises all game long, and it looks like it's actually going to be Victor into the base for now, followed by what I have to assume is an Honest Broker.
Yeah, Honest Broker onto the 2 to be able to establish a back line. Apologies. Some stuck in my throat, and that thing stuck in there was the joy of seeing the Victor roll out so smoothly. No bias, of course. But yeah, more than likely going to just resolve a better back line. I mean, you have a really strong hand, Wages of Pain, being able to make a little bit more pressure on any push in if he does not have a way to be able to buff it. If I recall, there's another punch first in hand, but I mean, even if you do one to get 1 point while deramping yourself, it just never feels good for this deck. Focus being held by Rose here. As it gets past, I have to presume this is just the Wages of Pain that rolls out.
He could honestly be patient here as Victor is able to overtake this pit rookie. And I think this is correct, because now this first mate is going to be forced into this arena's greatest, but this Wages of Pain gets to deal with this first mate, which makes things incredibly awkward for Wojtek here. He has to decide whether or not he wants to do anything about it, but with 2 Rangars and a Charm in hand, there is nothing that can be done for the time being. Now the safety inspector will be able to clear out this pit rookie. We'll have to see exactly what Red Naxel decides to do on this following turn, but with this gold token, he gets to continue to fill up his rune count. And I mean, really, it feels like things just feel like they're going from bad to worse. It felt like Wojtek had a bit of reprieve, but man, I can't I don't know how you're supposed to dig yourself out of this hole.
I like to take into consideration also that there might be newer viewers, right? Whenever we do these kind of casts. So I like to draw analogies, metaphors. For anyone who doesn't fully understand what's happening, imagine you got on your car, you have to be at work in 10 minutes. The car is empty on gas. You pull out of your driveway, you hit a nail, you got a flat tire. You make your way down the street and the engine starts making noises. And now this Rengar is just the sole hope that this Wojtek has, this Master Yi player has, that he at least rolls his way into work on time. We know the Inspector is going to be in hand in the coupling with an Eclipse. Tapped out. I mean, is this not just Eclipse your pit rookie? Inspector something else? After the post-conquer, I have to assume on to the arena's greatest to push yourself into 5, push Victor out onto 6. Yeah, this, I mean, it's simple and it's clean.
Love this a lot here. So this recruit is going to be able to go ahead and go right into this rockfall path. 1 is much bigger than 0, turns out. So -4 going to be applied there. There is no limit for that Eclipse, so it is actually going to be -4 in total. There it is. And now this recruit gets to go right in, and the safety inspector gets to clear out this Rengar after the fact as well. Looks like he's actually going to bring in the Victor, surprisingly enough. Just wants to be able to get that second token, wants to be able to protect that Victor from a second potential Rengar. Very, very intelligent spacing here, so to be able to play the safety inspector, bring back this recruit, continue to make things uncomfortable here for Wojtek, as he's already at that 6 point. So we'll have to see if he decides to go for this safety inspector into the base, or whether or not he wants to put it at that arena's greatest. There it is, gold token, and he's just going to push the units off that arena's greatest. I mean, this is an absolute masterclass from Red Naxel. And to your point about getting to work in 10 minutes, I mean, it feels like the 10 minutes is long and past, and now you're just trying to get to the office, and, well, your car just exploded. So
it blew up. It's over. you thought that you were playing Riftbound, ends up it was Grand Theft Auto, not 6, of course. This pure Yi got absolutely wasted by what has to be the god start for a Victor. As you said, man, and I think you hit the nail right on the head. The arena's greatest worked more in favor of this Victor than it actually did for the Yi, just allowing him to compound that early removal into an early lead, into an early grave for the Yi player.
That was incredibly well navigated from Red and Axel. Unfortunately for Wojtek, did not find his 2-drop early on, and I think that really just was the death knell there for him, as it was an uphill battle from just every single point on or there on. And while Wojtek did have some early starts in game number 1, that hold with the face breaker and the fact that there was, coupled with the fact that there was no defy, made things incredibly difficult for him to overcome. And the fact that he had to use punch first after punch first just to try and overtake any one of those battlefields meant that there was nothing he could do. And so for now, Victor is going to be able to take his way into this top 8, and I'm excited to see how this Victor does in these top 8s. So we'll have to see exactly if he's able to make it into the semifinals. We'll have to see if he makes it into the finals. But I got to be honest, I'm kind of rooting for the Victor now. I want to see if Victor make his way into a regional championship.
That's what I'm talking about, Sasuke, man. That. I'm happy you've come over to the glorious evolution, my friend. And now that we're out of the game, you know, in a little bit of a maybe potentially joking manner here, it's not lost on me, at least, that we're on Rifted Runes. It's a pleasure being here, but I have to imagine, like, if that becomes, I'm just throwing this out there for Bless, if that one becomes a YouTube video, possible title, hear me out. God, oh God, he's already dead. God, please stop. He's dead already. That was.
There we go. That'll
the
get the
cosmic
clicks.
slaughter.
No, but you guys are totally right. A dominant performance from our Victor player, and it pretty much shows us why he has found so much success this weekend, because what is the #1 most ran deck this weekend? Master Yi player, and he just 2-0'd him, kind of dismantled him, as you guys been saying this whole series long. And I think traditionally yellow has been a bit of an issue for Master Yi. Granted, they have defies, they have not so fast, but sometimes you have to get those answers when you need them, and you don't often, you know, sometimes you just don't have them in hand. So those Call of the Weeks are devastating. And now in set 3, we have things like the Call of the Week in the body being the safety inspector, which did pretty good work. It looks like Master Yi was just never able to hold onto his units. You played them out and they just went straight to the trash when it went over to Victor's turn. So will we see, for the first time since I believe the Bologna tournament, a Victor in top 8? Might as well pick his brain a little bit in this winner's interview from Red and Axel.
8 for here in Utrecht. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's strange. You know, I didn't come here with Victor hoping to get this high. I was actually hoping to get 64 at best, but I guess, you know, luck was on my side.
More than just luck. You said top 64, aiming for that championship obviously invite, but you are not only piloting a legend that we had a chance to highlight, but a legend that is now going to make another sort of, hopefully, a top 8 performance that we haven't seen since Bologna.
Yeah.
So it's just so interesting to me, because the
You're
tools
correct,
and
Plus.
the choice on Victor, because the representation going in, I mean, you can check the tapes. I was surprised that it's like the 6th most represented deck going into this event. But a lot of people have talked about the sort of aggressive potential now of this deck. Yep. And, you know, we talk about Sprite Fountain and how much easier it is to get on the board while still being a menace with order in mind, being able to remove a lot of your opponents.
Yeah.
Why do you think that's being so successful right now in the game?
Well, the combination of having the consistency of Victor, you know, that one certainty of a unit every turn, in combination with, you know, the chip removal like Call of the Week or Hidden Blade, any of that, it puts a lot of pressure on the opponent. They need to stop you from conquering. They need to put their units at risk, and Victor can capitalize on those units being vulnerable and take them out. And it can be played in a few different ways. I've chosen, a build that doesn't allow room for the player to find his cards because, even with Imperial Decree, they can still abandon it or hard bargain it or whatever. So I'm just hoping to end the game as fast as possible before they find their probably better cards than Victor ones.
And I really do think even cards like Ash Focus that we've talked around for, it's Wood's one of the highlight rares, I think, coming out from Unleashed. And not just your deck, but all the other order decks that we've seen, the high representation of even this card in the sideboard. But information is so important in this game.
Yes.
And having access to that with a deck, like you said, that is so consistent on having those units on top of being able to fight against your opponents. But I'm just so glad the deck has shifted toward this sort of aggressive nature now.
Yeah.
But once again, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
On your win here. You must feel amazing.
It is.
And I can't wait to watch the rest of your journey because we only have so much left here before we move to our top 8. And of course, I hope to see you there. Now, we're going to send it back to the casters because we might have some more action to get to.
Nice little thing. And it is cool to see Victor's go from like this spell heavy control type build that we saw in Spirit Forge into this just aggressive Sprite Fountain with extra removal at that, the extra draws as well. I think Shadow Skull has propelled it to a different caliber of a legend. Just a lot of good tools that haven't really been made use of until this kind of tail end of the Unleashed meta, because we didn't see it early on. And oh my goodness, the Clash of the Titans one more time, man. This Utrecht Regional has been spoiling us. Prismaticism versus Colin Kaiser. Both of these guys are fighting for the top 8 position. One of these guys, if they fall down, won't be making it. On the contrary, all you have to do is win this game. You intentionally draw round 13 and you're locking in your spot. So this is the winning in. Sasuke and Ego, let me know if you need a short little break or if you guys want to go ahead and hop into this match for the final round of this 12-1.
Oh, there is no way you're taking me away from this here.
This is exhilarating.
Ego, you ready to rumble?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, I'll send you guys over. Colin K versus Prismaticism. That is the backup feature match, which could have been the initial feature match. So this is an awesome one to bounce ourselves into. I'll send you guys over there, and let's see what they got in store for us.
Now, I have to say this. Yeah, I have to say this right here. I mean, Colin K has gone into an Annie earlier into Utrecht here, and he absolutely bodied the Annie player. It was a very good player indeed. I think he managed to be the second best Annie in Vancouver. So we'll have to see if Prismat has a way to overtake what Colin Kaiser has in store. But for the time being, I have to say Colin is definitely the one that I say is favored. And look at that, he's already got that game 1 win at that. There is just so many tools that Colin has in his toolkit to really just make things difficult for the Annie player. He's got incredible holding tools as well as just incredibly offensive capabilities through that Vi and Rengar. So we'll have to see exactly if Annie has what it takes to be able to win it here. But I am definitely favoring Colin Kaiser.
I have to agree with you. Taking a moment to kind of break down the deck list, it really does kind of feel like the anti-Annie, right? We got 3 of the Sabotages, a singular Vi. We have 3 of that irresistible Fave Folk to be able to force some of the movement of what has to be particularly hard to place units on the side of Annie, knowing they're going to be moved around. But even then, you have the Repulse to counter some of those abject target spells. And then, on top of it, it compounds. You have the Showstopper to just reset and run at some of these units. Yeah, you do have to worry about the removal, the counterplay. Not as much on the counter spells because they are so cheap, excluding the recycle cost of the punch-up. I think you hit it right on the head, man. Colin K is going in this with a lot of momentum, especially after seizing that game 1.
Now, what makes things even more difficult is the fact that Prismat did not manage to find himself a turn 1 play. And Well, Colin has a Lucian to start this out here. This is going to make things even more awkward. A 2-drop is finally found. He found himself a Noxus Hopeful as well to follow suit. 2 runes going to be ready, which means a longsword is available, which isn't going to be doing much as of yet. But with the fact that this Lucian can come into this battlefield, come right back out of the battlefield, it's going to make things a little bit more awkward for Prismat. He's going to go right into his own battlefield here, get himself up to that second point. We'll have to see exactly what he decides to do while he has control of this battlefield. It could be something as simple as this Fiora, or he could go right into this set boss, but that does leave him tapped out. Let's see exactly what he decides to do. And, well, I guess it is going to be this Fiora with the buff. And he might even... okay.
Fiora with the buff does come down. We do see a longsword in hand, though, for Prismaticism. Going to be able to leverage a better trade here with a quick draw. Not ultimately going to be able to get over it in its entirety. I kind of almost would have liked to see the set getting resolved early. The boss has been such a key point, a keystone, if you will, in this deck's success from the games that I have actually got to watch thus far up to this point. So developing it a little bit earlier, I mean, it's not something I especially hate, but I mean, when it does roll through, it is going to be very much already taking a peek into the hand here of Colin K. It's going to be a move onto that arena's greatest and then an immediate rumble to be able to follow it up.
Yeah, this Ferris Forerunner is going to be tough for Colin to break early on. This Fiora does have Mighty, which means that she is ganking, and she does survive for the time being, which makes things even more awkward here for Prismaticism. Now, unfortunately, this Lucian plus this Vi is not going to be able to overtake that right-hand battlefield, but Colin is ahead for now. He does have a good hold deck at that, so we'll have to see if he just decides to go for the set boss, buff himself up onto that left-hand battlefield, and just continue to play this hold game and make things even more difficult for Prismat. We'll have to see exactly how this turn pans out, but Colin, I have to argue, the best set player in the world. I mean, he's gotten 4 sets already, or I think 3 sets rather already, and he's aiming for this 4th one. I have to imagine he's already locked it in. And 5 runes are exhausted. Is it going to be?
5 runes exhausted here, rolling out from hand. I see a lot of bodies. Not nearly as many combat tricks as one may like to, or is going to be up. It looks like we are just going to be resolving the set for a potential look at another hold to push this lead onto 4-3 if match rotation goes as we're looking at it now. We see a Pit Rookie, a Vi, 2 of the deckhands, and it looks like it's just going to be a tap out here. Pit Rookie comes down, gives a buff over to the Lucian as he looks to fortify that far point.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for Prismat to break. I mean, that set is already 8 might. This Fiora is essentially 6 might because it has that shield because she is mighty as well. And she has that movement available through the ganking. And the fact that this set just gets to save one of these units means that this arena's greatest could be tough to hold on to. And well, Prismat does manage to find himself a Starcross. We'll have to see exactly how he decides to navigate here. He has the flash as well. Has access and a way to break this hold for the time being. He's just going to go ahead and play this Annie, get back a stacked deck, and continue to figure out what he wants to do in these following turns. He understands that he has the time for now. And, well, just going to continue to hold on to this arena's greatest.
This is a style of Riftbound I feel like I don't see as much yet. There's a board developing in base for both sides here, one within another with the Lucian and the Pit Rookie. But even then, this kind of more laissez-faire, hey, I'm okay with you staying over there if, you know, you allow me to stay over here kind of style of play, right? And that being said, both are hard to break, but the initiative is ultimately going to be on Prismaticism at a point, with the point lead technically being in Colin K's favor. And it does feel like this set deck has more capabilities to just be able to break open a held point more so than the Annie, right?
It is going to be tough, as there is cards like this Ferris Forerunner that make things very difficult here, but I think he just drew himself an Irresistible Faithful, so this hold is going to be broken, and I have to imagine relatively soon if this Feyfolk is able to survive. Any not known at this point in time for having very many removal tools, if at all. So this Feyfolk will be able to survive, I have to imagine. And I mean, he does also have access to this first mate, so he could just go ahead and play this Feyfolk, move it right into that base, and then this Ferris Forerunner, anything that he can do. So we'll have to see exactly what gets done. Looks like this pit rookie is just going to go ahead and be pushed in, and we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do. And there it is. Longsword going to come down and continue to hold on for this overzealous fan. I like this a lot here from Prismat, just using these longswords as combat tricks. This does mean, however, that what's it called? My card is so hard to remember right now. The name of Starcrossed.
Starcrossed, yes, sir. Yeah, Starcrossed is going to be down, or as I like to call it, a little bit more memorable name, the bane of every non-Victor deck's existence. Bouncing a token, not that good. Bouncing a Set, a Fiora, a Lucian at the pivotal time can be backbreaking. That being said, first mate does come down, and it's the exact line that you foresaw, right? It's going to be the Feyfolk into the first mate, and to more than likely a fatality here, as it's going to be a pull into this incredibly stacked up point.
Yeah, I mean, Prismat is not happy to see that right now. I mean, he probably is going to be forced to use the flash to protect what I have to imagine is this Ferris Forerunner. Oh, no, looks like it's just going to be the Annie. And yeah, he really wants to hold on to this Annie. He has the Starcross, wants to be able to reuse it. And this is going to mean that he does not have a way to move for the time being. So he's just going to have to continue to play this whole game. And look at how big that front line is for Set. I mean, he's going to be holding for a long, long time.
I mean, if he has anything to say about it, what really is the play here? I mean, you do have two longswords, one on field, one that is going to be in hand. So worst comes to worst, you could stack up your own Ferris Forerunner and just kind of run it in, right? And hope that it softens up the defense. But I mean, Set the mop ball, she's a lot of things. Not very soft from what I've seen. It's going to take a little bit of work coming out. What's going to be the line here, Sasuke? What plays or cards need to be okay? A second Ferris Forerunner might help get the job done.
I think you're right. I mean, obviously Prismat agrees. I think this Ferris Forerunner is a great start, but this Annie needs to get bounced to hand just so she can get back this flash so that Prismat can find something a little bit more useful to do. And in fact, actually, he disagrees now that he's made this decision, wants to go for the stack deck first, decide what he has access to, and then say, you know what, I don't have the card that I'm looking for. I'll just continue to bolster this front and back line here. So there it is, 6 runes, going to still be exhausted. Just wanted to see what he had in store before making any final decisions. And I think overall, this is a slightly better play. But I can't quite see because he's flipping his cards too quick. I think it's a switcheroo.
I do think there's a switcheroo somewhere in there. Bane of the Casters for Spaticism, I joke. But we do also know within the hand of Colin K that we have a Kinku Monk, but more importantly, we have another first mate. So there is a through line now where we see this Feyfolk kind of move to base on turn. We get another first mate emergence, and then we just move her right back in to try to dwindle at some of these resources. But the strength of this Forerunner is the fact that it just replaces itself in power. It's going to be able to create 2 of those 3/3 mechs on the back end with the Death Kneel trigger. So do you still grab maybe one of these Forerunners, or do you turn your attention towards this Annie yet again?
I think really I want to just take my attention onto this Annie. I mean, he has himself the second Feyfolk at that, but for me, it really feels like just being able to strip away his ability to Starcross multiple times is going to be the way that you continue to maintain this hold here. So this set, this set is going to be really the key card in protecting this battlefield. And with a Starcross in hand from Prismat, it will mean that eventually this hold gets broken. However, that said, only 2 runes available means that this Annie is very, very vulnerable for the time being. So we'll have to see if he decides to go ahead and just push in. And it looks like this Lucian wants to just take this trade for the time being. I like this a lot. So he's just going to go ahead and pass and says, okay, sure, we can take the trade. So he's going to go ahead and take out what I have to imagine is that Overzealous fan. That does mean, however, that this longsword is now available.
Looking in hand is, I mean, we've already kind of theorized to a degree about the line of let's just, bring out the Fey folk and then bring it back in for a potential trade. Seems like though, Colin, he's loosening up his grip here. It's going to be that first mate after making his way away from base that actually is going to reset the set. Now with ganking, it's going to be a double move in to look for the Conquer coupled with the Vi to knock down some of that potential power. This is most definitely going to be a Conquer, right? What are you playing here for 2 that outdoes this much might materializing at this arena's greatest?
Yeah, look, if you're Prismat, this was not what you wanted to see here. Colin K taking the perfect turn to strike, and Prismat understands that there is absolutely nothing he can do about it here. He has to figure out a way back into the series, as right now, Colin is tightening his grip on this game. This might have been this pivotal turn here that Colin was looking for. He is now at the 6th point in this game, which means that there is essentially just 1 turn remaining with 2 Faithfolks as well in base. It's going to be an incredibly uphill battle for Prismat to climb. There is got to be something that he has to figure out in this turn and this turn alone, because right now this set is huge. Everything that is happening is a huge, huge, huge problem. I mean, this Lucian going and taking that trade onto that Overzealous fan really, I feel like, changed the entire game here for Prismat. I don't think he was expecting that at all. The second first mate was not something he was looking at. And now he has 8 turn left. And Colin, again, he has 2 Faithfolks to disrupt everything that Prismat wants to be doing.
Anywhere you go to try to fortify here, it's just not going to be enough. And it is on the back, as you said, of these 2 Fate folks, right? Forcibly maneuvering around the other side. Now, Switcheroo, as they're showing on broadcast, is going to be a key card here if it is in hand. We believe we caught a little bit of a clip of it earlier, but is it going to potentially be enough, especially with how much might is on this field? Vi, with that stun set with the tank, and Fiora, I mean, with all the power and more, this is just going to be such a hard point to break. And I do have to iterate on what you said. A part of what is so impressive is he just moved the entirety of one hold onto another, establishing a point lead, establishing a problem that now needs to immediately be dealt with. But even the back end of it, he has the base to deconstruct whatever defense we do see Prismaticism set up. Taking a moment to look, though, what is this place? Another longsword. There is a star crossed in there, as well as a potential Rengar. This untapped 2 could end up potentially being super crucial for this next turn cycle for the Annie.
This is going to be incredibly difficult here, as 1 rune is going to be floated, which means that this longsword is going to get attached to the Sphere's Forerunner. Now Prismat has to decide how he wants to navigate the rest of this turn. It looks like he's just going to go ahead and, well, use this switcheroo to weaken this set. And while that does have that buff, he has found a way around this for the time being. He will be able to bring himself up to that 6th point, but he still has to deal with these 2 Faithfolks.
Now, part of the power of the Faithfolk, right, is having the might to be able to back it up. Something he does have, however, tapping out the set to bring back his own chosen champion helps reinforce it going forward. And this is a little bit of the strength of the legend, man. Now, easy to tell. You can see it on my face. Great evolutionary. I'm a Victor enthusiast. This set, though, he very much so feels like your cup of tea. Do you feel like maybe he's been a little bit slept on within this meta for what we are seeing of him so far within this tournament?
No, honestly, I don't think so. I think he's been correctly identify it as, you know, like a B plus, maybe A minus tier champion. He's not bad at all. He does have very glaring weaknesses, and I think one of his weaknesses right now is Master Yi. Both of these decks want to be able to hold, but Master Yi just does a better job of that. And then with cards like the Ruin Runner, it becomes even more difficult to deal with. So you have access to pretty much all the same tools that Colin has in terms of combat tricks, but your combat tricks are arguably better in that you have the disciplines, you have the unguards, where, you know, Colin does not. So it makes things really awkward. Not to mention, your Rengar is a surprise 8 defender, which makes things pushing in even more difficult. So, I mean, you know, I think he's managed to figure out a recipe that shores up that matchup, which I have to imagine is his most difficult matchup. And so with this Kinko Muck coming down, though, the set is going to get buffed, I have to imagine, alongside something like this Lucian. Yep,
Very nice.
and there it is. So one card in hand remains, but these Fey folks can be very difficult to deal with. We do know that Prismat still has access to a Starcrossed, so he might be able to claw himself out of what seemed like an insurmountable lead.
Star-crossed, man. We said a little bit earlier, the absolute crux point of a lot of these games, especially with the reliance on utility within the Chaos Runic color. I mean, what's going to be the target here? Let's take it slow. First mate, they get a trade for trade. Annie sent to a little bit of an early grave. She was also very young. Now Lucian emerging onto the scene. Is this worthy Starcross, or potentially a longsword comes out to turn this into a trade, forcing potentially some more resources over? But if this point does get cleared, right, then we're just going to see a Fey Folk migrate alongside the set, mismatching, especially after runes get expired. Prismaticism, he does have the tools to bring it back, but man, it is still going to be so incredibly difficult to do.
So Showstopper, the last card that remains in hand. So he has a way to get over this Starcrossed. He's going to go ahead and use this Feyfolk to move over this mech. This is where things get awkward.
He just doesn't have enough. Even a potential Starcrossed here, I don't think is there not a line here where we just move the Feyfolk to swing the Rengar over alongside the first mate, force them to bounce one, still get a potential trade with the +1 advantage, and then conquer over?
Yeah, I think that has to be the case. He's going to go ahead and give the GG. Those Feyfolks, too much to deal with. Colin K going to be able to take it in 2 here. What an incredible masterclass, making Set look like a tier 1 deck. I mean, wow. What? I am at a loss of words with just how incredible both of these players are, and how much of a scrub Colin K made Prismat look with just how incredibly favored that Set deck is into the Annie list. I mean, there was absolutely nothing Prismat could do in that scenario. Those two Fey folks really, really made things impossible for him, and very, very well navigated. Incredible performance. We're going to be able to see Set in the top 8. I don't think anyone was expecting this here in Set 3, so I'm excited to see how this set does. I think the craziest universe is going to be Set versus Victor in the finals. I can't imagine that's possible.
Oh my God.
Here's the hoping.
Sasuke, you will get a call from me if that is our eventual future. 2 different sides of the battle lines. It'd be a joy to get to cash it with you, but for the time being, man, this has to be the most diverse meta we have seen in all of Riftbound's short, but hopefully very long, ultimately, history. We got a Darius, we got a Victor, we got a Set, and we may even have a little bit of that Lilia action, as we said too, man. This is measuring up to be an all-time qualifier for Riftbound.
It definitely feels that way, but guys, let's go ahead and see what Colin Kaiser has to say, as he's all but locked into top 8, it feels like.
It honestly feels incredible to be able to have my favorite legend and just be able to play it at the highest level and be able to beat Prismat, one of the goats of Riftbound, you know, and it's yeah, there's no feeling like it.
Don't sell yourself short. Not only are you goated playing people or playing legends like Set the Boss, but the Liftbound trend coming in, of course, you know. And I've got to tell you as well, because I want to update you, because you just got out of an incredible match. But what if I also told you that Challenger TCG is really showing up at this event? Challenger TCG Billionaire has all but also locked in his top 8 appearance on Volibear.
Volibear. That's my goat.
First time appearance in a top 8 essentially is this close to happening.
Oh my god.
And you both, hopefully, of course, don't find each other if that ends up. But
Fingers crossed.
It's got to feel amazing, right? You both of you, just in general, putting the spotlight on you and this sort of, and even prismaticism, your opponent, these specializations of these legends, and really showing that anything is possible in Riftbound if you put in the work and you put in the hours. Because, frankly, as someone who, we talk a lot, I also love Set, but I'm not playing the same deck as you.
Yeah.
I play the Brawler version, and granted, every time I watch you play, I know that your deck is so much better for the format right now, and you have been stuck on Kingpin for so long, literally the champion of the Kingpin deck. Why? How did it start? It started all the way back even before we got to Houston, and you were just showing the world that there are different ways to play these legends, and if you put in the work, it really pays off. Why Kingpin, and why has it come even now all the way to this point of just like, it's just the better deck, especially for you and your playstyle?
Yeah, I mean, obviously at this point, I've certainly proven it's the better deck than the Brawler variation. No offense.
No, none taken.
But yeah, I honestly just fell in love with the playstyle all the way back to Set 1 when I was still in its infancy. I was playing Primal Strengths as a 3-of instead of Punch First as my way to win in combat. And honestly, more so than anything, I just fell in love with the style of these hold decks that really have to predict what my opponent is going to do on the next turn. And that's what Set's all about, is knowing exactly what my opponent does before they even know what they're going to do, right? And then I can math it out in my head with all my cards, how my cards interact with their cards. And it truly is one of the most difficult playstyles in Riftbound, in my opinion. So, yeah, and I just love any sort of deck that can give me a hard time, that makes me think constantly, gives me a headache at the end of the event. That's what I'm looking for.
You don't know this, so I'm going to tell you this now, live, on air. I applaud you every single time I talk about you to other players and other people, because the way that this deck plays, the way that Set in general plays, you have to play your runes and power management and recycling so tight that you make people wince when you play, being so comfortable playing at only 5 runes, 6 runes in a game.
Yeah.
But that's how the deck and the way that you've piloted has been for so long. I remember when you were playing 1 billion 4-drops in your deck, because that's how important it was to find the key ones that mattered, and the way that you keep them alive with Set's ability. And especially back then when you could conquer and then ready Set again and have another use where you could aggressively trade into your opponent, but playing with your runes with such precision is a true skill that I think you show off more than so many other players in the world. So I applaud you.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Thank
on
you
your
so
win.
much.
I hope to see you in top 8 here shortly, of course. We have one more round to get through, but I hope you might have a little bit of a relaxation break to prep for that. But we're going to go.
There we go. We heard it here first. I think just with one final round of Swift left, being X11 is all but locked in, as we keep going back to. So that's a Set locking in their top 8 appearance. I believe, as he said, Barrett said, that's a Volibear locking in. The victor that you guys spectated in that first feature match, locking in their spot in top 8. I believe that Darius won their winning in that might have got himself in the top 8. We might be talking about individual 8 legends. I've never seen anything close to that, which is incredible to see. And on another side of that, no Aurelias to be found. I think this is going to be the first ever regional where 0 Aurelias make it into top 8. Is that surprising to either of you guys?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sasuke, you take this one, man. I got to formulate a thought.
Fair enough. So look, I think Aurelia is one of the best decks in the meta. I mean, obviously, I think a lot of people are now starting to realize that Master Yi might actually be the best deck in format currently, which just showcases, it has a very glaring weakness in that Sivir, but Sivir has a lot of glaring weaknesses, and it's slowly getting pushed out of the meta. I think Aurelia being one of those very obvious and big weaknesses that it has. Aurelia is able to get so many points so often. It has the deflect. It has so many different access to Guardian Angel-like effects in the Guardian Angel and Zhonya's. It's so difficult for Sivir to stop. Not to mention Victor, another huge weakness. Diana, another weakness for the list. I think as players are getting more and more practiced, Sivir is just getting slowly but surely pushed out. And what a lot of players thought was going to be the biggest, baddest thing of the meta, no longer are you seeing it. And I'm just shocked that Aurelia isn't being seen either. I mean, I can't imagine. Is it Master Yi? Because that is its worst matchup that's pushing it out. So I'm just, I don't know, I'm baffled.
I'm going to take an innovative stance here. I'm going to hit Control C, then Control V, and just say exactly what Sasuke just said. It does feel like she's being pushed out, but even then, being pushed out, not seeing her kind of slip through some of the through lines of the lucky matchups that kind of can help you get to the top 8 is still very surprising for me, if I'm going to be honest with you here, Plus.
Definitely. And I think just it goes to show that Aurelia always had a bit of a tougher time to those go wide strategies like Azir's of the past. But now we have a couple more to deal with at the hands of these Rek'Sai players roaming around the field, and a lot of them finding a good amount of success, as I believe there was still X1 going into this round number 12. So I think that has something to say about it as well as I guess this Victor doing pretty good against those kind of decks too. So not too shabby. It looks like this top 8 is prepping to be one of the better ones we've had in recent Riftbound history. Arachnid saying, I need a good reason to not play Volibear in Hartford. Arachnid, how's it going? And go for it. I feel like it's going to be a good time. Volibear not going to be too competitive, not too competitive as in a lot of people running Volibear, but maybe after top 8 today, it might be a lot of more people gravitating their way over to Volibear deck for Hartford. We'll see, though. And Lorenzo saying, I want that Darius 11-1 on stream. I don't think we're going to get him on stream because he's just going to ID. Everyone that's X1 going into this final round of Swiss, they don't have to play anymore. X1-1 guarantees it in. Unless, is there a world where more than 8 players are X1-1? I don't think so.
I don't either. I do not believe that more than a couple are going to be able to X1-1. I'm in hand with them. I would like to see the Darius, but seems like it's going to be something we're just going to have to wait for.
It does seem to be the case. But as we close out everything here in our round 12 and get things prepared for the final round of Swiss here at Utrecht, the round 13 should be right around the corner. Ego, awesome job casting for the first time over here on Ruzarib. But you're honestly, I know Sasuke could probably attest to this. You're a true natural on the mic. I love hearing you commentate over Riftbound. Even though you're telling me TCGs you're not the most comfortable with, I couldn't tell at all. I feel like you were right at home, and it was an honor to have you on the stream here. I hope you enjoy your time. How do you find those 2 feature matches?
Oh man, they were absolutely fantastic. I do feel like I lucked out a little bit, getting like my favorite deck's getting played. I'm actually extremely knowledgeable about this one. But no, man, it's been a true pleasure being able to be on the Riftbound grind, Rift and Runes. You guys put out fantastic content. It's one of the greatest resources for people getting to learn the game, and I just wanted to kind of be a part of it as I continue casting a bunch of different stuff, man. So thank you guys so much for having me.
For sure, and we did commit for those first 2 rounds, but just in case this next round is coming up sooner than later, we do have another caster coming in. But before we go ahead and let you go, Ego, if you have any little closing / final remarks to leave us on, the floor is yours.
Just thank you guys to everybody, viewing. Thank you guys for everyone who's, hit a little Discord DM and been very kind. You guys are fantastic. I hope to continue casting not only Riftbound, but tons of other games, man. And just keep being a part of the esports community. Yeah, that's all from me. Much love, guys.
There we go. Looking forward to seeing and working with Ego in the near future. But for now, I'll go ahead and let you go. Peace out, Ego. Thank you so much.
See you guys later.
All right, chat, give us one little bit of a second. We're going to go ahead and bring in our next caster to the commentary booth. You guys saw him working with Sasuke just yesterday in day one, and is none other than Mr. NA45 coming in and joining in on the fun, and is down to the wire. Final 8 players, all but locked in. I want to go ahead and look at the standings, but I refreshed the page and they haven't been updated just yet. But as we were kind of talking about, we do know a Victor is locked in, a Volley's locked in. What else did we say, Sasuke?
Volley, Set, Victor, Squirtle 2-0, so Nazir is up there as well. And then Darius actually managed to make his way through, as well as a Rex size. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 X1s or XOs in this top 8 for now. So I don't know who's going to be fighting their way back, but it looks like the Sivir still manages to fight his way through, and Diwali still in contention here. So a Sivir and a Diana potentially going to be making the through.
Right, I think if there's any Diana that makes it through, it has to be Diwali. Is Alan ZQ kind of passing the torch towards Diwali? And I did see he won his round 12, so I don't think he's out of contention. He's X1-1, or actually we have to look at the score there, but I believe NA45 is ready to come on to the stream. NA45, can you hear me as I go ahead and bring in your camera?
Yeah, absolutely. How are you doing today?
Good. Good morning. Good morning. Are you excited to close out these Swiss rounds today?
Yeah, absolutely. I got to catch the last round, and I mean, it's incredible to me to see Colin still making it work with Set, and we're all the way in set 3, almost at set 4.
Yeah,
it's quite a treat. I mean, that last round, Colin versus Prismat. Battle of the Titans, to be honest.
Yeah, that was actually a rematch of the semifinals, which ended up panning out the other way around. If you guys remember, the regional that Prismaticism won, he took down Colin Kaiser after doing a couple of push-ups in between the matches in the semifinals there. So, man, I could never forget it because it's the first time. It's where the push-up meme comes from, out of nowhere. And in game 2, Prismat was so frustrated with himself losing on the play against Set. He just goes ahead, off the feature match and just busts out a couple push-ups. And then in game 2, after Prismat defeats Colin, Colin's like, wait a second, is he taunting me? Because, Set's the flexing champion, the boss. Colin Kaiser goes ahead and busts out a couple push-ups as well. So it was hilarious to see. I can never forget that. But to answer a couple questions in chat, guys, just because there's casters on the screen, they didn't permanently move games or anything. A lot of these casters are freelancers, right? If they get paid to go ahead and join in on Riftbound Regional, they're going to go ahead and take it, especially with a game as awesome as this. So they're probably still going to be working with Pokemon Regionals, Yu-Gi-Oh! Regionals, so on and so forth. So I don't think anyone is like poaching any casters as like permanent mainstays. But honestly, what do I know? But just from what I feel, they've been doing so far. But guys, yeah, I am excited.
No, continue.
I was gonna say I am excited. Period. NA. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say that I find that most people who enjoy card games enjoy multiple card games too. So it's not even like they're being poached. It's just I like both of these card games. If I had a chance to cast for one of them, I would gladly take either of them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we are all on the same boat there.
Was that Sasuke?
Oh, I said I'm 100% with you, NA. I think if there's any card game that I can cast for, I'm going to go ahead and take that opportunity. I love casting. I love card games. I mean, what more can you ask for? Especially if you're getting a couple of extra dollar bills to do so. I mean, what a dream, right?
Right, it is a little bit of a dream come true as we're getting a little bit of insight on these decks. But while they go ahead and show the statistics that we've already seen, let me go ahead and refresh the thing. NA and Sasuke, you guys have the stream pulled up, right?
Yep.
I sure do.
Okay.
Plus, do you mind if I gotta go run to the restroom?
Yeah, I forgot to ask. I'm so sorry about that. Sasuke, go ahead and take a break. Let me know when you're back on Discord.
Yeah, so honestly, I expected the Vex. I expected the Scuttle. I'm surprised Disarming Rake is so high. 30% is kind of crazy to me.
It's just the respect that Aurora demands, but it's almost we at the very end of this Unleashed meta, it almost be like it's become where you don't even have to sideboard that much for Aurora, as it doesn't seem to be as prevalent as it has in the past. But if you don't have the tools for Aurora, it's almost like an auto loss, right? So you have to kind of respect it where you can. And Rake isn't terrible against things like Aurelia, things like Azir, so I see why it's somewhere in the mix. But I tend to agree with you, and I think it's a little bit of a like an overcook with that disarming Rake.
It does help that Yi has been rising in popularity pretty steadily. I think I saw a post somewhere on social media that Yi is actually almost at what mid-range Draven was, and no one's talking about it.
Oh, really?
Maybe
In
that's
day 2 distribution? I don't think it was like in the 20 to 30%. I thought it was still in a nice little like teens percentage, no?
It was no, it was referring to deck win rate, I believe.
Oh,
which
that
is
makes
like,
sense.
Yi was at like 60% or something. Yeah, I mean, people don't have an issue with it, and I think in the end, the community perception of the format is more important than the actual health of the format. Because if people perceive the format as healthy and perceive that format is interesting, then they'll keep playing. And if they find that the format feels like it's bad, even if it isn't actually bad, well, they won't play. And
I mean,
life of
Master
the game is
Yi
tied
is
to
just
how
an
many people are playing
incredibly
it, right?
simple,
So in the end-
straightforward legend, but does have his complexities in terms of his decision making, right? Because yeah, you feel like, you know, turn 1 lonely / scuttle, turn 2 play your champ, turn 3 ruin runner. But sometimes it's not as easy as that if you don't see those right cards. But we did get our answer, or a question rather, in chat. Horny and Alone. I can never get enough of your name. Saying, do we know the full top 8? Well, good thing you asked, because I'm going to go ahead and try to break it down for us. So all but guaranteed is our Leo Regional Champion, Squirtle. We could cross that one off the list. Azir is all but locked in. That's 1 player into top 8. Mice, Diamond Hat, Darius was X1 going into round 12, and he won. So he is X11. Darius is locked into top 8. I should probably be writing these down, but guys, make mental notes with me. Azir, Darius. All right, let's go ahead and kind of go down the list while we have some time. And then if they end up going back to the casting scene, let me know, because I don't want to miss any of the action, because I don't have the screen pulled up.
They are back to the casting scene right now.
They're on the casting booth?
And they just cut away. Yeah, they were, and now they just cut away, and now they're doing an interview. So,
oh, they're doing. Wait, then I'm a little bit behind. Let me refresh.
Are you on the YouTube or the Twitch stream?
No, they're doing. Oh, we've seen this interview with the Wally. I think this is a pre-recorded one. Chat, bear with me. Let's go ahead and break it down. That way we can see who is still in the running. Prismaticism X2, so he's not in contention. Volkita X2, he's not in contention. Great Poner, also X2. Wujek X2, Colin Kaiser, okay, Set, that is another guaranteed top 8. Renaxel Victor, so what do we say? Azir, Darius, Set, Victor. Half of the top 8 spread is already extremely diverse, and then Billionaire with his Volibear. 5 out of the 8 decks are unique legends. You know, if we could just have it from there, 5 of those legends in top 8, and then let's say Master Yi, probably 2 Master Yis, and then a Diana. There goes to be a nice little top 8. I think it's gonna pan out something of the like there.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty cool to see at least 6 or 7 unique legends, and it looks like we're getting almost guaranteed 6, right? Like you said.
Yeah.
Can't complain about that at all.
Guaranteed. I'm pretty sure. Well, that was 5 unique legends. Master Yi and Diana making it 2. Isn't that 7 unique legends? I'm pretty sure we might be pretty close to that. Unless like all Master Yis make it in besides those 5. Because the 5 we mentioned, I'm like 99% certain they lock it in into top 8. And ChopperCon, thank you so much. So Azir, Darius, Set, Victor, Volley. Oh, you're hoping. I thought you broke it down for us. Rek'Sai, I don't think made it, chat. I was looking at it while these guys were casting. Rek'Sai, that was a little bit lower than there was a Rek'Sai mirror match in round 12. That's what it went down. And Sasuke, you're back. Let's go ahead and bring you back in here. But yes, Sasuke, you're
There's
joining in
so
as we're trying to break down who has made it into
yeah.
top 8. So there was a Rek'Sai mirror match, and the lower seed Rek'Sai defeated the higher seed Rek'Sai, which they virtually eliminated each other. If the higher seed Rek'Sai won, he would have got into top 8. But I don't think we're going to see a Rek'Sai, unfortunately, in there.
Is Remy X2? No, he's 902. So if he wins, or he's 1002, 1102. Yeah, he might be able to bubble in. But yeah, you're right. He did get pared down, which is unfortunate for the Rek'Sai because they just ate each other. Which, I mean, thematically speaking, makes sense.
Okay.
Good old void nonsense.
A little cannibalism in there. But I do feel like a Diana, maybe Diwali. Diwali was X11 and then he won. So he's 10-1-1. Oh, he actually can't intentionally draw going into round 10. So we might actually get a Diwali matchup coming here in round number 13, which is why they're showing us the pre-recorded interview, unless he's wearing the exact same thing. I guess that's not unheard of for TCG players, right? Because he wore this outfit exactly yesterday, chat. I'm not going crazy, am I?
No, I don't think so. But as a side note, as people, I don't know if people are fans of TFT, but Goobums actually is all the way at table 11. Did manage to take it in 3, as he was on Aurelia in Toymaster Yi. Very unfavored matchup, but just it's nice to see these pros from other games coming to Riftbound as well to enjoy Riftbound and honestly finding great success as well. So I hope to see him have better performances in the future, but just a fun little side note there.
Very early on in Riftbound, when Houston was coming around, it was so many players, high-level players from all kinds of TCG backgrounds. Mainly what I saw, it was from One Piece. What were the other? It was from One Piece, a little bit of Hearthstone, believe it or not. But there was another TCG. It wasn't Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, what's another, guys? Start throwing some TCGs out there. Maybe it'll ring a bell. It was One Piece, and then there was another one. I'm like, man, there's so many of these players. But what I'm getting at is now that time has passed, Riftbound has kind of established itself at almost like the hierarchy within itself as those big titans we were talking about, the Prismaticisms, Allen, the Challenger TCG boys. I don't see too many of those other guys coming into Riftbound. I wonder if they tried, maybe didn't like it, maybe didn't do too good in an event, but I hope they do, as you're saying, from different avenues like TFT. Go ahead and try the game because I think it's only growing and getting better with each and every set. It was Runeterra. No, Flesh and Blood. Thank you, Arachnid. That's what it is. Lorcana as well, videos for sure. A lot of Lorcana people. So yeah, Riftbound was like the perfect TCG coming in at the right time to kind of be like, you know what? Let's try a new TCG because Lorcana was on the rotation. Because Sasuke, didn't you play a little bit of Lorcana too?
Yeah, I mean, I was. Yeah, I never managed to make it to a DLC. Just never managed to sign up in the time. You have like a 2 or 3 hour window, which is better than Riftbound. But that said, just wasn't able to roll the dice in those things. Anyways, yes, managed to have great success. Met a lot of really great people. I know at the 5K and at the CCS 25K, one of my friends from the Lorcana scene managed to get great success, top 16 at the 25K, and top 8'd. I think he had the better seat than me, so he was first place when we split the top 4. So
nice.
Yeah, a lot of Lorcana success, or a lot of Lorcana players finding great success in Riftbound as well.
For sure. NA, do you know any Yu-Gi-Oh players specifically that kind of went over to Riftbound? Because I know that was your general TCG background.
Yeah, so my testing group is like actually mostly Yu-Gi-Oh players. Well, at least former Yu-Gi-Oh players. We have Aaron McGinnis, who's my good friend.
David Garza, right?
We have Cormac. We have so Jun, the Kazakhs player who got Best of Kazakhs. I think he's in first place for Best of Kazakhs for the Utrecht as well. Former Yu-Gi-Oh player.
Is it the Z-Rock, or that's how he goes online? Is he a challenger guy as well?
No, he's Jun. He was X2 going into last round, so maybe he did end up losing last round, but he was 9-2.
Nice.
Then we've got Aditya, if you know, who is I think he was our national champion last year for Yu-Gi-Oh! We
Dang.
got, I think, Asala, if anybody knows Asala. Marcus actually was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player, if you remember the Draven from, shoots. He made top 8, I think, the first regional for set 2. Yeah, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Players play this game, and I think a lot of them really like it because it calls back to old Yu-Gi-Oh! A little bit, where it was a little bit more grindy, a lot of decisions to make. And one of the big appeals of Riftbound over a lot of the other TCGs is that it has a really high level of complexity, which is a lot of fun, and it calls to Yu-Gi-Oh! Players because we like our really complex games, a lot of decisions to make, and there's interaction too. So I think
You
it
know,
appeals a
that
lot
kind
to
of
Yu-Gi-Oh!
reminds
players.
me, speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh, speaking of complexities, NA, I don't know if you were up at this time, but did you manage to catch a little bit of the Lux Infinite Loop combo here at this regional? I know you guys saw it from last weekend, Lux combo. It was on the featured match. Did either of you guys get to see it?
No, I didn't. I actually only just caught the last match. I got up
Okay.
about an hour ago. So
I bring it up
was it
because
good?
believe it or not, we saw a never before done chat. If you guys are just joining us, I'll let you guys know as well. It was for the first time in Riftbound history where we had indicators on the screen that said 1 million energy, 1 million power. On top of that, it said 1 million recruits. What he was doing is that he put a recruit token and he wrote on a little piece of paper 10,000. He put 10,000 recruits on one battlefield, 10,000 recruits on the other battlefield, and then held for the remaining of the game. I was like, what in the world are we witnessing? He was doing the Lux combo, but he wasn't running Renata and Fiora worthy. He would generate infinite energy resources, and then instead of trying to win in a single turn, he just did an infinite recruit strategy to conquer and then hold from there on out. It was so insane. I don't know how it worked because an aggressive deck could probably prey on it, but it worked nonetheless. I don't think he got the dub at the end of the day because it went to time and they were like 7 points behind in overtime, so they couldn't close it out. But it was a sight to see for sure.
That's
Yeah,
why I
that
like
sounds
combo decks,
interesting.
man. You get to see wacky things like that. And actually, so the standings, by the way, are up now as the last game just finished. We do actually see that Rek'Sai in 6th place, so he does have to play for the win and in. 11-0-2 will be able to make it, as it is just actually 1 point higher than 11-1-1. So he will be able to get himself, and he will be actually a relatively high seed at that. He just cannot allow himself to draw, as there are a lot of X11s currently fighting for that last spot there. So we'll have to see exactly what happens, but yeah, I'm excited to see. I guess he could technically draw, and then I think he might be able to go 8th place, as 10-0-3 would essentially just be 11-1.
It
So it'd be slightly
outbids.
less
Does it
than the other
outbeat an
two.
11? 11.
No,
No. I think you have to win.
he has
There's
to win,
exactly
yeah.
4 X11s. So
No,
2 of them are going to eat each other,
True.
right? Which means that he'll technically be 11-1.
No. 3
Oh,
losses is
no.
not 11, or 3 draws is not 11-1. It's 10-1 actually.
10. Yeah, I see what you mean. Either way,
No, 'cause
what
he's
we were just
10-0-2.
talking about
He's
before,
10-0-2.
5 unique legends are all blocked in. These top 5 can intentionally draw, and they are into top 8. Volley, Set, Victor, Darius, and Azir. That alone gets me so excited for this top 8 coming after this next round. But of course, we do have to get down, or we do got to get through the very last round of Swiss today, round 13. Are we feeling like we want to see Houston champion Diwali on the feature match? Maybe even this Rek'Sai player that is kind of on their winning in, it feels like. I mean, number 6 seed, a win has to generally fall in that 6th seed as well. Master Yi and then Sivir still in contention, the lone survivor for Aurora. Let's see how that goes out. Let me see, Sasuke, you said only 4 X1s? Yeah, only 4
Yeah.
X1s, as Prismaticism is the highest X2. So that first page is the only people pretty much viable to get into top 8, it feels like.
Right. Yeah. So okay. So no, never mind. Yeah. So for the Rek'Sai can't draw simply because
Yes.
there's a lot of X 11-2 or 11 or X2s right now. So he would essentially be 11-2, and then he'd probably get bubbled out. But you got to remember, a draw is worth 1 point. So if he has 3 draws, he essentially has 1 win.
Yeah, I think he just needs to win this matchup. Hopefully, if I had it my way over there at the Riftbound production team, Rek'Sai versus the Wally, you don't get too much better than that. I think we've seen something similar at the end of the day for day 1 yesterday, and Rek'Sai, actually no, it was Rek'Sai versus LeBlanc. So I don't know if we've seen Diana versus Rek'Sai, but it seems like a good one, and I am down for that one. At least one of the two, either first feature match A or back to feature match B. That could be a good one to spectate. Out of those top 10, what's looking like the juiciest matchup for you guys that not gonna ID?
You know what? Remy Keano, the Rek'Sai player, is into Volibear right now. So that means that he can't draw.
Oh.
That's what I want to see. Rek'Sai versus Volibear.
Yeah, and you know, you both have to agree on drawing, but if you're getting paired down, unfortunate for Billionaire. I hope he doesn't get knocked out. Let's go ahead and knock on one, because I'm right there with you, Minwins. He's saying I'm rooting for Volley and Set. Imagine, not only do we get a Volibear making such a deep run into top 8, but imagine he goes a little bit further. I mean, he took down Alan ZQ. Who's going to be more competitive than that? Of course, there is that Leo champion, because the Volibear deck is Aurora. Granted, it's more like the Dragon's mid-rangey Aurora build. Can Azir just go a little bit too fast under that kind of deck? Because I haven't seen it fully play out, but if this is anything like traditional Aurora / the Volley Dragons we've seen in the past, I feel like Azir is way too fast for the deck. That might be like the worst matchup.
Yeah, it definitely does not seem fun, and that I can say that. I feel like I get to say this as someone who tried to play volley at 2 RCQs, and if I remember correctly, and I could be totally misremembering this, but Billionaire did win the best of volley, correct? In the last?
I think 3 times now.
Yeah, he's a 3-time best of volley.
Okay, because I do remember I was very tilted when I saw that a challenger TCG guy was taking volley when I went to go for best of volley. I was like, oh dang, okay. They're actually good players playing the deck. Okay, whatever.
And guys, it looks like it's time. We were saying, when will this last round of Swiss begin? It looks like the answer is right here in this very moment, chat. If you guys are ready, Sasuke and NA45 as well. The last round of Swiss, the final 8 players out of an extraordinary closing in on 2K players for this weekend, getting all the way dwindled down to only 8. Will it be one of these players in this feature match? It looks like Master Yi to start things off, but let's go ahead and throw it over to this game number 1 of round 13. Sasuke and NA, take it from here, guys.
Well, I gotta say, it looks exactly like the best of Yi's list in Vancouver. I don't think there's a single different card here in this main list, so just kind of tested it out, said, you know what, I like the list, I don't really need to change anything, I'm just going to run it back, and well, he's managed to find great success, so obviously there's something to this list here. Really like it so far, very, very clean. The only thing that I might say is that maybe you don't need the hourglasses anymore. I know a lot of Diana players are on those acceptable losses now, which really, really hurts the value that hourglass can bring. But you know, it looks like there's no Dianas in the top 8, so it looks like it's fine. I guess I don't know.
The nice thing with hourglass, right, though, is you can just hide it, and then they can never use acceptable losses until a unit is actually dying. So it's
action speed.
Yeah, it's action speed. So you just say in a combat, Um, sorry, in response to like a kill spell or something. I guess you're right. Now that I think about it, right? Because then you can always flip it and then you just go acceptable. Okay, yeah, yep. Okay, fair enough. Oh no, we got an Aurora. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
This is either going to be a blowout for the Yi or it's going to be a blowout for the Sivir, and more than likely than not, it is going to be a blowout for the Sivir. I will say there is an adaptation here, challenge in the main deck, and I think that's probably part of how Lorwa? I don't know how you say that. I'm just gonna say Lori. How Lori's
Yeah.
managed to find success here.
Okay.
Really like the whole, 3 Elder Dragon, 1 Mind Splitter. Just a great split, and we'll have to see how it goes. But I got to be honest, I don't want to see more Sivir.
I mean, looking
I
at
don't.
these lists,
I don't. As a Yi enjoyer, I hate Sivir.
these lists just, and again, I just don't feel like these lists are super. The game one feels like it's going to be pretty Sivir favored, right? Like all you have is like
the
the
option on
5 for
hand.
flurry, and I guess you can defy like the ramps. That's always pretty good. So maybe not. Maybe not.
He has the Akshan in hand. He's considered getting rid of the Charm, which I do think is a relatively weak card in the
That's true.
matchup. So there it
It's
is.
actually a good point. If you do see the auction, it does make things a lot easier. So, yep, fair enough. Good call. There's a gust, a flurry. Can't quite see the other 2 cards, but I definitely see a gust and a flurry. Gust's
We saw
going to be
Catalyst
quite
of
good.
Aeons as well.
Yeah. Challenge. Hand is like not.
Oh,
It's
Sabotage
actually
is the
pretty
last card.
bad. He has no draw. Draw no Aurora.
That is the worst case scenario here. As much as I'm not a fan of Aurora, I would like to see them be able to
Yeah.
actually play the game here. I can imagine that this Pit Rookie is going to go right into that seat of power for the time being. Just wants to continue to play this patiently. I can imagine him playing out this first mate. But yeah, I think this Unguard is going to come down, just be able to protect himself and give himself those 2 points. This really just denies that capability of the Gust here. He is considering his options, but I can't imagine any other world besides that. Then you can go ahead and play this first mate, bring it right back to base, and the next turn you can go on to that Sigil of Storm, and then also get a draw off that Seat of Power, hopefully find a couple more answers later on. That would be my line, especially knowing with what his opponent has in hand. And it looks like that is what he's leaning towards. Let's see if he decides to fire it off, though.
Yeah, it makes sense because this does essentially turn the on guard into 2 points instead of otherwise your play is like play out champion Yi, which is like fine, but honestly you want to go fast in this matchup. So in this case, I mean getting 2 points off of a single on guard is pretty high value. But his Aurora opponent is dead drawing. I mean that is two flurries. At least you do have the Catalyst here. Catalyst does put you up to 7 runes, which then does threaten Aurora on the next turn, but we know Yi does not care because there's an Akshan.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Lori's first or next 2 draws are exactly Aurora, he will be able to find himself a purchase in this game. He does also have access to the challenge, so he will be able to deal with that auction if he finds the Aurora off the top there. But for now, Bakura feeling very, very good about his position overall. I mean, I think not knowing what his opponent has in hand does make him feel a little bit more worried. He does have that Defy, though, so might be able to deal with that challenge. However, Ori does have that Sabotage to potentially strip away a card from his opponent's hand. So now Bakura has to decide what he wants to do with the rest of his turn. I have to imagine it starts with this Seat of Power Conquer.
Yeah, I mean, double conquer, get a draw. Bad. There's a Defy in hand, so he does have an answer to the challenge on the auction. Assuming that our Sivir player actually, sees a playable card. It is very possible that He will have to end up going the play out the Sivir Champion and try and play, but into Yi, a deck that specializes in the defense when they are both entrenched on both battlefields, is kind of a losing proposition, right? We definitely don't feel good about that. If he does opt to play out the Yi here, probably at a battlefield, right? So you don't get wiped by Elder. Yeah, so opts to play it at Sigil. Not too shabby. You can just retreat off the Pit Rookie if you choose to on the next turn, and I guess technically, if it does sit here a few turns, he can get the ganking ability.
Interested. No buff is going to be used. I would have expected to have seen it at least on to the first mate, but just gonna go off to forgo that for now. And does manage to find himself a stacked deck, so Lori will be able to do something here at least. And there is a Sivir that he can play as well, so he can go ahead and challenge and then just go ahead and conquer after that fact, and will be able to bring himself back into this series. That said, Bakra will hold the 4, and we'll have to figure out a way to overcome this massive deficit he's found himself in.
Yeah, that is a little bit weird that he opted to not use the pick rookie. Maybe he just forgot and was just flying. Honestly, in the end, the numbers don't really matter too much in this matchup, because that Elder Dragon just says you die, and all of the Aurora units are just so big that the combat doesn't really feel super real most of the time. So the actual numbers, not incredibly important. What is kind of interesting to note is he did feel safe to stack the battlefields on this turn, because if you do play out the Aurora, right, there's no energy up for the Flurry. You cannot actually lose to a Flurry and wiping all your units. Here comes the treasure trove. So again, just digging, and does actually play out the Sivir. So it is time. It is finally time to start trying to play the game, and we see a challenge onto. So he is actually going a little bit more aggressive here. Still at the 7 runes though on the next turn. So this still can just play out an Aurora if he top decks. So don't see Aurora.
Finds himself a challenge. Not what you want to see at the top there, but does get himself a card deeper, and now has a way to interact. So Bakra here going to hold the 4. Finds himself a scuttle off the top. Going to continue to allow himself to dig. And I can imagine, since Lori is fully tapped out, that these pit rookies will go back to base. This charm will come down, eat this Sivir alive, and then he can get that double conquer on that following turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And the cool thing with Rune Runner in this matchup, specifically our favorite camel, is that you can't target it with Elder Dragon, right? So it does not die to the random Elder Dragon board wipe, right? You have to use Flurry, and he has a Define hand, which answers that. Nice little... Oh, I wonder if he's tracking his XP, because that could actually matter with the champion.
Yep.
Doesn't look
Once
like
you get to that 6 XP, that deflect does come into play, and as well as the ganking. So he's considering all his options. I can't imagine he won't do won't charm here just to get rid of that Sivir, who is proving to be quite a bit of a pain here early on. And he is instead just going to pass, surprisingly enough.
Yep. I mean, holding up for the charm or for the defy does make sense there. And wow. All right, never punished. So the question here, though, is do you just play the Aurora, or do you wait one more turn? Because you could wait one more turn. The scary thing with Aurora here is you do get insanely cooked by auction, right? But might just have to say it doesn't matter, right? Say, yep, okay, fair enough, because we don't care.
I don't think, honestly, I don't think you're getting cooked here by the auction. And the reason why I say this, no, and the reason why I say this is because, I mean, he's probably going to get an Elder off the top here.
Okay.
And if it's not an Elder, it's a Mind Splitter, and that auction's going to get cooked. And he's got the
so
challenge
good
to follow as well. as the
one of
sabotage. So there goes the auction, and now Sivir really going to take over here. So
that's
auction
actually
going to get screwed
insane.
away.
It's the one of. Oh my gosh, that is a little bit tragic because if you don't, then you do just have the Elder to deal with, which, I mean, I'm not going to call it super easy to deal with, but I would really prefer my own Aurora, like getting to steal the Aurora and then having an Elder, because you don't lose to the challenges. Well, actually you do, you're right, because he had the Sabo. Okay, never mind. Good call out again, Sasuke. You've got my back today. Yeah. Okay. Right? Poro?
Yeah.
Can't do anything.
This is
think it's
not what you want to see here if you're Master Yi. I mean, this is just an absolute nightmare scenario. His opponent essentially got to look at 4 extra cards and then just found the Aurora anyways with no draw, it felt like. And now this Master Yi does have an answer for the Sivir in the Charm, but the problem is these Elder Dragons are going to start coming down, and he could go ahead and Discipline plus Charm just to deal with the Mind Splitter, but then the problem is now he doesn't have an answer for that Sivir.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, I mean, he did play out the discipline here, so I imagine the charm is coming down. You definitely do need to hold up for the, I guess you don't really need to hold the mana up for the defy, because the Elder's only going to hit a single unit out of your base, but I wonder if there's a world no, you probably do have to use the charm here and just keep things, keep the board as simplified as possible.
That is the problem. The hold to 5 is not enough here. So, charm onto the Mind Splitter, going to get taken out. Which means that these pit rookies will be able to trade with the Sivir, and the Scuttle Crab will be able to draw him an additional card. Problem is, still no answer for this Aurora.
Okay, does get another draw. I guess maybe can try and find an auction for one of these draws in, and just keeps drawing the Poros. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least in this scenario here, fortunately, these defies aren't going to be enough, but this Yi can go back to base, and both these Poros can be played to base, which means that the Sigil of the Storm isn't going to be enough to stop what Bakuro has going on here. I think you have to play out both of these Poros here. You have the Rengar. Interesting. Wants to hold up the Defy. The problem is the Sabotage is going to come down.
Right, Sabo makes things a little bit annoying. It says if you have an answer and you don't. And now the problem is that these flurries are going to put in a lot of work too, right? The flurries plus the challenge. You're just kind of at a point where you have multiple answers to pushes, and Yi needs to score 2 points. And I think it's nearly impossible to score 2 points unless he rips like... Is it even possible? Because you're going to lose 2 units to the Elder, which is guaranteed at this point. So probably Yi plus the Poro. You don't even get a draw for the Poro, so you're left with double Scuttle. And then you use a single Flurry to clear out. So when he pushes up the other Scuttle, you go Flurry. And did he just discard off a Sabotage?
Yeah, I'm surprised we're in set 3 and people still do this, but it does happen surprisingly often. There it is. Yeah, we'll have to see exactly what Bakura decides to do, but I would have liked to have seen him just play both of the Poros into the base, let that Scuttle Crab go, because now they're both vulnerable to what's going on. There is that Elder Dragon, the third and final Elder Dragon, as we did see one off of that stacked deck. which means that it is going to be coming up soon here. We did see him, Laurie, draw that third Elder Dragon off the top of that Catalyst of Aeons, which is unfortunate for the Silver player. But yeah, I mean, Lonely Pearl going to get taken out here. Scuttle Crab, very weak. Master Yi, obviously going to be the next card that gets taken out. And this Flurry of Blades as well, going to strip away all of these units. So gets to see what's in hand. It's a challenge, a Flurry of Blades, and another challenge. And I can't imagine a universe in which anything happens here in the favor of Bakra.
So this does... Oh, he did draw a Charm, which does help things a little bit, because what you can do is... unfortunately, we know he does have Challenge plus Flurry, which makes things hard, right? Because that means it deals with even setting up units in the base. But what I was going to say is you can go just like develop pretty hard this turn and try and go for a Charm pull back a unit and double conquer on the next turn. It's pretty tough though. And the Rengar is a way to potentially try and scam, but the Flurry is really good against the Rengar, right? Because it doesn't particularly care that you can play it at reaction speed. It just says, okay, you're still going to die because you get pinged by 1.
Yep, that is a big problem. We'll have to see exactly what happens here for Bakra, but I think it starts with that Camel alongside this Lonely Poro. I think you just have to take a turn off, let your opponent kind of get set up, if you will, and then hopefully find something a little bit more useful to do, as you do have that Charm still. So it looks like he is considering that line there. There it is, the 6, and then there is the 2. So I have to imagine that it is going to be both of those units. And now we know that a third Elder Dragon is going to hit the field on this next turn. Pretty stock standard list. I think most players at this point agree that the Elder... Oh no, the third Elder is picked up there.
Oh no,
oh, my
wait.
goodness, that is not what you
That
want to
makes
see
this
here.
losable.
All of a sudden, Master Yi has a way back into this game. The Elder Dragon has to come down.
That makes this losable. Oh my god. That's insane. Oh no. Oh, that's crazy. Because now the Charm actually is insane, right?
Yeah, the Charm is the only way he gets himself into this game here. Look, the fact that he can just send in this Lonely Poro onto the Sigil of the Storm by itself, and the fact that Bakra can Charm, and then in response to the Charm, play the Rengar, it essentially gives him an accelerated
He played it to the base? Oh my god, no! He had to play it to the seat. Now he loses.
Oh my god. Laurie, what have you done here? This is not what you want to see.
Did I miss something? Why does he have 2? I probably missed. I thought, isn't it 12 mana?
It is 12.
Okay,
I'm not
so
sure
he's
why
tapped
those
out,
are
right?
ready. He has to be tapped out. There's no other world.
Yeah, I just see those 2 up, and I'm like, what is happening? Why does he have 2 runes up? Wow, that's an insane throw.
Oh,
that's
there
crazy.
It is. Okay, he's tapping it. Okay.
He has Charm, right?
All right.
Like, oh yeah, he has Charm. This should be really straightforward. From Elder to base, and oh my.
Looking at the Charm. I mean, I hope he doesn't overthink this here, because
Yeah, his opponent's tapped out. Should be pretty. Yep, there we go. There's the Charm. Charm Elder to base. And his opponent picks up. Oh my god, that's got to be such a frustrating way to lose. He's ripped the Elder, but even then, I mean, there was a little bit of a misplay there. Like, you just play the Elder to the battlefield, and then at that point, you don't really lose to anything unless I'm totally missing something, right? Because you have to, for Yi to clear out the battlefield, you have to go what, like double
Rengar plus punch first?
and he knew his hand, right? So Rengar
Alpha
punch
Strike not
first.
going to be doing much.
You know.
Unyielding Spirit going to be doing a lot in this matchup alongside those disarming breaks.
Yeah, and the hard thing there is like, yeah, see, the reason I think you do need to play to the battlefield is you have Flurry and Challenge to deal with the other battlefield, right? So it's like kind of whatever. If he does try and go for a hold, you have multiple answers for the hold. Yeah, definitely a interesting way to play that, but yeah, drawing that third Elder is absolutely brutal. I'm curious to see how many rakes the Yi has in the side deck. Probably like 2, you think?
2, yeah. Most of them, I think, at this point are on 2 rakes. I know that Houses Are Big was on 3 rakes in the sideboard because he just was so afraid of the Sivir matchup. But you do find it difficult to find room for the third rake anyways. So it makes sense to be on just the 2 for the time being. But I mean, what a difficult scenario there for Lori. As much as I don't like Sivir, I have to say I feel for him there. That is absolutely a nightmare scenario. Drawing 2 out of the 3 elders, did manage to find himself the Mind Splitter to answer the auction, but unfortunate as he did really just have a cascade of unfortunate events.
Yeah, for sure. But that is part of a card game sometimes, and he did get a little bit bailed out too by the top deck, right? He did top deck into the Aurora without having to play like a draw spell on that turn, so you were able to end up finding the playable Aurora, because if he top decks into a stack deck, top decks into a oh my gosh, the Diana draw card is escaping me. Is it Lunar Blessing?
Lunar Boon.
Lunar Boon, thank you. If he top decks into any of these, well, I mean, he can't play the Aurora. So a little bit bailed out there by top decking the Aurora when he did. Can't complain too much that the RNG did come back to bite him in the butt. So that is the name of the game when you are playing these Aurora decks.
Yeah, I mean, what was most surprising is that he had it exactly on turn 4 anyways. Didn't have it in hand, was looking for it, only found a stacked deck into what was it? I always forget the name of that one. The 2 cost where you pay a power, you get a gold token and all that jazz. Draws himself into a challenge. Treasure Trove, thank you. Yeah, Treasure Trove.
Yep.
So bit unfortunate, but here in game number 2, he is going to be on Forgotten Monument on the play, and Bakra on that Emperor's Dais. This is one of those battlefields that's really, really good on the draw, especially into Aurora. What you're looking for here is that first mate, so that you can play the first mate on turn 1, use the Emperor's Dais to return the first mate to hand, get that token, bring it back to base, and just start generating all of these soldier tokens without using any cards in hand. So that way, when this Elder Dragon eventually shows his face, you'll have a very strong backline, but you'll also have a very full hand to be able to answer what's going on.
I particularly like the rake interaction. It is quite silly how it does let you keep reusing the rake and killing gears, though I will say it's not quite as real because you do have to play against Aurora as it is against stuff like Aurelia, because you do have to play the rake and then you do have to conquer the rake, which is like 2 turns unless you pair it with a first mate. Still pretty funny. Ooh, Akshan in hand and a camel. We love to see it.
And he has the first mate, so he will be able to generate all of these Emperor's Dais tokens if he so chooses. But it looks like he's considering throwing away the camel.
I don't hate it. You do want to see like a scuttle or something so you can immediately start contesting the board.
Is that a sabotage off the top there as well?
Did not quite catch it. It looks like, okay, yeah, the Aurora hand has a ton of draw, so I would probably expect an on-curve Aurora this game. I think there's a Lunar Boon. Also a treasure trove, so multiple ways to draw cards, and probably as well to ramp. Is there a Scryer's Bloom? Yes, there's a Scryer's Bloom.
Yes, Scryer's Bloom.
Yeah, a lot of ways to see cards, so it would be quite ridiculous if he did whiff the... Wow, did whiff a unit here. Might just have to play the first mate. I think you need to start getting units onto the board. And like you said, with the DS, it's like not actually too bad to play it, right? Because you can just keep reusing.
I mean, the Deus is honestly the ideal start, according to the houses are big into the Aurora matchup. The fact that you're going to make 3 or 4 Sand Soldiers before they're really able to come online is a big problem for the deck. The fact that he wasn't able to hold on to what I assume is, oh wow, so he's just going right here for a turn 2 Sivir, just to be able to answer this first mate early on, probably try and hold on to this Deus and keep his opponent off of what I have to expect is is this problematic soldier spam. So we'll have to see if Bakra decides to go for this here. Obviously, he can't go into the Forgotten Monument for the time being, but the fact that there's a turn 2 Sivir is definitely a surprising line.
I think it does actually make a fair bit of sense here because you are on odd points or on odd runes. You don't really care too much for spending the singular power. You are still going to hit Aurora on the same turn regardless, unless you have like a mobilize. And I mean, we haven't seen a mobilize. I missed the list, but it could be a possibility that you don't even like play the mobilizes. Like, I don't know. That card seems pretty low quality to me. And now you do have a unit here. That being said, it is a unit that cannot get over a Sand Soldier unless you get to the additional +2, right? Which is, you really don't want to be recycling runes, right?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see him just like not pull back this Sand Soldier here. I guess he kind of recognizes that, like, okay, like I can't just spam with the first mate here. But on the side of Lori here, Recall isn't doing much. These Catalyst of Aeons are a bit at risk here. He can fall prey to a Defy.
Ooh. If he has double Trove, he can trigger the Sivir and still ramp. That's actually pretty good. Oh, he doesn't. He has Factory Recall. Oh, wait, no, he does have double Trove. So he could kill the Sand Soldier if he did want to. And I actually like that play if he did, if he does go for it. But looks like opting to instead. Yep, okay. So is Sivir the one that is worded here? I'm going to look at this. It does require you to actually recycle the runes, right?
No,
Sivir.
the legend requires you to recycle the runes.
Thank
The
you.
champion requires you to pay 2 power. Yeah.
So it will work here then. So if he does
Correct.
opt to go for the Dais, and I actually do like contesting the Dais here, as it is, like you said, it is like a bunch of free advantage for the Yi if you leave it open. So is able to take this out here unless there is a buff spell, but I can't imagine there is. The buff spells
No
are
buff
not
spells,
particularly good.
unfortunately. Here comes the Scryer's Bloom. Finds
Right,
himself
so
a stacked deck.
Still no Aurora, right? I don't think I see one.
Correct. Still no Aurora, unfortunately. Now he does find himself a camel.
Ooh.
That is something to, nothing to scoff at here.
Yeah. He doesn't actually have a way to immediately get over the Sivir, right? You can go like camel first mate, but that doesn't get over the Sivir, which is kind of annoying.
Still just play this first mate, trade the Yi with the Sivir.
Okay, fair enough. You probably take the point here, yeah.
Yeah, then you
Fair
go right
enough.
into that Forgotten Monument. This is really, really heads-up play here from Bakra. Notes that his opponent cannot Aurora next turn anyway, so doesn't have to hold up anything. Doesn't need to go for some sort of sabotage line as well. And now Lori finds himself an Elder Dragon off the top, which is not what you want to see, but at least he is able to stack deck. finds his Aurora finally, but will not be able to play it here.
Absolutely. I mean, does have access to the dice for the next turn as for the E, so we'll be getting that first mate back if he does opt to do so, which is good. First mate, pretty versatile. Good to have in hand rather than on the board. Fortunately, it has been pretty slow for the Yi, only at 2 points right now. Definitely not what you want to see. But the auction hopefully will be able to help out here.
Yeah, look, I think Lori has played this phenomenally well to slow down the Yi this much. I think Yi is a relatively quick deck overall. It's like an aggro-ish mid-range list, and well, he does have a second Sabotage in hand. He's considering all the runes that he has available and knows he's at 9 by taking that look there, so holds up to 3. Now he has to decide whether or not he wants to go for the Sabotage, and it looks like he's going to fire it off immediately, and he's going to be very happy he does so now as he does find that Aurora.
Nice. Yeah, that's actually really big there, as Sivir has used almost all of the dig cards, right? Like, all that's left is a... Like, you can technically use the Catalyst and the Mobilize the draw, but yeah, has gone through all the dig cards, so now you are in a spot where it's just top decking again. Kind of crazy, to be honest, because the hand looks so good at the start.
Yeah, well, now Bakura here will be able to conquer onto this Emperor's Dais. And this is where things get incredibly tricky here, because he will be able to go onto this dais, he'll be able to make a Sand Soldier, push back that first mate that he was able to hold on to, and then use his second first mate to push back that Sand Soldier, hold on to 3 units in base, and the Elder Dragon's not going to find much value because of it.
Does get the first mate back, we did discuss. A cool little loop that you can do there. That was a nice call out. SK always has the Yi technology. Always.
Oh, looks like he's debating on not doing so. This is a bit surprising to me. He's going to go ahead and play this Rune Runner instead. Surprised to see this.
I don't hate playing Rune Runner, right? Because Sivir is going to... He knows that there's a Elder in hand, and Sivir is going to 12 runes, so he does need to think about the possibility of the Elder just being hard played, and Rune Runner does help with that, right? Because you can just go... Actually, you know what? I think the better play is just play first mate to base, ready the Zir token, and then just pull them all back to base, right?
Absolutely, because then you get the double conquer anyways, and then you can just play another set of Sand Soldiers. But instead, he's opting to do this. Very, very, very shocked to see this here. So I think the Elder Dragon's going to find himself a lot of value, and now the Sivir is going to be able to play a Dazzling Aurora if he finds it off the top here. But now this Rune Runner, I guess he's just going to play the Rune Runner, get the Conquer, then use the first mate to push the Rune Runner into the dais, and then play it back to base.
Yeah, that's interesting to me, because you would get a guaranteed 2 points on this turn if you did go for the full pullback.
Those first mate. Yeah.
Like, you still do get 2 points here, but you don't have to... It feels like you're dedicating less? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe
I think you're totally right, NA. I think right now he's considering something that we're not. And you know, he's obviously at these top tables for a reason, so he's going to go ahead and buff up his Ruin Runner. It's going to be 8 might. Now.
Right.
Use the Pit Rookie. I have to imagine he's going to use the Dais again. And then probably buff up another unit.
Yeah, he should know that there is a flurry, right?
Yeah, he did see the flurry, so he knows that there is a flurry in hand.
Yeah. He needs to make sure he holds up for the defies.
He needs the Sand Soldier. There we go.
Actually, you probably don't hold up for you probably just pull everything back to base here, to be honest, because you're going to lose whatever Elder swings in with. Oh, you can't pull back the Sand Soldier. What am I saying? You just pull back the Llama. Nice. Perfect.
Now.
Okay.
First mate
I mean, this
buffed. Interesting line here. I like this line a little bit more, and the reason why I say this is because now he gets to hold up 10 might in base, and Lori has to figure out a way out of this. Does find the Dazzle Aurora off the top, though.
Wow. That is quite crazy, because if he did not... can you even play it, though? Yeah, you probably do. And then you hit 2, and then it leaves him with just the Pit Rookie plus the Camel. Guess that is quite a rip for a turn, to be honest.
Has no tricks of the trade here, so that Sand Soldier going to get taken out. Now, Lori presented with the opportunity to pull back the Elder Dragon. I can't imagine he would.
All right, so here comes down the Aurora. Still has 2 up for a couple flurries if he does opt to do so. I hope he plays the Elder Dragon to the battlefield this time, because this is literally the exact same scenario where if there is a charm, you just lose.
Yeah.
And okay,
so,
it's the
Mind Splitter again. These auctions are not finding any purchase in this series here. That is a disappointment, and Bakra immediately knows the answer that Lori is going to go with here. Let's him take a look at the rest of the hand there. But yeah, I mean, he kind of shakes his eyebrows. It's like, yeah, that's probably correct. I can't imagine a world in which he wouldn't take it. So take a look at what gets sent to the bottom there. It's that final Aurora, as well as a couple of challenges sent to the bottom. So happy to see that those challenges aren't available, but now Bakra has to find a second auction or any of these disarming rakes and soon, because this Aurora is going to take over the game and fast.
Yeah, it'd be crazy if he plays this to... Oh, I guess you did just see the hand, right? So you know there's no charm, but now you lose to the top deck charm, which seems crazy to me. I guess the thing with stacking the battlefield is you do know he has double defy this time around. So in this way, and the sabotage, which answers all of your flurries. All right.
So now Bakra here, going to be up to 12 runes, has 10.
Oh my gosh. You have to be kidding me. Dude.
Look at that smile from Bakra there. He's going to go ahead and show the charm that Elder Dragon to base. And in what felt like an impossible task, this sabotage plus this charm now changes the entire texture of this series. And there comes the handshake from Loriwa. Look at that smile on Bakra's face. He can't believe it. I can't believe it either. He feels like he just won the entire tournament. It feels like, wow.
That's insane. Doesn't he win if he... No, okay, I say win. Does it... If he stacks the battlefield again, he's fine, right? Because he can't trade over the Mind Splitter, so you shove back the Elder, and then you can't get over the Mind Splitter without using 2 units because of the Elder damage. The Elder just causing the Mind Splitter to kill you 2 units, so you're left with just 1 unit, which you shove up. It would be what? So you would conquer with first mate, rebounce your first mate, play first mate, bring... I guess you also lose to top deck any... Yeah, no, I feel like that play does... If you just play the Mind Splitter to the battlefield, you're fine.
So the problem, the issue is, right?
Yeah.
You send in 2 units to deal with that first Elder Dragon, and then you can move you could just move on to the other battlefield after the fact, and then he really has no answer. Or he could just put all 3 units onto that battlefield, and then this Elder Dragon, even if it flips off the top, won't be able to answer him. So that was kind of the problem, is that Bakr was already at 6 points by the time that that Dazzling Aurora came down. And I actually do agree with Bakr that you had to hope that your opponent just doesn't top deck, exactly Charm there, because the Double Defy plus Sabotage answers everything that Lori wants to do in hand. But yeah, look, you just send in the first mate, the Pit Rookie, and that Rune Runner into the Forgotten Monument, which means that this Mind Splitter has to be played to base, because you saw the Sabotage plus the Double Defy. You have to be able to answer that right-hand battlefield. Very unfortunate here from Lori, but I mean, beautifully navigated from Bakra. Very, very difficult matchup, and he made it kind of look easy, to be honest.
That does tend to happen when you get a little bit fortunate right from the top of the deck. The heart of the cards going in his favor. Top deck Charm, you almost spoke it into existence, and you're like, all he needs is a Charm. And just like that, you could see his reaction in that highlight video. He was like, whoa, it actually came true. Am I dreaming? Somebody pinch me. And that means a Master Yi player is 100% locked into top 8. So I saw there was 4 players that intentionally drew, but I will save my comments for the post winners interview, or for post this winners interview. Let's go ahead and see what he thinks about this top deck there.
Could be the only one in top 8. How do you feel?
You mean I locked 8 to top 8?
Like you
I am in top 8.
You're in top 8.
Yeah, that's cool. So I don't know. I feel awesome. Honestly, I never won against an Aurora as Master Yi in my life. That was the first time, and I 2-0'd him.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Yeah, like, honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing. I 2-0'd almost every opponent I played against today. Pretty easy. Not knowing how to play my cards.
How long have you been playing
This guy's a
Riftbound?
whirlwind.
I started even before it came out, like playing on proxies, yeah, but there weren't that many products in my area, so I skipped the entire set 1. Then I played something like during set 2. Yeah, and I play a bit during this set, but not enough to be in top 8 of a regional. Like, I never expected to be here. Like,
Well, you are right now. And there are people out there that, of course, are other Master Yi believers. Again, the most represented legend here in the room, and you could be the only one that represents them in top 8, which would mean a best of Yi could potentially headed your way as well. One of those coveted trophies, but you're also still in the running of this tournament. This isn't your last round, according to other, for other people like there are in the room. You could be the Utrecht Regional Qualifier champion. And I'm excited to see it happen. So we're gonna.
That would be so cool. Yeah.
It would be amazing. I mean, like you said, you had no expectation to get here, but proving that just playing the game, getting in the hard work, taking the time to do so, and you proved it right here. You saying having never beaten a Dazzling Lord.
I never. Like, I lost against Lori, the guy I played against right now. I lost to him 1 week ago at a Nexus night. I got stomped 2-0 because like we are friends, yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't even close. He just stomped me and he was like, yeah, I'm just starting playing the deck. I don't know what I'm doing. And yeah, now I won somehow.
And here you are. And with that, we of course still have much more to unfold here for Utrecht and figuring
like
out the
epitome of just like messing around and finding out and just finding himself into top 8, almost like he fell into it. Luckily, I mean, we say it is a bit of luck, but honestly, he set himself up to kind of benefit from that bit of luck, right? If he wasn't at 6 points to that point, the Charm top deck wouldn't have been as crucial as it was there at the very end. So well earned and deserved. He's kind of discrediting himself a little bit because he definitely knows what he's doing. He's at an incredible weekend. Can he keep those wheels turning in that top 8? Because it's prepping to be one of the more fun top 8s we've ever been able to witness. I see a Nazir, a Darius, a Victor, and I believe last but not least, oh, what is the last one? I just posted it. Wait, Azir, Darius, Victor, and then who was Victor's opponent in that round 5? No, Volley, we don't know just yet, Orbital. And how's it going, by the way, Orbital? Set, of course, Colin Kaiser, how can we forget? And ooh, we get the win in the matchup. NA and Sasuke, if you guys are down, last little bit of this final round of Swiss Volibear versus
let's
the last
go.
remaining contending Rek'Sai player. Let's jump right into the back of feature match. Can Villimer lock in their top 8 spot and be the first ever Volibear player to do so in history?
His hand is so sad.
We'll have to see here, but yeah, I mean, you said it best there. His hand is not looking hot there. Triple Ferris Forerunner is not what you want to see to start, but you know, Mice doesn't have a great start as well. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to get himself out of this hole. Goes ahead and plays a Daring Poro. I believe he's 10-02, not 10-11, because, yeah, all right, there is that Noxus hopeful to bat. But look, I think at this point, these Ferris Forerunners are actually going to start doing some work. It is a little bit slow to see it, but you will be able to play that Gem Dragon on the following turn, and these Ferris Foreigners are pretty sticky and difficult to deal with.
Yeah,
Does
I
also
guess you
have
can't.
a Devlin Predator next turn as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess you can't actually complain too much about the Triple Ferris Forerunner in this matchup specifically because the removal removal doesn't really do anything versus the Forerunners besides maybe get a point or two, and you do get the you're getting units regardless. So not actually the worst thing in the world. Ooh, I mean these are a pretty good option. I guess you probably just call it, right? Say
Cold Week doesn't feel great though, just because you turn one unit into two here.
Yeah, but you're essentially getting rid of the problem. You're getting rid of the float, right? So sure, it does only get rid of the first set of units, but now you don't have to worry about the floating, and means that your removal will stick.
So now Volibear here. I feel like this Volibear is in a great position. I mean, sure, he's at 3 points already, but you are playing to 9, so he's still got plenty of room to work with as well. I have to imagine that something like a Ferris Foreigner or even this Gem Dragon is going to follow. We do know that Rek'Sai has a plethora of removal tools at its disposal, so we'll have to see exactly what Billionaire decides to do. But I think Triple Ferris Forerunner, while we kind of memed on it a little bit at first, is going to be very, very difficult to deal with.
For sure. Volley is fairly ramped up, and you are getting the play on the Aspirant's Climb, which does help a fair bit in these more aggro matchups. I think I see double Gem Dragon in hand too, so there's a lot going on there if he does manage to get to that point, but I feel like you're just going to be sticking the Forerunners for 3 turns in a row here. Yeah.
Wants to hold up. He wants to be able to hold up what I have to imagine. Oh, he has the Aurora. Interesting. Okay, so it looks like he's just going for this Aurora next turn. We'll be able to play out another unit on that following turn. We'll have to see exactly how Rami deals with this, but these Ferris Forerunners are proving to be a very, very big problem.
I just noticed, is that like, does he have like something over the sleeve on his volley legend? It looks like little black marks.
It's a special sleeve, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I like it a lot, actually. I think I asked him where he got it. He told me, and then I don't remember. Yeah, I mean, Daring Poro and an Inferno off the top there are definitely not going to be enough to answer with what's going on the Billionaire's side of the field here. This Carrion Dredger really not doing much either, which is exactly why he's deciding to send it in. But Rami is at an uphill battle, to say the least. I think these Ferris Forerunners have done exactly what they're supposed to here and slowing down what this Rek'Sai wants to do.
For sure. And like you said, if he is able to maybe stabilize a little bit, you can just play the Aurora. And then once the Aurora is live, you're just kind of chilling. You are totally fine with a single turn passed with your Aurora. There's still Dead Blooms in deck. The Gem Dragons, I don't know all what his targets are because we didn't get the deck list this time around, but sure there's a lot. Wow, okay, so Undertime, this means that he's probably going for the push onto the Aspirants, saying that no, I am going to double conquer literally every single turn, and it does make sense because this will keep him on the odd points on the Aspirants. What that's sorry, +2, so that's 4 and 6, so 10, so 10 over 9, and you do get the tokens here. It doesn't really matter with Rek'Sai though if they clear off your battlefields afterwards, because you're just going to keep pushing every single turn. What I would be a little bit afraid of though is if you do not have enough setup in base. That's where things get a little bit spooky, right? Because once you go the Aurora, you can hit stuff like Kadrigan, and then Kadrigan will draw you into cards like your oh, is there a he I was like, what? But yeah, Kadrigan can draw you into cards like your Sky Splitters.
Yeah, Sky Splitter is definitely a huge card here, and we do see one get picked up here, and there he is making room for this Aurora. Two body runes going to be recycled. And now,
ooh, he has one in hand. Okay, if he hits a big unit. Okay, so it looks like he is saying that I'm gonna hold on. So probably whatever he plays off of this is likely going to go onto the battlefield as well. He is saying that I am not giving you a free. Oh, that is like not really a great one, to be honest.
definitely
really
not
would-
what you want to see there.
Yeah, you wanted to hit something that is going of 8 might or more that's going to make your Sky Splitter free. But if you did play Rengar to the War Camp, you would get. It would be at 6, you could play the Sky Splitter, right? But opted to play it at Climb instead, so it's only being. It's still going to cost 2, I want to
Yeah, I
say.
mean, he still does have the Dead Bloom for the following turn. I think at this point, he just wants to force his opponent to commit more resources to making these conquers and exhausting him of what he needs to be able to do here. Unfortunately, here for Billionaire Rami, I'm just gonna say Rami, does have not only a Void Rush, but he does have a Blood Rush to follow. So might just go for the second Void Rush. Might go for this Pike here. Pike, an incredibly impactful tool. It's got ganking. It's got pretty much all of the things that you want it to have for a 3-cost unit. And there it is. 2 cards going to get flipped off the top. Don't want to see either of them, unfortunately. But I have to imagine he's just going to take the Honest Broker. Not happy about it, but will take what he can get.
So it looks like he's doing some math here. Does make sense. You do want to continue to be on the odd points here. Though, yeah, I think I see. Oh my, call is pretty good. You can go. If that means that if he does get a conquer onto one of the battlefields, the call just makes the other battlefield pretty straightforward to get over. Looks like there is, 9 on Aspirants and 8 on Navori, but I will say the 8 on Navori is a little bit fake. Sorry, Navori, Trifarian. War Camp, yes.
Yeah.
You gotta call me out here, Sasuke. Be like, you don't know your battlefield name. That's fine.
So he recycles 1 there, and I'm not sure for what. Oh, he's using it for the Rek'Sai to be able to accelerate out this Inferno. Just wants to go into this War Camp. It's going to send 2 3s. They are going to be 4s, so it's going to be a tie there. Oh no, I guess a 4 and a 3. So the Rek'Sai is essentially going to be a 5-might unit there. Going to take out both of them, leave the Inferno, and this Rek'Sai is going to trigger. And the second battlefield will be that much easier to conquer. Does find a Hidden Blade off the top at that, making it all the more easy to overtake.
Yeah, you can just Hidden Blade the Rengar, to be honest. It doesn't matter. At this point, your opponent has Aurora online, so you don't care about how many cards they have. I'll just Hidden Blade the Rengar, yeah. Yep. So
Let your opponent get a couple of cards.
All right, so now it is going to be a Dead Bloom and a Dream. for Billionaire. Which, unfortunately, the Call of the Week is going to do a lot of work into, right?
That's exactly what I was about to say here. Elder Dragon off top. Not happy to see that, unfortunately. Would have
Yeah.
loved to have seen that off of the Aurora, but unfortunately for him, it is going to be in hand now. So this Deadly Predator, I have to assume, is going to hit the field here. And then I expect to see a Sky Splitter soon to follow. Just because at this point you have to answer what your opponent is doing. You kind of have no options to do so. So definitely going to come down here. 2 runes going to get recycled. One of them going to come back. Great runes available. He's going to go ahead and cycle. And then I have to imagine the Sky Splitter is going to hit the Inferno just to make things a little bit awkward. But
you could. There's like a world you don't use it yet, though. The one thing that is weird is if you do hit a non-8 or yeah. So the thing is if you do hit a Rengar or something off of this, oh my gosh, he hits the Elder. That's perfect. Wow. Okay. I was gonna say if you hit something that doesn't make the Sky Splitter live, it can get a little bit awkward, but I think at this point everything does keep Sky Splitter live with 3 runes up. Maybe not actually an issue.
the problem is that now this Trifarian Warcamp is easy. He did not ready his Void Burrower, but I don't think that's too much an issue here. But this Cold Week, if you can find the second coal off of his Rek'Sai, which I think we've only seen one of them thus far, it's going to be a big, big problem.
All right. That is very lucky there. Complain about that if you are a billionaire.
Yeah. These Stormbringers can be able to move over onto the Strafarian Warcamp, or allow either of these units to move on to the Strafarian Warcamp. And this Elder Dragon, I have to imagine, is going to hit the field again. And I think at that point, Rami is going to have an insurmountable task to deal with.
So thinking on this one, there's no Rek'Sai on the board, so can't opt to accelerate either of these units. Ends up saying, nope, I am good.
I don't disagree with him here. I think he has to just start developing these pikes. Yep. And the problem is that there's a Sky Splitter in hand, and you can see the smirk on Billionaire's face. He knows he has the answer for whatever his opponent might be doing here. So double Blood Rush here, going to put this to +6, which means it's only 8 might. He has to send one other unit. Probably just wants to get rid of this Deadbloom Predator. And the Sky Splitter going to mean that it's enough damage to deal with this pike. And at that point, Rami is feeling pretty disappointed with what happened there. The fact that this Deadbloom Predator gets to survive means that this Elder Dragon gets to survive all week. And now Rami has to figure out how he's supposed to get over this huge, huge hump.
Yeah, Elder Dragon works so nicely with Sky Splitter. It just turns Sky Splitter into a 1-power kill spell, which is pretty crazy. Definitely one of the benefits of the volley deck, is that you do get access to this with the Elder Dragon, which is quite cool. It could be pretty hard here for Mice to be able to find this last point, assuming that Billionaire does have an answer to the war camp, which I have to imagine that there is one. Would not be surprised to see, okay, he opts to not to. There is actually, this does make sense though, because you do want to leave the battlefield open, because it gives you more time to see more cards off of Rek'Sai, right? Because you get the draw, because you're at 8 points, and you get to see 2 cards from the Rek'Sai leader. So this does potentially mean you can hit more Culls, you can hit more Hidden Blades, just cards that say, I just win the game on the spot. But, I mean, this is the turn here for Billionaire, to be honest. You have infinite cards in hand. You really need to make sure that you are not losing the game to to random stuff here. Don't play around the charm, for instance. In this case, not the charm, but play around like a top deck call, a top deck hidden blade. I feel like I wouldn't even sabotage here because you know his hand is dead, right? They were not played on the previous turn. I guess you do get the full knowledge, but
I think he's just checking to see whether or not it's worth it to play this second Aurora here versus possibly this third and final Ferris Forerunner. And it looks like he is opting to go for this Dazzling Aurora. It makes sense for me here. He obviously can never leave this battlefield. And so now he just kind of has to pass. I would have liked to potentially have seen him just go for the Ferris Forerunner. But, you know, playing 2 units versus 1, there is the K-Dragon, so he's going to be able to draw himself a couple of cards off this first trigger.
Oh no, those are 2 very bad draws. K-Dragon and Elder. All right.
And another K-Dragon.
So
I have to imagine it's just going to continue to bolster this front line. He's going to be able to draw himself 3 more cards.
Yeah, and he has to think here if he does want to play the aspirants. I imagine you do because I believe he has Stormbringer in hand, in which case you are very happy to just play things to the aspirants climb, make it impossible for your opponent to win on the next turn. And you can, yeah, I see a Falling Star, a Catalyst, and I didn't catch the next card. I actually don't think he has another Sky Splitter. Yeah, no Sky Splitters, which is unfortunate.
2 Stormbringers, yeah. Does have both of the 2 remaining Elders are in hand, which is going to be very difficult to fire off here. So as soon as this first one gets dealt with, it's going to be pretty much lights out in terms of Elder Dragons for the rest of this game here. Double Vi and Hidden Blade going to be off the top there, which is going to be exactly what he wants to see. This Hidden Blade is going to be able to deal with this Elder Dragon very effectively. However, there is still just so much might on that battlefield, and there is that Hidden Blade right onto that Elder Dragon. The perfect answer for what is happening, and, well, a monkey. I forget the name of that card, but...
Get Excited.
Get Excited, thank you. Yeah, Get Excited going to be a huge, huge card here, as it does do 12 damage for 2 mana here, being able to discard that Elder Dragon.
Yeah, the one unfortunate thing here is, like you said, all of the Elder Dragons are in hand. You can never hit an Elder Dragon, which means that these damage spells are no longer just straight kill spells. Is a little bit sad, but I think at this point, the Rek'Sai doesn't really have any big units. So anything you play is going to be like, okay, sure, that's fine. I don't really care, but okay, maybe going all in on holding here. So the Stormbringer is going to go crazy. Stormbringer is going to kill everything. You love to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a big, big punish here on the side of Billionaire. He knows he has the answer to everything that his opponent might try to do. So we'll have to see exactly if Rami says after this is enough. But we'll find out. This Stormbringer is just going to go ahead and yoink everything, deal 9 damage. And now he has to read and say, oh, uh-oh. That's a problem.
Did he draw for turn? I feel like he didn't draw for, but maybe I missed it. Yeah, Stormbringer, insanely cool signature spell. You're unaware, it just blows up an entire battlefield and moves your unit there. It was pretty cool with Yone in set 1 or set 2. Oh my gosh, set 1. Yone was set 1 for sure. But in set 2, you could blow up the battlefield and then snipe a backline. But is not able to do that here. But you do get to clear out the full stacked camp. And this doesn't... Okay, yeah, because you get to respond to the death knell, but that doesn't matter because the Cadragon gets moved up and we'll get to actually kill the pike here. Yeah.
Yep. Not going to go ahead and recycle a rune, which makes perfect sense. I would not want to do so either.
No, that 2 extra might. It really matters. I promise.
And now these double Aurora is going to continue to trigger here. I'm not sure if he has any more units remaining in the deck. It looks like there is another Rengar, maybe the 3rd and final Rengar in the deck there, and he will be able to ramp up again. So there it is. 15 might on both battlefields here. Didn't trigger the Volley Bear. Missed that, unfortunately.
He definitely did not trigger the volley. I don't think it'll matter. Things are looking pretty Pretty cooked here for the Rex side. The window to win the game may have been missed, unfortunately. And there was a window, but not quite able to finish it off.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there was anything that Rami could have done better there. It really feels like Billionaire just played it perfectly here. Really took every opportunity to play it patiently. I think really it came down to the fact that those Ferris Forerunners ended up being way better than we were giving it credit for.
Yeah, for sure. It did put in a lot of work versus the kill spell deck, because it does say my unit is a 12 might essentially for just 6-1. And with volley, it's really a 6-0, since you do get the power cost refunded. We get to see the deck list. All right, so it looks like only one Dead Bloom. Pretty cool. So one Dead Bloom, triple Gem Dragon, triple Elder, triple Rengar. It does make sense because Rengar is just kind of a better Dead Bloom now.
Yeah.
Definitely can see that. Coolest.
The triple sabotage in the main deck is definitely an interesting thing here. I'd be interested to see what he has in the sideboard. The fact that he went on Aspirant's Climb for game 1 rather than the Sigil of the Storm is definitely an interesting adaptation for Dazzling Auroralists. I think in general, I think a lot of players definitely lean towards that Sigil of the Storm to open up. Just being able to force your opponent to be down an extra rune can be very, very punishing. But Billionaire understands this matchup very differently. Or well, let me rephrase this, is very different here. And these Gentle Dragons, a little bit surprising to say the least. I think these are definitely cards that you want to see off the Aurora because they combo well with the K-Dragon, and that they just ready your runes and let you do things like that, get excited, or utilize playing a Gem Dragon plus a Stormbringer after you see one or two of them get hit off the Aurora. So we'll have to see exactly how game 2 pans out, but for the time being, I will say I think it's relatively favored for Rek'Sai, especially on the play there. The Cold Weeks, the Hidden Blades, the fact that you have just such heavy aggression to follow it up, it's going to make it very difficult to hold on to.
Yeah, traditionally I actually like Rek'Sai against this volley deck, so it is cool to see volley is able to take the first game, is able to stabilize before the end. That being said, the Rek'Sai did get to 8 points, right? So the next game will not be on the Aspirant's Climb. You will have to get there the hard way and be able to stay alive that one extra turn. I do like the Gem Dragon quite a bit, to be honest, because it is a 8 might unit that you get to play, and it readies 2 runes when you play it, right? So essentially you get the to play it for 8, you get 2 runes up, which now means that some of your interactions are live, like they get excited and stuff. So yeah, I like the card. Pretty cool. You can also play like your little spells afterwards, like you can play a Falling Star or a Mobilize, or really whatever you would choose. But oh my, it's the Arena's greatest game too. This is gonna be rough.
It's going to be a fast game. So we went from 9 points to 6 points is what happened here. So we'll have to see exactly what happens. But for now, the fact that he has an open pass here is going to feel pretty rough. He does have the Rengar for turn 2. It is going to mean something here. We'll have to see exactly how Rami answers. Yeah, this Carrion Dredger. I think this card has been an absolute house of a card, and flipping over Hidden Blade and Cold Week off the top does not feel good. I think you wanted to see those in hand. It's going to be a bit unfortunate here, but still going to have a card to play in this faithful manufacturer.
Yeah, good start here. Opposite play the Rengar makes sense. You do want to force your opponent to actually deal with your units here, slow them down a little bit. That being said, I mean, getting the bird token does mean that it was not totally free. And Rek'Sai does have the kill spells. Unfortunately, the open paper tree does mean that it is... You do get to see the 2 cards off the Rek'Sai legend, but we did already see a Hidden Blade and a Call. So those are 2 that are gone, will never be seen again in this game, unless Rek'Sai somehow hits the bottom of their deck, which seems pretty unlikely. Ooh, Well, and there's the call.
Wow, finds the third goal of the week. That is huge
Oh my
here. He's going
gosh.
to fire it off immediately, sacrifice the recruit, deny the hold onto that paper tree as well. This is a pivotal turn, to say the least. I have to imagine this recruit's going to go on to that arena's greatest, and Rami in a very commanding position after that.
Yeah, that's got to feel insanely bad if you're Villian. You're like, all right, he just can't have the call. He can't have the call, otherwise he has to dedicate at least a couple cards to this, like maybe like a Pike or a Blood Rush or something. A lot of options, and unfortunately he did just have the best one, which is call, which, like you said, denies the hold as well. So no free ramp. Next turn is potentially the Aurora turn. Unfortunately, Rek'Sai is going to be on 6 points already. So like you said, this might just be like a 3-minute game.
Yeah, this has been one of the fastest games I have ever seen here. Rami just absolutely dominating here. Going to go ahead and send in that recruit onto the paper tree. Going to go ahead and trigger. Finds a Blood Rush and a Salvage off the top. Definitely don't want to see those, but glad to see them kind of sent to the bottom there. Obviously would like to see the Salvage when the Aurora hits the field. Unfortunately here, doesn't want to do that, so will likely just go ahead and play the Cold of the Week anyways.
Yeah, he has the third call. Oh my gosh, that feels so bad. Like, you probably don't play it. Yeah, you don't play it because you don't want him to actually get units on both battlefields. But like, man, and Volley has Aurora, but I don't feel like Aurora does anything here. I guess you can go push up Forerunner, play Aurora, hope to hit Elder, put Elder on the Forerunner. Probably your best hope, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, there is a challenge. That is a thing, but I don't know that it's not enough of a thing, unfortunately. So, yeah, Billionaire, hand to head here, understands that he is in a heap of trouble.
Actually, would it even be Elder? I think Cadogan is a better hit. Because you need to draw in the Sky Splitters. Multiple of them.
The Elder does answer the Vi.
So there's a Cadogan. Well, he doesn't have a lot in the discard, right? So it's not huge yet. You got to draw like double Sky Splitter off of this. Yeah. All right. He drew one. That should be game. Can go bird up onto arenas. I mean, just see if you hit like a hidden blade, which makes
off the top. Yeah, that's really the best bet here. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to go ahead and start off with, I have to imagine, this bird.
Yep, there's the bird. So we know there can't be a Cold of the Week at least.
Yes.
Wow, and you can play the accelerated pike if you want.
He does have double pike if he chooses.
Oof. No. And now you just play the hidden blade. Oh, no, the call. Yeah, the call that we knew about. Sorry.
And I believe that's game here.
Yep.
Because you just send everything at this point.
Yep.
And he's doing the math.
So it'll be.
I just don't know if there's enough. I mean, the Sky Splitter will be able to answer the pike, but recycles 2, that's 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is still more than enough here.
You could even just hold back the... no, actually, yeah, I think you just full send it, like you said. Is there a Blood Rush in hand, too? That would make it even more... free.
I don't
okay,
believe
yep,
so.
scoops it up.
I believe that was a 5-minute game. I mean, that was one of the fastest games I have ever seen. The fact that he was able to find all 3 Cold of the Weeks in the top 10 there completely dominated that series here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, wow. It's going to be an uphill battle for Billionaire here. He is going to be on the play, which is going to give him a little bit of a reprieve. But if it's anything like this last game here, it's he's got an uphill battle.
Yeah, look at the win rate there. It is not a funny, and oh my god, look at Billionaire's achievements. Best of volley, best of volley, best of volley, best of ye. That is a resume right there. Whew. If there's anybody who can take down the aggro deck on volley, only Billionaire here.
We'll have to see if he finds a way out of this hole, but I mean, I do have to say, I feel like Rami is going to make his way into this top 8. I would have liked to have seen both of them in the top 8, but unfortunately for Rami, he had 2 draws. So we're into game number 3. Skipped ahead. His opponent's at 6 points. Billionaire only has 1 unit. And this back line is insane.
Skipped ahead, okay. Oh, this looks cooked. This looks cooked. Oh no. What's even the answer here? How many cards does Rek'Sai have in hand? Is it just 2? It looks like just 2.
Yeah, this is a big problem here. I mean, this Falling Star will be something, but the problem is you play the Falling Star, you're kind of stuck on 1 unit, then you're really weak to Occult Weak. He has to go on to this Candlelit Sanctum, and he has to go on to the Sigil of the Storm after the fact. Falling Star will be able to answer that, actually, if he decides to do so. He could go and hit both these Poros with that Falling Star, but the problem is he still has to deal with a Vi and a Noxus Hopeful and an Inferno after the fact. Not to mention there could be some sort of combat tricks that Rami has access to. We knew this was an uphill battle, but this is really, really problematic to say the least.
I mean, it looks like the Aurora got immediately hit with the salvage, which feels quite bad. Handle it, trigger, and it's like 2 dead cards. It looked like units, which, yeah, just put them both on the bottom, right?
I believe one of them was an Elder, so that's definitely going to the bottom there.
Is that a
I
Rengar?
believe that is a Rengar, yes.
Rengar, a punch first, a Falling Star. So you could clear quite a bit here.
Now the question is do you go for the Gem Dragon line, right? Because then you can ready 2 runes, you have 8 might.
So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you'd have 3 runes up. So you could go play Gem Dragon to the Candle. No, you can't. You have to take out both. Yeah, you can play Gem Dragon to Candlelit and then go Falling Star on Poro plus, I guess, both the Poros.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what he's considering here. It could also just be that he goes for the Rengar. The problem is he does recycle 1, and I don't think he wants to do that as of yet. I think he wants to get to that 12 rune threshold before he does so, and it looks like he is agreeing with us. There is this Gem Dragon that he's considering.
Yeah, and then you still have 1 up for the punch first, and I think there's a Sky Splitter in hand. I can't quite tell, so do have a fair number of options. Oh, so he has 2. Okay, so this is a little bit better. Yeah, Sky Splitter, it looks like. So you do have quite a few good cards here. Just have to deramp pretty heavily for this. You're going to have to pay another 3 power, 5 power, but I don't really complain about that if it does save you. It looks pretty unlikely, though, to see.
I mean, this might have been the final note that he needed to stabilize. Let's see what's in hand. A Hidden Blade is going to make it very, very tough to deal with here. So we'll have to see if Rami just decides to go into the battlefield here, into that Sigil of the Storm. Looks like that is going to be the case. And now, Billionaire has to decide whether or not he wants to Sky Splitter this. And it says no. Can deal with it with the Rengar for the time being. Recycle.
Oh my gosh, not the Under Titan. Oh.
2 extra runes to work with here.
I don't think this actually ends up mattering that much. It just gives you the runes. And he only has, what, 2 cards in hand, right? There's the Hidden Blade on the Kadrigan. That doesn't actually matter. What will matter is if he has another piece of removal.
Finds himself another K-Dragon, but I
There it
don't think he's
is.
ever going to keep playing it.
There's the game. You did see the double hidden blade. Unfortunately, Volley does go down. It was a hard-fought battle. It is a awful Volley match. But awesome to see him make it as far as he did. He does bubble out, right? No. I believe.
I mean, if he makes it, he's going to be the 8th place seed. It will be tough to do so. I mean, his opponents are all in the top 8. I think if he did lose any games, I think his only loss was the Azir was Billionaire. I'm not sure. We have to look at that later on. But yeah, Billionaire having an incredible run. Unfortunately, will not be making top 8. Very likely here. I think 1x2 might make it, so he has some hope, but. At this point, it's out of his hands.
What awesome matchup there. We did get kind of short change in that game number 3, but it looks like it probably wasn't too much. I mean, I can't remember the time, but maybe they kind of sped it up by like 10 minutes or so. Either way, that is a Rek'Sai guaranteeing their spot in top 8. And we go back to what we said before. This might be the most diverse top 8 we've ever had in regional qualifier history. You know, I don't think Billionaire is completely out of it just yet. I was doing the math. There is currently only 2 X2 players, Billionaire and Prismaticism. So either Volibear makes it into top 8 or Prismaticism gets another 4, maybe 5th time getting into that top 8 appearance. Man, let's go ahead, since we have a couple of time before they get back from this little intermission break. I'm going to hit a refresh. That way, everyone here at home knows what this top 8 most likely will be dishing out. So, of course, we know Azir, a.k.a. the Leo Regional Champion, Squirtle, is 100% locked in, being that #1 seed. Colin, Kaiser, Set, the boss is locked in as well. Darius, I hope we get a Darius for the quarterfinals because we didn't get to see too much of Darius in the Swiss rounds. Victor as well. Those are 4 100% locked in. Rami, the one you guys just casted, beating Billionaire, is locked in as well. Those are 5 players. Diwali taking down a Master Yi player at table 4 guarantees a spot into top 8 as well. So Diwali has the potential of a 2-time regional championship of his own. So Diana squeezing in there, and then Baccarat, the Master Yi player, defeating the Aurora player, which was apparently his first time ever beating Aurora. Great way to do it there in round 13. So Rek'Sai, Diana, Master Yi, and then the final 8th and last spot is either Prismaticism or Billionaire. So it's either an Annie or a Volibear, of course. I think that's 8 individual legends. Unless I'm mistaken, chat, let me know. I think for the first time ever, I would never thought we would see this 8 single legends in a top 8 appearance.
It actually looks like it is going to be Prismaticism because Billionaire's score is recorded here. It looks like he's managed to make, unfortunately, taken down to 14th place with that loss. So Prismat having the higher win percentage as well as opponent win percentage, which kind of gets him into that final seed there. What an incredible RQ.
Yeah, guys, RIP. RIP Billionaire. But of course, it's not all bad news. Prismaticism still in the running. That is 3 regional champions, just like we had 2 weekends ago in Vancouver, where I believe it was 3 regional champions as well. Oh my goodness, these guys proving that skill expression is king in Riftbound. Do we have the potential of a 2-time regional champion here in Utrecht as well? I think is likely. What do you guys think?
I absolutely think it's likely here. I can't imagine it being anyone other than Squirtle here. The dude is just on an absolute tear. I think that Azir has the potential to be, if not is, the best deck in format. But that said, it's not a deck that you can pick up and play. It's a deck that you play probably 1,000 games, and then you can play potentially like Squirtle.
You might need 2,000 games to play like Squirtle, honestly. He is just out of his mind. But it looks like since that game went into like, since they cut it short, I could only imagine that they're trying to get into top 8 rather sooner than later, because those backup feature matches are pre-recorded, of course. So before we get caught off guard, I know Sasuke, we committed for those 2 rounds. The first one was maybe a little bit better than the second one, but it made up for it with the Volley Bear matchup as well. How are you feeling about those 2 rounds?
You know, I wasn't happy to see the silver round, but watching it get 2-0 was pretty gratifying. I'll say that. So overall, great set of series there. But jokes aside, I do think it was a bit unfortunate for the silver player. Had really the low rolls there. I mean, his opponent was able to 2-0 him there, and you know, Bakura playing incredibly well is going to be able to get himself the best of Yi as well. Managed to be the only Yi in this top 8. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to take it down here, but his biggest hurdle, I think, right now is going to be Squirtle. I think Azir, if played properly, is a relatively even matchup. I would say slightly Yi favored, but I know right now the stats show otherwise, but I think you have to remember that there is one Azir player that's as good as Squirtle, and his name is Squirtle. So we'll have to see exactly how that matchup turns out, but I believe he's won against 2 Master Yi's 2-0 fashion already. And these were 8-0 and 10-0, I think, at this point. So been absolutely dominating. We'll have to see, you know, who's going to take it. But seriously, my vote is hands down got to be Squirtle. We'll have to see if Prismat can upset him. But again, my vote's 100% on the 2-time champion here.
It is tough to kind of count him out, of course, but man, all right, it looks like your vote is for Squirtle making it to that grand finals and taking it. Who would you like to see his opponent be in those grand finals, Sasuke? Set. There we go, Colin Kaiser. That would be such a good matchup. Honestly, there's just no bad matchup. When we narrowed the field from 2,000 players down to 8, and three of those being regional previous champions, it can't go wrong. Quarterfinals are going to go crazy. The semifinals are going to go insane. And then the grand finals, you could only imagine the building might just blow up with the amount of intensity in the building. I am excited for this top 8. But Sasuke, before we go ahead and let you go, if you want to go ahead and leave us on any little closing remarks / shout outs, of course, if you want to let us know where we can find you online before we bring in our next caster to join us in for top 8.
Sure. If you guys want to be able to find me, you can find me at SasukeX on Twitter. I believe it's already on the screen for you. Or you can find me at Sasuke TV on YouTube and on Twitch. But with that said, guys, please, if you haven't already, please give Plus RB a subscription on Twitch if you haven't. If you're watching right now and you have that, what's it called, that Twitch Prime, use that for him. Or if you're on YouTube, please give him a follow or subscribe. A subscription on YouTube as well. He does so much for the community. And with that, guys,
thank you, Sasuke. You're the man. All right, Sasuke, we will be in touch as always. Looking forward to working with you in the future, of course. But for now, I'll go ahead and let you rest for the remaining of the day. Thank you, Sasuke. All right, and NA, how are we feeling? Need a little bit of a break before top 8 or feeling good? I mean, you're feeling good, but a little break is never too bad, no?
I mean, we could take a short break. I wouldn't say no to run to the restroom real quick.
Yeah, of course. Let me go ahead and hide your camera. Ping me on Discord when you're back. But all right, guys, NA45 will be joining us ever so shortly. But for now, let's go ahead and bring in our next caster, which is going to be co-commentating alongside NA45. He is the legendary Orbital casting, but I have to pull up his camera first. Let me go ahead and do that. Guys, you know, we're not missing any bit of the action, so we got some time to spare. Let me go ahead and tell him to join the camera because it doesn't look like he's ready just yet. But chat, out of the top 8 that you guys said, this is for the first time ever, as I keep going back to in Riftbound history, single individual legends doing the entire spread. Talk about a diverse meta. Talk about a healthy meta. When in any TCGs, I mean, it hasn't happened up to now, so maybe this is just a fluke, but I like it so far. Seeing individual legends getting represented in the top 8 is something that I did not expect coming into this weekend, but it is a pleasant and welcome surprise. And speaking of welcome surprises, Orbital making his appearance rather shortly. As I go ahead and bring him in here, I'll let you know when you're on, Orbital. Let me go ahead and do this here. And chat, give me 1 second. I normally do this while I'm on a break where you guys don't see me on screen, but it is okay. We'll go ahead and do this live. And in just a couple seconds, I should be able to go ahead and bring in Mr. Orbital casting. And you are live, Orbital. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right. I'm excited. Was watching some of the games earlier, and you know, hey, we made it into the top 8. And I'm just excited, like watching this entire weekend, you know, and getting to see all the action, all the chaos, and also the storylines being written has been such a treat.
Yeah, it really feels that way. The storylines is the biggest thing to kind of get caught up on, as champion Diwali, champion Squirtle, and then champion Prismaticism. Where do we even go for these quarterfinals? Because I guess we could break it down. Of course, how things line up is going to be number 1 seed versus number 8 seed. So that's Squirtle versus Prismaticism. Talk about a quarterfinals. They better give us that. I don't see it any other way. But I guess we could go ahead and pull up the standings as well. Number 2, I can't even remember. Do either of you guys have the standings pulled up? Because this is going to be a showdown for the history books.
Oh, there's this thing called a really nice tournament, you know, page that I can absolutely pull up for you. That's what we're looking at. I think it's Rami. Rami came in with the Rek'Sai, so
nice.
Not bad. Yeah. So to kind of go through and give a little help, plus who's been awesome, by the way. I think we're rounding on 8 hours, so I can help out with this.
Mm-hmm.
So from 1st to 8th is Squirtle, Rami, Diamond Hat, Colin K, Bakura, Diwali, as well as Prismaticism and Red and Axel. Sorry, that's the one I skipped over. So it is, as you said, such a diverse setup right now. I think individual 8 champions, which is a stark difference to the I want to say the Tianjin side of things. So it's hilarious to see the chaos that's coming through.
And you actually get the fortunate look at the standings so far. Not the standings, but the bracket himself. Squirtle versus Prismaticism. Colin versus Bakura. Remy versus the Victor player Renaxel. Diamond Hat Darius versus Houston champion Diwali. Where do we want to go, Orbital NA? Can we really go wrong? It has to be the champion versus champion matchup for this first matchup.
I mean, I personally want to see Darius, to be honest.
Me too.
I think is this Darius's first top 8? I want to say it is, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So it would be cool to see the legend where it's their first top 8 appearance, and hope that it does not get knocked out right away. Because I can't. I mean, Squirtle and Prismat, one of them is moving on. We're going to see at least one of them next round. Like, come on.
Right. We'll definitely see one of those guys. And a little quick side note. Thank you so much, Miss Jordy. You are awesome. But yeah, honestly, I am leaning towards that Darius. Let's maybe get the Squirtle Prismaticism as the backup feature match so that we can still tune in. But I want to see the entire Diwali versus Darius.
Whoa.
How are we feeling, Orbital?
No. We're not seeing that as a backup match. As you heard from NA45, we're already getting one of them. We've seen them all here. I want my Victor. I want my token drop Victor in here once more. I want to get Red Naxel on that stream as a backup. I don't want any silly Annie Azir. Like, get me my boy Victor crafting up here.
Right. It is a really good one. I mean, just like we keep going back to over and over again, there is just no bad matchups. These are the last remaining 8 players, the best of the best, and one of the most competitive regionals up to date. So Remy Renaxel, I am loving that matchup too. I think if we stay towards that bottom of the bracket, but then we're missing in on Colin with his set going against a Master Yi player. You know, maybe we've seen that matchup here and there. So if there was one, we'll wait to see Colin perhaps in that semifinals. Wishing him the best, because he's made it to the semifinals before in Atlanta, but fell just 1 game short from finding himself in the grand finals. This weekend could be his weekend. but I think we're all in agreement here now, Orbital NA, right? We want to see Diwali, Darius, and then Victor Rek'Sai probably, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know how many people in chat will agree with us, but yes, that is my choice right there.
We could throw it over and ask some chat. Who would you guys ideally want to see?
Oh, don't give it to the people that are gonna flame me on Twitter. Don't do that. This one dude from NA just being like, "Give me my Victor of all things." Come on, don't do that.
You know, I will add, we did see a little bit of Victor action in round 12 where he actually got his winning in against...
True.
Oh, chat, who was here? What did Victor end up winning against? Was it against the Master Yi player? Yes, I'll answer my own question. It was against the Master Yi player because we were discussing how that matchup fared and how traditionally Master Yi had a tougher route dealing with those order cards. So... yeah, we did see a little bit of Victor, but videos not for the week saying anyone but Victor. Off Telos saying, okay, I think these guys are pulling our legs here, saying the war crimes. But man, there's just no wrong answer. Even if they end up giving us the double champion matchup, can we truly be that upset? It is going to be scored on Prismaticism. But if I was over there at Riot, I'm leaning to what NA's saying. The Darius, that was the first ever legend I learned Riftbound with. I have a really soft spot for Darius. If he makes it as far as the grand finals, everyone's going to go crazy. First time in top 8? No, first time in the grand finals. Talk about a storyline.
Absolutely. Though I will say, Orbital's chosen match would be quite funny. Two aggro decks just duking it out, an absolute fist fight. There's going to be not a single hold across the entire game.
No. Listen, we love our war crimes to an extent. Do not quote me on that, and do not clip that. But when it does come to Victor, I think there have been some adjustments, and I actually have a really good buddy of mine that I'm going to name drop here. It's Random Minion Caster. He and I both love Victor. We both love Victor so much. It's a champ and just a deck overall that just feels funny to play, and you have a lot of control over what your opponent does. He was actually showing me about 2 weeks ago, trying to buffer speed with token drop still with those sprites. Intermittent, right? Being able to use those sprites as a ready token instead of, bringing out the hard tokens of the recruits. And it was a very interesting concept to actually see that kind of semi-filtered in with some of those lanterns, with some of those fountains, and using it in a mixture while still having the removal. Makes me excited to see another legend, but NA45, I have to say, it is a treat. And for Plus, it's the same thing with the Darius, because we have to point out, Darius has one of the simplest commands. It goes back to the Legion days of bringing out Legions. It's literally just like, if you tap me, I think it's when you play a card, you can tap me as a secondary for a Legion play. And it's literally all it is. It is so simple and so ridiculously short that to hear it is in the top 8 really does feel like a defiance, going back to like the Master Yi from the Origins Proving Grounds of just like, it's so simple, yet so efficient at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you the power level of a card like Baited Hook. It has found a great home in the LeBlanc decks, but it looks like Darius is going to be the only one working with that Baited Hook here in the top 8. Does it have a good home in this build as well? It looks like he's going to definitely say yes. I do want to see a little bit more of it because I don't think we got to see it on the feature match to its entirety. If I remember correctly, Darius was a bit of the backup match, so they showed us like a game 3 and it wasn't too like thorough. So I want to see in its full breadth and potential what it could kind of do and why it has found so much success this weekend, because it almost feels like every weekend of Unleashed something new appears, right? Last weekend it was the Lux combo as well as Rek'Sai and Pikes. This weekend, Darius is kind of making a breakout, as well as a little bit of Rek'Sai kind of solidifying that they do belong among the top contenders in Unleashed so far. And this is a meta that I completely have fallen in love with, because you feel like a lot of the meta gets resolved, or I should say solved, early on. We're all the way closer to the end of Unleashed, and new things are still popping up, right? It's crazy.
Yeah, you know what I think is particularly interesting is I'm looking at this spread for top 8, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 set 1 legends. It's
Wow.
5 set 1 legends, 2 set 2 legends, and 1 set 3 legend. So, I mean, that's set 1 really, I guess if we bundle in Yi and Annie with set 1, which personally I'm doing, I mean, really showing how powerful some of the early legends were, right?
I mean,
crazy.
okay. So I'm gonna get on my soapbox here a little bit. So
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So listen. I'm gonna get torched somewhere. Like someone's gonna clip this. I'm gonna get sent into Riot, and someone's like, never get this guy on a broadcast again. But
Okay.
this is also the issue that comes down with regionals. Until we see the worlds and until we see like a full combination, I think we are going to always see regional differences and use that to incorrectly scale the power level of each deck, especially once we start seeing set 4 and set 5 come out. Because the more variety we have, the regional differences actually do come into play. Now, when I say regional differences, I'm not talking about your game store to game store. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about your local to local. I'm talking about you are region locked. You're talking about NA versus EU versus CN versus, you know, these specific locations that tend to favor different cards. For instance, when we look over at the Chinese region, I believe we saw way more prominent Diana and Master Yi, and we see Aurelia's, you know, kind of float through in those regions, whereas, you know, it was a specific top 3. And then here we see a diverse top 8, and we say, oh, all these cards are great. No. You have to look at who showed up at these events. You have to talk about, you know, these player preferences, who's able to make these events and everything like that. Do they have strength? Do not get me wrong. Yes, I love that we're getting all these cards back, but I'm going to reserve like 10% of my brain and be like, dude, hold up. Give me half a second. What if we see like some of these big dogs from the CN side that run these Master Yi's, Aurelias, and everything into the ground, and let's put them up against the Azir and see how well it does. Now, are they champions? Yes, but I am always reserving rights for it's a regional difference until we see them on a grand stage like an international where we see you know, all of these top players, literally all the guys that have won in one tournament. Until then, I'm not gonna say they're, you know, we're all of a sudden popping someone from like a C tier to an S tier.
Yeah, and you made a really good point there. This is the first time, which we discussed a bit before as well, the first time in Riftbound history, at least since I can remember, ever since Set 2 released, that Aurelia hasn't made their top 8. Maybe there's somewhere early on in Spiritforge where Draven running crazy, if we remember that, of course, pre-bans. But ever since then, Aurelia has consistently not only been in top 8, but has actually won a couple championships, as they won in Sydney. They even won the first national pre-Unleashed as well. So I think it's almost solidifying that Aurelia has definitely been knocked down a peg or two and isn't as truly dominant. Because I know NA's seen so many Aurelias that you personally have a bit of a vendetta with Aurelia. I know, you know, playful, but definitely don't like to see that deck. Luckily, I guess for you, we don't see any of it here in top 8. But it's interesting because it seems like a good deck, but I guess around this time, everyone has figured out that little protect the queen strategy, and it doesn't seem to be as useful, or I should say as effective as it's been in the past, especially maybe because we have more aggressive strategies currently taking reign for that. The Darius, the Rek'Sai, and then the Victor. 3 of those decks squeezing on through where Aurelia couldn't do. So I think that has to do something to a big reason why we're not seeing Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the top 8, there are five Order legends, and Order is traditionally one of the things that Aurelia does not like to see, with the Call the Weeks, with the salvages for the gears, with the hidden blades, just stuff that says, I don't care how many buff spells you have, you're dead. And you even have new options like the Safety Inspector that get around all the counter spells too.
Right. And EK bringing up a good point too, what Orbiter was saying. The closest we ever saw on that international kind of rivalry level was in Sydney, where EDG Rico, which is traditionally from that Chinese region, did end up taking Sydney. So he was competing with the Allens, with the Prismats, with the Diwalis of the world, and found great success. Little bit of controversy here and there, but I won't take away or discredit his victory, of course. Really well earned that event. And I'm excited. You know, right now is a regional qualifier, but later this year, we're going to have 3 regional championships, which is the top 64 players from every single RQ around the world. And it's only region locked in China. So the regional opens that qualify you could only get there in China. But for EU and NA, we're going to see a little bit of diverse in terms of player base, who's going to be attending both. We might see players attending both probably, because I think if you qualified in the EU regional, you could attend either or, and then vice versa if you qualified in NA. So it should be fun. I cannot wait for those championships. More details should be coming up in a month or so, because I mean, we're in the midway of the year, but how are we going to have 3 championships this year without any information yet? It seems crazy.
I think they're still expressing stuff. I mean, there was a recent indication of like a new tournament format as well, right? To offer up more opportunities outside of the regionals. So they're always trying to prime more and more. And I do wonder, I agree though, they should announce some information. I would fully expect some information to drop like end of July after set 4 drops, or August 3rd, whenever they drop set 4, and then brings it out. So
it is time. We almost spoke it. We're like, man, we can't pass up the opportunity. This is a finals caliber level. Yes, we probably will see him in the semifinals, but it looks like Ryan Productions team said 2 regional champions. That is a sure shot to have a really good, high intense match, and it looks like to be the first matchup. So hopefully for the backup, if this game ends up finishing a little bit sooner than later, we might get the Darius, might get the Victor, but for now it is quarterfinals time. The final top 8 players are solidified, and one of these players will be progressing on forward into the semifinal. Will it be Squirtle trying to compete for that 2-time, or will it be Prismat trying to compete for the 2-time Orbital NA? If you guys are ready, I'll go ahead and throw you over to the feature match, and here we go. Top 8 time. I am ready.
Let's go NA45. Let's go. Let's have a good time, my dude.
Absolutely.
I'm excited. Before we dive too much further, because we know this matchup, right?
Yeah,
but since we know this matchup, I do want to go and answer some questions from the chats. I've been trying to keep eyes on both of them. Number 1, videos not for the week. They are deck checking. So before every match, they do deck check. It's a very standard thing because, again, there are certain requirements and restrictions when it comes to the number cards and everything. So that's what they do. You just don't always see it, I think. Normally, we skip this part. But when you say skill greater than legend, there's also a lot of luck that goes into this, because when you have a pool, so when I was mentioning this, the reason that I kind of reserve my right to talk about legends, you also have to talk about the pathway that they made it, right? When you have 1,900 players, I think was the count, there's a higher chance, especially if you have very diverse player pools, to choose to play like, hey, I'm gonna go like 17 different legends. There's a higher chance that you run into better matchups for yourself. So I always reserve the right, and that's why I say it's not just skill over the legend. It's also a little bit of that luck factor, which can be called a bit of skill itself. So things like that is always kind of on my mind. But I wanted you, NA45 specifically, to answer Video's question as well about the mastery being played and the last few regionals slowing down, because I know you have like all that knowledge bank in there.
Yi played last, slowing her down. So what is the... Sorry, I missed the context. So who, Aurelia?
Oh yes, yes. About the Aurelia not making it in here and feeling like that's the big shift.
It's definitely not Yi. In fact, I would say Aurelia Yi is a lot closer. To me, it is just the rise of all these order decks and a very aggressive meta. I mean, if you look at the top cut, it is almost all just very aggressive decks. You have the, like we talked about, the Rek'Sai, the Victor, the Darius. These are all traditionally very aggro decks. The Annie deck that we see on stream is aggro. The Azir deck he's playing against is aggro. It's actually pretty unfavored to be playing these slower, more ramp heavy decks. We saw how hard of a time the volley had with it. If you look at the top cut, the only non-aggro decks are Yi and Diana, right? And these are decks that do have some options into the yellow colors. Like Diana has all the purple tricks. Like you can't. Sometimes the culls aren't going to go off. The hidden blades aren't going to go off. You do have all the bouncing and such to get around this. And then the Yi, I mean, Yi is Yi, right? You have the Rengar, the Trophy Hunter, which is just one of the best units in the game right now, being able to drop a 7 might, just say, hey, I'm holding up 5. Do you really want to push onto this battlefield?
Right.
It makes it pretty spooky. So I would say it's more just the rise of this very aggressive meta that we have that has kind of pushed Aurelia out. But also, like you said, there's a fair amount of RNG in this kind of thing. And it, from event to event, the top cut is going to look different depending on what everyone decided. Hey, this is what the meta is going to be like. I'm going to play this deck because this is what I think the meta is going to be like. And that kind of shapes what the top cut is going to look like, is what the players think the meta is going to be like. So I wouldn't put too much stock into it until we see another couple regionals and see if the results stay the same, right?
Oh, 100%. And I got to agree, because as much as we talk about, you know, the different legends that come out, it is an ever-evolving point, and it is the player that either adapts or forces their own game plan, like I feel like Prismaticism has done. This Annie has been stuck with Prismaticism for I don't know how long. Like, the name is very attached in there, and to see it face off against the Azir, you mentioned Squirtle, you mentioned the strength of the deck. Let's go ahead and dive on in. We saw the deck list specifically. What are we expecting for the battlefields? I mean, we take a look, we saw the deck list for both of these. Where do we assume these battlefields are going to open up with?
Yeah, well, so the interesting thing for me is when you get to this highest level and you know what your opponent is playing, there's like this little mind game, right? Like for instance, in the Aurelia versus the Diana matchup, you can say like, I kind of want to match their Abandoned Hall, right? Because their Abandoned Hall is slightly better. So if I am Diana and they are Aurelia, you can say, well, I might want to match their Abandoned Hall because I don't want to give Aurelia 2 Abandoned Hall games. So what game do I think they're going to play it on? I would say 99, not even 99. I'd say like 95% of the players, they have their set order of battlefields and they go that every game, right? Like, would you disagree? Like,
okay, listen, you do not ask me that question. I play whatever drops out of my hat, okay? But I will agree. I will agree that there does tend to be a little bit more Otis on I want to play my game versus I'm going to counter. So I would agree with that point.
Yeah, I guess it also depends on what the battlefields are, because some of them it's just straight up. This is my going second battlefield. This is my going first battlefield. This is my blind battlefield. There are some battlefields that are like that. So I think in this one particular, I don't know. I don't actually know a ton about the Annie deck, seeing as the only time I ever see Annie played nowadays is Prismat.
Yeah,
and it's
literally
just
just
on a
him.
clinic. But like, I don't get exposure to the deck outside of watching Prismat. And when Prismat plays, it is incredible, which is, I guess, also really cool, right? Because you do get to see these top level players being deck specialists. But oh my gosh, I didn't realize the matchup was this favored for Azir. Do you see this? Wow.
Well, I mean, we say that, and yet the win prediction could go a different way as well. I mean, there are ways to think about it, but I think the legend confirmation is obviously very biased at the same time, because you take a look at, you know, how many are currently played in this situation. So I would actually give that a little leeway, but I do agree that I think the Azir has so many great ways to deal with this. So when we took a look at the Annie before, one of the big issues that we saw is, of course, you're a little bit static in how high your might cap can go. Your might cap is very blockaded by having this Rengar and having the ability. It utilizes, it feels like, the bump up, but there are two things. So number one, you're not going to outmight anyone. We will see you fall to a might battle, I think, unless you can properly play the mid game and, you know, really hang on for dear life. And the other side is like, you can put down units, don't get me wrong, Ferris Forerunner and all that fun stuff in there, but it's still going to weigh on you. Whereas an Azir does one thing and one thing only, which is token drop and mess with your brain. Granted, Squirtle's, I think, is a little bit more on the singular kind of weaponization. Maybe not as many tokens as previously, but has a lot of equipment for it. So I would say for Prismaticism, it's all about, you know, how finely tuned you can pilot this deck, no?
For sure. And I mean, if there's anybody to pilot the deck to perfection, it's going to be Prismat. As I guess one of the cool things that we've seen is that Riftbound has shown to be a game where if you dedicate yourself to a legend, you will get results. With Colin with his set, Prismat with his Annie, Squirtle with his Azir. Like, it's actually really cool to see this, as you can put in all this time into a legend, and then you get rewarded by doing really well. And when I think of Set nowadays, I think of Colin, right? And when I think of Annie, I think of Prismat. Like, it's very it's getting to be that way with Volibear and Billionaire as well. So
yeah, that's true. I do agree, and I do hope that this trend continues, because I myself, I don't know if people have seen behind me, I have a little Ziggs token, a little Ziggs statue that I heard he was dropping in set 5. I'm like, I'm not playing anything but Ziggs. I am so sorry. Like, I'm gonna get nothing if that is the legend that drops. I do love that. You know, when it comes to card games, there's a meta. Don't get me wrong, there is always a meta. And, you know, sometimes your legend doesn't always translate well to the following, right? But I 100% agree. The more you play a legend, the more you play this set deck, you will have better results because you know how to pilot, you know, maybe these finer lines that nobody wants to walk. You know, instead of a pathway, it's more of a tightrope. Well, if you walk that tightrope 1,000 times, you're not going to be as afraid to play that tightrope. You're not going to be as afraid to do the things that need to be done that most players would not think about. So I love the fact that you pointed it out, that we are getting almost legend-specific player names attached. And I do wonder how far that's going to go, because you can only assume there are going to be people challenging for the name of, you know, like, I am the Annie Goat, or I am the Azir Goat later on down the line. I'll be very excited. Look at the smiles, the grins on these two players. A trophy in the case already.
Absolutely.
And of course, the War Cards guy wants to play Ziggs. All right, listen. I got some sharp words about that,
being
okay?
called out here.
I'm getting hella called out here. I love it.
Call out.
That's just mean.
You know,
I'm gonna go cry in a
what
corner, man.
I think would be really cool is, you know how League has like the Hall of Legends thing, where the best players get their champs kind of immortalized with this skin. I would think it would be really cool if the once a legend gets rotated out, you could just like look back and see, okay, this person did the best and they were the set player, and then Riot does something with that, like whether it just be like a little Hall of Fame on the website or something. I think that would be pretty cool.
Oh, that wouldn't be cool. That'd be necessary. I'd 100% stand behind you on that one at 845.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and see
All right.
if Prismaticism and Squirtle will continue to cement their legend as we're heading into game number 1. Battlefield shuffle, identification, and decision making for both these players.
Full Chinese Battlefield lineup there.
Yep.
Quite crazy. But all right, so let's see if I see a Zon, I think. So yeah, it looks like going Zon game 1. I mean, that makes sense. Zon is pretty neutral. I will say Azir can't complain about Zon, to be honest. It's one of the issues with Azir tends to be is you just don't have a ton of draw. It's like discipline, and if you play it, the it's slipping my brain. The shears, and then also and this one's slipping my brain as well. The one that gives temporary and you draw 2. Do you remember the name of that card?
Oh, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
That is. Oh, is that Needless? Are you thinking Needless? Or Shadow's Call? Yep, Shadow's Call. Needless is the other one. Heedless or whatever.
Yeah.
Yep. But plus in our back here being like, I got you.
Perfect.
I got all the words for you.
We love it. And
All
we
right.
see, okay, a couple gears have the turn 1 play, which is good. I didn't catch which player is going first, though.
Well, we'll see when the runes turn over, right? we are gifted this
true.
right opportunity.
Yeah, it's like just a mole 1 for Squirtle. I mean, he does have the 1-drop gear, which insanely powerful play for Azir is going the 1-drop gear into the Sand Soldier for a 3-might push on the first 3-might unit for 2 runes. And wow, okay, it looks like Azir's going first, and it is just going to be sword into the Sand Soldier. So pretty much exactly what you want to see.
Nothing out of the ordinary. This is about as simple as you can get, and make sure that you're good to go on the setup. I mean, this is a beautiful side. You know, we've seen a lot of players actually have to dig for their starting. We've seen the Volibears and the Aurora deck specifically start to get kind of stacked again. So it's nice to see players being able to get kind of that comfortable start to a battle. I will say playing a all right, well that is a nice little drop, but playing a Grim Apothecary, I feel raw. Does feel bad. You lose like half the opportunities unless you got a bounce back.
Yeah.
But having it down is not a bad thing either. Quick capture number 1 as Squirtle is off to the races, as many as Eos are.
Yeah, I would probably guess that if you are hard playing an Apothecary as just a unit for turn, generally not the happiest sign, as you'd prefer to use that as the combat trick. Quick, like you said though, very quick start for Squirtle. Is able to get 3 soldiers out there, and all right, there is the first soldier of the game going down. I think there's still like a brutalizer. Did you see if you mulligan the defy? Actually,
off the top of my head, I do not know, and I do wonder if you would prefer that because Prismaticism is running more unit drop instead. So I'd actually, if it was, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, do you see Prismat's hand? It's just double Forerunner.
Didn't he get like a 3-drop Forerunner before, or was that the Volibear player? Was that the Volibear that was sitting on like 2 or 3 in hand?
He won that game too.
He did, and then he had 2 in hand, I think, game 2, and got bricked again. So it's all right, Forerunner is the Joker of the game right there. Unfortunate, but taking a look, we are set to go for the second round. So for Squirtle, backed up with 2 soldiers on the back end and kind of just prepping for their next move. Do you want to take out the Apothecary? You know the Assault Onslaught is coming up shortly, so setting down that Brutalizer, getting things prepped for a very big weaponization. Love the build-up of the Sand Soldier here. Looking to eliminate 1. You'll drop in another Sand Soldier, swing in for 1, keep your base safe, and look to get another point.
Yeah, ups the play around the longsword there, as Prismat did have 2 up. So attaching the Brutalizer, giving +3, and then swinging in for 6. And the longsword would only obviously get you up to 5. Heads up play there. Opts to not push into the Zon is okay, staying on the even points here. Definitely cannot complain about that, and does get the Conqueror on the Hall as well, which has got to feel pretty good. Has 4 units developed and still a fairly nice hand.
I think the other side is in this situation, you do wish that you had some, like, backline removal, but I mean, we just saw, I think, Prismat's deck build. There's not much backline, so you're literally allowing this Azir to kind of play their game, or at least a good 40% of the game, where you're not touching the backline. If Squirtle decides, you can actually just kind of hold inside your own base, only utilize, like we're seeing here, 1 soldier at a time, where you just constantly build. And by about turn 7 or so, you're just like, okay, he has like 18 soldiers. I've killed 9 of them, but he still has 18, and I can't do anything about it.
And so he does have a Death Grip in hand, which is one of the cooler things you can do with the Azir deck, is you stack up the, or you can even just like play a gear, use the Azir to create the token, and then you can just attach like the Brutalizer onto the token, and then that just gives you a 5 might combat trick. Maybe try and push off the Forerunner. That being said, Forerunner is going to get some value here with the ability to create the token, so even if you do commit multiple cards to outing it, it doesn't feel super great.
Yeah, take a little bit of time for yourself.
Yeah.
But current moment is Squirtle just kind of watching this all go down. Turn of 1, drops a sword again, which I do love, by the way. It's kind of funny watching a sword with no tracker for the XP, because you ain't gaining any extra XP. It's just another equipment usage in for green. So I like
Looks
it.
like he's
Draw
gonna
out,
go for the
get a little buff.
play.
Yeah. Death Grip, like you called, getting ready. Bye-bye Forerunner, and welcome to the mech show.
All right, so it is going to be swinging in for what, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, I said that. I said the numbers, but ignore that.
Don't acknowledge it. Don't acknowledge it. Just leave it alone.
Do you defy this? I feel like, okay, so it does opt to defy. It says, I'm going to out the units, which fair play. Keep the keep the board state simplified. Azir definitely prefers it when the board state is simplified because Azir is just generating free value with the units or with the gear into the Azir legend. And I mean, Prismat has what, one card in hand?
Yeah,
A
it's a
single
little
card.
lackluster. It's a little lackluster,
yeah.
and this is kind of what we talked about. I think
Yeah.
it's a situation that occurs when you are playing against the Azir, where you have to fight fire with fire a little bit. It's a situation where you are burning through cards, and now you got to kind of top deck. You've already burned through 2 flashes, as we can see in that far end. You dealt with a cleave as well, so one of your few unit buff has been removed, and you're playing off of might stack, which you're just not going to contend with some of these units right now. What did you draw? Prismat, did you draw anything that is going to help you here?
Yeah, and do remember that the Annie legend is always available, so the Annie legend, the Annie champ is always available, so slightly more options than it looks like, but I think it's only a cleave and a flash in the discard, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, there are options. They're not great, but there are options, so I'm not thinking about that right now.
Yeah, good. So I will say Squirtle opted to not pull off of the Hall of Legends, which is kind of interesting. Maybe saying that I don't believe that you are going to be able to conquer both of the things, and does have what? So the 4 might on Warrens plus the 3 might on the Hall. So on board, you can only clear one of the battlefields, right? Or conquer one of the battlefields. You can clear both, but you would be trading into the second one, assuming nothing was from hand. So wouldn't be surprised to see the second Forerunner dropped here. Yep, there's the Forerunner. And just opts to pass it over. Okay.
Yeah. E-Gage, the Hall of Legends game versus Azir just feels downright unfair at times. It is unfair if you have no removal on the back end. I really feel like it's unfair if you're going for might checks, because it's like, oh, you delete one, but you don't get any more. And it's just like, okay, well, I can't do much. And you're seeing it here, right? Prismat, the percentages are a little bit more correct in just terms of the predictions that we saw earlier with the history of it. But Prismat the options are very limited. You're looking at a position where the Forerunner gets deleted, you draw out 2 more mechs, and then what next, right? Like, that's my big question is, what next? You're chasing 2 points, and you have no way to really catch up because, again, as was said, that Hall of Legends is always there.
Generating a lot of bodies for free, which lets you then trade in pretty aggressively.
Yep.
Looks like is going to make a swing into the Hall, which makes like a lot of sense. Yeah, there we go. That is attacking in for
so
2,
mean.
4, 6. Sorry, 2, 5, 6. Yeah, so trading in with the Forerunner here. Too shabby, and then you can just attach the BF and swing in with the second Sand Soldier.
That soldier looking like Zoro holding 3 different weapons. His spear plus 2 blades in hand, just like, dude, I got this. 3 times skip Zoro is nasty, bro. There it is, another one. Bye-bye to the other unit, and that is a clear. Squirtle clearing this easily in one of the more aggro situations. 3 points up and on look to hold for victory, unless Prismat is not only able to clear both battlefields, but bring more units to the battlefield.
Yeah, I guess you could try and say that, I don't know, it feels pretty hard to hold here, specifically because the Annie has the option to add back a cleave, but I guess guards is a pretty good way because you can just like pull over the BF sword. Say I'm gonna flip my guards and pull a BF sword, and then that's just a random 5 might, which puts that battlefield being held at 9. So even the cleave would make it. I guess cleave would get you there, but have to be a little bit afraid of the follow up, right? Because you can just say I'm gonna attach all these equipment onto a single Sand Soldier, swing in, and then you can try and counter this, and then I just do it again.
Yeah.
A little bit
There's
annoying.
There's no extra way to put it. You're just like, well, okay. Well, that's the first swing. Double mech in, and a couple unit drops in there. Nothing crazy. Just using that overzealous fan, which, again, you might be able to buffer one soldier off, but there's the ante that you talked about. Fan out just to buff up, but also to go ahead and contend, you'll have to swing with more than just one soldier in that position. But the second fight on the other side will be a call with the hidden. Just saying, hello, I am here. So bye-bye goes that soldier. And assaults on the Warrens will warrant Prismat going up to 5. But you're nearly tapped out with only 2 up, and it's only 1 card. So whatever Squirtle does, one of these battlefields will be yours.
Yeah, this should be game. You do have guards for an accelerate unit, so you can just go swing up onto Hall, and then he is forced to pop the fan. Then you can go swing up onto Zon. Okay, it doesn't really matter the order you do it, but
no.
Yeah. So that'll take that, and now you swing up onto the Hall and say trade with the fan, and then just go guards, attach a BF sword, swing in for game.
I mean,
there might be a cleaner way to do it, though.
I mean, it's the steps necessary. It's how do you tread that journey, right? We know the steps that are available, and at the current moment, it is going to be Zon Warrens, 2 Hall of Legends, and a quick punch of 1. Bye goes the fan. Second with the guards, and you can see Prismat like, yeah, that's this is about all I can do right now. Out comes another soldier, says hello, let's attach, let's swing, and let's say bye-bye to game number 1. Game number 2 will be on the wings, and I do wonder what we're going to see Prismat bring out, because that is where you're at. Down 1 game in this situation in the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. I mean, Azir went off to the races, and the Hall of Legend, I think, generated, what, like 4 tokens there? That's
a
crazy amount of value, to be honest.
Yeah, in what was it? Early turns as well, I think. Very, very early turns. So it was impressive nonetheless. Very, very fun to watch, though. And again, why these two guys have a couple wins under their belt is all I can say.
Yeah, I would be curious to see what adaptations Prismat has for Game 2. Did we see his side deck? I did not catch his side deck, if he has any sort of gear removal there.
I don't think we saw it, but I'm sure he does. They didn't show it on the graphic number 1, and I think a few times we've seen it sideboarded in, but we'll catch it probably here. I do wonder, and I mean, we'll see exactly where it goes. This is for the Azir deck, though. Eyes out for you decide.
Wait, no, you're not playing buy in your Annie deck?
Yeah, like
me when I cheat.
I'd be very impressed, actually. That would be a meme move right there. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be like, I want to play this card, and then look at the colors. I'm like, can't do that. Unfortunate. What when you were learning the game, what was like the one rule that you're most embarrassed you broke? Was there any rule that you kind of broke by accident when trying to build a deck?
Well, not trying to build a deck, but I did get really messed up on. It was something really stupid. Now that I'm trying to remember, it was with I think I tried to use actions at like reaction speed or something, just like something very simple that once you understand the game, you're like, oh, that's so dumb. Like, of course it's combat only. Oh, this is what it was, is that you can't respond with actions that like messed up my brain when I first started playing, and very quickly I figured out otherwise. But originally I had a hard time understanding that until someone explained it to me, and then of course it becomes second nature. But
yeah, all right, that's fair. I can get behind that one. My dumbest mistake that I for some reason still make, which is very funny to some of my friends, I forget when a player is on 6 points. Or like 7, you know, I have to say it, but I have actively. I was playing Master Yi at a, I believe at a pre-rift when it first came out, right? And I was so excited. I had a whole board set up. I had my base. I was ready to go,
Mm-hmm.
Did not look at my opponent, who was playing, I think it was Kha'Zix, or no, it was Vi, much more assault heavy. And I drew everything back, was getting ready, and had all my units up, had like 6 units ready to go, all ready, and I was level 11. First time ever at a pre-rift. And the guy just moved 2 units into the battlefields and ended the game. I was like, cool, I forgot. Oops. Like, I spent like 5 minutes on that turn, by the way. I was so proud of myself. It was a terrible idea. By the way, good question. Videos, do you both participate in regionals as well or just cast? NA45, do you participate in the regionals?
Yeah, I've been to 3 regionals so far. I was at Houston and I played mid-range E, which was the wrong call. I should have taken Kaisa. That was unfortunate. And then I played at Lille and went for the best of Volibear, and that event went very poorly. And then at Atlanta, I tried for the best of Volibear again, and I was in first place for a short period of time. I think I was 401, and then hit a Draven and a Yi, and ended up losing and not making day 2, which was unfortunate. And I believe Billionaire did win that best of Volibear. He was right behind me, and then did overtake me. And how about yourself, Orbital?
Oh, no, I'm broke.
Fair enough.
That's it. I'm broke.
Yeah,
I live out in the middle
enough.
of nowhere and I have to travel, so I can't. I'm also like 33% win rate on any of my Nexus nights, so let's not talk about that either. I play what I have, and I play random stuff. I don't play for. I guess it's weird to say. I enjoy playing what I enjoy, which is generally not meta standard. That might change when set 5 comes around, but at the current set, obviously, my cards aren't in the draw. What is Prismat and Squirtle headed into game number 2?
Yep, and here we go. And I imagine it will be Prismat starting us off. Hopefully he sees a 2-drop this time. I imagine it will
An
be
actual
quite a
2-drop, by the
difference.
way.
Yeah.
An actual 2-drop.
Yeah,
not one that you lose like a good 45% efficiency rate on.
Yeah, that's true. I guess he did probably have the Infern and just opted to not play it, which makes sense. It's not one that feels very good. And okay, Arena's Greatest. Going to be a 7-point game in the Seat of Power. So Seat of Power continuing to be incredibly powerful in a lot of decks, though I can't imagine Prismat is too disappointed with that one either, as Annie is definitely able to double conquer a fair bit, both being pretty aggressive.
Yeah, I like that as well. I think for Prismat, again, you're in a situation where you know the deck matchup might really not be in your favor, but you've played this situation before. There is not a doubt in my mind that you know that you're going to probably face off if you're in the top 8 or situations like that where Squirtle's around. You recognize that, you built for it. And see if your adjustments have made amends. And if you're ready to go, starting out, stacked deck, a little bit better on the draw this time around. We can see in the hand. I wonder if there was gear removal. I wasn't sure if I caught it or not, but okay, so it is a little bit of thermal buildup, but there's the other stacked deck, and it might be just a heavy draw point for him.
Yeah, I mean, stack deck's good. I would rather have a 2-drop. 2-drop so you can conquer on turn 1, but
maybe even Prismat is saying the same thing. You can see his face kind of downtrodden, just like, ah. Okay, and Runes of Rift did mention does have the thermo. Yeah, I saw that on the far end, but it's just like, it's a thermo. It's nice, but you need a little bit more build-up in there for the thermo to really be effective, right? So you're looking at like, when 3 or more gears are down, then you drop that and just a hammer on the top of the head.
Yeah, you definitely still need to have a board to back it up. It's not like versus Aurora where you can just go like, okay, you played Aurora, I'm gonna kill the Aurora, haha, I win. Against the Azir, you still have to deal with all the tokens, right? So they're not it's not totally free, like you said. You do have to actually play your own units, wait for him to play enough gears that it feels like you're getting a lot of value out of it. I think I see a factory recall as well.
I was looking at that. I think that was in sideboard, right? That was not standard when we took a look at the early open, right?
I missed the list. It could be something that you play in the main deck. I actually don't hate this card in the main deck as it puts in a lot of work. Wow, okay, playing okay, no gear in hand, I would assume.
The dichotomy, the situations when we watch these chosen champs come out, is just like, okay, nope, you're in trouble. Things are bad. Things are very bad.
Yeah, definitely not a happy sight if you are on Squirtle's side. In very different from the previous game, put it that way. But Merchant on Tizan always feeling so good. Get to see so many cards here. I wonder if there's a world you even discard the. No, you're not. What? That's psycho. We're not discarding the thermal. What am I saying? We're not.
Well, I mean,
There's
so theoretically, you
seat.
could
Sorry.
say. So an idea that could happen is you say, hey, look, he's dropping a Zero early. That tells me that he doesn't have gear to drop. If I wish to take that chance, if I have more than one thermal, and I might be able to draw another later, if you want, and again, when we're talking about lines, if we're talking about getting that situation going, there is a small, minuscule world where you do that instead. I will say, if you're looking for, if you're saying, okay, let's develop more, that is an idea. Do not get me wrong. Is it like a 1% possibility? Yes. But let's not discredit that Prismat, as we said, knows their deck inside and out, knows what they need, knows what they don't need in the situation.
Okay, he drew a brutalizer, so there are some gears coming. I mean, there are a lot of gear in the deck. I would imagine he will be drawing into them. It's not like it's totally cooked. As
just
it
not
would
as
be
fast.
if he didn't.
Just really not as fast as he wants.
Yeah, definitely a lot slower, which you cannot be super happy about when you're playing into an aggro matchup. Is able to double conquer here if he does choose to go for it, though it is going to cost him a power. Yeah.
All right, and this is chancy as well. You have to make sure that you have some form of bringing it back because, again, that is Azir open as just the raw battlefield take. It's scary, and it is going to be a little bit of a factory reset here, just saying, okay, let's hold it off and await on the back end. Squirtle, recognizing that was a situation, has Defy available, and instead might be opting to let it through. And you could see that little tap, and maybe Prismat was like, are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? I'm baiting you. I'm baiting you. I got you. No, goes for the discipline instead. Still wants that removal of that unit as much as possible. Also getting a little card draw in their hand if it does go through.
Yeah, this is pretty good for Squirtle. You don't really care that your gear is getting recalled here. To be honest, if anything, it's better for you. You do have you can generate another token on the next turn. So having the discipline and then also seeing another card, which means it is possible for you to see another gear, having more plays for the follow-up turn. Actually, pretty good sequence of events for him. Pretty likely he does get the double conquer here, as you can just go Sand Soldier into the merchant, kill the merchant, and then you have the token there. But oh wow, okay. So responding with the apothecary here, and this is actually pretty cool here. Saves the hopeful, and it makes it so that it's pretty difficult for the Sand Soldier to conquer onto the seat unless you want to go ahead and like play out the brutalizer and pay the additional equip, and that still is only trading. That was a nice play.
I appreciate it as well. And then for Prismat, we mentioned the last time that it was really hard to keep the units on the board. You were digging pretty deep in game number 1. This is ensuring that not only do you kind of burn some cards out of Squirtle's side, you drew the discipline, and you forced another place out of that brutalizer. Yeah, you're gonna fight on the other side, but it's still a tough spot to be in my or not tough spot. It feels better for Prismat. You have a bit more breathing room, is what I meant with the hand strength there.
Yeah, it doesn't trade. I forgot. It does generate the token, so he does win the combat, but is left with actually this board isn't too bad, to be honest. You have a fairly big hand still, 3 units. I mean, there are Infernos, so that one little token is going to die. And it is, I would say it's fairly likely that the Azir is feeling threatened here, but does opt to hide, and the Azir deck doesn't really play a lot of hiddens, so you can probably infer this is a guards. It would be a guards or like a back off, but I have not seen a back off from Squirtle. Again, I did not write his list down, but I would imagine it's just a guards.
Yeah, it could be a guards. There's also, I believe, he has Hidden Blade in there as well. So it
right.
is an option. But I agree with the guards a little bit more if it is. I like that idea a little bit better. I will stand by that with you. But they are options at the same time. A quick question from videos not for the week. I love doing this, by the way, on the coach streams. Big shout out to Plus for running
That's
this.
nice.
I love answering some of the questions because we do have some players that are a little bit newer, right? And talking about the mechanics of the game. Can he still play the Legend Soldier if it's still put to hand since it was still played? I might need you to clarify what you mean by Legend Soldier. If you're talking about the soldier that was developed by the Legend ability, then it's just gone. I think it is all it really is, and you can't really play it. So tokens aren't really. It's weird. Tokens aren't really returned to hand since they're made by separate usage. They're not considered.
They're asking though if
play
you can
cards.
create the token if the gear was bound, which you still can because the gear was
Got it.
played.
That's
yeah.
okay. That makes more
Yeah.
sense. I
Okay,
was
so-
reading that. I was like, my brain is not computing right now. I don't know why. Getting back to the state of the game though, I love what you said. Squirtle definitely feels a bit more threatened. At this point, he had like a 3-point gap. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a decent. He does have a pretty decent board here. Cannot be complaining too much. The hidden actually is more threatening than I thought. Thank you so much for screenshotting the list. So he does actually play a couple back offs.
Okay, well, don't give away all my secrets. Like, dude,
Oh, okay,
I am
okay, my
cheating
bad,
the heck
my
out of this right
bad.
now.
My bad, but no, he does in fact play a couple back offs, and actually there are a lot of hidden options here. It's a couple back offs, some hidden blades, and the guards. So you do have to be pretty careful here. Prismat actually is pretty okay with just leaving the hidden on that battlefield, because if it is anything but a guards here, he does it does force Squirtle to play another unit on there if he wants to retreat off the Azir. And Prismat's still on even points, which is what you do want.
But the chase is the big thing, right? We are going to be reaching into this point where both players are saying who's going to break away first. Who is going to be the one to step into that kind of position? And there's Squirtle's development of those brutalizers once more. A play of 1, you're going to attach, so it's a plus. I believe it's a +2 and then 2 on top again for the play. So overall, massive might swing here that will overtake. Easy call out, and Squirtle clears that battlefield. What's left is a little bit of an assault set with that 2-drop, and then a Kaisa to try and help develop. This was a single Kaisa that I think he has in his deck list, or 1 of 3. I do apologize.
Yeah.
But it's been a while since we've seen a Kaisa even in any played decks outside of the Legend itself.
Yeah, it has fallen from grace a little bit in being the premier red drop unit. It's still a quality unit. It is still one of the only draw cards available in the red color, but definitely not set 1 or set 2, right? Where we saw this card literally everywhere in every single red deck. Ooh, I have okay, so sorry, this is a bit of a non sequitur, but I just got confirmation my friend did win the best of Kazakh. So very cool. He is 2 for 2 now in the events he's gone to. Good for him.
Remind me never to face him. I'm good. remind me never to face him. I am 100% okay with that. But that's dope. Congratulations to your friend.
Yeah. All right, so swinging in with the Kaisa, and it is the back off. All right, so this is actually a pretty annoying one, as you cannot, not really a ton of ways to save it outside like a Grim Apothecary or a Flash. I don't think he's playing any Ride the Winds, at least in the main deck. We did not see any yet. So yeah, not a ton of ways to save the Kaisa there.
Well, you know what? You're not really saving the Kaisa, but you're wondering when to drop that beam that's going to destroy everything. I believe we still saw that in hand, and I wonder if you were waiting for more of you were expecting more of those weapons to come out. You were expecting more of the gear to be played, and it wouldn't be bad now, don't get me wrong, but you're still in a position where you're falling a little bit further behind, right? You fell a little bit further from grace. Have a couple units, but there's that bring back in. It'll be a stacked deck to dig.
Yep.
Do I like this? No, it shows that you might not have as many cards that you wanted in the hand, but it's a toss back of 2, and I don't know what he pulled. I couldn't catch what it was, and I have no idea what else he picked up, but it'll be a play of 2 plus a recycle of 1 to play a longsword just to try and take care of that Azir that has been playing. But there's a salvage. played on the other side.
Wow.
And that's
And
it.
he
Yeah,
just
what a
threw.
call.
Wow. Oh my
Beautiful
god.
job by Squirtle.
Yeah, Squirtle making it look easy, to be honest. He had no gear in his first turn. That we saw like 2 gear removal cards in Prismat's hand, and it just looked free, to be honest.
Yeah,
Oof.
looking at the crowd, having some fun. Okay, don't eat.
Yeah.
Don't eat at the person sitting beside you. That is not a good thing to do. But not only that, it's kind of crazy to think that was a situation where we see the Seer choosing to be the gear removal side. I mean, we were looking at Prismat the entire time, like, where's your gear removal? Let's do it. And then it's Squirtle that brings out the singular little salvage and is like, nah, we're good.
Yeah. I mean, it is unfortunate to see Prismat fall out this early in the top cut, but someone had to go home, and we had 2 really high caliber players here. Do you think that Squirtle can take it all the way to the finish line with the Azir?
I don't know. Plus, what do you think?
I am joining in, and what a great matchup, but it almost seems like the statistics were not lying. 65% favor towards the side of Azir, and it kind of felt that way whether Azir was on the play, on the draw. It just didn't matter. Seemingly had every single answer from the back of the salvage, the finds when they needed them, and just like that, Squirtle will remain undefeated from the Leo Regional. He is on a generational run. There's 13 rounds in Swiss, so he went 16-0 last regional, and right now he's 14 rounds in, winning those. So someone do the math. I think that's 30 rounds, something close to that of victory. He hasn't tasted any bit of defeat. I don't know any player. Almost seems like he is truly unstoppable. I think it's a safe bet to bet that he, at the minimum, will be finding himself in that grand finals. But is there any player that can stop this reign of terror that Azir, the Emperor of the Sands, is dishing out on these players out here in Utrecht?
Oh, that is... I mean, taking a look at the top side of the cut, too, it's like, there are some options. I would kind of sit behind the set. I'm not going to lie. If I'm going to weigh my bets on what can stop this Azir, I know the set might not sound like it, but I think in a straight might v might situation, I think the set has one of the best options to kind of overwhelm any type of drop. Now, granted, we saw Squirtle has some really good removal and still has the ability to single might remove, like single unit removal with those, not the Cold of Weeks, Hidden Blade. I still give Colin K a huge chance at kind of like, we're stopping you. We're not allowing you to freely swap, and you'll have to overcome my might instead.
And real quick, Orbital and NA, let's go ahead and see what our regional, potentially 2-time regional, has to say in this winner's interview.
Do you feel the pressure?
Right now, I'm like super calm compared with my first top 8 and Lille. So I was just chilling. I have a lot of games with Azir, so I'm comfortable with the deck, and that makes everything goes much easier. Like having a lot of decisions, mostly automatic. Like not really, but do you understand me?
No, yeah. And in that same concept, game 1 I felt was very dominating. You found the equipment, you made the tokens, you made the units, you had the control of the board for most of the game, obviously. And then in game 2, the script was flipped.
Yes.
Prismaticum have so many units, so many things to do that, and your hand, frankly, didn't have a lot of gear to play with, but playing it slow, playing it collected, knowing that you can trust your deck, and even all the way down. The fact that Salvage has action on it, so you can play it in the middle of the showdown against, it's incredible.
It's a discipline.
Yes, it is. Yeah, exactly. And you are so well tailored to be a master of this deck, it feels like. Do you think anyone can stop you right now?
I hope not.
That's a good answer. Well, I'll keep it brief for you. That was a great performance here. We have so much more still to come here in Utrecht. And so we have another match that we want to get to, so we're going to send it back.
Oh, I wonder what they going ahead and bring us into that backup feature match. Will it be the Victor? Will it be Colin Kaiser? Or will it be the Darius all the way down at the bottom of the bracket? 3 awesome matches, so we can't go too wrong. But I kind of want to see the Darius, like NA said. I know Orbital wants to see his Victor rise to the occasion as well. I'm excited nonetheless because that was about a 30-minute matchup since that ended up closing things out in a 2-0 way. And it does feel, I know Barrett asked him, is there anyone that can stop you? And he said, I hope not. I think it almost feels to be so, but let's go ahead and knock on wood. But as we get ourselves into that backup match, it will be Sean Diwali, Houston Regional Champion, versus the Darius Baited Hook matchup. We are in for a treat. I hope we're in a game 1 or at least a game 2, looking to get ourselves into game 3 situation. I'm excited for these. If you guys are ready, let's go ahead and throw you guys over to this backup feature match and the quarterfinals number 2 kinda. Here we go.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna have fun with this one,
Absolutely.
NA45. Real quick, NA, tell me a little bit. I keep seeing someone ask this. What are the commentators talking about when they say Sasuke? I guess.
Did we
you see that
say
message in the other
Sasuke?
broadcast? No, not us. I think it's the main broadcast side.
Oh, I don't know in the main broadcast.
Yeah,
I know we have
I've been
a
trying to think. Did we say it? Oh, Sasuke, but
yeah. Well, we haven't brought
oh
him
no.
up during our cast. I'm a bit, but yes, no. Sasuke was my casting partner last round, and he is an
Yes.
awesome dude.
Apparently, that's what they're talking about. That's really funny. I'm sorry. all right. So walk us through this NA45. You were saying you were excited for the
Yes.
Darius. Talk to us about this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a aggro deck. It is a hook deck, so it actually is kind of similar to the LeBlanc hook deck, where you go hard, you go sorry, not the LeBlanc. It's the opposite of the LeBlanc hook deck, where the LeBlanc hook deck is actually a more of a ramp deck, where Darius hook is very aggro. It says, I'm gonna go fast, I'm gonna go really wide, and you have these insane high rolls where you go like turn 1, you can go seal into Vanguard Captain with the Darius Legend, and then you just have 5 might on the first turn, which is just insane, right? And then if you follow that up with a hook on your turn 2, I mean, you just go so fast, so hard. And what's kind of cool to me in particular, the MVP of this, is you get to see the Stratagem, a card that was played quite a bit in like the Victor lists early on, and you should know that as a Victor fan yourself, and has totally
Yes.
fallen out of favor. But there we see it right there.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I will unfortunately say I have a Victor deck set away that is quite literally all token drop that I realize I'll never play because the average cost of all my cards is like 7+. I love watching a
Really?
board fill up, but I'm like, I'm never playing that. Like, it is awful. It is garbo. It is terrible. Looking at this, we are dropping in what looks to be actually game 2. So a little different than what we saw earlier. I think we saw earlier it was a hot drop to game 1, and then they cut game 3 short. So we're actually diving into the middle of this series with Diwali already up 1 in a situation. We saw some of the battlefields, but we are looking at a Triferian, the arena's greatest, so putting both players on 1 early.
And it does look like the Diana was able to win off of Abandoned Hall. Does mean that you have to deal with Abandoned Hall on the game 2 as the Darius. And if one deck can get over a giant Darius hold for the final point, it is Aurelia or Diana on the Abandoned Hall, especially with the Hui.
Yeah, big shout out, by the way, to Mice. Someone, Gandhi, asking about Mice. There have been a lot of different competitive teams joining in, obviously. You'll see their names, but I believe Mice currently have 2 players in the top 8, which is crazy to think about, by the way. Very, very impressive on them. And E-Gage saying a Diana matchup. No, we're not excited for a Diana matchup. We've all seen Diana like 1,500 times. Do not be happy. I hope you're not happy about that, as we get to see a seal played for the situation. Quick drop in and a little extra to play with in the bank.
I don't actually see a ton to work with in the hand. It looked like it was just so the ash is cool here. You do get to play it out. Yeah.
It's so annoying. It's so annoying. I love it so much.
Oof. You might hit. It's either Hui or stack. Oh, okay, Moonfall. Fair enough. I guess saying that you are not clearing out my units. I will admit, I only played the Darius deck a few times, so I will not say very clearly I did not know what his priority was there, but looks to be okay with everything else. I think there was a Hidden Blade, and I did miss the other card in.
I mean, when I take a look at this as a modified deck, I mean, back in the day, remember back in set 1 where we saw like Baited Hook was like the OG, I want to say was the OG Aurora deck, right? Like it was an OG, like you drag, you keep drawing out the units. In this situation, it looks like modified a little bit. Like you talked about, a lot of that token drop or having the ability to token drop, but keeping units out on the battlefield while still applying pressure with those unit denials, which we're seeing here. You can see the board state is vastly different in the current status. Mice currently having a good 3 units up, and recognize that Diwali has a play in hand, but won't really get to play it. And, or if it does, it's a raw play. It's a problem. So for Diwali, you're actually set behind by, I would say, like a 1-turn pace, and you have to find a way to kind of catch up, because you look at Diamond, and Diamond is going to be going a little bit crazy with some of these captures in the next 2 to 3 moves.
There's a little bit of a misstep there from Diamond. He should have conquered before he played the Ash. Now he did give the opportunity for Diwali to use the energy from the Diana Legend to play the stack deck before the Ash comes out. Or sorry, after the Ash comes out. So he does not... there's a card in the hand that you don't know that was from the top 3 cards, unfortunately. So maybe a little small misstep there. But, maybe was trying to make sure that the Conquer did go through, saying that, hey, I'm going to check if you have a Gust. I guess that's the other option, but it was a little unlikely.
Might just be a minor misstep. We've seen players do it before. You're thinking about other things, and it's just kind of off on the wayside. Quick question while we wait for Diwali to make a choice. What are the buys? Tell us a little bit, because we know some of these players are going to get buys as we get closer and closer to these regional championships, to the international events as well. As we are going to see the Diana go ahead and take a little bit of a fight for themselves.
So when you say buys, do you mean like the invites?
Yeah, it looks like it. Actually, it looks like Aldrich got it mentioned.
Oh,
so,
okay.
yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah, I always like answering questions about this. It's always interesting to talk about.
Of course.
So.
The thing to know about the regional qualifiers is, I forget if it's top 64. I think it's top 64. You do get an invite to the world, the world event, I believe.
Yeah.
Or is it the regional?
Big one.
Yeah, the big ones. You get into the big events, which should be fun. But it looks like Vex is played out here, saying no to any accelerate. And Darius does play Zinzao, which is one of the units that Diwali would be expecting to be played out here, and you could go like go Ash and Zin into the, or even just like Zin, take out the Diana, and then go for a double conquer. But instead, the Vex does make this a little bit annoying. You would have to go like Ash into the Vex, crash, and then play the Actually, you couldn't even play the Zin because you only have 1 unit. What am I saying? Wow. This is where I'm just
this ain't a Victor deck. This ain't a Victor deck. We can't just drop a token in and be able to play it, you know?
So it looks like
all right.
Has the opportunity here to use the Diana if he wishes to.
Mm-hmm. Will you, though, is the big question. It's a little bit of a punch forward. You are going to tap.
Yeah. Yep.
And what are you gonna play? Diwali, what you got? You got a hand of 5, bro. As you mentioned, it is there, and talking about the wages, that was a hard bargain. I apologize. Hard bargain being brought in can counter, which I don't know how many cards are really gonna be able to counter out of Diamond. Diamond has maybe a few removals in there, but other than that, it's like.
There's like Falling Star. There is the Stratagem that we did talk about. There is the Hidden Blade. I guess if he's playing them, the Shadow Calls. Yeah, the other option that Diwali did have there is he could have gusted his own Diana if he didn't want that to die, but oops. So is going to get the full clear here. Says, I am taking the battlefield. You lose all your board and you get infinite cards in hand, but I don't care.
Did he not draw 2?
Did he not? I feel like he did.
I
mean, he has a lot of cards
to draw 2. He does. I thought that was off of everything else. Like, I thought he just didn't play a whole lot. So I'm kind of wondering, but yeah, very nice removal. And again, now we're looking at the space for Diamond that does what a lot of, as you mentioned, order decks love to do. Remove, 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 control what you get to play on the other side. We're still waiting for the baited hook to come out. Currently placing, if I remember, has 3, so just hasn't drawn one just yet.
Yeah, somehow we have not seen Diamond Hat actually draw a single hook. And we did see him before as well. So it is one of the issues with the Darius deck is you don't have a lot of draw. You are just kind of working with what you got in your hand, right?
It is a spot that maybe you don't like, but it's there.
You know, maybe go for a little bit of development here. He is on 4 points, so is on the even points as you would like to see. And he does know at least half of Diwali's hand, so you do know that most of it is somewhat dead. Rally the Troops, pretty cool here. It does work very well with cards like Vanguard Captain if he does have them, and it is a cycle, which does, again, help with that draw issue that we mentioned.
But a single one is the problem. It's not as much as, you know, looking at Diwali, and this discussion in their own head for Diamond actually makes me really worried, because it's like, if you were using it only for card draw, what are you actually doing here at the end of the day? It looks like you actually drew the Falling Star unless you shuffled. I think they had that in hand earlier, but it doesn't feel great. You know a big turn's coming from Diwali next. They have all the cards in hand. It will be a quick drop to bring in the Darius. It's a hard play of the Darius as well, which does come in as a second card. You are able to look to conquer on the other side. You will push up a little bit further, but I mean, the card draw is nice. I do agree that you would like to see a little bit more token drop in there to make more use of the Rally the Troops.
This is a little bit unfortunate in that it does look like the Darius is probably going to go down on this turn. Seems unlikely to survive with, yeah, there's a Stupefy in there. There's a Moonfall, multiple options to clear out the Darius. Could even clear out the Ash as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's also there's not really going to be a response. You see one rune up. There's not many cards in the Darius deck that is going to have that ability to be played here.
No.
All right. Vex goes out. Quick trigger. Brings out that Stupefy like you mentioned. Card draw 1. Quick, no response. And welcome to the show. It'll bring a +1. Even things out on the might count. And it's just Diwali. How do you want to do this? You want to hang on to some of the cards? You got all your runes up, dude. You can do whatever you wish. There's that Moonfall, and bring it on into play.
Yep, and this is quite strong as you get the Abandon Hall trigger, and pretty much guarantee you just get to wipe everything. So Ash is going to be at 2, Darius is going to be at 3. That's 5 into 6. So yeah, is able to clear out Darius' entire board, and at this point, I mean, it's looking pretty rough because now you have to deal with these units, and I mean, Diwali can still like develop a Hawaii or something if he does want to do so.
Yeah, but there's that double conquer, keeping pace easy, and look at that, only 4 cards in hand for Diamond against the weight on the other side. You see Diwali bring out a fan, by the way. That is a fan of cards. I believe that was 8 in hand. Crazy work for Diwali, who, I mean, what do you want to develop? At this point, you got like 7 different lines you could go. It really is. How do you wish to develop? How do you wish to play this? Are you going to go more aggro? Like, the world is your oyster at this point.
Yeah, I guess the nice thing is if you don't develop the Hawaii, you still do have a lot of runes up, and he has double. He does have double Gust in hand, so removal, like, if Darius does want to play like a Falling Star or something here, you can just go Gust, return, and save both your units. Yeah, so you can just go Gust here. And you're not going to get a lot of use out of the Gusts anyway, so there we go. There's 1 Gust, if he does opt to save the other one.
Oh no, it goes up.
Oh yeah, 2. It gets
That's
saved.
actually
Perfect.
such a dope way to do it. That's such a dope way to do it right there.
That's a great way to do it.
Yeah, didn't even have to draw back, so you get to keep the unit development as well. That's solid right there from Diwali.
Yeah, this is a lot better than developing the Hawaii too, because the Hawaii just dies to the Falling Star, right? And here you traded a card, the worst card in your hand, for a card from your opponent's hand, and it doesn't even have any red runes left. I just noticed.
No,
you're all order.
And we don't talk about it very often because it doesn't. I feel like it does happen, but later on in the game, right? When you see a monocolor like this in a deck that does run multicolor, it's one of the worst feelings in the world because it gives so much info to your opponent, not only in the discard pile, but in this position of, you know, what's kind of available to your opponent, and you know there's not going to be that much, you know, red side. It's all going to be yellow, so you can narrow down the number of cards that are going to be coming out. Okay, it's yellow cards. Even that, it's even lower, right? In terms of what power costs are there. Sorry, I should specifically say power cards. We get to see a baited hook late into the game though, with no units on board. Like, that is a baited hook that's fishing in a small barrel.
Yeah, it looks pretty cooked. I would have to guess that Diamond Hat doesn't have any units in hand, and it's just spells, spells or conditional units. Because it's pretty crazy, to be honest. Has not hit a Vanguard Captain. Has not hit a Spectral Matron. Has not hit a Zin. Yeah, has not hit a Vi. Like, there are a lot of options here, and have not been able to.
He's got
find
everything
anything.
else. Yeah, he's got everything else but the ones that he needs, and it's like it's a cry for help at that point. Like, I'm just like, help, Dad.
Yeah.
I feel like Diamond even knows it. Diamond's looking like, dude, like, I got. This is one of those times when it comes to a game like this, it just hurts. And at this point, you need to top deck something, or Diamond is out. You got your chance in a 45 to see the Darius, but it's on its last legs. What did you top deck? Diamond, bring it out, buddy. Show us the baited hook. Big sigh. Buddy, what you got?
It's so cooked, and you can't even Falling
It's
Star.
so
He only
good.
has one red.
No, don't lose hope, buddy. Don't lose hope.
He only has one red. You can't even use the second Falling Star in hand. And you got to clear at least one battlefield.
You do.
Yeah. What's the answer?
There's another
I don't
counter.
think there is
There's so much on the other side for Diwali.
I don't think there's an answer. I think he's just.
He might just toss the hand. Yeah.
It looks like he's thinking about it.
He's
like,
I mean, hey, you're trying, and I respect Diamond Hat for that.
Yeah.
All day long to bring a Darius all the way to
there it
the
is.
top 8 of all things. Huge GGs to Diamond Hat, but Diwali moving on to semis.
Yep, and that was a quick one too. Bit unfortunate. It looked like the Darius did have a pretty slow start. Was able to find the seal, but didn't find the hook with it until it was too late. Didn't find any other units. Had the Falling Star, but Diwali made a very smart play with the Gust to play around it. Yeah, I mean, a bit unfortunate. Bit unfortunate.
I mean,
But
Plus,
you
what do
cannot
you
be-
think? Is Plus back?
Is he back?
Oh, I heard him talk. Dang
Okay,
it. Sorry,
but,
Eddie. What do you think?
Yeah, you can't be too disappointed to get top 8 with Darius. Like, you got the best of Darius.
Yeah.
You did get to the top 8, which is quite an achievement. I mean, can't be too unhappy with that one, even though you weren't able to make it to the end.
Not too bad. I mean, he started things off kind of up, right? Because it was Arena's greatest game. You naturally having a bit of an advantage being the more aggressive deck. But somewhere in the middle, the wheels just started to come off, right? I believe it was the one showdown on that abandoned hull where he was able to take down that Darius Executioner. That right there was kind of sealing the deal. Because as you kept bringing up, NA, Darius is a deck that if you don't have, you know, the ideal cards or even half of the ideal cards in hand in that opening / first couple cards of the game, you're not really going to see that many cards for the remaining of the game. So like you're kind of out of it. So it is a little bit of a high risk, high reward type deck, which is what we've seen from these baited hook strategies in the past. But there's something to it. Maybe we didn't get to see it so much so in that game number 2, but he's found so much success this weekend. So definitely proud of him and putting Darius a bit on the map. But of course, it is another championship potential from Diwali. This is exciting. Let's see what he has to say and how prepared he feels going to these semifinals, because it might be another regional champ versus regional champ. Let's see.
Spain, right? He's like, this guy that I play with, that I know from Spain is the best Darius player in the world. That's what he said. He's probably the best Darius player in the world. And I'm like, okay, cool. He tells me he's 7-1 after day one. I'm like, okay, that's cool. He probably got the best of. Now I'm playing him in top 8. That's crazy, right? Like first top 8 for Darius. That's insane. And their team is crazy too.
Yeah, because in that same team, they have who I would say is the best Rek'Sai player in the world right now, because there's also a Rek'Sai in our top 8.
Yep, he's in there.
And then, of course, we got to talk about him. Squirtle,
yeah.
On the opposite side of the bracket,
yep.
Having taken down Alan ZQ during Swiss.
Yes.
An update for you. He also just defeated Prismaticism while you were playing.
Yeah.
So he has now beat 2 regional qualifier champions, and Alan might count as 2.
Yeah, he does.
There is an opportunity where you can meet him in the finals, and we can have a very similar situation to what we just saw a couple weeks ago. That could be you against him, and I think that's a crazy storyline.
It is.
We're going to really find out some goats of this game real fast.
Yeah, like no matter how it goes, it's crazy. Because like if he beats me, then he's beat 3 on his way. And also, he'd have 2 undefeated runs.
Full undefeated.
Back to back. Like just crazy. Absolutely crazy. I was talking to his teammate, because like I don't think Azir is like the best deck. It's solid, but like he's just like, Squirrel's just crazy. He's cracked. You know what I mean? And he's proving it. So
really showing why Azir is a force to be reckoned with, and there are obviously other people respecting that, including people like Alan and Prismat and yourself.
Yeah.
But even still, setting yourself up for your next match. I don't know who you're against, but you are on the same side of the bracket as the other Mycelian team member, the third one, that Rek'Sai deck, and it took down people like Billionaire on the Volibear to get here.
Yeah.
You might have to find yourself beating their entire team to get a win.
That would be wild. Holy.
But it speaks to what you were saying earlier this weekend, that the level of play in this region of the world, in Europe, is so stacked.
Unreal. Because you have all the good players coming from, like, let's say the west side, right? And then you have the Europeans who I think they don't really come to the North American events as much. And so, like, Squirrel, for example, his last RQ was Lil.
Yes.
Right? He's only played Bologna and Lil. And he's insane. I think he got top 20 or something like that in Bologna. But regardless,
top 32, I believe.
Yeah. So he's just like nutted. Like it's actually crazy. And that's what I'm saying. Like the level of every round is tough. Like you don't get free rounds, especially on day 2. And the fact that their team put 3 in top 8, and that I may have to go through all 3 of them. Rek'Sai is also a deck I don't know how to play against that well, so we'll figure that out. But it's unreal. And honestly, kudos to their team. Like they are a group of like insane players, in my opinion.
But just as unreal as yourself, Diwali, still representing Diana and still solidifying yourself a titan of this game, moving to top 8. You've got to feel great.
Yeah.
Congratulations, but you've got some more games to prep for, and so we are going to send it back.
Oh, yeah. Still in contention for that coveted 2-time potential regional champion. We might very well, like I said before, if it's either Squirtle, it might be the Rek'Sai. But wait, did he just kind of allude that Rek'Sai defeated the Victor player? Because I thought the standings were out. Let me go ahead and refresh, because I had it pulled up on my phone. Or I guess in the meantime, I could go ahead and pull it up on the stream, because I don't think we're getting started with the semifinals anytime soon. Let's hit a quick refresh.
No.
And let me just double check. So yeah, we don't have the full winners just yet. I would imagine the longest game here probably going to be Colin Kaiser and Mastery. I feel like that game's going deep into a game number 3. But man, awesome game so far. This entire day 2 has been spoiling every single Riftbound player around the world. NA, how have you been finding these past 2 rounds you've been casting?
Yeah, they've been pretty good. I will say the Prismat and the Prismat Squirtle matchup and the Darius Dyna matchup were a little bit unfortunate, pretty one-sided ones, but the previous round was excellent. I think we got some really good games.
Definitely. It wasn't fortunate to see, but sometimes they just come extra prepared, it feels like.
Yep, for sure.
But yeah, that will be it, because NA45 we committed for those 2 rounds. It's been a long one, but not too long. I feel like yesterday might have been a little bit longer somehow, because I expected a little longer with Untime, the Untime territory that is top 8, but it kind of ended up going a little bit faster So still have a full day ahead of you, but I would imagine you're tuning in and seeing who ends up competing and making their way and being crowned the Utrecht Regional Champion. I know I definitely would. I mean, I'm going to be here. I'm going to be watching as well. But NA, I'll go ahead and let you rest. Awesome work as always. But of course, before you go, if you want to let anyone at home know where they can find you, / any little thing you want to leave us on, as I always tend to say here before these casters go, now would be perfect. And then we'll go ahead and take a short little break before we continue on.
Of course, you can see my Twitter right below. I post card alters. Yeah, I'll keep it short today, but yeah, thanks for having me on again. It was a blast. Thanks for casting with me, Orbital. And thank you, if you are still here, Sasuke, thank you for casting with me as well.
Yeah, much love, NA. Thank you so much for helping as always. I'll go ahead and let you rest. And thank you.
Peace.
Peace. All right, guys. I have no idea because, as I said, top 8 is untimed. So we don't know if it's going to be 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I mean, it's probably going to be somewhere in the range of like 10 to 15 minutes. Orbital, do you want to take a short little break as I go ahead and bring in our next co-caster for semifinals?
Yeah, I think it's a good sign. And for those that are trying to learn, I guess they're going through a little bit of how to play with the new XP. So that's not a bad thing to listen to either.
Not too bad. I'll go ahead and hide the camera for now. I'm going to go ahead and stick around and just chit chat with chat for the time being as I go ahead and bring in our next caster. But man, chat, who do you guys want to see in these semifinals? I didn't realize that it is 3 out of, I believe there's like 12 of those players that competed this weekend. 3 of them, Barcelona, really making such a massive name for themselves. And maybe let me backtrack. It's not Barcelona, Marceleon. I hope I'm saying that right for you Spaniards at home. Making such a big splash this weekend, saying we are a team to not be underestimated, and they are proving it this weekend. Of course, Squirtle has already gotten a regional win under his belt, looking to do it 2 more times. Let me go ahead, guys, give me a second. Let me tag EK, and we'll bring him on here rather soon, because when they get the next pair of casters, you know, semifinals is coming up soon. And Alchemy saying, I would like to see Diwali take it again. Oh, okay, Alchemy. You want to see a 2-timer from the NA side of things. That would be fun. That would be definitely fun. I mean, he's the sole Diana. And Alchemy, I do remember you are a Diana player, right? So it makes sense to me you're rooting for him. All right, EK, I saw. Oh, and over, do you want to still come back in here?
Yeah, I'm good to go. I didn't realize they were probably hopping right into the match right away. So
okay. And EK, you're not live just yet. I'll give you the run. I'll give you the A-OK when it's time. Let's go ahead and do it. Boom, boom, boom. And just like that, I believe, EK, you are live as well, sir. How are you feeling about today?
Ooh, today is, I think, a day of champions. You know, we saw Diwali, we saw Prismat. We sadly did lose one, but I'm excited to see what we're gonna see today. Azir, Sebis, always good to watch.
Always a fun watch, especially when we have such an excellent pilot like Squirtle. You know, they said it, he doesn't get the chance to travel and go and compete as much regionals, but when we do get the chance to find ourselves in the EU regional side of things, it is a pleasure to spectate. And we're getting a little confirmation here. Videos not for the week saying it's going to be Colin versus Squirtle. Videos, did Colin win? Is it 100%? Where did you see that? Are the standings out?
They might have talked about it on the stream itself. I don't know if some of the casters said it.
Yeah, I'm also getting messages saying that it might be Seb versus Azir.
Okay.
So apparently Colin 2-0'd the Master Yi. So that
nice. Those
I
are
mean,
some
that
quick
matchup
quarterfinals, because if Colin 2-0'd, that aggro matchup, Victor versus Rek'Sai, might have been a 50-minute best of 3, honestly. So there we go. I don't think semifinals is going to be too far away from here. But EK, since you're just joining in on this top 8 fun, How are we feeling about single individual 8 legends making their way in top 8? It's record breaking, or not record breaking, but it's historic. We've never had anything of that.
I think Orbital, you might have touched on this, is that this meta, if you look at the top 64, you'll see Aurelia, you'll see Diana. But when you start looking at the peak, the pinnacle of Riftbound gameplay, it stops becoming, oh, is this deck better than this deck? Or it starts becoming the fact of, hey, this player has mastered this deck, and now you have to play against his deck. I think Prismat said it best once, was like, Annie's like a tier B, tier A deck, but if it's my Annie, it's the best deck in the format. and I think it's a beautiful thing to see in Riftbound, where it's like, I think you might have said, loyalty to your deck, understanding mastering the kind of craft that is your deck, your colors, your matchups, is what's important. And it's shown off beautifully here when you have 8 decks all in top cut.
Yeah.
Love
and I
to
do want to
see
say,
it. No doubt. And, we do love to see Colin Kaiser still in the contention for finding himself in his first ever grand finals. He has made it to the semifinals before, but now this might be the biggest task he's ever had to overcome. It is Squirtle, undefeated for 26 games back to back on a streak like no one has ever seen before. And quick little side note, the last game in the quarterfinals is the aggro versus aggro matchup. Who would have expected? I guess they were the only ones that made it to a game 3.
I mean, I can see it though. I can absolutely see it between these two.
I can just imagine it's just like them going top deck into top deck, and it's like okay, conquer for 7th point, draw, conquer for 7th point, draw.
That's actually how it goes. I'm not gonna lie. I played a Victor v Victor matchup, and we were like turn 12, just like, can you get something to end this terrible game? Like, I beg of you. I'm so done. We were on game 1, by the way, so I would agree that they are kind of stuck in that loop. They went maybe hard removal, and then just was like, all right, we'll leave it up to the gods to decide who gets us in.
Right, it just seems to be a whole lot of attacking, not a whole lot of defending there, because I believe, if memory serves me right, Victor was running even the sprite token packages, things like the sprite fountains. I do think he even had things like a sprite call in there. So just generally all on the attack game plan. Your temporary just triggers at the start of your beginning phase, and down they go. So I could almost see why they are going to game 3, because they have a similar approach on both of these decks. But it seems like the wait is no longer. Squirtle, Colin Kaiser, semifinals is here. Let's go ahead and join these players. EK and Orbital, take it away from here.
Hey, let's go. EK, let's do it. Let's have some fun, my dude. Honestly, dude, why? By the way, why you calling me out, bro? I literally watched you in the chat call me out like twice. Why would you do that to me?
Listen, you're the one saying you're the war crimes guy. You want to play games?
The worst part, I may or may not have put in a Ruination in my Victor deck as well. Like, I have full on went like board wipe style. You have no idea. I love it so much. But taking a look at this, we are excited to see. This is also a matchup that I gave my own personal seal of, like, if there is a deck to kind of ruin an Azir, I do feel it might be like the Might challenge of the set. Would you agree to that, or do you feel like it still floats into the Azir's way more often than not?
I think set is a very good read into the meta. With decks like Azir, deck like Annie, there's a lot of aggro too in this meta where it's everyone's just full throttle on the attack. And that means when you're on the defense, you lose your units, you lose your resources. The only deck that doesn't lose resources on the defense is Set, being able to use your legend to say, okay, you get the Conqueror, I still get my unit. Which means that if Set sees his buffs, if he kind of gets his game plan going, he will have a bigger board because he keeps saving his units, while Squirrel has to keep, even though he is using tokens, he still has to give them up. And I think that kind of dynamic between the two might favor Set a slight bit. over the Azir.
Okay. You know what? I'd sit back and agree with that as well. I am curious to see how it's going to play out and see if that might challenge does come into play a little bit stronger. We did have a question. Did the Rek'Sai win? At the current moment, I'm not actually sure if they won. So currently we are waiting on the reporting. I believe Rami as well as Red Naxel are currently still playing, and I wonder if they just kind of push the semifinals forward. So we're still waiting on the reporting to figure out who is playing, and I will agree for Choppercon. I hope the Victor wins, because I would love to see Victor love a little bit more down the line.
I think Victor is one of those decks that's always grossly underestimated in this meta. It's like there's like your deck can do a lot of like, hey, your Aurelia can be like 30 might, but if she gets Imperial Decreed, she gets Imperial Decreed, right?
Yeah.
If somebody pulls out the Ruination, somebody pulls out the Ruination.
More war crimes, you say. Yes, more war crimes. In-game. I gotta add in-game. But listen, there is no war crimes here. It's all about the fist fight, and it's all about stepping into the ring, which is game number 1. Top 4, semifinals, Monastery versus Hall of Legends. You know them, you love them. Colin versus Squirtle.
Now, I do want to highlight the chosen champion for Colin here. Not the usual orange set that we see, but actually going for the... I forget his flavor text or his title, but the yellow set where he gets the set Kingpin, where he has the tank and he gets stronger for each buff unit, which counts himself. This unit can get to 7 might, 8 might quickly, and there's a lot of, if there's any deck that can kind of break that hold, it might be the Azir, but even then it's a lot of resources to throw in.
And that's what you're banking on, I think. If you're allowed to kind of build up, if Squirtle doesn't get some of their gear drop, which we actually saw in their earlier, I think, top 8. Game 2, they actually started out very, very slow. They didn't get a lot of the gear drop that they wanted. They saw, I think, like it was a turn 4 before we saw their first gear drop, which was like a brutalizer or something. It took a while. So if given the opportunity, well, it's not, okay, I lied. It's not going to happen here. Colin will be going up against the Eye of the Herald very, very quickly. So Squirtle already really nice draws to start. And Colin, no 2-drop.
No way.
No! Against an Azir deck.
Oh.
That is the worst situation to happen.
I mean, we did take a little sneak peek. We did see, I think there was 2 punch first in his hand.
So, yeah, that's
but
not
not
really
what
a
you want to
2
see.
punch first. Like, what? I'm trying to see. Oh, it's the Rengar is why. Oh no. An immediate push for Squirtle, sitting at 1, and I don't think there's going to be a response. It's such a clean take so far, and for poor Colin, you're just like, do you get anything? That face drop called it everything. And a raw play Fiora. Oh my gosh.
I mean, just look at the amount of value, too, that Squirtle just got from this Hall of Legends. He has 3 units on board before Colin has a singular one. And again... Azir is not the deck to play slow against, especially when you're playing Set, who can kind of struggle to kind of take over these battlefields without a showstopper that he doesn't have in hand.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I like I said, I love the idea of Colin being able to build up and use that might swing to take down the Azir, but it's a 3-step process. It's a 3 to 4 step process that you got to go through, and if you're waiting on the bottom rung for 2 turns, you're like 5 steps behind. For Squirtle, you are off to the races. You are chasing in for these fields, as we mentioned already. A quick stagger on that double conquer, bringing in another to target to bring back one of the soldiers, developing even further with those extra recruits, having 2 on the back lines to attach to if you wish. You are looking at a maybe not might overwhelming, but a unit heavy target that allows Squirtle to be very flexible in how they look at either removing or dealing with some of the other units that Colin will have to drop.
And just look at it. It's all this kind of movement, all this kind of aggression, and all Squirtle is doing is just developing his board. This is all just natural to his game plan. There's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is that? 7 units on the field for Squirtle, and it's only 1 on Colin's side. And that is the strength of just letting this Azir deck go wild, especially with this Hall of Legends.
You're looking at that sabotage coming in, but I don't know if you have a defy. Obviously I don't think you're. Oh, you do, and you will. I was wondering if you had that just to be an annoyance. Well, you get 1 card info, Colin. You knew there was a defy. That's the Good job on that one. An unfortunate cost that feels like kind of a dead man draw play. You're sitting in a situation where that's the only thing you had. Now you're raw playing a Fiora. You do get the win, and you're able to get maybe a recruit of your own, but it's a draw out. Once you conquer, you'll bring out the Rengar, open play to that battlefield. It's a 2 power, and it's good. So for Colin, development on the way. Good play. You're down to 3 in the base, though, for Squirtle, who can still do some work.
Right, and you have to look at the back of the field for the side of Squirtle here. You have BF Sword, you have more units, and the biggest issue is these units on the side of Colin don't have their buffs. We can't save them, and you want to use your punch first, but either way, if you use it, one of your guys is dying, and it seems like it's going to be used on the Fiora.
Oh, and the Death Grip to answer. I think that might be a straight up check of victory. Yeah, it got +5. It was at 9, if I'm not mistaken. Was it a 10 versus 9? Oh no, he had 5. Got it.
So it would be, I think it would be 10 with the shield, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even then, being able to just say, okay, you use your punch first. I mean, Azir can probably still beat over that 10 might pretty easily, especially with that 7 might Azir token there. But more importantly, you can now just take the Rengar kill for free without any investment.
Yeah. I really like that call. You Death Grip really get value out of that soldier. And you can see just the movement tech with Squirtle constantly being in the face, constantly being an annoyance. And not only that, you deramp Colin. By the way, remember, we saw a second punch first in there. You just had to recycle your two runes already. There's not another way to deal with this. You've lost out, and if you also don't draw 2 more runes of that color, you're in trouble, right? Oranges don't come. You don't have that safety guard. And I like this. Instead, you say, hey, you can't keep that Fiora alive much longer. I'll even on guard to double down on this brutalization. And it just hurts watching this go. Welcome to the field. More tokens, more soldiers. It's so good.
This game just feels just straight up a Squirtle's alley. This is going exactly up the plan. Colin's plan, not be able to get any buffs, not be able to get his early units.
He drew 2 more yellows, bro.
2 more yellows.
He drew 2 more yellows. What did I just say, EK? What did I just say, bro?
Oh, this is not going Colin's way. To be fair, we had to go down 3 runes this kind of cycle with that sabotage and that punch first. So even with all this equipment, all this kind of cycling from side of Squirtle, we're still down runes. And there's a set.
And the worst part is you have a double pump up, but those are such high cost plays that normally you want to buff down, but you don't have a buff at all. So Squirtle getting an understanding of like, dude, these are just straight might challenges. I might be able to get away for a while. We're going to be looking at a push closer towards 6 if you wish to invest and sit on the double number. Yeah, you just swing on in, more development, ahoy. You get another recruit down. Squirtle knows this game could be coming to a close. We could be looking at a very fast semifinals matchup for Squirtle once more.
Right, and I think this is why Squirtle hasn't lost a game in 2 regionals, which is crazy to say, by the way.
It really is. Like, we talk about luck all the time, right? When it comes to TCGs, there is something in Squirtle that is like he must have kissed the foot of some fortune god or something. Like, that is wild work.
And just look at this. Look, how what kind of deck has the ability to beat that? But also, Orbital, next turn we can see an Arise drop from the side of Squirtle. How are you defending?
No, don't do that. I forgot about that.
This is why it's the overwhelming might. If there's any deck that's as strong, that's probably the strongest on the attack, it's this deck. And if this deck gets on the early tempo of that 2, 4, 6, 8, it has the smoothest way to win the game.
And granted, I do want to state, Colin did not have the greatest hand draw either. Like, this is a situation that I think we saw at the last regional that Squirtle was at, where we saw one of his opponents just like top deck nothing, right, for 2 turns, and you get free development in there. There are situations that occur that just enable the power of the Azir to be spotlighted even further. The fact that Colin wasn't able to develop, drew a bunch of punch first, a bunch of pump ups, like nothing really good in the board development. you're stuck in this position where you don't get to use like 25% of your deck's strength.
I mean, yeah, this entire game, we didn't get a singular buff on our units. And even if you want to do that right now with the Kinku, I think it's the Kinku Initiate, we do have a Showstopper, but even then, that's more runes going down. So we can at least get one buff without going down this orange rune that we need for the side of our punch first, because we only have 2. So if you want to use this Kinku, we can't use our punch first. Going for the Showstopper now.
I like a drop.
There
Cycle and toss. You're gonna try and move it to a battlefield, but you gotta decide which battlefield it's going to go. Imagine another Defy came out. I know Squirtle doesn't have it, but imagine another Defy. That would be so mean.
I think at that point I go, GG, let's go to the next game.
Scoop and go, yeah.
Scoop and go. And now this is one of the coolest combat hitting cards in the game right now. Being able to now use this guards to equip a Brutalizer for a +5. You know, this set is pretty strong. It is 7 might, but this +5 swing does allow him to go up to, I think, 8. Yeah, on the bottom says 8, forcing one of our opponents, but one of Colin's buff cards here, the Call to Glory. And you do get this point. You do go up to 4 points. You might even get a draw. But now look at what you have. You only have 2 runes, 1 punch first, staring down the wall of Shurima that's incoming.
And the problem is, there's no other options. You also look at the other side of the table where, hey, you know, you don't have a choice. You gotta be looking to swing on in, buddy. I'm so sorry that Rengar has to play. It's the other side is you try and full stack on the other. Yeah, you try and full stack and you hold. The problem is you better have some movement tech to get over to the other side, because this allows Squirtle to go for a huge Shurima hold on the Hall of Legends, right? So you can conquer there, set up soldiers, play for hold, and then say, okay, Colin, can you move to my battlefield? Can you fight me? Like, you don't actually have to double conquer here. You can. It's the other line, and you're like, I could probably do it, but you don't have to, I should say.
If there's any deck I can trust to do this double conquer, though, it will be Azir. That Brutalizer. This deck could do whatever. I feel like Azir is like the ultimate answer into this kind of matchup. There's the punch first going down. That's the last of Colin's orange runes. 1 floating, 1 mana to kind of keep us alive in this game.
Well, you let it go through, but no real problems there. You can reattach for sure. But now that you have a full stack, you're looking at a buffed up set, looking at, I think, 12 there alone, plus the Rengar. So,
and Zet does have tank, so it is kind of covering up for the Rengar right now.
Yeah, what's Rengar set at? Is that 15? Am I counting that? It's 15 or 16, right?
So it'd be 5, 10, so 7, plus 5, 12, plus 6, 18?
Oh, wow, okay, even higher, so makes sense. Not only that, though, I think for Squirtle, you've recognized, hey, there's not many options for Colin anymore, and with that second punch gone, he's still digging for more orange. Like, this is a great stack for Squirtle.
I mean, 18 might... I mean, all this movement, all these tokens, we are generating a lot right here, especially with the guards readying for the Eye of Herald movement. We have +6 with our Brutalizer BF sword.
He does.
Oh,
he brings the ball. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. And then they make more. They make more orbital.
They do. Oh, no. All right, look. You know, someone made fun of me once for bringing 20 recruit tokens to a battle once to Nexus Night. This is why, okay? This is why we need all our recruit tokens in the world. Look at this. Even Colin's laughing. Colin's like, dude.
There's not enough space on the board.
And look at his cards. Colin's like, bro, I don't, like, this is ridiculous. This is so good, by the way. Yeah, I love it.
23 might. You know, I envy the poor intern that had to calculate all that might behind that kind of production team on the fly. I don't know what kind of mathematician they have there, but like, holy.
Right. Colin, it's not 10k recruits, but it's gonna do. We haven't found an infinite loop with these just yet on this side. We've come close. Well, no, I think there is a recruit infinite, right?
There's the purple yellow one. No? There's like that one niche.
There
card
is,
in-
yes, because it was
Yeah.
it was infinite power, infinite
Movements.
energy, and infinite recruits depending on how you play the infinite cycle. So okay, never mind. It's the OG, I guess. Bring out every single recruit token that you have.
I mean,
So
seeing how that game went. On the side of Colin, what do you think we could have done better? Aside from draw better, like what can a deck kind of do
don't
to
brick
this?
turns 1, 2, and 3. So I really do have to say that's one of those turns that you're just like, dude, I couldn't play. My deck didn't let me play the game. I will honestly say, in my opinion, and maybe I give this a little bit too much credit. I think a lot of people will yell at me for this. I firmly believe there are situations in TCGs where you just go, you literally can't do anything, right?
Right.
So to keep in mind also, you can only mulligan 2 out of the 4. That means you can only mulligan half your starting hand. So if your entire hand is dog, my NA bad words, if your starting hand is dog and you toss 2, you're still left with half dog. And if you draw 2 again, you might be even worse dog if that all kind of comes together. There are some times where you're just like, you weren't allowed to play your game. So I cannot sit here and say, I don't know what Colin could have done better. The cards quite literally did not give him anything to work with. And moving from like a 0% to 5% is not that large of a margin for him. So I'm going to say, I couldn't see anything Colin could have done better except draw better, which is completely out of his control.
Yeah, I feel like it's just the deck, we didn't get the buffs, we didn't get the units. Azir, especially with the Hall of Legends, being able to make those double tokens, we saw one deck be able to play the game, and we saw one deck not be able to, as he said.
Right.
I feel like on the side of Colin, what we want to see now is we have to get on these battlefields before Azir kind of gets dominance over them. We want to, especially, we don't want to use our buffs like on our turn. We want to kind of use our inherent better mighted units to kind of take over these battlefields and then float all our runes on the side of Azir, who now has to attack through them. And he probably can attack through them, but it's at least less resources, one less discipline, one less death grip we have to deal with.
Right. I will say real quick, I just thought of something. I will say I do hope that we get a trade out of one of probably not the punch first, but I will say Call to Glory in Resolve. Hopefully you brought some sort of salvage. I will say double checking, not much gear removal. I would assume that's coming in from the sideboard, at least for Colin.
I mean, I know we have we saw the Sabo being able to take one of the gears, especially early on to the game where Azir kind of he might only have like 1 or 2 gears. Being able to take one of them straight out of the game, not even make the recruit, is very strong in this matchup.
Yep.
But now, do we draw 2-draw?
A way to go.
Do we draw 2-draw for middle?
Do we get something? Does Colin get to play the game or not? I am telling you, like, Squirtle, there is no shame in saying your wins can be calculated to luck, by the way, in TCGs. I want to say that for every player that wants to be competitive. And I'll say it again, probably in my closing. Luck is part of the game, and you weaponize luck.
Right.
Like, that is how you play TCGs. If your opponent is unfortunate to not draw anything, you need to learn how to weaponize that unluck for them and capitalize on it 100%. So I'm not saying Squirtle has been lucky. I'm saying luck plays a role, and he knows how to freaking own that stuff. This man is one step away from completing another regional sweep without dropping a single series. My man is making it look easy right now.
I mean, I think you always have these challenge with TCG guys in the kind of race of best Riftbound player. But, 2-time champion, that's a really good deal, very prestigious deal. But 2-time champion undefeated is that's a title on its own,
Yeah, like no one's stopping that, by the way. No one, if you complete that, I will say with full confidence, we will not see that completed again for at least a year. like that takes some. And by the way, like series is what I mean. Obviously, like he might drop a game here and there. We're saying series wise, I do not think anyone else will be able to do that for at least a year until we see some more chaotic cards and everything like that. If we see something kind of like completely dominate, I don't think we'll ever see another run like this. If Squirtle is able to pull those off, he will have made Riftbound history easy.
I mean, for sure. I mean, the only person who could probably top that is Squirtle when he wins his 3rd one undefeated.
Right.
Oh, wait, we don't get a 2-drop.
No, not again. No. All right. He's got a Fiora. But that's still his 2nd turn. That hurts, my dude.
Oh, no.
It's faster though. Remember, it was 2 turns last time that he bricked and played a 3rd. This time it's turn 2. I will take it over what we saw in game 1. I will absolutely take it over game 1.
Now, looking at, we did see a lot of interaction from the side of Colin. We saw the sabotage. We saw the action. Most importantly,
right?
You know, if this BS sword comes down, we might just be you might see it stolen from the side of Colin over here with that action.
I'll also say it's a heavier equipment drop. I feel like you would have liked some of the smaller cost ones instead. We saw him really like, as you mentioned, the Brutalizer and all, but that sword as well, coming, not the BS sword, the other sword, green sword, coming out to play for just, like, you get more, right? One of the things about the gear, it's not just the might value, keep that in mind, it's about being able to draw out more units and more of those sand soldiers. It's a dual cost situation, so positional-wise, maybe not optimal, but Squirtle's played from this position before.
And we do have a nice little line with the showstopper. We can go into one battlefield, have our Fiora become mighty, gank over with the other, get that 2-point lead that we want to see in these kind of matchups, get that into that even point tempo. But then that's 1 rune down, and that's two more runes if you go for the action. Does Colin go for this line of play? I mean, on your side, are you just ripping the action, just like, hey, give me that?
Are we?
Oh no!
I like this development a little bit more. I wonder. So the idea of the auction is big. I wonder if Colin got scared from the previous game. Instead of ripping auction, you develop out the set and bring it in a little bit faster to build up that might category. I wonder if that game 1 scared him.
And I do agree, and I think it's also saying I need as many units as possible to kind of take over this grove.
Yeah.
If Colin gets 1 or 2 draws off of this grove, this might just be like that card draw engine might just be exactly what he needs to kind of get back into the game, beat this endless stream of recruits or these sand soldier tokens.
Yeah.
And if Squirtle doesn't have equipment to play here, he doesn't have much to do on his incoming turn. He needs to develop something.
The other side is, remember, when we talk about Hall of Legends, that is like the premier Azir, right? Like that is the battlefield. In this situation, the reason that you're not seeing as many, of these token drops is because of the fact that we don't see Seed of Power anymore, or Hall of Legends. You're not seeing this kind of continuous drop. So for Squirtle, this is actually a position where you're not thrilled about it. Seeing that the big might units are already out, playing a little bit from that back foot and saying, okay, what can I do? You can see him kind of contemplating how he wants to proceed with his development, because he knows his 2 soldiers on the next turn might not be in a good spot.
Yeah, and also, we do see the charm on the side of Squirtle, but you have to remember, against these buff yellow decks, the Call to Glory being able to be used for 0 mana, because getting rid of that buff on the side of the Cytheria can just spell doom if you do kind of go for this play. Is he punished?
Which he did.
No Call to Glory from the side of Colin, not be able to get that +3 might, make that an 8 might unit. So a very big victory from the side of him.
Yeah. Squirtle being able to remove. So what just happened there is we saw the on guard buff up on the soldier and a force of that set, which is why you saw it all happen very quickly. Keep in mind, when we see a lot of these top players, they know the interactions by heart. They know exactly what goes down. So if you see an odd movement, feel free to call it out. You're not wrong, but just recognize that the players play at a much faster speed than us. Yeah.
This is not their first
because
rodeo.
all you saw was set dropped into the discard, and you're like, what help? Like what?
Well, what showdown? What? Who?
Yeah, so that's the situation. Couple information drops though. Oh, bro!
Dude, that's the Arise. That's a lot of might. That is a lot of might being threaded on the board right now, and it's what do you get rid of here? Like this is where, like this is where this difference between us and them, right? What card to get rid of is entirely just skill. You have to think about like 3-4 turns down the line. So you were saying something?
Yes. My excitement came from the fact that the Victor beat the Rek'Sai. So if
Oh,
Victor
wait,
is now
now?
top four. Yeah, dude.
Okay,
we just got
okay.
word that the Victor beat the
Right.
Rek'Sai. So we got a Victor versus Diana, which is a other side of the funny story. So I'll be enjoying watching this one. I obviously I don't know if we're gonna cast that one, but like, dude, if I get the chance, that's awesome.
Getting rid of the discipline there, I think. See that is something like a casual player, or even like a top like a day 2 player wouldn't make. Seeing that Arise, and you kind of just focus on this. Like, oh, that's where Arise. That's his win card. I need to get rid of it. But Colin's saying, I need to get control of this battlefield. I need to get back into the game. Yep. What's the best way of doing that? And it is just getting rid of this discipline.
Yeah. Not only that, being able to bring out that Akshan next, which very much appreciated. You called it out earlier, EK. It's a very simple plan to reduce and also taking away a gear. It's I like to call it pseudo gear removal, right? It's a temporary usage of that gear, so it can't be used on the other side. Instead, you get to empower for yourself, show stopper being used to buff, and then you get to freely move it in to a battlefield of your choice. I would aim in a different direction, but you are going to choose the garden play here. Grover the Godwill will be challenged, but an answer on the other side with the death grip just to buff. I'm guessing you're killing that Sand Soldier to swing it to the other side, but
I think maybe just stopping him from getting the play, getting double conquer.
Yeah. So that makes sense there. Well done on Squirtle to kind of mitigate some of the damage that could be coming out.
And also, again, with the action play, we also make the incoming Arise so much weaker. There's only one singular equipment on the side of Squirtle. Using this Death Grip here, we do have the On Guard still, so we can still take control, keep this battlefield under our control. And there's a second Sabotage.
Yeah.
You know,
this is a hefty D ramp, though. Keep that in mind. Colin dropped himself down to 2 runes alive, and it's a very, very scary thought. I love that. Squirtle's like, you can choose one. I'll let you choose which one you want to send.
And now both players, out of resources in different ways. Colin's is out of runes in general. He's gonna be he's on 2 runes. He just started the game, while Squirtle is sitting on an Arise with 1 singular equipment.
It's a weird world because even if you have all the runes up, you're now top decking. So the Sabotage has actually done very well to slow down what Squirtle wants to do. We're looking at essentially double top deck, which for Squirtle I think is not a great place to be. Reason for that, the might challenges. Remember, a lot of the combinations that Squirtle likes to play comes from, like you called earlier, EK, a lot of that gear setup. The problem is you want one of those gears back from the Akshan, which then constitutes you have to eliminate that Akshan one way or another, but you don't have the cards for it. You've lost a lot of them, so you need to bring something. It will be an Arise just to bring out a few more. This feels a little bit more desperate for Squirtle's side. 2 more recruits coming out, but you can build the recruits up quite well with those Brutalizers. Are you going to look at swinging over against the Akshan? Do you have enough might? I think you do. I just called it and then immediately proven wrong. Bumped back with that buff though, so you don't get the gear.
Yeah, this is why the Akshan's also really good in this matchup. Akshan on a set game is one of the stickiest units in Riftbound. Be able to just say, okay, I'll steal your unit. If you kill it, you take it back, and saying, oh, he's not dead yet. Oh, he's not dead yet. Oh, be able to say that over and over again, especially in this Azir game where, we are now both players running on fumes in very different ways, I feel.
Oh, no, extremely. Colin is currently chugging along after already hitting max speed down a hill. And you're either going to steamroll into a station nice and safe, or you're going to bowl right past and crash and burn and be out. For Squirtle, you're trying to find more coal for the fire. If you can find the right cards to burn and use those to fuel the acceleration of your own deck, you can take this victory and take it 2-0, I think. It's like you said, it's very, very different positions for both of these players, and yet it feels they're looking at the exact same thing. Hand strength, not great. But for Colin, it's also in the point catch-up. For all the action that's gone down, we're sitting at a 3-1 status now, 3-2 in the point count.
Right, and I do think we probably saw one of the best cards to kind of draw into it. It's just Arena Bar. Being able to now put another buff on this action saying, hey, he's not dying just yet.
Yeah.
And there it is.
It's a poor man's Zanyas, right? Like, it's the poor man's Zanyas that's ridiculously cheap and effective.
Being able to use it every single turn, especially with this, with the Set Legend. This is where, you know, these Brutalizers are going to be very helpful for the incoming turns. We can get these double conquers. We have the Azir to kind of make that accelerated push. But we're only on 3 points. We're going to spend a lot of resources to get to, what, 5 points? And that's still 2 turns away from that, you know, that 6 to 8 that we would love to see on the side of Azir.
The jump up across and Squirtle deciding once again, seeing that Akshan. Dude, I just dealt with you like a turn ago. Why are you back there? Why are you back? Like nothing ever happened. The state of the game for Squirtle is one that it's definitely a different pinch than last time, and it really does go to show that I think some of the limitations that come with the Azir. We mentioned it before, this deck is not exactly meta. People have talked about it, but Squirtle just makes it so good. But there are positions where you're in trouble, and I think Colin was able to find it very neatly in this game number 2.
And this is exactly where I feel like, you know, Set also not meta legend, but one of those legends that just kind of plays really well into this more aggressive format that we're in. Saying, hey, spend those runes, spend a card, kill my action, I get him back next turn, and then I'm going to go back in because you have nothing on the defense, buff him again with the Arena's Bar, and you have to deal with him again and again and again and again. And not many decks can just keep doing that without just completely running out of steam, which Squirtle already out of steam. It's going to be really hard to kind of deal with this infinite value engine in a not in the generic way.
We gotta be very careful how we use that word.
Yeah, we can't be saying infinite that one with the Lux going around. But this value engine, this Arena's Bar plus a Set Legend, kind of too much for Squirtle to handle at this point in time.
I think for Squirtle, you're also kind of frustrated at this position because you've lost that BS sword, which was your turn 2 drop on the equipment. And you're also in this position of like, dude, I actually kind of got pushed away. Okay, so how do I break this? How am I going to negate? So it's not negate, you're going to deny. Move over on the other side. Look to just try and make the safe play of let's take one battlefield, let's hold on there and do what we can. A quick little card toss as it'll be drawn out for Colin, who shuffling about here.
There's this third sabotage orbital. This guy can't play with cards. Squirtles can't play with any cards. There's the death grip.
It's a large one though, and this is big. Double equip would give you enough to overcome that Akshan once again. You're not gonna get your gear though. You're not gonna get your gear unless you have something in hand that can lock that Akshan away later.
I mean, I think Squirtle, one of he does play Azir a lot. I think mainly saying sorry, let me make sure. He doesn't run Call the Week. I'm pretty sure.
No, he runs Hidden Blade. Is primarily what he runs for unit removal.
Yeah, so a lot of other Azir decks do run the Call the Week because, you know, you have units, you want to get rid of them. Squirtle really, like, valuing his units, doesn't run the Call the Week. But now, because we don't run that card... Oh, never mind, we have the Charm!
Oh,
the top deck Charm is huge!
Are you kidding me, Squirtle? What is this luck?
Wait, hold on. Off the death grip. Hold on. This, we were talking a lot about this game. Is throw that out the window. Everything we talked about, throw that out the window because the game just switched in a big way. And Colin,
Look
at
at
Colin's
his
face.
smile!
Oh,
Look
he
at his
just-
smile!
Oh, he knows
Squirtle
what he did.
knows!
Squirtle knows what he did. Oh my! What a! Oh.
There's
We were talking
illegal shenanigans.
Yes.
There are. I don't know how you rigged
Alright.
a TCG game, but it feels like you have done it.
Part of the
Squirtle is
cards.
a mad lad that has overcome so many luck points and done so well. Like, we give this man his freaking props.
I mean, to be fair, again, this is him playing around his outs. You know, using like, saying, "Hey, I can draw into this card." You know, this guy's the main character, but what can I say? He's the main character of Riftbound. There's not anything more I can say. Who could even see that line or charm just to get rid of that action? We're talking about this infinite value engine. Having to use the punch first here, but look at the back line. There's 3 units.
It's
Okay,
so
if he
good.
draws into a rise, I'm like, this game's like scripted, right? We can say that. I can say that on air.
We can absolutely say it. This is straight up Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I don't care what anyone says. This is the anime, bro. This is the anime. Except this is Kaiba winning. Kaiba's not supposed to win. Mans owns it all. Look at this. Colin,
God.
dig deep. Channel Yugi. Channel your inner Yugi, my boy. Think about your grandfather. Think about your grandpa.
I mean, it's we say it, but then okay. So next turn we have Squirtle. Of course, he's gonna equip all these cards, jump straight into the grove, get the kill, and then Colin only has 3 runes on the upcoming turn. Not much you can do with only 3 runes.
Yeah.
But then again, Squirtle down to his last. He's still in top deck mode. We're still 2 turns away from winning. Not the end of the world for Colin, but a much more difficult position than it needed to be.
I will say a really funny thing would be is if Squirtle he has double order runes right now. It'd be hilarious if he draws 2 more order runes and isn't able to equip the other brutalizer.
Oh,
I don't think it would matter, but it'd be really funny if that happens. Like, oh, I don't. Okay,
Well,
he got the other green.
Yeah.
That it just would have been funny to me. I really don't think it matters.
Hey.
A quick scuttle, just cause a little bit slower pace than I think you were imagining. That was a top deck, by the way. So the scuttle,
top deck scuttle.
And okay, so situations
more
actually change.
units.
As you said, the guards or the arise would have been amazing to have here, right? In this instance, though, there is a position where Colin might have another chance at a battle. You get another chance to kind of remove some of these units around.
Right, and the important part here is, you're sitting at 7 might. You have to invest some kind of might addition to kind of get over it.
Yeah.
And
a
the
punch
issue
first
is
would do it.
Yeah, punch first would, but we don't have the runes. Orbital.
No.
Squirtle's the main character, not Colin.
He is. This is illegal.
All right.
I can't believe that, dude. I was just talking about Squirtle's joke, and then I didn't look at Colin's side. And there's nothing you can play. Like, you just kind of have to... You just kind of eat this one. Choosing to bring the Fiora over. Siding it into the open battlefield. Brings out the other Fiora, at least to might stack. And you're going to double buff. So at least one of the Fioras will live if it comes down to a contest. Are you looking to full might stack and then just pray?
Yeah, there's 12 might on that board right now. We know that the hand is sabotage plus
Punch first and one more, right? Yeah.
Yeah, one more.
It wasn't that much available to him either. It really wasn't. So let's see. One more card, baby. What did you draw?
If it's
what
a rise,
did you draw?
if it's a rise,
He
I'm
drew
quitting.
2.
If it's a rise, I'm quitting. He's not gonna do it
We're
to
just
us, right?
done. We're just done.
Okay, hold on. He picked up all 6 runes, and my heart sank. My heart sank.
Listen. So many casters love talking about, oh, we know what the lines, we know the game's over. The game's never over, bro. The game's never over until you see that scoop. And right now, we're not seeing the end of the scoop just yet. Look at this. Look at this. I love this.
All right, we see a guards. Guards also huge here. So what Squirrel can do is something called equipment cascading. You know, just we get rid of these Fioras one by one, sending one brutalizer at a time.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. There it is. Taking that BF sword. That's a 5 might unit. Just need one more might to kind of get over this Fiora. We have 3 plus 5 is 8 plus 6. We have 14 might. 14 might on the board right now.
Yeah, 14, not bad. That's a beautiful number to have. And again, in a situation where Squirtle maybe didn't have as much development of the Sand Soldiers as he would have liked, it would be good. He is, I believe, thinking of sending in that Scuttle just to get a peek at the hand, just to double check and make sure. Because this is going to be a big turn, I think, at the end here. Double checking, especially with how Colin is kind of fiddling, I think you are a little bit worried about, hey, is there maybe a pump up that you could play that could also stop a lot of the flow? Is there another situation? Obviously, a punch first ain't gonna work, but I like the idea of just double checking. Yeah, you and do that same thing, the equipment cascade, right? You can take one of the units out, or you can just be a little bit annoying in that function. So quick punch number 1 is going to remove that piece, and you are going to see it is a punch first in sabotage, right? I forgot no pump up. But
there it is. And
again,
if you're Squirtle,
yeah.
If you're Squirtle, this is kind of just perfect for you. You kind of just slap that brutalizer on the on that token, throw them all in, and then just do it again the next attack, and that should just be game.
Yeah.
Look at the smile.
Yeah, good guy Colin, by the way, allowing this to play out. I would have scooped like a turn ago. I would have scooped a turn ago. That is GG.
Oh
Squirtle legendary run. Top decking charm is headed to the grand finals once again.
I mean, just look at his face. He's like, man, I kind of just. It's a victory, but like it is kind of bittersweet, you know, especially as Squirtle, where you go. I was kind of in a losing situation, and it was that one card that I needed that won me the game, and God, this is why this player is undefeated. He is the main character.
Yeah, this is. I don't know why I thought that we were going to the other match. I was super excited, but 100% agreed. And plus, I mean, what can we say, man? What can we say?
Yeah, epic showdown, and Squirtle just relentless with the pressure. Looks like 2-0 in the quarterfinals, 2-0 in the semifinals. Of course, it was a bit of bad luck, but I don't want to discredit Squirtle whatsoever. Really well played throughout that best of 3 series. And you know, sometimes luck is the name of the game. That top deck charm, as EK kept bringing up, has a little bit of plot armor. The RNG gods are just in his back pocket, running hot, and he has no signs of slowing down. As you said, Orbital, finding himself 2 times in that grand finals position. We are right at the cusp of a second 2-time champion, and his name may very well be Squirtle. You know, if Diana ends up taking down Victor, which is not too unlikely. I mean, Diana doesn't feel like they have a terrible matchup, but this Victor's working with a little bit different things. I don't know if Diwali was prepared for it, but we are talking about Houston champ Diwali. So imagine the storyline. Who's writing the script, chat? How is this actually reality? We're moments away. What might very well be a championship grand finals. It's unbelievable. You literally couldn't write it any bit better. And no bias. I know, Orbital, you're rooting for Victor, but come on. 2 regional champions in grand finals. It's a good one, but I do think we're going to hop into the backup feature match. And Orbital, I can't take that one away from you because I know you probably want to join in on that. But let me know before we dive into that if any of you guys need a little bit of short break, because I think this is going to be the winner's interview for right now.
Yeah, I'll take a short break while this goes on. I'll take a very short break while this goes on.
We definitely listened to this.
EK, did you say break as well, or you're chilling?
I'm chilling. I want to see what Squirtle has to say after that kind of play. Holy.
And you are now in that same conversation. What do you think that you could be the second 2-time regional qualifier champion right after Alan just did it?
I hope I am. I was a bit salty I couldn't attend the other regional because Alan got it first.
But it actually almost, to me, speaks even higher volumes The fact that you have gone to less of them, and we can even talk about Bologna, where you still performed incredibly well. And by the way, on Ezreal, which was, again, the same legend that Alan was playing and won with, but now here you are, a specialist, a representative of the Azir deck, and you play so well. Squirtle, I've seen you lose one game.
I have lost more.
I understand that. That's, I'm thank you for saying that too. But there
hasn't
is a
lost
world,
in a
I just
while.
want you to think
It's
a little bit forward.
crazy.
The other semifinals match is being played.
Yeah.
And you might have a situation where you have to play against Diwali, another regional qualifier champion. If you beat him, you would have had to beat Alan, Prismaticism, and Diwali in the same tournament.
Yes.
Do you think...
Big words.
Yes. Do you think that would
Yeah, in the
solidify
Swiss
you
rounds.
almost more of a caliber player than some of these other champions?
I don't know. That's a tough question, right? I need to be humble.
No, and I'm glad you are. You are one of the chillest people I've sat next to here, and you play the game so well and collected and full of confidence, but you're always smiling too. You must be having a blast.
Yes, I'm having fun. I love the game, so that's nice. And all my opponents are playing nice. Like, I'm also getting a bit lucky, as we saw. But that's good, and I think that helps to play well, right? If you are enjoying it, you are doing it okay. If not, it's like, what? I don't want to play. I won't do it well.
And the last time we talked, it was about if you made misplays and, you know, being the biggest critic about yourself. But now seeing, you know, on the other side of not just you having success, but enjoying the game, loving the game, and being really good at it. Squirtle, congratulations. You have made it to the finals here in Utrecht, and that will be coming. But we must get back to the action. We have another semifinalist to meet, so let's get to it.
There we
There's
go,
the
alluding that
backup
we will be
game.
joining in that backup feature match rather sooner than later. I know Obert is excited. EK, you have to be excited as well. That is a Victor versus Sean Diwali, rocking his notorious Diana build that he's been working with all set 3 long, and it looks like wasting no time at all. Let's go ahead and join them. I'm very curious, though, if this is a game 1 situation, because it looks like Colin and... that Colin game started a little bit earlier than this one, so maybe it is just getting things started. But if it is a game 2, we'll find out rather soon. I'll throw you guys over there. Let's see what this game has for us. That is the final game left before the grand finals today.
Ooh. EK, you ready?
I'm ready. I am ready. Now, I think we both might have a little bias with our decks. I will say, as much as I'm a Yi lover, I did hop onto Diana. I wanted to see what the evil side felt like.
Oh,
with
you
Set.
dirty bandwagoner.
I know.
You dirty bandwagoner.
I know, a little bit. So I do know this deck pretty well, and I will say, I am scared of this matchup. Victor is. I think again, Victor is one of those decks that everyone seems to underestimate. I think I've seen like fraud allegations to Victor. And it's one of those decks where, especially into Diana, these removal decks are very, very strong. Bellow's Breath, Call of the Week, what else do you run? Imperial Decree, Wages of Pain. Kind of just stops a lot of the tempo, a lot of the kind of board progression that Diana wants to do. Especially, you know, again, into these decks, you have stuff like the Thousand-Tailed Watcher, the Vi. Even your defense is way, way weaker. And I feel like this might just be Victor's game, as much as I hate Warcries.
There's a reason they're called war crimes. That's the only thing I can really say about that one. There is a reason it has that name. We are getting a straight up just the semis outright.
Ooh,
and I love it.
Game.
Starting off with Abandoned Hall and Forbidding Waste. So let's talk about this a little bit. In this situation, one of the things that you are going to see, if you haven't played against a Victor, you are going to run into what are known as negative battlefields. It's talked about pretty often, but I always feel people don't really talk about it. It slows the game down immensely, especially against a movement tech or a little bit more movement base. For Diwali, you essentially never want to leave a unit on that battlefield, right? Like, that is just kind of death in a bottle. So for this kind of setup, we are looking at a position for Red Naxel, who will be looking to start things off strong, try and get a positional advantage, try and push to build up their units in their backlines, get a lot of that token drop, and move into a win.
Right, and right now we're looking at this again, this negative space, but this negative battlefield, sorry, as you said, not as big of a deal to the side of Victor. If your one might tokens is your might token, you could not care less, because he's never gonna go in with this one might. This is the Azir special. We miss a turn 1 from the side of the Wally, and we get these 2 units. Very strong starter from the side of Victor, getting that double conquer threat next turn.
Yeah, and having the double bird drop on the side of the carrion dredger is also another frustrating one. By the way, Ivern, I think Ivern fans love that card. It's a very fun 2-drop, very simple to use, so I like it. For Diwali though, again, you know what to kind of expect. You know it might be a tiny bit a slow play. I'm not saying slow play in that same sense, but the idea of you at least have some good might to deal with this. So let's see if you can do it. A quick gust to force it back to hand, good and smart. And so it does stall Red Naxel out a little bit further, allows Diwali to develop their game plan as well.
Right. And the very important part there is we stop our opponent from getting on that even point tempo, which buys us one whole turn, especially into a deck like Victor, which I think Victor, correct me if I'm wrong, is probably the strongest deck in the game when it's at 6 points.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially with how rapid, especially if you're not ready for maybe some of the sprite drops, as that's a quick removal, maybe a play that you weren't, that's not very common, but utilizing the might reduction into an immediate Bellows Breath, -1, yeah, you're going to take damage. Anything kills you off, so 1 Diana gone very quickly. Diwali now also reset to turn 0, but an immediate toss of the Vex and Tide turn to develop 2. Still, though, for Red Naxel, you did good to remove that Diana, one of the big movement techs and one of the big fighters that would easily remove a lot of your tokens and clear the battlefields lickety-split.
I think the important part here, too, is that this Diana is one half of our value engine on the side of this Diana deck. Diana. Having access to this draw every single turn with those spells is going to be very important when you're going to be facing down this endless barrage of removal from the side of Red Naxel. And now thinking about whether or not to get this gold, usually I always say no. I mean, have you ever kind of been in the situation where you said yes to a card sharp?
To be fair, I'm usually the one playing it, so I never have to ask that question, but I've never been on the other side, but I can only imagine it can be difficult. Right? It's a situation where, well, you don't want to give a Victor even more easy removal while they don't lose any of their runes. So I kind of sit there and agree with you on that point.
Right. Now we're on this kind of very tough decision because we want to go to 2 points. But if you go to 2 points, we're sending something over into that kind of wasteland that is the Forbidding Waste. And then that definitely just opens it up to a very easy call the week, get rid of our Vex. And from then, I just don't think we have the units to kind of fight around and beat this kind of push from the side of Renaxel.
Let's see if they can do it. This is going to be full up. So Diwali actually threatening with 8 runes available, saying and trying to maybe prime Red Naxel to say, I have every removal in the bank. I will delete you and I will stop you from challenging. So Red Naxel walking into basically a fog of war. At this point, let's see what they decide to do. Quick turn and bring out the Victor themselves as they play the Honest Broker, making a good sense of what could come forward. Now, keep in mind, this is the Yellow Victor. If a non-recruit token dies, you get to play a recruit into your own base. It's one of the great token generation tools that you like to use to kind of gain control of your base development. But this Honest Broker being played with no response on that same end, a little bit surprising. In that value, Diwali may be worried about the other battlefield instead.
Yeah, and I do kind of like this play of saying, you know what, I'm going to make you float those 8 runes, and I'm just not going to give you any opportunity to just use them. I'm not going to give you any reaction timings. I'm not going to give you another battlefield. I'm just going to develop my board and make it as strong as possible. Or just making this board as big as possible. One issue I'm afraid of, and you might be playing into it when you play Victor, is Moonfall is the perfect card against these kind of big hold decks.
Yes. I would 100% agree. It is. I don't like it.
I mean,
It makes me cry, EK. Yeah. Okay, you wanted me to say it makes you cry. I'll say it makes you cry. It makes me cry all the time.
Right. I mean,
like
are you scared of like a card like that? If you're on the side of a Victor, like, would you make the same play?
Would I stack on a Forbidding Wasteland when I know they probably have it up?
Yeah.
I would definitely risk it. I will say I will risk it if I have the confidence, right? And I think it's no matter what, you're gonna run into that situation of they have a Moonfall, you got to kind of take it on the chin. In this situation, I would full stack because I know they don't have a Diana out. It's more the Vex they are planning to kind of hold more, so I would feel a little bit better about it. Granted, I also run Grand Stratagem. I'm annoying. I'm a little punk. So it's a whole difference. And Chakram Dancer is also the other side, which is another card that allows for that extra safety in there. So Chakram Dancer is also a comfortable card that people like to use as a, I want to say, a pseudo buffer. You look at this point of the ambush, but you get a +1 shield to all of your units, which can actually deal with that Moonfall as well.
So it does come in stun, right? So
yes.
It comes in stun. The inherent might of that battlefield did not change.
No.
Right?
No,
it was +3.
Because
It was +3, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was
right.
saying is you're using it for the effect more than anything. You're not worried about the might itself.
Yes, correct. And now I think going in for the... What we got? It's probably the Moonfall coming in.
Okay.
I like it. There's the Moonfall.
Yeah, and you're still
Is he going to bring in... Yeah. Is he going to bring in the Victor, though?
He could force it, yeah. The Moonfall, by the way, is still brutal in this instance. You're not... Like, even that Chakram didn't really do as much as you were hoping. Instead, you are... Actually, I think it still zeroes out, so... it's a good recognition, actually, from Diwali to be able to play that out. So, for Red Naxel, maybe you just burned a card for nothing. I realize that now. I may have forgotten that Moonfall does -2 instead of -1. My bad.
I mean, to be fair, you do... Even though the Chakram is stunned, it's still one extra like might on the field that Diwali has to deal with. This Vex is not getting any bigger. We're not on the Abandoned Hall. We don't have really easy ways of buffing. We have the Smoke Screen. That's a very big investment, especially after we threw in the Moonfall. I actually kind of like the idea of moving in the Victor here. Deciding not to. Oh yeah, he is. Okay.
Yeah. And forcing that to be drawn in. I mean, this is that big moment. As soon as you see that Victor come out, you are pushing. You are pushing this Victor. You're trying to force them in. You're trying to eliminate them as soon as possible. I really like this call. I like this call, and I agree with you, EK. This is a great plan to kind of wipe the battlefield as soon as possible and just delete as many units as you can.
And I will say, this is actually a very niche interaction where it's about the wording of Smokescreen and Moonfall. So Smokescreen says to a minimum of 1. Moonfall says -2 in general, right? Because that's a new wording of these kind of spells. So to have this Victor go to 0, we actually had to react with Smokescreen on top of the Moonfall. We couldn't have waited the other way around.
Yeah. It's a weird position to be in as they are counting. Welcome to the other side of why I love playing Victor. I gotta make my opponent do math. I gotta make my opponent like get out a calculator and be like, calculate this, and I slap him with like a 5th grade times table sheet. It's like it's a great play. It's a great play.
So we probably will be.
I'm a terrible person, aren't I? I'm a
No,
terrible person.
I'll be not yet. Ziggs has not come out. Ziggs has not come out just yet. I'll give you some time.
I'll revisit you in like 4 months, and we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
All right, looking at this right now, it's a heavy card count, and it is. Again, this is very important for Diwali. This is the turn. This is that turn where if you can remove, you basically stop a lot of the ramping and a lot of the buildup that Red was putting on the table. And it looks like you're able to do so. Very nicely done on the removal. Tide Turner comes in to clear the rest. And Diwali has successfully not only kept both units available, but has deleted most of the buildup that Red Naxel was going to go for and kept a majority share of their runes alive. Take a look at that. With the multiple spells that have gone down, you're still sitting with 7. You will be at 9. You're still in a very comfortable spot for card play.
Now here is the issue right now with the side of Diwali. If you don't draw into this way, because of our Diana's death, we are very, very light on card draw. You know, as good as the Vex is to kind of control the battlefield, if we do get a really good call of the week here, because there's no way we're protecting this Tide Turner with the -2, Diwali might just be having to play on top decks because we see the 2 hard bargains and the 1 acceptable losses. Those cards do nothing into this Victor right now.
Yeah, they really don't. But there's a Xin Zhao. I don't know if that was a top deck or not, but you really did need that one, I feel like. Being able to have that ready unit available in case something else comes down with those 4 runes up from Diwali's end. But you can play to a double conquer. And Red and Axel still off to the races with that development. Saying, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's get back in as quickly as possible. 4 up. Actually, make that 6. What do you have in hand to play? Turn 1, another recruit. That's all you need.
We saw a little Hidden Blade there. A little birdie did tell me. So Hidden Blade probably going to be answered by the hard bargain from the side of Diwali. We have I forget the stun card. Facebreaker. Facebreaker is probably gonna be huge in this matchup.
No, true. You can go ahead and bring that to the table. It would work quite well.
Both players very low on resources, but if there's any deck that can kind of play on these low resources, it is a deck with this that value engine that is just every turn recruit, recruit, recruit. While on the side of Diwali, his legend needs you to have cards in hand. So in this kind of slow game state, it is kind of tough for the side of Diwali to generate these advantages. Now this is cool by the way, we're about to see. We're about to see acceptable losses played without any gears on the board, just to get the +1 from the side of the Bandit Hall.
Yep. It's also one of those situations where it's like, oh, I have to do this kind of thing. You are gonna go ahead and trigger the Hidden Blade, but you are going to hard bargain it in return.
Yep.
This is a big card, by the way. Huge. Yeah, you are going to pay that cost, I think, Red. Red says, I'm going to. 100%, I need that card draw. I need to get some other items on the board to start dealing with maybe the Vex in the back.
Is that the second hard bargain?
No.
Oh,
did he really play it? He did. I'm. Was it out there?
Wait, what's the tap 4 for? I guess he did. I guess he must have. Double hard bargain there. Making sure he
yeah, he's only got 1 card in hand, right?
Yeah. So using both of them there, Victor at 7 points. If this is a very good position to be in, if you're on the side of Victor. We're still looking for what? A Ride the Wind? That doesn't even save us.
Heavy movements bound.
Tough position.
Yep, more recruits coming out on the table. As Red and Axel is currently sitting on 7. Huge ups, 3 only for Diwali. And now it's Diwali going, okay, time to play. This is the stack that you like. Earlier plays were good, but the unit stacking is much better for Red. EK, I might get to see my boy in the grand finals, as that's the scoop, baby!
All right, it's game 1. Hey, 1 more game away. I think, would this be Victor's first time in grand finals? I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure this is Victor's first time in semis. Bro hasn't seen a lot of play in a while.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw Victor played was a Ghost Driver. I can't forget his name. He was the last person to kind of showcase the power of Victor, and I feel like now we have this new.
Oh,
that's good. There we go.
Fourth part, by the way. Okay. By the way, 4th best part about Victor's, you force a 3rd judge to come by. Okay, so this is a very special tactic that I like to use, where you did so much math, nobody knows what happened, and the judges are even questioning if they did their math right. So you have to draw a 3rd judge in. It's a secret strategy that I've used to stall out games of Force OT. It is very, very impressive.
The Judge Strat Orbital. I knew war crimes were in the game, but the fact you're doing it at a tournament organization level,
All right. So for real, it does sound like they were just reconfirming some stuff. We're good to go. Yes. No worries about that. What do we change for the Diana? I think that's the big question here, right?
Alright, so all our gear removal, throw them out.
Yes. We double checked, by the way. I know we're on a very slight delay, but
I have to put that ×2 speed on the stream.
Dave, what is Sprite Fountain for, by the way? Is there any specific use case? It's just a faster token drop, essentially. So when you use Sprite Fountain, you get a Sprite token, and Sprite tokens basically enter ready since they're temporary. So it's a very quick way to get a quick conquer. Not only that, sprites are +3 or 3 might instead of 1. So you can do pretty well. You can do pretty well with the drop. It also forces the opponent to play a little bit faster, where normally if you're looking at a recruit, it's like a turn drop into did the judge just come back out?
She's like, hold on guys, let me check again.
Bro, he came back out. Oh, in the Diana list. It might be the same situation on the other side.
All right, so in the last, okay, so one second.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll answer. As obviously
okay.
I've shown an amazing
I'm good.
smartness to this.
All right, with Diana.
Yeah.
I can answer this question. Sorry for cutting you off there.
No,
So
you're
on the
good.
side of
I need other answers. I'm answering all these wrong. EK, get in here.
No. So I think similar to what Orbital said about the Sprite Fountain being used to kind of get that active token, get that aggressiveness, early on the side of Diana. Sorry, it's one of our best ways of getting points against matchups like Aurora, where we need to get to those point things, point like even tempos 2, 4, 6, 8 very quickly, because we can't give these Aurora players more turns. But also, in the Diana list, one of the coolest things you can do is, let's say it's mid-game or late game, right? And we top deck into the Sprite Fountain. Usually, it can still be used because it is an active 3 might buff. But if we actually go in with Way, draw, discard our Sprite Fountain, that is a gear. And with that gear, we can actually ready to and go in with Way. And people talk about how Way is so strong with his +3 might or his draw. But I feel like Way's strongest kind of ability is the ready 2 runes. Because a lot of the times you're sitting with Diana with a library in your hand. If that Way lived, there's a library in your hand. The issue is not how many cards you have, it's actually the amount of runes. And being able to just refresh 2 just says, hey, I'm just going to win the game right there on the spot.
Oh my gosh. What I've never seen this situation going on, by the way. I've just been like, I know you've been talking, EK. I promise I know you've been talking. I've never seen a judge bring their phone out and be like, here's what happened. Rewatch it for your viewing pleasure. What? And for a reminder for those maybe tuning in, there are set rules when it comes to tournaments. There's a little different style, which I think regards a situation, certain situations, when a scoop happens, the game state ends, right? Like whoever, like when you scoop, the winner is the winner, even if mistakes were made, triggers were missed, or resolves were errant, right? So in this situation, either way, I think Red and Axel obviously won game 1. I wonder what they're challenging is the numbers and how certain interactions work, because that does influence how Diwali plays the interactions in the future. And I think that's what they're kind of talking about there. You can even see the other judges. I do apologize. I also have the stream muted. That's how I do it. I wonder.
It's hard to kind of have all these voices. Yeah. I will say,
because you have the other casters talking too, and I feel bad about that. So
I think the big issue there was it might have been an honest broker mistrigger. He didn't get the gold. The only other time I can maybe think about where there could have been a rule thing was when Vex went in and it was recalled ready. They might be talking about that. Other than that, I'm not sure what can happen. Targon speak Rockfall Path. I think Rockfall Path. Okay. Thoughts on Rockfall Path? Because I think both Dianas and Victors have been playing this deck, this kind of battlefield now.
Yeah, actually, we saw it. I think when we saw the graphic, I'm pretty sure he has it in there too. So if we go to a game 3, Diwali will have another Rockfall Path to play for. I like it. It's a wonderful card that really just stomps on people that do build, and it actually might it might actually run into the Victor side a little bit more. So we saw the build up earlier where Red actually built on one of the battlefields and just kind of sat there. So in this position, I will say, outside of the Vex, I do feel Diwali's going to benefit a little bit more out of the Rockfall path with how these two played game number 1, right? With how game number 1 was played, it does feel like Red will not enjoy it. But granted, it's Red's choice. So maybe playing a little bit more base development into token drop to just conquer instead of hold. I could see that being what could happen here instead.
I mean, the one saving grace is now that you, with this Rockfall path kind of out of the game, you can very safely assume that Vi, the Vi, will not be ambushing. It's probably out of the deck for these next 2 games, and that Vi is very strong into the side of Diwali. Once again, missing our 1-drop. Lots of missed 1-drop from. Oh my God! Look at that! Look at the stack.
Did he show it?
2 drops. He's 3 2-drops. Oh my God!
I don't think I've ever seen someone have to show their hand like that. Because that is just pain, dude. That is a level of pain I've never seen before.
Orbital, what is up with these main characters? Right? We got Yugi and Kaiba. You know, on both sides of the semis right now. These poor players, you know, playing with their, you know, their normal human skills against these plot armored giants.
It's too real, and I love it. It is far too real, and I love it. It will only continue, by the way. This is why I will stand by that Riftbound is going to be a huge TC. It already is, right? It's only going to get larger. Like, the storylines write themselves, right? All right, looking at it. There's the move. Turn 2, quick move in. And a grab of the Targon. So, by the way, Targon, an accelerator. When you conquer, you are able to ready 2 at the end of a turn. Ready 2 runes. So, it's an anti-trigger on a battlefield. So, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. An immediate double conquer, by the way. That poor student waiting. There is going to be a long time before that student feels viable.
Right, and like let's look at the Reds' hand here. We have Call of the Week, we have Bellows, there's Hidden Blade, there's Wages of Pain. I mean, how many ways can you kill one student? Because Red has 4.
Well, it depends. Are you throwing a test, an exam? Are you just kicking him out of the class? Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, what do you decide to do? There are many ways to expel a student. You don't have to kill them.
I think Red runs a bit of a stricter school than most over here. Going for more of a base, more of a standard kind of development on his board. Get that card sharp out. Make him at least use some sort of resources to get this Targons. We do get the Moonfall. Moonfall is really helpful here. We have a hard bargain. So this could, as bad as our start has been, we do have some kind of ways of dealing around with Red's incoming turn.
And I will say, the best players not only have good luck, but know how to play with no luck in certain situations. I will say, even better than getting all the luck in the world is having none, but still digging yourself out of a hole. And there is some magic behind that. If Diwali is able to do this, I will be very, very excited. At the current moment, though, it is a simple play. A quick student who is at +1 or +2 on top. So it's a 4 and a -1 over towards that gold generation. The card sharp, the gold sharp will be transferred around, and it might just be an exchange on the showdown.
Right, we're currently up right now. Red's really thinking about using this Hidden Blade very early on to this matchup. You know, we do have the gold in base, so we kind of want to use that later, but having to use it now, we do have the hard bargain just to say no.
Tawali's like, I hate this. Tawali's like, I hate this, bro.
Well, he's like, he knows.
Dude's so done. Dude's so done with having like a turn 0 3 turns in a row, man.
It's like, I have my turn 0. He gets rid of it. He blades and he culls it. I think this is the hard bargain. We need to keep this unit as
there wouldn't be a response if he does. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yep. All right, that's fair. Dude was like, dude, I can't go without this student, man. This sucks.
We might actually see the Diana be played directly onto a battlefield here.
Ooh.
We're gonna have the 2 runes from the same side of the Targon's Peak. The biggest issue right now is Call the Weak. Call the Weak is the boogeyman right now. The one thing on the side of Diwali, if you're scared, if you play this Diana on your own battlefield, you're afraid of just like something like Wages of Pain into Call the Weak, or like the same Eclipse Bella's Breath thing combo that we saw in game 1 that kind of sealed the game on the spawn. How safe can we be with this Diana? We need this Diana to live. If this Diana drops us 1 or 2 cards, then we're in a much better position than we were in last game, where we had 3 cards in hand, but they were all dead. We have to get this Diana engine ready now, so we can transition over to the way. But with all these answers inside of Red's hand, how do you safely put this card on the field?
You can't. I will be completely honest. If I can get serious for a little bit, I really don't think so. Which, by the way, for Red, hasn't played the Call of the Week. I don't think played it once in game 1 either. So you know it's there, but he didn't really need it. So in this situation, it's a whole different story. Diwali this time is able to draw the Fizz this time around, able to play the stack deck to draw some more for Diwali. A stack deck, Tide Turner, plus another Student, I think is what I just saw. So choice is a little bit limited, I think, on there.
Goes for another stack deck. How many? We've seen 5 2-drops in these stack decks. If there was one more 2-drop again, I think Diwali would have showed it.
Yeah. It would have been like, I'm done. I'll see you. I'll see you later.
I'm going to take my plane back. What is it? Hartford's next? I'll be there.
I'm good. I'll see you in a new day. I'm good. I would agree. And it's tough. Again, and with a cycle, granted with the Diana, there is a little bit more cycling of the deck, but there's no way you're reaching all the way down to the bottom, right? There's no way you're hitting these 2-drops again outside of the current position unless the game slows to an immense crawl. That's another Cold a week. So not only did you have one earlier, you have a second to hard remove any champions coming up. Which I feel Red is kind of wondering, do I get rid of that Fizz right now? Is there a way I can do it without sacrificing a unit? Do I want to stop this kind of play, return to hand, or do I think Diwali has the bounce to hand situation? 2 runes up leaves you a little bit worried about it?
And this is why I really like the idea of putting this Fizz onto the battlefield instead of a base, because we do have access to the Gust, if need be.
Yeah.
No. If you're on the side of Red, are you just slinging these out? The Call of the Weeks? Like, Call the Week, pass turn.
No. I personally would love to hang on to those, I think. The only reason is there's a lot more weight behind a Diana that's waiting, and you want to use it for the big spells. You also have, I mean, you have a few other responses. You can do base development instead. But I joked a little bit about the Fizz being Cold a week, but on second thought, I mean, I don't think you need to. Yeah, Wages of Pain works as well, but that Cole is just way better at just hard removal of like a 4 or 5, right? So, good call. It is going to be denied, though, with a little bit of a gust. Yeah. And there's one dance, so the Fizz will get to be played once more.
I do think we still get the gold from the side of Red. I'm not sure about the ruling. Would you know
that? One more time.
If you get the gold.
So...
yeah.
Oh, I keep forgetting the ruling. There was a specific ruling about gusted cards versus denied cards, right? There's certain reactions with that. I think they're asking about that as well. So a defy would negate the entirety. Yeah, so he does get the gold because it actually fully resolves. The spell is considered played. It just doesn't negate anyone.
Yeah, that's good.
So yeah, he gets all of them, and he gets. There was a ruling about that specifically though, because of the new set 3 situation. But that's for another discussion another time. That is very much erratas that have been out the butt for all of our sets.
I mean, that is the played versus played kind of thing. And there's the first Call of the Week. You know, this is guaranteed to kill. Guaranteed kill on that Ravenbloom. You know, we have to target the units. Diana is such a spell-heavy deck, and the amount of units that we draw, the amount of impactful units that we have are very little. And this is where, if we are able to kind of stress the Dianas, the Ways, with these Call of the Weeks, we can just get away with the game very similar to how we did in Game 1. We did see the Singularity.
Yeah.
Thoughts on
So-
Singularity being cited?
Yeah, I will say that card hasn't been seen as often lately, but I do love seeing a good drop of 6 just on someone's head. Ow! What is this pain?
I love the card against Diana. I run it in my mirrors all the time. There's also my first initial thought of Singularity versus Victor is what am I hitting with it? Am I hitting
Right.
Am I hitting tokens? Am I hitting like the 2 of my units? But I think just having it to get rid of the board that Victor might have, we get the Victor champion in the back. These things might be very important. Kha'Zix I love. Talk to me about Kha'Zix. I think that's one of the cards you hate.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I dislike all that. Kha'Zix is a great way to deal with some of these token drop situations. And you get freedom, right? It's a +2 on the attack and defense. If you're alone, you get a little extra XP to play with. Obviously, that won't really matter in this deck, but it is a nice little extra play, especially if you're swinging in on a solo. Will it matter? Maybe not as much, but it is a surprise unit. It's a very nice surprise unit if you wish to be able to circle in for a battle. But that out comes the Diana, and we know that there are some movements in the other side for Red Naxel. You can go ahead and remove it, and especially with a tapped out Diwali. Oh, this is dangerous, because now you know there is no response.
Huge.
Easy Stupefy, easy coverage. And this is Red Naxel like pouncing on a prey that doesn't realize they wandered into a trap.
Yeah, and that Stupefy coming in like a savior, because now we can go Bellow's Breath, target the Diana, kill it, and then we have a Call of the Week also just to get the Fizz, and now Diana has no units on board. And we can just develop our Victor Legend. We get the 2 runes back from the side of Targon's Peak, and suddenly we're in a very good position if we're the Victor player. Just thinking about the play, because we do go down a rune. 2 runes actually for that.
Yeah, tiny bit of DRAM, nothing too crazy though for someone that is currently doing token drop. And especially since some of the earlier spells you already used, this would be your second Bellows if I'm not mistaken. So it's there. There's gonna be a push in, quick punch, a reaction to the open showdown.
It's a stack
just
deck, I
looking
think
to
that
draw,
was.
and you did get a spell.
Yeah.
You did get a spell in there. Nice.
Now you wanna get the Sway live. The entire matchup depends on how can I get the Sway alive? How can I get value out of the Sway with the bombs that are incoming? Hidden Blade on our own unit here just to draw 2 more cards.
I wonder what you're digging for here, because there is removal about, and I guess maybe you're a little bit worried. Okay, so you grab the Ash, plus the Xin Zhao, so good development later once you get the tokens back. Keep in mind, this is a blank Victor board right now. No tokens, no nothing. This is vastly different than we saw in Game 1. So this is pure removal play coming in from, this is a pure removal. And another side, by the way, that card, Cold a Week, a lot of people assume that you just have to kill a unit. If you don't have a unit, a Victor's like, I just don't kill a unit.
Yeah, this is...
I don't kill a unit. Cool. That's why you see the token out right now. That's why you see the recruit is because he did it afterwards, and he gets 1 unit on board. Welcome to Victor.
I mean, there it is. The Power Victor. I think we missed our Targon's Peak trigger.
He might not be done.
Okay.
Yeah. I was about to say. Because it's also at the end of the turn. So yeah, he's not done yet.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't blame them. You know, these players. I mean, the resolve, the mental fortitude to play. How many hours has it been of just Riftbound back to back to back?
Well, for us, it's been 11. However, for the players, it could easily be upwards of like, an extra hour or 2 prepping, playing, getting prepped for the matches. You have to imagine it's more than 11.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of these players to kind of do these things. Now, I will say saving grace is we do find this Vex. This Vex, the deflect on it is huge. This will stop our incoming Xin Zhao if need be.
Oh, we're still running the Vi in our Rockfall game. I would actually not expected that. That's not something I would have kind of thought about, because that Vi is now only good on half of the battlefields.
I don't think
this
it's
is in.
terrible though. As you're looking, there's a swing 1, and you're looking for a second with that Targon's once more. Or no, Targon's was already conquered this turn, so no big issue there. Or no, it wasn't. Sorry, we're on the next turn.
We're on the next turn. Yeah, you're good.
So looking at a 6 if you wish, but do you want to sacrifice that token is the only question.
I think we're thinking about going for the Starcross actually right now. Remember that if this does go through...
There it is.
Do we have an answer? Okay, this is Victor on 6 points. 1 Imperial Decree is all it takes for the Victor to kind of just seal the deal right now. Not having an answer. This turn upcoming might be the last turn of the game.
Yep.
Orbital.
Diwali has to play.
Diwali has to figure out, first of all, how to outmight this Jin. We do have the Moonfall. And then protect against a 6-point Victor. One of the scariest positions to be in. And you're not protecting against it for 1 turn. You're only at 1 point. So you're going to have to keep going against Victor's attacks for 3 more turns before you can win the game. And that's something that not many decks can do. Diwali, I think, one of the only players in the game that can maybe pull this off.
Red just doesn't like energy, apparently.
Oh, he's not missing the Targon's peak again?
Yeah, I think he missed it again, is what people are saying. It's just... Yeah. He's just forgetting, I think. Alright, there we go. Moonfall,
there's
drawn into the
Moonfall.
battlefield. Good coverage, that's 1. Removal of 2.
Does he have anything in hand to play with, I guess? Probably not.
He might not, which is why he
I
doesn't
hope
care.
not. I really hope not. Because imagine if you had like a
Yeah.
hidden blade there and you can just hit a blade to kind of win the game on the spot.
Yeah.
Again, don't blame
Well,
these players
no.
whatsoever.
Oh, I guess you could. Hidden Blade is only... Hidden Blade is
2.
cheap, and then with the deflect... Is there a deflect
Yeah.
cost on that?
There's
or on
deflect,
Vex?
yeah. You deflect for 2, yeah.
It wouldn't be bad, yeah.
And now
See what we
thinking
look
about
at.
what... I think the important part is what card are we getting rid of here for our discard? Getting rid of Moonfall.
That was the second Moonfall, I believe, so
Yep.
it makes sense.
I think that's a Gust we drew into. Now, important part... Oh, there's Wei. Hold on. If Wei sticks... Okay, if Wei sticks on this turn, we can see something.
I like how you say
this
that.
might be a game.
Against a yellow itself. If
Right.
the way sticks.
I mean, I'll be honest. Like, if he does it, he does it. But like, again, you're
that's
playing
true.
against the one saving grace is there's no more Vex. Like, there's from Duality, there's Vex. Vex on the board means Xin Zhao not as good. Going for the template, draw 2.
I love it. Oh, what did he draw?
Sprite.
Fountain. Oh, double sprites.
Okay.
Will
Hold on,
double
is that-
sprites clear?
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now we have 2 runes up. So
Well,
we
no,
can
don't
clear
they
one
also
battlefield.
enter... Don't they
They
also
enter
enter
ready.
stunned?
Oh, they can't move. They can't move this turn. Oh, that's this Vex putting in a lot of work here because those 2 sprite fountains just basically
Yeah.
useless.
Yeah, I just remember that as well.
Yeah.
So that double draw was actually rough. In that situation. That's actually a very rough double draw where normally you would be like, oh, I got double sprite drop. This is great. That Vex sealed off that turn. Diwali is quite literally digging for their life and not realizing it. I think. Like, he is surviving on mere bits.
Right, and this singularity might just be used to kill a Victor and 1 recruit because we need any kind of way of just making sure this Red has no way of clearing this Vex. This Vex is the only thing keeping us alive right now.
Good move in.
Wait trigger. We can discard a card. Discarding the Stupefy. Drawing another card. What do we get? Another Stupefy. I kind of like the singularity here just to get rid of the Victor and the other recruit. Thoughts on that?
I'd agree. I don't think Red has been on in a position where they have been zeroed out on the base building. I think this would be a great time to do it to him.
I think just to make sure to redraw all our cards. This Traveling Merchant probably gonna discard the second Stupefy most likely. And now we're in a tough position from both players. Diwali has to play around so much, and if he was playing against you, he'd have to play against Ruination.
There it is.
There's the Singularity.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. A very quick setup of that. Okay, we remove, and now for the victor, you better have something. So you're outboarded. You have 2 turns here. I don't know if you have any development. Imperial Decree.
There's Imperial Decree. All right, we need to find.
But you don't have any weight. You have no weight to actually clear. You don't have a Bellows Breath or anything.
I think the play is we develop our board here. Our opponent only goes with the 7. Oh, hard bargain. Oh, wait, he's gonna hold though. Either way, so the Ash doesn't do much. It just gives hand information. Yeah. The hard bargain might be the biggest thing now on this against this Imperial Decree upcoming.
I mean, what would you play with the Imperial though, right? Yeah, so you're gonna do the star. Oh, you're talking about later. No, 100% agree. 100% agree.
Yeah.
On that hard bargain, it is going to be pain. Out comes a Vi.
Mm-hmm.
It is now Diwali's turn to lose or win. Holds to 7. Might even get double card draw with the Merchant plus Way to get the perfect hand for another hold.
There's Eclipse. Eclipse actually really helpful here because if you get the unit down to 0, it won't kill with Imperial Decree.
Yep.
So
All
we
right,
have
let's
at
see it.
least some stuff. How does Red play this?
I don't know. Red might not be able to play it. Diwali has nearly all his cards in hand, and remember, he did this off of a terrible opening mulligan hand, forcing all of his 2-drops to the bottom of the deck. He has dug and dug and dug, and at this time, might have dug himself into a game 3. Fizz coming out, buffing the base, replay of a spell in the bank. And you're going to do Moonfall once more. Force the Ash.
Okay,
and it's gone.
Out. Okay, and we have the Star-Crossed for the for the Vi.
Diwali.
How?
A champion is about to force a game 3 that looked so dire. There is no way that this occurs.
That is, we were talking about luck all day today. You know, the power of luck, maximizing your luck.
Yep.
We saw a guy with no luck, so unlucky he had to show his stacked deck to his opponent, and still showcasing that yes, while luck still may matter in Riftbound, skill is the biggest differentiator. And there's a Star-Crossed.
There it is.
Oh, okay. What can we do? And that's Star-Crossed on the Fizz, by the way. That's a disgusting play.
Yep. And it's so clean, by the way. You are out a board. It's a simple play of a Merchant in. And you get another draw and discard. Bye-bye to the Vex. No need. You already got 1 on the board. This is Diwali. 45 minutes into this series is saying, let's go 1 more game. A pass with 4. Too many cards in hand. What do you top deck? It is a Carrion. Not exactly what you're hoping for. And that is going to be the scoop.
Game. So
that's the scoop.
Orbital, hear me out. That was, if that was a game to kind of remember. If I was trying to get better at Riftbound, I would look at this game 3-4 times over. Because how do you pull that off?
Okay, so I will say I think Red went a little bit hard on the removal early. I wonder if he felt like he could remove early. He didn't have any of his removals later. The double Bellows Breath, right? Double Bellows with multiple card usage just did not feel good in removing small units. And it just kind of went sideways, I think. You ended up running out of steam very quickly, and it allowed Diwali time to prime, time to get back into it. I truly, truly do believe that when we look at Red's play, it just felt a little bit forced. It felt like you saw the end of the match and just
Right.
gut-shotted an early play and kind of got punished for it.
And I do agree, and I think the biggest kind of save here on the side of Diwali here was that Fizz. We saw it get gusted against the Wages of Pain. We saw it give us stack deck, star-crossed. I think we could have done it again for a Moonfall. That one card gave us so much value, and against Victor, who kind of struggles, Victor has a lot of removal early, but the more we go later into the game, we get into this kind of slow area where if Victor doesn't have the kill turn of Imperial Decree plus a bunch of removal or a bunch of tokens, he has a very hard way of closing these games out. And that's what we saw. A deck with this board control, with this Moonfalls, with this Starcross, stopped Victor with Imperial Decree on his 6-point turn, which not many players can say they can do.
Yeah, I really do feel like Red misstepped a little in the mid game, and Diwali kind of napped that up immediately. So well done. By the way, we do have to talk about some of the battlefields that are coming out here. These are the only things that we kind of know as true. We are going to get Arena's Greatest in Rockfall Path. So not only are we having a slow target in terms of the Rockfall Path, which has already been shown that it doesn't really hinder either player in this scenario,
Correct.
we are getting an accelerated game, something that maybe the Victor does not enjoy in this situation. What are we thinking? And I say that when it's his card. The only reason I say that is because in this situation, the developments, if you don't get some of your drops, it's scary. So what do we think of those battlefields?
So as you said, that Rockfall Path, I think only stops 2 units in the entire game. 3 units.
Right.
It stops the Kha'Zix on the side of Diwali, and it stops the Chakram Dancer and the Vibe from the side of Red. And both of those kind of not that impactful. Not too impactful of hits. It's not, you're not stopping a Rengar. You're not stopping like multiple ambush units. The biggest part here is this Arena's Greatest. Well, yes, I do agree that Diana can still play around the Arena's Greatest. Sprite Fountain is in an Arena's Greatest game is one of the biggest boons that you can see, especially as a Victor player, because being able to now get not 1 but 2 free conquers, get to 3 points by turn 2. You're only 3 points away from that mythical 6-point breakpoint that Victor players love to have. I think you probably know it best. 6 points is where that kind of thrives. And there's a Sprite Fountain right there. We see it.
Yeah, 6 points is where we just sit there and go, haha, we win, kind of deal. And then we hope we don't end up in a situation where we fall flat on our face and have to eat our words. Either way, 2 drops galore for Red in this situation. Are you going first or second will be the big question. On the same, though, we are looking at the other side. Diwali has a student in hand, but the Kha'Zix to play, so it's a 2. Wait, is that double student that I see in hand?
Finally getting his 1-drops in a turn. His turn 1-drops in a game where he can just play Diana. It's not what you want to see. Now I want to
turn 1 carrying comes out. It'll be a nice one. Bird in hand if you wish, and it's a very quick setup. Let's see.
Okay.
If we're gonna get that big game. Game 3 to determine who will face off against Squirtle's Azir in the grand finals.
Now, I'm gonna highlight a lineup play. I want your thoughts on it. If instead of playing carrying turn 1, could you have played Sprite Fountain turn 1? Colin could go up to 2. Turn 2, play the. Wait, does Xin need 2 different units? Oh, never mind.
Two different. No, not different, but you just need 2 units in base.
He doesn't count himself, correct?
No.
Okay, then yeah, never mind. So yeah, this played. So I was thinking, but maybe if you play Sprite Fountain turn 1, turn 2, have Sprite Fountain and play Zinjao ready and get the 4 points, but not enough units for that. Now we kind of in a little tough
energy
spot.
Either. Yeah, it is. And I wonder if he's looking at the judge actually at this point.
He might be trying to get.
Discussing?
I think he wants to kind of get as much value with this Sprite Fountain before this Vex Apathetic. We saw how kind of strong that card was into his deck. Maybe saying, hey, I'm going to play this out just now just so I can get the value of this card. But other than that, I'm not sure what this pause is for.
I think this both players thinking about.
Oh,
the next two
okay.
turns.
So I turned on the sound. They're
Oh.
talking about how apparently the venue sound I think is loud, so the
Oh.
headphones might not be working. I wasn't sure, but I just opened it up, and I think that's what they're talking about
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah,
All right. So the play is
yeah.
the standard though, like you were talking about.
Right.
Standard play.
Yeah. Standard play. I think
Which
yeah,
is
we were
really
talking
funny.
about like,
I'm sorry,
oh,
that
what
was
could this pause be? You know, what are these players thinking about? It's just them talking about the sound. I mean, I can understand. Have you ever played in a very noisy like venue before?
Yes, I have.
It's horrific. It's genuinely horrific.
It really is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's the play that you were talking about. The quick 2 cap to go ahead and go to 3, plus a token afterwards will be held. So this is a very interesting situation, by the way. Keep in mind, one of the big reasons that people like running sprites now is because with the Victor side, if you can bring the Victor out next time, you will get a free recruit token once a sprite dies. So it's like, sweet, I'll take that all day long. Aldrich Saint Judge, all I can hear is the casters in my micro headphones. That would be a really bad thing to happen, by the way. That would be horrendous because you probably get all the info in the world.
Judge, why can't I hear the casters make fun of me? Make fun of my mid-game plays? Judge, they're not being nice.
Casters, they called me a war criminal. Can you tell them to stop? Like, please. In-game. This is...
Stupefy.
Yeah, that's a good one. Pretty nice and easy.
Oh, are you hard bargaining a Stupefy right now? That's the real question.
No.
Not what you want to do. But you're not gonna smoke screen it, right?
No, and I wonder if you actually let this go through, because going straight for the removal, like, you understand there's going to be a bird either way, right? So you understand there's going to be a bird or there's going to be a unit. It's frustrating. How are we going to challenge this? Would it be necessary to go? And you are. Okay, so you are going to hard bargain it. No transition either. That drops bird and base. Okay. You kind of let it go through, but that's a denial that maybe you might have wished would be needed later on.
Now the big issue now is beforehand we could have, if we get this kind of play, didn't have the Stupefy, we can get this Conquer, easily move over. I say we easily stack. Oh, we can't. Wait, it's Rockfall Path. We can't play Vex there.
Yep.
Ooh.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
Yeah.
So it's a play 1 and 2, and because Diwali opted for the Rockfall Path, it's a tough spot to be in.
I think the only thing right now that Diwali can do is go for this Ride the Wind. We get that Raven Loom up to 4, go back into our base, but our opponent goes up to 5 points, and if we have any kind of removal, he gets rid of our only unit on board. And that might just be too much to handle. This is the issue with Victor. These removals, and against a deck that has very, very small unit count.
And this is kind of the route that we expected to see from game 2 as well. Just a hard play of the Vex. You'll get to move it later. Ease their removal on that same end. Another Xin Zhao, though. An easy conquer tactic that could be brutal in the face of a no energy Diwali.
Oh, call the weak right there.
Yep. If you wish to get silly, you can. This is going to be rough.
The one thing we can do next turn, if we do get, let's say, our entire board removed, which probably we will see with this incoming sprite into Call of the Week turn, is we have 7 runes. 7 runes, a bit of an important kind of point for these Diana decks, where they can just play any one of their units, Ride the Wind in, kind of fight your board. And especially with, I think, Vex plus Ride the Wind, we can also keep up Smokescreen. So not the end of the world if we do get our entire board removed, but not the best position.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a struggle bus. We'll see Red deciding how he wants to play this and how he wants to kind of focus in on these lines. So at this point, you understand that you can go ahead and remove the student. I'm pretty sure that is easily found with that sprite immediately. The only question in this position is, how do I preserve the rest of my game? Last game, I think I played a little bit too fast, started removing units that didn't need to be removed. I could have done a might challenge instead. We need to just play smart. We need to play comfortably, and we need to keep as many units up and alive as possible. So that's what we're going to do. Nice Sprite 1 into a quick Recruit Conquer. You still have all your runes up and a bird, and you'll play an Honest Broker as well, developing once more your base plus Recruit
There's a
plus
Cold
the
Week.
Cold a Week, and there it is. Done and dusted for that poor Vex and Diwali in Struggle Bus mode.
Right. We do have Vex plus Ride the Wind, if we need to do it. If Vex Ride the Wind does stop the incoming Zinjaos, it makes him kind of useless on his hand. I'm not sure if Red has the removal needed to kind of get rid of this Vex. And this might be the play. We're kind of in desperation mode, struggle bus mode, as he said. Yeah, these are the lines now. Diwali has to think about 4 turns ahead. And think about which one of these plays is the winning play.
Yeah. Winning play has to be beat the crap out of them. No. There is
push-ups.
I don't know. Yeah. This is also why I love running, silly stuff in my decks. Like I have one line, and that line is either going to be met or I'm falling. Like there is no way I'm ever getting out in any competitive side.
I can just imagine.
Listen.
I can just imagine like Diwali's like his entire game plan is like a million roads. He has to pick which one. You're like, hey, there's a road. If you put like a blockade, I'm gonna say GG right there. It's just one single road.
Pretty much. It's really, I like when I can hit like 80 miles an hour and just rush it. Like I'm so happy when I hit it, but I know I only get that like once a day. That's about it. So there's so many things that can make me go wrong. If there's a rock in the freeway, I'm gone. If there's a roadblock, I ain't going anywhere. It's a problem. I really do not play competitive as much as I wish. Waiting on the Diana. Raw play of the Diana coming out here. So Diwali may be going for the kills as much as they can. Trying to develop and bring out their standard, which is a Diana into movement and to deal with these recruits.
And now Red Kit has the freest development turn of his life. Just throw in as many units as possible. And if you draw into this Imperial Decree next turn, it is just GG.
Welcome to the Thunderdome. It is going to be a 7-point position.
We have two.
For Red. All you need is just one good hold or double conquer. Trusty Gecko, does anyone know the other two in the top 4? The other two were Squirtle, and who else was the other one?
Squirtle and Colin.
Set.
Yeah, Set, yeah. Oh, we had Mr. Main Character.
Yeah. How many main characters are we going to get? Push in something else is going to be the Victor, as we said, coming out here, recognizing for Diwali, this is the turn. This is the turn to expand. This is the turn to try and conquer, try and hold, try and defeat your opponent, because you need a board wipe, you need to hold onto a battlefield, and you need to survive for 3 more turns at least.
Right, and before, usually in this kind of games where you be a bit closer, you have some pressure. You can say, Victor, you're forced to kind of go into me. But Red can just say, hey, you floated all those runes, I'm going to play all my Zins. You floated all those runes, I'm going to play more recruits. And just wait till this one turn where I have the cards needed. Where you can't hard bargain my Imperial, where you can't, Moonfall or Ride the Wind your way out of this. And it's more of just, can Diwali find these cards as quick as possible, in the time he needs? There's a Star-Crossed getting out of his hand.
The Passover for any other triggers, no, you just let it die. You don't want to do anything just yet. I have to say, by the way, I love seeing the random Star-Cross upside down. I don't know why it's done like that, but I think it's very funny. Just to see it there, and you're just like, okay, cool. It's just, let's see where it goes from here. Couple draws. That was another stack.
Singularity. We have a Moonfall. Moonfall can maybe stop a big hold, but I don't think we're gonna go for a big hold here.
I mean, I don't think you can. The token drop is real, and we forgot about these double These double Zins. Oh, that clears.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is done now. I
No, you gotta remember the
completely forgot
Vex.
about the double Zins.
The
Oh,
Vex,
right, they
though.
come in stunned. They do come in stunned.
So we'll get one more turn.
All right, good. On a battlefield. It's time. It is time to battle. Rumble time, baby.
Okay, this is I think maybe we're forced to play one more unit here. This Fizz
Wait,
might
no.
have to come
Vex
out.
is 4/4, correct?
4, yeah, 4/4.
4/4. If you drop all the tokens in, fight the Vex first. That's a trade. You still have 2 units in base, which means that you can still double play the Zinzaos.
Right, and the one thing you're kind of afraid of that play is the Moonfall.
Yes, if there's a Moonfall in hand.
Oh,
but you could
hold
be
on.
willing to take it here.
Wait, what if, so let's say he goes in with the 4 recruits, he Moonfalls, brings in the Victor goes down to 2, we can Bellows Breath to do the last 2, kill the Vex, and then drop our 2
he
Zins.
raw plays it instead?
Ooh.
I mean, you do remember what happens with the Vex, right?
Yeah, I think he's just saying, I'm just gonna wait till next turn.
If he does, that's a play of his own too. Yeah, he's sitting on it. He's might stacking this. He is putting the ball into Diwali's court. Diwali, can you deal with this mountain coming at you?
6
Maybe.
points. Diwali needs to hold this. We have Starcross, we have the Moonfalls. These 2 Zins are probably gonna be the biggest issue right now. We can maybe get rid of them early with Moonfall, Fizz, Moonfall. But that's about it.
The other side is 11 runes up for Diwali, and you're like, I need every single one to defy what's coming in. Like, this is gonna be painful. Double Moonfall in hand, though. You need him on a battlefield, though. You need him on a battlefield is the big thing.
And you always have to be afraid of this incoming Imperial Decree. That one card, that one top deck, can just change the entire matchup on the spot. All these recruits, go from just silly little recruits to just instant kills, instant wins. And it's Diwali that has to kind of think about, hey, how am I gonna beat this? Do I have to Fizz, go for stack deck, try and draw into my last hard bargain? Do I just say, you know what, if he has the decree, I just lose the game and I have to play just accept that kind of fact? What line does Diwali have to find this last hold? This is a tough one.
Enough still. Yeah, it is. And keep in mind, we know what's in the hand. So we already know some of the lines that are coming out. But for Diwali, that's what you're worried about, is you're sitting there going, dude, I need to wait, I need to hold, I need to situate. And you are going to hold in this position.
All right.
So for Diwali, if you read this right, you are going to win unless we see a top deck. And it's just...
Hidden Blade!
Hidden Blade might do it. Hidden Blade
Hidden
might be enough to crush this. Bella's Breath is up. If you can draw some info out, you might be able to swing on this. Again, double Moonfall, though, will destroy too much, but you have to decide. Red has the options here. You are going to cut the legs out of Diwali right now if that Hidden Blade procs. It's scary. I know the card draw could come in, but that is huge.
We have to remember, even if we Hidden Blade and he draws into Kha'Zix, the Diana's on Rockfall path. He can't play it there.
All right. One swing. Starting off slow. Forces a play. And remember, this is what happens when you play against the Diana. It's a lot of triggers. It's a lot of reactions. It's a lot of annoying stuff.
Does Diana go for the Diana trigger here? Just thinking about it right now, saying, hey, do I have the cards to stop this incoming push? Or do I need one more? I mean, this probably get smoke screen, probably. I think going for the Diana trigger. Really thinking about it. There it is. Not liking our top deck.
Nope.
Gust. Okay, Gust. How important is Gust here? I mean, not important because he has it flipped upside down, apparently.
Might be enough, though. Again, a lot of cards available. You'll turn 2. What are you going to force back? Smokescreen makes sense. Quick force 0.
This is where the Hidden Blade might come out, but you don't want to see it come out against. You want to see it come out against the Vex, not against this Diana.
I mean, Red chose this. Red chose the battle over the Diana instead. All right,
Giving
you'll
it
eat it. Yeah, you don't have a choice. I don't think you have a choice. By the way, is he playing no card sleeves over there? No, he has card sleeves. He does. I don't know
that
why
would
it
be
looked like he had no card sleeves. That would be hilarious, by the way.
that would be that would be psychopathic, Orbital. Showing up to the
I don't know.
semifinals of the.
We're
Oy.
11, 12 hours into this. I'm allowed to say whatever I want about those deck cards. I'm like crazy off about this. Force Moonfall, and it's a twist. You're gonna try and remove even more of his units, which I actually really like this application. Diwali slowly chipping away at Red. Red starting to realize that he might have messed up around the way. And I don't know if he has amazing answers. Granted, he hasn't used any of his runes. He's got 7 up, but I don't know. If he recognizes that his slow play here might have been his downfall, they're going to try one more time. Bellows Breath, just to try and push it over. It will be answered by Diwali.
This is a very good Gus. You know, the Zinjao goes back at the hand. He can be played again, but Vex stops him from being moved. Bellows not being repeated here. I think it was repeated. Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't repeated. It wasn't repeated.
He only paid one. He only played one.
He's going for the trade. We have to go for this Gust, I feel. Because if he lose this Diana, we are one Hidden Blade away, and we have no ways of answering this Hidden Blade.
Yeah.
Diana also could have played the user trigger. I think saying I need these runes up. This might be the Gust. Get rid of one more token. Then we're very open to a Hidden Blade, and then there's no good answers, Orbital.
No, it is tough right now. Red playing this one and really keeping each other in check for Diwali. It's a hard decision that you have to realize. Have you been able to predict the cards in hand for Red? If Diwali cannot, Red will have moved on to give Victor players their first ever Grand Finals appearance.
The second Moonfall?
That is a hefty investment when you know there are so many other units choosing to go for the Big Bang, because you're gonna try and force the Victor out.
We're trying to get rid of as many tokens as possible.
Not the major tokens. No, you're trying to go for the unit removal, which is a bit...
Yeah, unit, yeah.
I mean, I agree.
Gust on the... Gust on that to bring it back. 2 runes.
But okay. 2 runes up. We're currently positioned at a 1 versus 0.
I still... so right now, this might still be Red's game. Hidden Blades...
I think it is. I think it is. He's burned so many cards here. These have been a massive burn pile of triggers and plays.
Well, I mean, most importantly, we burned all the runes on this one Diana.
What is he thinking? Does he let it go through and then fight again? Because here's the deal: if I'm no, that's damage output because of the Bellows Breath.
Right.
I was thinking that might difference stayed, but it's not might difference, it's damage.
Right, correct. So that would be healed.
So it would heal. It would heal afterwards.
So the one thing I can see is what you can do is you let this go through. You Hidden Blade the Vex. If you hard bargains, you still win the game. You have 5 runes up. You can try and win the game that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally Red is trying its hardest to play against hard bargain that Diwali doesn't have.
Yep. This is why mind games are such a big thing, and it's so much fun to talk about. You have to guess your cards. Sometimes you gotta make that big move. Gotta make that jump, that leap to victory.
It is a leap of faith. There's Hidden Blade.
Yeah.
All right, comes out. Does on the Diana? Okay.
Oh.
Wait, hold on. This is
I'm not thrilled about this play, man.
I don't like it on the Diana. Yeah, you're right.
I am not thrilled about this. That Vex is the big eater. Now, here's the other side. What you could be saying is, if I can fight if I can fight this, if I can kick this Diana off, I can go ahead and hold this and force Diwali
But
to
it's still
try
in Showdown.
and double conquer.
We're still in Showdown right now. We can
We are.
We can kind of throw away
runes.
everything to the wind. Okay, so if you ride the wind, if you now ride the wind, we kill those 2 units. We conquer up to 7. Victor has to do a full clear. And then we have Fizz ride the wind next.
Yep.
Hold on. Red might wait. Diwali might have this.
I mean,
Right,
that's
so we
clear.
got this-
That's 7-7.
Right, we need 1 might. We are 1 might off. We can do a full trade here. That's a
1
draw.
in.
What is it? What's the draw? Does he win in the
get?
game?
He has 3.
Stripers! That's it. That's the game.
Oh.
Oh.
But he needs to take out the Vex first. He needs to take out the Vex first.
Yes.
It has to go. There it is. That might be
Oh
it. He
my
top
God,
decked
that's
the
so top-
lantern. He
Oh
top
my
decked the
God,
lantern,
the
baby.
lantern top deck.
Magic is made.
Oh.
Red goes on to the grand finals. That's how you do it.
I mean, just that was a roller coaster.
They brought another judge. They couldn't
And
believe
another
it. They couldn't believe it themselves.
Oh my! I mean, could you have asked for a better end to a game? This is the token final. Token v token. Who is gonna come out on top? Sad Soldier versus Recruit. Oh, Orbital, what did we just see?
We saw my boy. We saw my boy. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh my
First
god.
time ever Victor in the grand finals. As you said, Orbital, that was such an epic conclusion. I can't remember such
my
a
gosh.
down to the wire finals, or I should say semifinals. It almost looked, I know EK was almost getting at where he may or may not have thrown, but the top deck Sprite Fountain to save the day, because without that Sprite Fountain, there was still some more Riftbound to be played. But just like that, Victor versus Azir, you said it, EK, token battling out. Have we entered the aggro era of Riftbound? 2 aggressive decks in these grand finals.
Right. I mean, we saw it. We saw it in multiple decks right now. We have Prisma on his Annie. We see Azir. We see Victor. So many decks are saying, "Hey, I'm gonna play Arena's Greatest, and I'm gonna make sure I win the game." That is to show you how important that top deck was. By the way, Diwali had game next turn because he plays Fizz, Bright the Wind, goes into 1 battlefield, Star crosses the Fizz back, and then plays Fizz. If he has another Bright the Wind, he wins the game.
Yep.
It's really just down to the wire.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
He
that
was
shows you again.
inches there.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I mean,
such
at this level.
a fantastic semifinals. It set the bar quite high. Let's go ahead and see if these grand finals can keep up and match that kind of energy that semifinals was able to bring out. And we're missing a little bit of the winners interview. I'll go ahead and try to tune in to see what is left and see where's kind of his headspace at going into the grand finals against Squirtle.
I know Victor well. I don't know very well anything else, but, you know, I still hope.
And hope is a dream to be the victor, with your fans, of course, cheering you on in that finals, and I can't wait to be there. Renaxel, congratulations once again.
Thank you very
Incredible
much.
performance.
Thank
Already
you.
taking now 1 regional qualifier champion in Diwali, and another one stands in your way. Don't go anywhere.
There you go, trying to take down back-to-back regional champions. The first step is Diwali. Step 2 will have to be Squirtle, of course. But you know, since that game did go the distance there, Orbital, we're going to go ahead and have to let you go as I'm stepping up and taking down these grand finals. But I don't think it could have got any sweeter for you, huh, Orbital? The victor did get the W, and we are going to go ahead and spectate him in these finals. It was an awesome game. How'd you feel about those?
I felt great getting to watch and see how the victors have kind of evolved over time. And again, it comes down to this difference of, you know, the meta changes, but if you can adapt, it's huge. I will say I'm not thrilled about it because in the token scenario, I think Azir has a stronger token drop considering how you're able to empower. The removal made me a little bit shaky, and especially the choices at the very end for Red. But I know they played the matches, and obviously they're here in the grand finals, so what do we know kind of deal. I'm excited. 100%. I am far more excited to see if they are able to take it, if they're able to kind of topple Squirtle's reign and possible legacy and stop it. It's already a fantastic run, but to kind of be the killer of the mythical run that Squirtle would have would be would paint Red as an amazing player, but also a villain of many people's histories in the future if he does.
You know, so many historic moments. One, I just realized this might be one of the first times in Riftbound Grand Finals history that there is no Chaos domain to be found. Usually there's an Aurelia, usually there's a Diana in the mix. But no, this is an Order Calm, Order Mine Grand Final. So Order maybe the new talk of the town. A lot of people a lot of people underestimating them, but they have proven themselves to be true contenders so far. Of course, Azir has won an RQ before, but Victor, I feel like went completely under a lot of people's radar. And there was a handful of people that realized the strength of Victor because he was the 6th most represented deck this weekend. So there was like testing groups going on saying, wait a second, Victor's has legs in set 3. People just don't realize it right now. And we get it all the way in the grand finals. I'm really surprised to see that.
Yeah, I think it's going to continue. The more that these comps kind of get adjusted, and EK can attest, obviously, watching that the Diana's getting adjusted as well. We are going to see more adjustments come down in the future. I'm fully aware that set 4 will turn things on its head as well.
Right. Guys, those were some long games. EK, I don't know about you, but if I was casting for about 90 minutes straight, I would need a little bit of a mini break. So feel free to take one now because I think the grand finals is roughly about 5 minutes away. Unless you're cruising, EK, I don't want to force you to take a break, of course, but just giving that as a little bit of offer. If you want to go ahead and use the restroom / get a little bit of water as we look ahead towards these grand finals. And then in the meantime, me and Orbital can go ahead and do our farewells for the time being. Just for now, I'm sure we'll definitely see plenty of Orbital in the future, of course.
Yeah, no, I'll throw it to you guys,
Yeah.
Yeah, Orbital, it looks like the grand final is starting soon. So if you want to let these guys know where they can go ahead and find you online, I think that would be perfect.
I'm really sorry. I just watched someone run across the stage right there. That was the greatest sprint I've ever seen. Yes, so my name is Orbital, obviously. You've heard me for the last couple hours. Appreciate everyone. If you enjoyed it, please go ahead and give me a follow on X or Twitter at Orbital_casting. If you can follow me on Twitch as well at Orbital_casting as well, however, with a 0 instead of an O. I'm bad at the game, but I love it all the same. I will wear my 33% win rate with pride. I will say play what you love. And also remember, believe in the heart of the cards.
Definitely. And we've seen that time and time again this regional. But Orbital, I'll go ahead and let you go. Enjoy the grand finals. Me and EK, we take it away from here. EK, let me know when you're back from a little bit of break. I will throw it to the feature match and kind of get these little preparations going. Chat, it is grand finals time of the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. And you know, starting this weekend, it was 1,953 players. They all came in with a dream. They all came in with a game plan, but we have narrowed the field down to just 2 remaining players able to go ahead and execute on that dream. So for the last time, we are taking a look at these deck lists going forward into these grand finals. Before we do so, we can't go ahead and go forward without talking about the incredible, unprecedented run that Squirtle is currently running on. 31 games undefeated. I don't think there's gonna ever be something of the like in the near future. He might be going 32 games back to back regional wins, mind you. They're not just everyday wins. These are regional caliber levels, and he is in the grand finals one more time. He's our #1 seed, so we'll be electing to go first more than likely. Ike, since you're right here with us now, how do we see this aggro/token matchup going? Is it generally favoring the person that goes first, or is it a little bit more intricacies with the amount of removal Victor has access to?
Right. So I think going to this let's go start off with the first second. Victor actually is one of the best decks at going second. Being able to play 2 units, I think we saw with Annie loves doing it too. I think Darius loves doing it too, where you can play unit plus token, or in the case of other decks, you can go stack deck or unit legend. There's a lot of ways to get two tokens on turn 2 as a second player. Sorry. The important part is if Red gets his turn 2 plus, let's say, any Honest Broker plus Victor token, we can go for the even point tempo before Azir can go for his even point tempo. And this is exactly where both decks wants to be on. Both decks need to be on this even point tempo before anything else. They need to go 2, 4, 6, 8. If one of them ever goes lower by a turn, they now have to go an extra attack, an extra swing of resources, an extra swing of defense. On the side of red, we have the guaranteed 1 token every single turn, while on the side of Squirtle, we have this guaranteed might every turn, where we can just go equip, equip, equip. Now, this is where the battle of the board state. Red has to ensure that it doesn't matter how much might Squirtle has, because he'll just remove all of it. Well, Squirtle has to say, hey, you can play as many tokens as you want. I'm going to have a consistent 2-turn attack every single turn, and that's going to make me win the game.
Yeah, sometimes when we just narrow it down at the base level, one of these tokens coming in slightly stronger than the other, but of course it feels like both of these guys have access to going wide strategies, so this is going to be a heck of a grand finals. I am excited. Of course, one of these players is a previous regional champion winner, and the other one looking to go ahead and put a different title under his name, aka the Regional Champion Slayer, and then of course becoming that regional champion in himself, Victor/Rex Red Naxo, I believe is his full gamer tag there. And deck lists are open for these grand finals, so taking a look just to make sure there's nothing that's going to be able to catch these players by surprise. We did see the one of Salvage in the main board for the Victor player. Of course, taking down 1 gear is okay, but Azir just has so many more where that came from, right?
That is true. We did see kind of against the Colin game where even if you sabotage away all the gears, even if you steal it away, Squirrel has the way of just saying, I'll play 2 gears and then Arise, go for it. Both decks have really good turns, 6-point plays. Victor, Imperial Decree, win the game. Squirtle, Arise, win the game. This is going to be an explosive match where both players are going to fight tooth and nail to make sure none of them can get the 6 points.
Right. I am loving this matchup. The more I think about it, the more I get engaged on the fact that in set 3, they've got considerable buffs to their game plans, right? Of course, Azir did manage to win in Leo and Spirit Forge meta, but now with Unleashed, we're seeing some nice inclusions from the Unleashed